How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
She is the star of a hit sitcom, an Emmy winner, and sang at the Super Bowl. Cheryl Lee Ralph spoke to our Dana Griffin on the hurdles she's overcome and why she's only just getting started.
With a career spanning nearly 5 decades in showbiz, Cheryl Lee Ralph is back in the spotlight.
Do you still have like pinch me moments, especially now when you see we're sitting in the middle of Hollywood?
Yes, I have real pinch me moments in life because, you know, I've lived most of my life as a very regular, normal human being. I will go to the 99-cent store or the Dollar Tree or whatever. I will do that. And now when I go, I'm like, what in the world are they staring at? Then I'm like, oh my God, it's me.
The entertainment icon has had a whirlwind of recent success, inspiring a new generation.
Now, who took that picture of me?
Last year, she won an Emmy for supporting comedy actress for her role in Abbott Elementary, where she plays teacher Barbara Howard.
What was that moment like for you?
First of all, I was listening to the whole thing, and I was like getting ready to be happy for somebody. And I realized, no, this is very real. She just called my name.
And more recently, the Critics' Choice Awards, where her message resonated with many.
When you look in the mirror, you better love what you see.
Her Broadway TV and film career dates back to the 70s. In 1981, she starred in the original Broadway cast of Dreamgirls. Her latest performance, Super Bowl 57, singing Lift Every Voice and Sing. But stealing the show hasn't always been easy.
They used to say, you're too dark, your lips are too big, your hair is too nappy. Suppose I listened to them.
But Ralph persevered.
What else do you want to accomplish?
More. I want to tell stories that deserve to be told. Characters whose voices were dimmed or dulled or muted just because they were Black. Now's the time to tell those stories.
Dana Griffin, NBC News.
Hey, if you're looking for something fun to do this weekend, how about trying some cocaine? Bear. It's a movie, I promise. Check it out.
A lot of cocaine was lost. I need you to go and get it.
No, don't eat that, don't eat that.
Let's see what kind of effect that has on.
This movie, directed by Elizabeth Banks, is loosely based on true events. The reviews are over 70% positive on Rotten Tomatoes so far. Cocaine Bear is distributed by our sister company, Universal Pictures.
I mean, just from your read, I want to go see it now.
There you go. Stay out of trouble. Y'all have a great weekend. Be safe. See you next week.
I wasn't thinking clearly. I don't think I was capable of reason. And I lied about being down there.
Alec Murdaugh admits to lying, but says he didn't kill his wife and son. The explosive moments as the defendant takes the stand in his own trial.
1 year after the Russian invasion, Ukraine fights on. A country shattered by war, millions of its people torn from their homes, billions of dollars in damages done. Yet on this solemn anniversary, Ukraine stands a strong symbol of resilience and hope.
A monster winter storm on the move from coast to coast. Hundreds more flights canceled, with some spots seeing over a foot of snow. Angie's tracking the system as the West Coast braces for another icy blast.
Primed to commandeer the Commanders, the new signs that Amazon founder Jeff Bezos may have big league aspirations in his future.
Dr. Seuss fans, your heart might just grow 3 sizes today. The sequel to How the Grinch Stole Christmas hitting shelves this holiday season. It's the last Friday in February. Early today starts right now.
Good morning. I'm Corey Coffin.
And I'm Philip Mena. Bombshell moments in a South Carolina courtroom in the double murder trial of Alec Murdaugh. In a dramatic turn of events, the disgraced and disbarred lawyer took the witness stand in his own defense. Murdaugh emotionally declaring he didn't shoot his wife or son. Our Katie Beck starts us off from Walterboro.
After nearly 5 weeks of testimony, a stunning surprise.
I am going to testify. I want to testify.
The trial's most anticipated witness takes the stand. Alec Murdaugh testifies in his own defense. The first questions aimed at the heart of the case.
Did you take this gun or any gun like it and blow your son's brains out on June 7th or any day or any time?
No, I did not.
Did you take a 300 blackout, such as this, and fire it into your wife Maggie's leg, torso, or any part of her body?
No, I did not.
Quick to confront what is perhaps the prosecution's strongest evidence, the video taken by Paul Murdaugh at the dog kennels, placing Alec at the crime scene minutes before the murders. He's told investigators he wasn't there, but admits now he was lying.
Alec, why did you lie?
As my addiction evolved over time, I would get in these situations or circumstances where I would get paranoid.
Murdaugh says he didn't trust state law enforcers and regrets the lie that led to many others.
Did you continue lying after that night? Did you not?
But once I lied, I continued to lie. Yes, sir.
Emotional and crying throughout, Murdaugh's testimony largely rewrites his timeline on the night of the murders, showering and changing clothes before dinner, and describing the moment he discovered the bodies, again saying he checked for signs of life.
I know I tried to turn him over.
When you say you tried to turn him over, why were you trying to turn him over?
I don't know. I don't know why I tried to turn him over. Me and my boys laying face down.
Later in testimony, Alec admits a longtime addiction to opioids, that he stole client funds, but denies being overly concerned about getting caught prior to the murders.
What kind of cases did you normally do?
On cross-examination, prosecutors began by pressing Murdaugh on the fraud cases, where he admits he stole money from his clients and lied to them. And prosecutors suggesting all the stolen money wasn't going to fund his pill addiction.
You were generating millions of dollars in fees. That was not enough for you. Would you concede that?
If by concede that, you mean was I also stealing money that I shouldn't have? Yes, sir, I agree with that. I've said that repeatedly.
Our thanks to Katie for that report.
Nearly 3 weeks after the train derailment and chemical spill that has devastated East Palestine, Ohio, the National Transportation Safety Board issuing their first report on the incident, placing the blame in an overheated wheel bearing.
A critical audible alarm message sounded, instructing the crew to slow and stop the train to inspect the hot axle. This was 100% preventable.
Meanwhile, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg traveled to East Palestine. He promised that the Department of Transportation will work to hold Norfolk Southern accountable for the incident. He also criticized the Trump-era repeal of regulations that required trains carrying flammable liquids to have faster brakes.
We're learning more about the victims of a shooting spree in Orlando, Florida. Spectrum News 13 confirming that the reporter, 24-year-old Dylan Lyons, was killed while covering a homicide when the suspect returned to the scene. His photographer was also shot, but is recovering.
Dylan was a reporter I work with every day. You know, we were best friends, and he was just a sweet guy. He was young. He really did a good job.
Tiana Major, her family remembers Tiana as extremely smart and an amazing young woman, a gymnast who could have one day competed in the Olympics. Police released a body cam footage of the arrest of the 19-year-old Keith Moses, who they say killed a 38-year-old woman who was an acquaintance. Officials are still investigating a motive, but they say that Moses has a lengthy criminal history.
The suspect in last year's shooting at an LGBTQ nightclub in Colorado will be tried on hate crime and murder charges. The judge in the case against Anderson Lee Aldrich, who now faces 323 counts, made the decision after hearing 2 days of evidence and witness testimony. Aldrich is accused of killing 5 people in that November shooting and injuring at least 19 others.
Well, 1 year ago today, Russia invaded its neighbor, Ukraine, marking the start of Europe's first full-scale war in decades. Coming off his surprise visit to Kyiv earlier this week, President Biden today meets virtually with G7 leaders and Ukrainian President Zelensky.
Now, for the Ukrainian people, it has been a grueling year of both hardship and defiance. This morning, Zelensky tweeted, quote, "We know that 2023 will be the year of our victory." But an end to the war still seems nowhere in sight. We want to go live now to Jay Gray, who's in Poland, right by the border with Ukraine. Jay, the human toll of this war in Ukraine is staggering. How are people you meet there doing on this 1-year anniversary?
Since the start of the war, more than 1 million refugees have come through these gates, and many of them a year later still unsure of where their journey may end.
It's cold, dark, and places dirty. But for nearly 1,000 Ukrainian refugees, the cots scattered across this empty shopping mall are home. Everything they own in a suitcase or just a few boxes, hundreds living here for the better part of a year.
We are ready to help them as long as it would be necessary.
Since the Russian invasion, 120,000 have passed through this shelter alone. And dozens continue to show up every day. Almost 10 million Ukrainians have crossed the Polish border since the war began, with tens of thousands continuing to make that trip. There's evidence of that influx most everywhere you look in Warsaw. Right now, around 150,000 Ukrainians are in the capital city. That number does fluctuate and has been as high as 300,000 in the last year.
In times of crisis, people can actually come together.
Warsaw's mayor is proud of his city's response.
We have granted Ukrainians citizen-like rights. They've got rights to free education, free healthcare, free social services. We've enrolled more than 17,000 kids to our schools.
But he acknowledges it has put a strain on his budget, city, and social services, and understands that, like the war, the humanitarian effort will likely continue and intensify.
It's not going to end today or tomorrow.
Back at the shelter,
it is very hard.
Anastasia is grateful for a place to stay, but dreams about the day she can leave.
I really want to go back. Only when I got here, I realized how much what I had. Home was dear to me. We weren't rich, but it was home.
Now she wonders, will her home still be there when it's finally safe enough to return?
And look, Warsaw's mayor calls this border right now a revolving door, with families continuing to move in looking for safety and shelter, while others go across the border and into Ukraine, bringing much needed supplies or to join the fight.
Jay, thank you for your reporting. We appreciate it.
New developments this morning in the fatal Rust shooting case. Alec Baldwin has officially pleaded not guilty to the involuntary manslaughter charges against him. The actor has also waived his right to appear in court today. The armorer on the film, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, will not be returning to production. She's also facing involuntary manslaughter charges in the death of Helena Hutchins and is expected to appear in court today.
All right, let's turn now to that extreme winter weather across the country that we've been talking about. In Michigan, there are still more than 700,000 power outages after what's being called a historic ice storm. A volunteer firefighter was killed there after a tree brought down a high-voltage power line.
Meanwhile, Portland, Oregon just recorded its second snowiest day on record with more than 10 inches. Rare blizzard warnings stretch as far south as the mountains of Southern California. Many people sharing photos like these snow and hail right in the shadow of the Hollywood sign in Los Angeles.
For the latest on this massive storm, let's bring in NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman. I mean, those images are just so bizarre to see, Angie.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. It's been decades since they've seen the blizzard warnings in the places that they're dealing with them now in parts of LA County. Here's where we currently stand with those winter alerts, and you can see why. This storm system is the one that, of course, brought the record-setting snow a little farther to the north. But for California, over the next day or so, a lot of rain and some snow into the Sierras. We could see anywhere from 3 to 5 feet, but those snow levels are going to be a little lower. So yes, we will see some snow in places that we often don't see it. We're also going to see a lot of rain, specifically in places like LA, Malibu, Santa Barbara. You're going to want to be careful because we do have the potential for some flooding over the coming days. That's a look at the weather across the country. Let's take a look at what's happening in your neighborhood. In the Northeast, temperatures still kind of mild for places like New York. A little cooler in Washington, D.C. than yesterday. We'll end up at 55 degrees. Meanwhile, in Mobile and in New Orleans, low 80s, while Memphis ends up at 50 degrees with some showers around. The weekend right around the corner, guys, and of course, we'll deal with busy weather on the West Coast, but we'll take a look at what's going on elsewhere coming up in just a bit.
I mean, what a week it's been. All right, Angie, thank you. Could former Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos be the next commander of the commanders? Citing two people familiar with the situation, the Washington Post reports Bezos has hired an investment firm to explore a potential bid for the franchise. Washington Commanders owner Dan Snyder said in November he and his wife were considering the possible sales of the team, although the Commanders have not said whether the Snyders will sell.
All right, we're back in 60 seconds with a student walkout in Florida schools.
But first, Harvey Weinstein and R. Kelly handed down sentences on the same day.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. What kind of training? How you doing, Lester?
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. NBC News, streaming free now.
Leading the news, disgraced Hollywood producer Harvey Weinstein will be spending the rest of his life behind bars. He's been sentenced to 16 years in prison for 3 counts of rape and sexual assault in Los Angeles. Weinstein maintained his innocence, saying he never raped or sexually assaulted Jane Doe #1. The judge rejected Weinstein's appeal for a new trial. The 16-year sentence is in addition to the 23-year sentence he's already serving in New York.
Meanwhile, disgraced musician R. Kelly was sentenced in Chicago on Wednesday to an additional year in prison on sexual exploitation charges. Kelly is already serving 30 years in jail for his 2021 conviction on racketeering and sex trafficking charges. During the sentencing, the judge said that while he thought Kelly is a danger to society, his sentencing, quote, should be sufficient but not greater than necessary.
College students across the state of Florida staged a walkout on Thursday in protest of their governor's recent education policies. The group Stand for Freedom organized the efforts in response to Governor Ron DeSantis' attacks on state education initiatives focused on diversity and equity, as well as his request for public universities to provide the medical records of transgender students. Walkouts took place at the University of Florida, Florida State, and several other institutions.
Watch out, a Cookie Monster imposter is on the loose. A man dressed up as the furry character has been terrorizing visitors around the Santa Cruz Beach area. And listen, what's weirder is that police identified this man as Adam Sandler, and no, he has no connection to the actual actor. The police department has received emails and calls describing his behavior as creepy and has warned residents to steer clear and not engage with the man or the monster, depending on how you want to look at it.
We have our heads up now there. All right, still to come here, there is no stopping a sequel from coming. The next chapter of How the Grinch Stole Christmas is heading to a bookshelf near you.
But first, Cocaine Bear goes on a tear through theaters. We got to look at the film hitting the silver screen today.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You were,
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man, it's okay.
How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
A lot of cocaine was lost. I need you to go and get it.
No, don't eat that, don't eat that.
Let's see what kind of effect that has on.
Well, we'll see today, because today's the day Cocaine Bear rampages into theaters. The film, directed by Elizabeth Banks, is loosely based on true events. The reviews are over 70% positive on Rotten Tomatoes so far. Cocaine Bear is distributed by our sister company, Universal Pictures.
All right, and if you're looking for more plans this weekend, Woody Harrelson is hosting Saturday Night Live.
Saturday Night Live. There's so much history in this place. So many great hosts. Tom Hanks. Matt Damon. Amy Poehler. Oh, my weed guy.
Woody joins the Five Timers Club by hosting this week, and the musical guest is Jack White. Should be a good time.
Yep. All right, Christmas is coming early for fans of The Grinch.
Maybe Christmas, he thought, doesn't come from a store. Maybe Christmas, perhaps, means a little bit more.
Nearly 66 years after the release of the classic children's book, How the Grinch Stole Christmas, is getting a sequel. How the Grinch Lost Christmas will focus on the Grinch's plan to win the Christmas crown. It is due out on September 5th, and I hope this time they will give the Grinch more of a fair shake. I mean, this guy looked different from the other kids. You know, he got bullied a lot in school, you know, and he broke bad. You know, I got sympathy for the Grinch.
You get it from the start. Okay, now I have a new perspective thanks to you.
Maybe we'll see in the sequel.
Empathy, guys. All right, Angie's got an eye on your forecast for the weekend coming up next.
And also coming up, a push to uncover the names and the stories of enslaved black people in Kentucky's history.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Finally, Friday, we're going to wrap up the weekend with some windy conditions for parts of the Northeast. Still record warmth in places like Florida. Meanwhile, out west, the next storm system's working in. That's going to bring some unsettled weather over the next day and into the weekend. Snow, wind, rain. The potential for flooding for folks out west will last all the way through Sunday. Meanwhile, some showers across the midsection of the country by Sunday. We'll be right back.
This is what it looks and feels
From the
like.
storm
The
zone.
bigger piece to the puzzle.
New numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
We begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others? Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
We're back with a history-making HBCU baseball team. Wilberforce University hadn't fielded a team since 1947, but now they're back. The Cincinnati Reds helped WU with resources to revive the program 2 years ago. Last week, they got their first win, and next month, they will play their first home game in 80 years.
Well, now to the group searching for the names of the unknown, trying to uncover the stories of black people who were enslaved in Kentucky. From our Louisville affiliate, Wave 3, Brandon Spencer has this story.
The thing about black history is that a lot of black people in America don't know theirs. For a while, this included Hannah Drake, the chief creative officer for Ideas X Lab. In her search to find her history, she learned from 1877 to 1950, 168 black people were lynched in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, 8 of which are unknown. But seeing people described as unknown didn't sit well with Drake.
And it just seemed unfair to me that somebody existed and breathed in this world and will now be remembered as unknown.
Now, Drake has made it her life goal to find the names of those unknown folks and any others who have been forgotten about, giving people a chance to learn their heritage.
It's very important for you to know where you came from. Why look this way? Why do the things that I do? How am I connected to this city, to this state, and to this nation?
Through her journey, Drake learned the name of her own great-grandmother, her hardships, and the legacy she left behind, giving her first-hand proof of what this project can do for others.
All this time, when I thought I was building this project to help other people, it was always coming back to me. It was what I was supposed to be doing.
A piece of the project you're looking at now is called On the Banks of Freedom. It gives people a chance to see the dividing line between slavery and freedom.
There are many people that were enslaved in Kentucky that attempted to get across the Ohio River and hopefully start on a life to freedom. We wanted people to sit here and to reflect, to look and see how close it is. It was so close, yet it was just so far away for many people.
The search to find the unknown serves as a reminder that if we're not careful, history can repeat itself.
Well, this project is about enslaved people, but we think about the Say Her Name mission, because they're still trying to raise up the names of black people that are simply just forgotten. It's the very same thing.
Our thanks to Brandon for that report.
Yeah, look, they were deprived of their humanity during their lifetimes.
Yes.
By learning their names, the least we can do is try to restore it in ours.
Couldn't agree more. Thanks for watching Early Today.
Grieving father or manipulating mastermind? Alec Murdaugh breaks down in court during an explosive first day on the stand.
But once I lied, I continued to lie. Yes, sir.
Why?
You know, oh, what a tangled web we weave.
Tangled web indeed. Murdaugh admits to lying to investigators. Will the jury see past his tears as he gears up to take the stand again today?
A dire humanitarian crisis. We are marking the one-year anniversary of the Russian invasion. Nearly 10 million Ukrainians have fled. Our Jay Gray is on the ground in Poland with their stories.
A coast-to-coast storm wreaks havoc, leaving nearly 1 million people in the dark. Traffic snarled, leaving drivers stranded. This morning, we're gearing up for another wallop.
And watch out for this cookie monster. Why police are warning against this costumed creep they say is terrorizing a city.
Plus, the Hollywood star is owning the spotlight. Our sit-down with the Emmy-winning actress Cheryl Lee Ralph, early today, starts right now.
Good morning on this Friday. I'm Corey Coffin.
And I'm Philip Mena. We begin this morning in Walterboro, South Carolina, where the murder trial for disgraced former lawyer Alec Murdaugh continues. In a stunning turn of events, Murdaugh took the witness stand to testify in his own defense.
I didn't shoot my wife or my son anytime. Ever.
The testimony turning dramatic and emotional at times, with Murdaugh apologizing to his family.
Most of all, I'm sorry to Mags and Pawpaw. I would never intentionally do anything to hurt either one of them.
Was perhaps the prosecution's strongest evidence, the video taken by Paul Murdaugh at the dog kennels, placing Alec at the crime scene just minutes before the murders. He's told investigators he was not there, but he now admits he was lying.
As my addiction evolved over time, I would get in these situations or circumstances where I would get paranoid thinking.
On cross-examination, prosecutors began by pressing Murdaugh on the fraud cases where he allegedly stole money from his clients, lying to them.
I admit candidly in all of these cases, Mr. Waters, that I took money that was not mine and I shouldn't have done it.
Murdaugh is expected to take the stand again later this morning.
We're learning more about the victims of a shooting spree in Orlando, Florida. Spectrum News 13 confirming that their reporter, 24-year-old Dylan Lyons, was killed while covering a homicide when the homicide suspect returned to the scene. His photographer was also shot but is recovering.
Dylan was a reporter I work with every day. You know, we were best friends, and he was just a sweet guy. He was young. He really did a good job.
Deputies say the gunman also entered a home and killed 9-year-old Tiana Major and wounded her mother. Her family remembers Tiana as extremely smart and an amazing gymnast who could have one day competed in the Olympics. Police released body camera footage of the arrest of 19-year-old Keith Moses, who they say also killed a 38-year-old woman who was an acquaintance. Officials are still investigating a motive, but say Moses has a lengthy criminal history.
Let's turn now to the extreme weather across the country. In Michigan, there are still more than 700,000 power outages after what's being called an historic ice storm. A volunteer firefighter was killed there after a tree brought down a high-voltage power line. Meanwhile, Portland, Oregon just recorded its second snowiest day on record with more than 10 inches. Rare blizzard warnings stretch as far south as the mountains of Southern California. Many people sharing photos like these of snow and hail in the shadow of the Hollywood sign in Los Angeles.
3 weeks after the train derailment and chemical spill in East Palestine, Ohio, the federal government is ramping up its efforts to get to the bottom of what led to this disaster. NBC's Ron Allen has the full story.
With the scene being cleaned up, new details about what caused the fiery derailment. Federal investigators saying a preliminary investigation shows an overheated wheel bearing likely to blame.
This was 100% preventable.
The NTSB says the train passed over 2 detectors, which showed the bearing was heating up. By the time it hit a 3rd detector, it was 253 degrees above air temperature, triggering an audible alarm to warn the crew, who then slowed and stopped the train.
This is a community that is suffering. This is not about politics. What I care about is figuring out how this happened.
The NTSB chair says there's no evidence the crew did anything wrong. In a statement, Norfolk Southern says our highest priority is the safety of our people and the communities we serve, adding it will continue to support the NTSB's investigation. while Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg visited for the first time after criticism from some residents that he should have come sooner, demanding the nation's rail operators stop resisting safety measures to cut costs.
Let's get people from both sides of the aisle to the table and come to agreement on some steps that are needed, even if the rail industry is pushing back.
Meanwhile, near the crash, the Figleys only come back to their small farm to check on things like their chickens. They're part of a class action lawsuit that attorneys say includes over 500 residents.
I live out of my car and at my daughter's house. It's awful. I feel homeless.
Why won't you come back home?
Because I don't know what I'm coming home to, and I'm 70 years old.
Ron Allen, NBC News, East Palestine, Ohio.
Disgraced Hollywood producer Harvey Weinstein will be spending the rest of his life behind bars. He's been sentenced to 16 years in prison for 3 counts of rape and sexual assault in Los Angeles. Weinstein maintained his innocence, saying he never raped or sexually assaulted Jane Doe number 1. The judge rejected Weinstein's appeal for a new trial. The 16-year sentence is in addition to the 23-year sentence he's already serving in New York.
An upstate New York truck driver is lucky to be alive after his tractor trailer got stuck on train tracks. Video captured the moment a freight train slammed into the truck that was carrying titanium piping. It happened about 40 miles north of New York City. The driver was able to get out of the truck moments before that crash. Thankfully, no one was hurt.
1 year ago today, Russia invaded its neighbor, Ukraine, throwing Europe and the greater world order into turmoil. Coming off his visit to Kyiv earlier this week, President Biden will meet virtually today with G7 leaders and Ukrainian President Zelensky. For Ukraine, it's been 365 days of both horror and resilience. Zelensky tweeting this morning, "We know that 2023 will be the year of our victory." But while Ukraine did fight off a larger Russian conquest of the country and its capital, an end to the war seems nowhere in sight. We want to go live now to Jay Gray, who is in Poland, right by the border with Ukraine. Jay, good morning. The human suffering here that's been unleashed by this war, it's just immense. How are the people doing that you're meeting out there on this 1-year anniversary?
Yeah, it's overwhelming, Philip. You're absolutely right, and they are still struggling, to be quite frank. Look, this is the Medyka border crossing. It has been by far the busiest between Ukraine and Poland since the start of the war. More than 1 million coming through these gates, many of them still unsure of where their journey might end.
It's cold, dark, and places dirty. But for nearly 1,000 Ukrainian refugees, the cots scattered across this empty shopping mall are home. Everything they own in a suitcase or just a few boxes, hundreds living here for the better part of a year.
We are ready to help them as long as it would be necessary.
Since the Russian invasion, 120,000 have passed through this shelter alone. And dozens continue to show up every day. Almost 10 million Ukrainians have crossed the Polish border since the war began, with tens of thousands continuing to make that trip. There's evidence of that influx most everywhere you look in Warsaw. Right now, around 150,000 Ukrainians are in the capital city. That number does fluctuate and has been as high as 300,000 in the last year.
In times of crisis, people can actually come together.
Warsaw's mayor is proud of his city's response.
We have granted Ukrainians citizen-like rights. They've got rights to free education, free healthcare, free social services. We've enrolled more than 17,000 kids to our schools.
But he acknowledges it has put a strain on his budget, city, and social services, and understands that, like the war, the humanitarian effort will likely continue and intensify.
It's not going to end today or tomorrow.
Back at the shelter,
it is very hard.
Anastasia is grateful for a place to stay, but dreams about the day she can leave.
I really want to go back. Only when I got here, I realized how much what I had. Home was dear to me. We weren't rich, but it was home.
Now she wonders, will her home still be there when it's finally safe enough to return?
And Warsaw's mayor calls this border right now a revolving door, with families rushing out to safety and security, others moving in, bringing much needed supplies into Ukraine, and some heading to join the fighting on the front lines. Philip?
Just harrowing stories there. We appreciate you bringing those to us, Jay. Thank you.
A community in Arizona is worried that they won't make it through the summer after being cut off from their water supply. The unincorporated community of Rio Verde Foothills has had water trucked in from Scottsdale for decades, until nearby Scottsdale cut them off as the drought crisis in the Colorado River Basin continues. Now, there is a bill that would require Scottsdale to supply the community with water, but it's stalled in Arizona's State House.
It's been a historic week weather-wise. We got another winter wallop in store for us today. Angie Lastman is here tracking it for us. Good morning, Angie.
Morning, guys. We were just talking about drought. Of course, the West Coast needs this. California in particular needs some more rain. So we're going to help with that just a little bit, but of course not going to erase the severe drought we've seen for years. Here's what's going on. This next storm system that brought ample amounts of snow to the Pacific Northwest now moves into parts of California, bringing with it heavy rain and some snow. And of course, those cold temperatures, that means that the snow level is going to be a little lower. That means you'll see snow in spots that you often don't see it, hence the blizzard warning that is in effect just outside of LA. Here's where some of the highest rainfall totals are. Los Angeles, Santa Barbara, those are some of the spots that you're going to want to watch for potential for flooding on the roadways as you get through the next couple of days. Be careful with that, as well as the wind. That's a look at the weather across the country. Here's a closer look at what's happening in your neighborhood. In the Northeast, temperatures range from the high 20s in parts of New York to the 30s, a little closer to the coast. Meanwhile, down south, it is quite warm across Florida, Georgia, a little cooler as we look towards Little Rock and Memphis in the mid-40s to 50s. Weekend right around the corner, guys. We're going to talk about what's going on elsewhere across the country for any plans people might have.
What can we expect for the weekend?
Yeah, looking forward to that. Thank you, Angie.
Watch out, a Cookie Monster imposter is on the loose. A man dressed up as the furry character has been terrorizing visitors around the Santa Cruz beach area. Get this, though, police identify the man as Adam Sandler. No, not that Adam Sandler, just some guy who shares the same name. A police department has received emails and calls describing his behavior as creepy, and they've warned residents to steer clear and not engage with the man.
You should come here, Times Square. You can charge $20 for a picture with him.
Absolutely.
We are back in just 60 seconds with the latest fight for abortion rights in Texas.
And a man jumps on his car as thieves try to drive away with it. You won't believe what happens next.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News. Streaming free now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News. Streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You were.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
NBC News. Streaming free now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Leading the news, new developments this morning in the fatal Rust shooting case. Alec Baldwin has officially pleaded not guilty to the involuntary manslaughter charges against him. The actor has also waived his right to appear in court today. The armorer on the film, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, will not be returning to production. She is also facing involuntary manslaughter charges in the death of Helena Hutchins and is expected to appear in court today.
Amarillo, Texas has become the latest battleground in the fight for abortion rights. A judge appointed by former President Trump in the Northern District of Texas is set to hear a case that would order the FDA to remove abortion medication mifepristone from store shelves. The case is being brought by anti-abortion medical organizations and doctors who argue that the government did not adequately evaluate the safety of the drug. The country's leading group of OBGYNs say that the drug is exceedingly safe and effective and called the lawsuit ideological and not scientific.
Lawmakers in Tennessee have passed a bill banning drag performances in public or wherever children could see them. Civil rights groups and drag performers are slamming the bill as both inflammatory and unconstitutional. Its Republican supporters claim they just want to protect children from unsuitable material. The bill now heads to Tennessee Governor Bill Lee, who has indicated that he will sign it into law.
A bold carjacking caught on camera in New York. A video here shows the owner of the car running up to his SUV, jumping onto the roof right as thieves drove away with it. He's then thrown from the car just seconds before it crashes into a fire hydrant and flips. He's now at the hospital in critical condition. 2 suspects have been arrested.
Wow. All right, still to come, don't have a cow, man. It's still milk to the FDA, the big ruling for plant-based drinks.
And avoid a kitchen catastrophe. The air fryer's under recall for fire and burn hazards.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
How you doing, Lester?
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
How you doing, Lester?
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest developments. The bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
A massive recall is underway for 2 million Corsair air fryers. A wire connection in the air fryers can overheat, posing a fire and burn risk, according to the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission. The recall includes sales made between June 2018 and December 2022. Customers with an affected model can get it replaced for free by registering their air fryer online or by calling the company's helpline.
Right, whether it's plant-based or dairy, the FDA declares a milk by any other name is fair game. But first, the man once hailed as the king of crypto is now facing more criminal charges. CNBC's Steve Sedgwick is here to break it all down for us. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning, Philip. Good morning, Corey. Really lovely to see you both this Friday morning. Yeah, we're up to, what are we up to now? 12 charges now, 12-count indictment now. We've got a new superseded indictment from the New York Federal Court and 4 new charges as well, including charges that relate to commodities fraud, but also, and this is interesting, making unlawful political contributions as well. Apparently, there's new details of hundreds of political donations that Bankman-Fried allegedly directed in violation of federal campaign finance laws as well. Now, we have to say at the moment these allegations because the man is innocent until proven guilty, but the rap sheet just got a lot bigger. And here's the eternal question for all of us. Milk or not milk? That is the question. So, soya, oat, almond drinks, they can be called milk according to the Food and Drug Administration. They can keep the word milk in their names, and this is an effort to try and get to a conclusion from the long-running dispute between these upstarts and, of course, the absolutely very powerful dairy industry in the United States. But there is a concession, and the FDA says that they must put on their packaging for these new plant-based milks clear nutritional differences between products and indeed cow's milk. So if it's got less vitamin D or less calcium, for instance, than dairy, it has to say so on the packaging. At the moment, new label recommendations are voluntary, but they are expected to go with it. Back to you both.
Thank you for the clarity, Steve. We'll be right back.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere?
Are we headed for a recession or a recovery?
Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
This is what it looks and feels
from the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. Finally, Friday, we're going to watch the West Coast as a storm works on shore, bringing heavy rain, snow, and windy conditions to the West Coast. We'll be right back.
We We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere?
Are we headed for a recession or a recovery?
Migrant families now stranded in Mexico.
What's the World Cup experience been like?
The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now. Streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico.
What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
She is the star of a hit sitcom, an Emmy winner, and sang at the Super Bowl. Cheryl Lee Ralph spoke to our Dana Griffin on the hurdles she's overcome and why she's only just getting started.
With a career spanning nearly 5 decades in showbiz, Cheryl Lee Ralph is back in the spotlight.
Do you still have pinch me moments, especially now when you see we're sitting in the middle of Hollywood?
Yes, I have real pinch me moments in life because, I've lived most of my life as a very regular, normal human being. I will go to the 99-cent store, the Dollar Tree or whatever. I will do that. And now when I go, I'm like, what in the world are they staring at? Then I'm like, oh my God, it's me.
The entertainment icon has had a whirlwind of recent success, inspiring a new generation.
Now, who took that picture of me?
Last year, she won an Emmy for supporting comedy actress for her role in Abbott Elementary, where she plays teacher Barbara Howard.
What was that moment like for you?
First of all, I was listening to the whole thing, and I was like getting ready to be happy for somebody. And I realized, no, this is very real. She just called my name.
And more recently, the Critics' Choice Awards, where her message resonated with many.
When you look in the mirror, you better love what you see.
Her Broadway TV and film career dates back to the 70s. In 1981, she starred in the original Broadway cast of Dreamgirls. Her latest performance, Super Bowl 57, singing Lift Every Voice and Sing. But stealing the show hasn't always been easy.
They used to say, you're too dark, your lips are too big, your hair is too nappy. Suppose I listened to them.
But Ralph persevered.
What else do you want to accomplish?
More. I want to tell stories that deserve to be told. Characters whose voices were dimmed or dulled or muted just because they were black. Now's the time to tell those stories.
Dana Griffin, NBC News.
Hey, if you're looking for something fun to do this weekend, how about trying some cocaine? Bear. It's a movie, I promise. Check it out.
A lot of cocaine was lost. I need you to go and get it.
No, don't eat that, don't eat that. Let's see what kind of effect that has on.
This movie, directed by Elizabeth Banks, is loosely based on true events. The reviews are over 70% positive on Rotten Tomatoes so far. Cocaine Bear is distributed by our sister company, Universal Pictures.
I mean, just from your read, I want to go see it now.
There you go. Stay out of trouble. Y'all have a great weekend. Be safe. See you next week.
Good morning and happy Friday. I'm Stephen Romo in for Joe and Savannah today. And right now on Morning News Now, 1 year of war, a historic milestone for Ukraine, Russia, and the world. Today marks 1 year since Russian forces invaded Ukraine, setting off a conflict that's killed hundreds of thousands of people, displaced millions, and reshaped the world as we know it. Now, with no end in sight, both sides are sending a message that they will prevail. And here in America, the war taking a toll on the economy, with major corporations under pressure to cut ties with Russia. We have team coverage this morning. His own defense, dramatic developments in the double murder trial of Alec Murdaugh, as Murdaugh himself takes the witness stand and breaks down, admitting that he lied to investigators about where he was when his wife and son were killed, but denying that he was the one who killed them.
I didn't shoot my wife or my son anytime, ever. I would never intentionally do anything to hurt either one of them.
We'll have highlights from his testimony and how it could affect his case. Wild winter this morning, millions of Americans waking up to unusual weather, from snow at the Hollywood sign to surfing in Michigan. We're tracking down conditions from coast to coast, plus what to expect where you live this weekend. And twinning this morning, something to celebrate for these twin sisters, both set to graduate high school at the top of their class. We'll talk to them about their amazing accomplishments and what's in store for their future. A lot to get to this morning. Thanks for being here. And we begin this morning in Ukraine, that country marking 1 year since Russian forces invaded, sparking Europe's largest conflict since World War II. On this day in 2022, Russian tanks and military vehicles rolled into Ukraine to begin what President Putin described as a, quote, special military operation. Since then, hundreds of thousands of people are estimated to have died in the fighting that's followed. Despite Russia's slower than expected progress, its forces have been able to capture large swaths of eastern Ukraine, known as the Donbas region, which became the stage for some of the fiercest battles of the war. Across Ukraine, ceremonies are being held to mark the somber milestone. And earlier this morning, a defiant President Volodymyr Zelensky told his people that Ukraine will, quote, defeat all threats.
Це був рік стійкості. Рік.
It was a year of endurance, a year of compassion, a year of bravery, a year of pain, a year of hope, a year of perseverance, a year of unity, a year of invincibility, a fierce year of invincibility. Its main conclusion is that we have survived. We have not been defeated, and we will do everything to win this year.
Well, in just a few moments, we'll hear from NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung and NBC News military analyst Colonel Jack Jacobs. But before that, let's get to NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin, who joins us from Kyiv with the latest. Aaron?
Hey, Stephen. Well, today is a somber day here in the capital and across Ukraine. Ukrainians are taking a moment to remember the thousands of lives lost in this war. There were a number of ceremonies, not only here at St. Michael's Cathedral in the heart of Kyiv behind me, but also in the city of Bucha and beyond. So many lives have been changed by this war, including the family of Alina Ulyanova. I actually met her in the days prior to the war. She was out at what they had organized, some sort of neighborhood training camp where ordinary Ukrainians were learning first aid, learning how to fire a weapon in preparation for a possible invasion. It was there that I asked Alina if she was afraid for her boys, given all of these dire assessments that were playing out, coming from Washington, D.C., coming from the West, that there was an imminent full-scale invasion. And she responded to me that what matters most is dignity, if you have it or not, when you die. Fast forward a year later, I sat down with her again. So much for her has changed. She lost her job. She lost her home. One of her teenage boys has now gone to live in France. And I asked her the same question. Are you scared? Take a listen to how she answered.
I'm scared for them like every moment and every second. But I learned that life is not evil. like to us. And even most weird and dangerous situations, they can play for good, and you can learn something from them if you survive, and you become stronger.
And on this grim anniversary, so many Ukrainians, whether they be civilians or military, say they're scared, Stephen.
Yeah, Aaron, it's so valuable to stay with certain people and follow them through this process. Meanwhile, we know fighting, of course, continues to rage in eastern Ukraine. What's the situation like there on the ground?
Well, there are contrasting approaches to this war when you look at what the Russians doing and what are doing, and when you look at what the Ukrainians are doing. Military experts say Russia is really playing right now for a war of attrition. According to the British Ministry of Defense, they put out their assessment this morning. They believe that the Russians are trying to buy time. They're not going for large swaths of Ukrainian territory at this point. What they're trying to do is wear the Ukrainian military down in the hopes that that Western support in the long run ultimately fades, knowing that they have more manpower, that they have more natural resources. Ukraine is taking a vastly different approach. They see this as a window of opportunity, given the Western support, given the military support that's coming from the United States. Another round of military support announced this morning in terms of ammunition. They see this as an opportunity. They know they've been able to defeat the Russians in the battle for Kyiv, the battle for Kharkiv, the battle for Kherson, and they really feel confident in their ability, should they get that ammunition, should they get those promised weapons, to be able to push the Russians out of their territory. And I was speaking to a senior advisor to President Zelensky who was telling me that he believes that this could be accomplished within the next year.
All right, Aaron McLaughlin, thanks so much for breaking it down for us. And now let's bring in NBC News military analyst Colonel Jack Jacobs. Colonel Jacobs, thanks so much for being here this morning. Of course, we've spoken to you many times over the past year about the situation in Ukraine. What do you think about the state of the war right now, and how has it changed since this invasion started a year ago?
Well, it looks pretty much like a stalemate right now. This is not the season for making attacks. It's cold, it's muddy on either side of the roads, and the Ukrainians are still waiting for more Western equipment and to be trained on the Western equipment that they're going to get. The Russians are continuing to do what they do best, which is to bombard Ukrainian cities, infrastructure, power plants, and so on. The Ukrainians, meanwhile, are waiting to get Western equipment and to gear up for what they hope will be a decisive offensive sometime in the coming year. But it's going to be difficult for the Ukrainians because the Russians are strongly arrayed on the eastern side of the river. And for any attack, you need at least a 3-to-1 ratio in order to be successful if you're making the attack. And it becomes much more difficult if you're going to have to cross the river. The Russians, for their part, are confident, as we've heard and we've talked about many times, that they can outlast the West. They can outlast Ukraine, and ultimately they'll be able to outlast the conviction of America's allies to continue to support Ukraine, that the West will eventually get tired, will run out of money or decide they don't want to spend that much money, and the Ukrainians will be left to their own devices. So this next year, but particularly the next 6 months, will be decisive.
Ukraine waiting for more help, but Russia could be looking at getting some help too. There have been concerns over China's potential role in the war, possibly coming to Russia's side. Secretary of State Antony Blinken has said that there is intelligence showing that China is considering sending lethal aid, and that they do that, they could be facing some real consequences if they did. So what do you think that would look like?
Well, it's sort of a strange relationship, isn't it? Russia and China, who've been at odds for a long, long time, but one supposes that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. But China has been warned by us and by others that if they do that, they are going to face consequences, and they're most likely to be economic consequences. Now, the Chinese may think that they might be able to weather this, but it's not going to be to their particular advantage to assist the Russians. And the principal reason for that is that the Chinese are very much dependent upon economic relationships with the West in order to survive. And the Chinese currently have difficult problems, particularly economic problems internally. So the risk-adjusted return on the Chinese assisting the Russians is not particularly attractive. They lose a lot more by doing that than they gain by doing that. And the likelihood is that they probably will not give extensive aid to the Russians. But it remains to be seen. Xi is in a difficult situation. He may try to do it in order to shore up his internal support, but it's going to be economically extremely difficult for China if it does so.
Of course, yet to be seen if China is making that same calculation. Colonel Jack Jacobs, thanks so much. And when the war started a year ago, there was a strong push, especially for U.S.-based businesses, to cut ties with Russia. Well, a lot of those companies have closed their offices in Russia. A few did stick around. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung took a look at the 30 biggest multinational companies and what their involvement is in the country 1 year since that public push to withdraw. He joins us at the big board now for more on what he found. Brian, good morning. Thanks for being here. So exactly how many American headquartered businesses are still in Russia? And are there any surprises on this list?
Yeah, good morning, Stephen. 1 year out from the invasion of Ukraine, we've seen a lot of the large U.S. multinational corporations pull out of the country. We did an analysis of the 30 U.S. stocks that are in the Dow Jones Industrial Average, seen to be the blue chip largest companies in America. And among those 30, 24 of them said they had businesses in Russia and either exited or suspended their businesses there. So among the companies that have said they have temporarily suspended their businesses, you're looking at Apple no longer selling their products there, Coca-Cola no longer selling their products there, Boeing no longer providing parts in the region. Very interesting to also see how this differs from the companies that have said not only are they stopping their businesses, but they're actually leaving the country entirely. Here's some countries or companies that have exited their businesses in Russia, looking at Honeywell, JP Morgan Chase and Goldman Sachs, in many cases due to U.S. sanctions, not only stopping their businesses, but also leaving the country. Nike, McDonald's among the companies that are also saying they're going to unroll and then actually leave the country entirely. Now, there are some companies that have said that they still have some business ties there, although they are actually partially suspending portions of their business as well. Take a look at Amgen, Johnson & Johnson, Merck. These are pharmaceutical and health companies that are saying they're continuing to provide essential medicines to the Russian people. Although you look at the likes of Procter & Gamble, this is a consumer-facing business that said they are continuing to provide some essential types of healthcare, or not healthcare, but rather cleaning and hygiene products to the region as well. Dow Chemical saying they pared back their operations, and Chevron saying they have limited exposure to Russia, but they do have a stake in a Kazakh pipeline that does transact with Russia. So very interesting to see how a lot of these large companies, for the most part, are pulling out and leaving Russia.
Yeah, they are, or seem like they're trying to. Meanwhile, restaurants and shops operating in Russia, they got a lot of attention, especially in the media, when Russian-owned businesses tried to sort of step in and fill that gap when those companies were fleeing. How are those businesses doing?
Yeah, well, I mean, if I just show you some of the companies that have decided to leave the country entirely, I mean, a lot of these companies have actually put a number on how much it costs them to leave. When you take a look at JP Morgan Chase, for example, Jamie Dimon, the CEO there, saying that it's going to cost them it could cost them $1 billion for leaving the country. McDonald's somewhere between $1.2 and $1.4 billion. And then also Honeywell saying that it could cost them $295 million in terms of charges to leave the country. So there's a lot of money that's associated with this. But they said for the reputational risk, it's just simply not worth it, Stephen.
All right, Brian Chung, thanks for breaking that down for us. All right, now let's get to the latest on the Alec Murdaugh double murder trial. Murdaugh will take the stand today again to continue to be cross-examined by prosecutors. He took the stand yesterday in his own defense, denying he shot and killed his wife and one of his sons. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck is following the trial and has the latest from Walterboro, South Carolina.
Alec Murdaugh's defense team making the risky and rare decision to put their client on the stand. Will it help or hurt their case? The jury now tasked to decide. After nearly 5 weeks of testimony, a stunning surprise.
I am going to testify. I want to testify.
The trial's most anticipated witness takes the stand. Alec Murdaugh testifies in his own defense. The first questions aimed at the heart of the case.
Did you take this gun or any gun like it and blow your son's brains out on June 7th or any day or any time?
No, I did not.
If you take a 300 blackout, such as this, and fire it into your wife Maggie's leg, torso, or any part of her body?
No, I did not.
Quick to confront what is perhaps the prosecution's strongest evidence, the video taken by Paul Murdaugh at the dog kennels, placing Alec at the crime scene minutes before the murders. He's told investigators he wasn't there, but admits now he was lying.
Alec, why did you lie?
As my addiction evolved over time, I would get in these situations or circumstances where I would get paranoid.
Murdaugh says he didn't trust state law enforcers and regrets the lie that led to many others.
You continued lying after that night, did you not?
But once I lied, I continued to lie, yes, sir.
Emotional and crying throughout, Murdaugh's testimony largely rewrites his timeline on the night of the murders, showering and changing clothes before dinner, and describing the moment he discovered the bodies, again saying he checked for signs of life.
I know I tried to turn him over.
When you say you tried to turn him over, why were you trying to turn him over?
I don't know. I don't know why I tried to turn him over. Me and my boys laying face down.
Later in testimony, Alec admits a long-time addiction to opioids, that he stole client funds, but denies being overly concerned about getting caught prior to the murders.
What kind of cases did you normally do?
On cross-examination, prosecutors began by pressing Murdaugh on the fraud cases, where he admits he stole money from his clients and lied to them. And prosecutors suggesting all the stolen money wasn't going to fund his pill addiction.
You were generating millions of dollars in fees. That was not enough for you. Would you concede that?
If by concede that you mean was I also stealing money that I shouldn't have? Yes, sir, I agree with that. I've said that repeatedly.
Katie Beck reporting there. Murdaugh testified for about 6 hours yesterday before court adjourned for the day. The defense team says it has 2 more witnesses to call before they rest their case. And for more on the Murdaugh trial, we're joined by NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Danny, thanks for being here this morning. Wanted to talk to you about this. I did not think he would actually take the stand, but of course he did take the stand. What did you think? Was that the right decision?
Was it the right decision? We don't know yet. We'll find out when the verdict comes back. But there were a lot of problems. You generally don't call your client unless you absolutely have to get something from him you can't get from anywhere else. I'm not sure we heard anything new. He's already denied what he did on video interrogation. We've already seen him give his story on plenty of different videos. So what did we get new from here? I'm not entirely sure. Remember, the defense spent a lot of time pointing at the prosecution and saying they did a lousy job investigating. They got tunnel vision, Stephen, and they focused on our client. And the data was wrong. They had bad geographic data. They had all kinds of bad data. Then Murdaugh takes the stand and he says, oh, no, they were right. They essentially got tunnel vision, and there were no other tunnels. So at the end of the day, the defense hasn't put on any evidence to dispute 3 essential facts. Number 1, Murdaugh was there at the crime scene. He was the only one police found at the crime scene. Number 2, he handled a firearm. And number 3, he has lied constantly. He didn't just lie about the financial crimes. He lied about what he told law enforcement. And I can already hear the prosecution's closing. If he lied to law enforcement, how do you know he's not lying to you now? Was he lying then, or is he lying to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Yeah. Seems like a long shot.
Yeah, not long after he took the stand, he did make that admission to lying. I was wondering exactly how jurors would feel about that, hurting his credibility. We do have a clip. Let's play that and get your opinion on the other side.
I wasn't thinking clearly. I don't think I was capable of reason. And I lied about being down there. Once I lied, I continued to lie. Yes, sir.
Why?
You know, oh, what a tangled web we weave.
A tangled web we weave. I couldn't believe he actually said those words, because I was thinking that same thing. Would jurors, how they would try to interpret this? He went on to lie about stealing money and that he had to do that as well. What do you think the defense's strategy is there?
Here's the thing. He completely lied about the timeline. And I have to ask you, this is what I think they should say in closing if you're the state. If he hadn't been caught in this lie by the data, by the other technological information, do you honestly think he would have taken the stand and said, oh, by the way, I know there's no evidence that I lied, but I lied. I was really there. No, he's now telling his version of the truth because he got caught. And that's what prosecutors should focus on. So what? He admits to his financial crimes. We know that he already has committed these financial crimes. He admits to lying to law enforcement. We already know that. Anyone who's been watching this trial saw him lie, but he wasn't discovered until the prosecution had to do extra footwork, get all this data that he surely wasn't aware existed, and now he's getting caught. And the jury can see that, and the prosecution, they've got to hammer that in the closing. All the defense really has at the end of the day in their closing is those guys did a shoddy investigation, but they can't dispute the fact, they can't put on a real third-party defense. In other words, they've suggested that maybe the shooter wasn't tall enough or that there were people who wanted to do his son Paul harm, but they haven't pointed to an empty chair and said, there's some other dude out there, and here's the dude.
Yeah, an alternate explanation. Well, there's more to come. Cross-examination continues today. Danny, thanks so much. All right, now to the late winter blast hitting much of the country from California to Maine. Devastating snow, wind, and ice caused massive power outages, car pileups, and a whole lot of travel delays. Thousands of flights were canceled as people were urged not to travel due to low visibility, high winds, and icy road conditions. Almost 1 million people in the state of Michigan have been left without power due to downed lines. Other states are dealing with the after effects of blizzards. Minnesota seeing 15 inches of snow on the ground. Portland, Oregon recording its second largest snowfall ever. And look at this. In Southern California, a blizzard warning was issued for the first time since 1989, with flurries bringing a rainbow over Hollywood. Angie Lastman joins us now with more on that. Some wild weather out there, Angie.
You took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to say exactly that. Wild weather this week, and it continues to be impactful for a lot of people now on the West Coast. We dealt with many of those issues, I should say, from the plains to the Northeast over the past few days. Now we're centering all of our attention over mainly California. Yesterday, Oregon picked up its second snowiest day in records. We're going to see some impacts as far as snow and rain and wind. All of those things are going to be something that folks in California are going to have to deal with through the day today. So let's time it out for you. There's the system that we're watching. It's already started to bring some heavy rain to parts of the Bay Area and points north. As we get through today, Los Angeles, San Diego, Santa Barbara, all those locations are going to see more rainfall, and it will be concerning for flooding conditions. You can see where the best chance of some flash flooding is. Santa Ana, LA, Malibu, Thousand Oaks, Santa Barbara, you're going to be in on this as well. We know that there's issue with the ground saturation when we see ample amounts of rain, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see some flooded roadways. And on top of that, we'll see some difficult travel too when it comes to strong winds and snow. There's the rainfall amounts that you can expect near LA, 2, 3, even upwards of 4 inches in some spots. Isolated amounts could be even higher than that across the area. Snowfall, it's going to be more focused towards those higher elevations, of course. Anywhere from 3 to 6 feet is likely in parts of the Sierras, but there will be a chance for lower elevations, say 2,000 feet, to see some of that accumulating snowfall as well. So that'll be something that we likely haven't seen in a while and we don't often see. So we'll watch for some videos, photos to come out of that. It'll be pretty interesting in places like what you just saw, where the Hollywood Hills sign, where the Hollywood sign is, and then the Hollywood Hills. We do continue to have issues as far as impacts in that area. You can see the high wind warning that's in effect in that area, along with the wind advisory. 30 million people are included in this, and that's because our wind gusts will be 30, 40, even 50 miles per hour with snow. That means blowing snow, and visibility will be an issue for really a lot of folks as we get through the next couple of days, Stephen.
All right, so much going on and so much to look forward to. Angie, thank you. Well, coming up on Morning News Now, new concerns about a migrant crisis, this time at the northern border. We'll look into what's behind a 700% spike in crossings from Canada. Plus, tensions rising in the Middle East following that deadly raid this week in the West Bank. More on the new efforts underway to keep peace. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. Border Patrol agents are seeing an increase in migrants coming into the United States from Canada. As NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro explains, some areas are seeing a 700% spike in people crossing from the northern border.
A new border crisis, migrants crossing over under the cover of darkness in extreme weather, in some cases dying. Pete Foster has watched it play out from his own home.
I think it's sad. I think that'd be an awful position to put your kids and your family in, crossing like that, but obviously these people don't feel they have a choice.
Foster is not talking about the southern border, but the north, where the U.S. meets Canada, less than 100 yards from his front door in Vermont.
How cold does it get up here?
Oh, I've seen it 20 below zero.
No condition to be walking through the woods at night.
No, especially not with their family, you know.
He's lived here for more than 20 years. Recently, there's been a noticeable change.
Is there a lack of Border Patrol presence here?
Last couple of years, there's been a real lack of agents. And I would say, yes, a real lack of Border Patrol presence.
This area, the U.S. Customs and Border Protection's Swanton sector, stretches across New York, Vermont, and New Hampshire. CBP citing a more than 800% increase in apprehensions and encounters there from October to January of this year, compared to the same time the previous year.
Turn left onto the ramp to Canadian border.
Right now we're headed to an area of the border with Canada and Vermont where Border Patrol agents tell us it's been a hot spot for migrants making their way into the U.S. illegally. They've been crossing over through wooded areas and through some extremely cold weather over the last month.
But Foster worries it's not just migrants who are crossing. He says suspicious cars are showing up in the middle of the night, and also says he's seen what he believes could be evidence of drug trafficking.
Yeah, there's some serious people that come across. It's not all just families trying to get in.
Swanton sector border agents documenting several cases of migrants walking into the country, bracing bitter cold while dragging suitcases and carrying children. In this case, an 8-month-old and a 2-year-old. The sector's chief patrol agent Robert Garcia tweeting that during a week in early February, 105 people from 8 countries were apprehended, quote, undeterred by Arctic chill, despite regional temps dropping to -22. Another photo, what appears to be a bare footprint in the snow. Sometimes the dangerous trek turns deadly. Last year, a South Asian couple, including their 2 children, froze to death attempting to cross into the U.S. from Canada near North Dakota. Their bodies were found just 13 yards away from the border.
It tells me that the cartels have recognized that there's an awful lot of profit to be made coming through the northern border, and they're going to do whatever is necessary to generate that profit. And when you see numbers like this, that's clearly showing that they've seen a vulnerability, they know that there's gaps in our coverage, and they're going to exploit those gaps for that profit.
Brandon Judd, president of the union that represents border agents, says cartels trafficking everything from illicit drugs to human beings are facilitating the path north, booking flights for a fee.
The cartels facilitate the entire travel for a fee from Mexico to Canada. And then from Canada to the United States. It's all about fees, but they do facilitate the entire travel, yes.
But not far from Pete Foster's home, migrants are also going the other way, walking into Canada at this unofficial border crossing on Roxham Road, taken into custody by Canadian officials, hoping they'll be accepted as refugees.
La gente entró en desesperación, se corrieron los rumores de que llegaban buses para subirte a Canadá.
First it was slow, then it started picking up, and now it's worse than ever. There's constant people either walking or personal vehicles or all kinds of taxis, from cars to vans.
Melissa Bishaw lives on Roxham Road, the traffic prompting her to add security measures to her home.
There's one camera there, a second camera's there, and a third camera's there, and then I got a 4th camera in the back on the back porch.
More than 39,000 refugees crossed into Canada last year through unofficial crossings. The majority took this path. The Canadian government now struggling to deal with the influx.
It would be
unfortunate to put up barricades and close Roxham Road only for border crossings to open up elsewhere along the 6,000 or so kilometers of border that we have with the United States.
On the U.S. side, Pete Foster just wants help, starting with more border protection.
I think it'll help. I think what they have for agents here are stretched very thin. I think it would definitely help having more agents.
And our thanks to Valerie Castro for that report. U.S. Customs and Border Protection would not respond to claims that they are stretched too thin along the northern border, but say there are 273 agents assigned to that sector. The union telling NBC News agents have been asked to volunteer to report to the northern border in the next month to address some of those issues, but CBP would not confirm that request for more manpower. All right, to the latest now in the developments in the Middle East, where tensions are running high this morning after Israel and militants in the Gaza Strip exchanged fire yesterday. It's the latest violence following a deadly raid in the West Bank on Wednesday that was carried out by the Israeli army. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has been following this story, and she joins us now with more. Molly, good morning to you. So what's the latest on the situation there?
Stephen, good morning to you. So I think that we can report there is a cautious quiet this morning. There were no new rockets fired from Gaza. There were no airstrikes, Israeli airstrikes in Gaza overnight. There was some expectation there might be big Palestinian protests in the occupied West Bank or in East Jerusalem after Friday prayers. Stephen, we have not seen that yet. But just to be really clear, as you mentioned, that deadly raid in Nablus, we are at the tail end of a week of the deadliest week that the occupied West Bank has seen in nearly 20 years. So there's no sign that we are kind of in the clear or out of this cycle of violence yet.
And speaking of that, Reuters is reporting that these mediation efforts that are underway by Egypt and the United Nations to try to calm the situation, that they're ongoing right now. Do we know where those efforts stand? And has Israeli leader Benjamin Netanyahu, has he shown any signs that he's willing to try to negotiate for a solution?
Yeah, Stephen, no word on those mediation efforts or even what kind of the goal or the possible outcomes or solutions of kind of mediation efforts at this point might be. We do know the Middle East UN envoy went into Gaza yesterday for meetings. He did tweet out a statement. He said, deeply disturbed by the continuing cycle of violence and appalled by the loss of civilian lives. Continuing my engagement with all concerned parties to de-escalate the situation, I urge all sides to refrain from steps that could further inflame an already volatile situation. No sign, Stephen, though, that these meetings might bring different results. For example, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's government has shown no sign that they will change course or stop the direction that they have been going since he came back into power, of course, leading the most right-wing government that Israel has ever seen. We have seen more of these raids, of course. Just several weeks ago, we were talking about the deadly raid in Jenin, Stephen, now Nablus. We have seen an increase in home demolitions in East Jerusalem. So no sign that the Israeli side is doing anything differently. And really looking at the Palestinian Authority, President Mahmoud Abbas runs a very, very weak government. He has no trust, no mandate among the Palestinian people, Stephen.
Where does the U.S. stand in all of this? Is there any indication the U.S. might try to step in and prevent this from escalating more?
Well, remember, Secretary of State Antony Blinken was just in the region. He was on a pre-scheduled trip, and it actually coincided with that deadly raid in Jenin in the occupied West Bank just a few weeks ago. He went to try to kind of tamp down tensions. Of course, clearly that didn't work because then we saw this very deadly week this week in Nablus. There was a statement, very boilerplate statement from the U.S. State Department yesterday. Take a listen to Ned Price.
The United States is extremely concerned by the levels of violence in Israel and the West Bank. We recognize the very real security concerns facing Israel. At the same time, we are deeply concerned by the large number of injuries and the loss of civilian lives.
Yeah, so deeply concerned about the civilian loss of life. Of course, 11 Palestinians, including militants and civilians, lost their lives this week. The real difference, though, this week, and why this is so different than Jenin, and why talking to people on both sides really doubt that any kind of calm may come of this, is the civilian casualties, the civilian injuries, Stephen. More than 100 Palestinians were injured in the raid in Nablus, and many of those from live ammunition. So really no trust, certainly on the Palestinian side that anyone, including the U.S. and the international community, has the leverage, would use the leverage to get the Israeli government led by Prime Minister Netanyahu to change course or to not carry out more of these very deadly, very similar raids.
A complicated situation, a lot of violence. Molly, thanks for helping us break that down. Well, coming up this morning, new information about that Ohio train derailment now posing a health hazard and a whole lot of concern for residents. What investigators are now saying may have been the cause of that accident. That's up next on Morning News Now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans. Ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. And now for the latest on that toxic threat facing an Ohio community following a train derailment earlier this month. New findings from the NTSB are revealing a possible cause for that accident. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen has those details.
With the scene being cleaned up, new details about what caused the fiery derailment. Federal investigators saying a preliminary investigation shows an overheated wheel bearing likely to blame.
This was 100% preventable.
The NTSB says the train passed over 2 detectors, which showed the bearing was heating up. By the time it hit a 3rd detector, it was 253 degrees above air temperature, triggering an audible alarm to warn the crew, who then slowed and stopped the train.
This is a community that is suffering. This is not about politics. What I care about is figuring out how this happened.
The NTSB chair says there's no evidence the crew did anything wrong. In a statement, Norfolk Southern says our highest priority is the safety of our people and the communities we serve, adding it will continue to support the NTSB's investigation. While Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg visited for the first time after criticism from some residents that he should have come sooner, demanding the nation's rail operators stop resisting safety measures to cut costs.
Let's get people from both sides of the aisle to the table and come to agreement on some steps that are needed, even if the rail industry is pushing back.
Meanwhile, near the crash, the Figleys only come back to their small farm to check on things like their chickens. They're part of a class action lawsuit that attorneys say includes over 500 residents.
I live out of my car and at my daughter's house. It's awful. I feel homeless.
Why won't you come back home?
Because I don't know what I'm coming home to, and I'm 70 years old.
And the number of lawsuits is growing, at least a dozen, that attorneys say could ultimately involve thousands of residents in Ohio and Pennsylvania affected by the derailment. Norfolk Southern has said it will not comment on any pending litigation. Now back to you.
No doubt it's just the beginning. Ron, thank you. All right, now to an update on Harvey Weinstein. The former Hollywood producer has been sentenced to 16 more years in prison for a rape conviction in Los Angeles. The disgraced film producer and media mogul was already serving a more than 2-decade-long sentence for a separate sex crime conviction in New York. That case was considered to be a landmark trial for the Me Too movement. Weinstein's attorney says his new sentence will be appealed. Well, coming up this morning, the politics of Black history. After the break, we'll hear from a journalist behind a new push to educate people about African Americans' painful past and some politicians' efforts to stop it. And all in the family. We'll introduce you to two sisters, both graduating high school at the very top of their class. This is Morning News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As Americans celebrate Black History Month, some political leaders are fighting against its inclusion in the classroom. NBC News correspondent Zenclay Esimwa sat down with the author of the 1619 Project to discuss the politics of Black history.
Journalist and creator of the 1619 Project, Nicole Hannah-Jones, is no stranger to criticism.
You've called yourself a symbol for people who wanted to stoke the so-called culture wars.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, clearly you can look at just last week when Nikki Haley decides she wants to announce presidency, she includes the 1619 Project in that announcement and includes it in ways that are not accurate and very disparaging of the project.
The long-form journalism project, launched in 2019 by the New York Times Magazine, re-examines U.S. history through the lens of the African-American experience and is now a Hulu docuseries. Hannah-Jones says her project spawned a larger so-called anti-critical race theory campaign in the country. Earlier this month, 1619 was referenced in former Governor Nikki Haley's bid for the Republican nomination.
They say the promise of freedom is just made up. Some think our ideas are not just wrong, but racist and evil.
What is your response to Nikki Haley's video calling out your project and making those claims?
One, I don't think anyone can read the project and argue that the project thinks America is evil. Nikki Haley herself really erases and invisibilizes how the Black freedom struggle allowed her to be in a position to run for president.
The project, also cited by Republican Governor Ron DeSantis as a reason for his controversial Stop Woke Act. The legislation restricts teaching on race and sexuality in Florida schools. The documentary series premiered just as Florida's controversial ban of advanced placement African-American history classes began.
Do you have a message to these mostly Republican governors who are banning 1619 and other race-related education?
Yes, I mean, my message to these governors is, one, have you actually read the 1619 Project? Our children deserve to be exposed to all types of different ideas. This is the role of a public education.
Former Governor Nikki Haley did not immediately respond for comment. The DeSantis administration declined to comment on this matter. The film series also expands on the Pulitzer Prize-winning 1619 Project, including episodes on democracy, music, capitalism, and more. Hannah Jones infusing her own family story throughout.
You can't understand democracy without realizing that our founders didn't actually believe in multiracial democracy, but Black people did.
Hannah Jones hoping 1619's story of America's complicated past will bring a brighter future. Zinclair Samoa, NBC News.
Important topics, Clay, thanks. Some financial headlines now. Credit card debt could be crippling rainy day funds nationwide. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us for this and more money news. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey, Stephen, good morning. That's right. So, yeah, credit card debt is hurting Americans' ability to stash money away for a rainy day. A new Bankrate survey finds more than a third of people say their debt is larger than their emergency savings, and 1 in 4 say they'd have to use their credit cards to cover a $1,000 expense. Saving for an emergency has been challenging amid high inflation and rising interest rates. Nearly 40% of people say they either have less money in savings versus a year ago or none at all. Chinese e-commerce giant Alibaba has yet to see a full consumer-led rebound. The company runs 2 of the largest online shopping sites in China. On Alibaba's earnings call yesterday, CEO Daniel Zhang says sales of physical goods have remained weak so far this year. That's due to COVID cases as well as people traveling during the Lunar New Year holidays. But he says after the COVID wave and holiday, demand for apparel, sporting, and outdoor goods recovered. Warner Brothers Discovery is taking a page from Disney's playbook, saying it will lean heavily into its popular franchises, including Superman, Batman, Lord of the Rings, and Harry Potter. The company says after completing months of restructuring, it's looking to take full advantage of its roster of characters through new movies and TV shows. It struck a deal to make several films based on the Lord of the Rings novel, Stephen.
Okay, more superhero movies and TV shows. I will not complain about that.
There you go.
All right, Silvana, thanks so much. All right, well, our next story is the true definition of twin power. Sisters Gloria and Victoria Guerre have been named valedictorian and salutatorian at West Hempstead Secondary School, an exclamation point to just some remarkable high school careers. And the sisters join us now to talk all about it. I love hearing this so much. Thank you both, Gloria and Victoria, for being with us this morning. This is such an amazing feat, not just one of you, but both of you. How did you react when you found out about this?
So it was totally unexpected, the announcement. I was in AP Physics just doing momentum problems. And it was a rainy day, pretty chilly. I didn't expect anything. And when the announcement came over the PA, they announced salutatorian first. And when they announced my name, I immediately ran out of the room. I was running around the hallways in complete shock, but I had to run back in to hear Gloria's name. And when Gloria's name was announced, we were both just jumping in the classroom, completely in disregard of anybody watching us. We were just so surprised, and this moment is just so precious to us. Yeah, for me, it felt so surreal. I had this achievement as a target for a long time, and for it to actually come into fruition, it just felt so surreal. I'm so happy.
Yeah, what an incredible moment for you to remember the rest of your lives together. So how did you both push and motivate each other? A lot of people would think about a certain type of sibling rivalry that you guys may have, but it seems like you just are each other's support systems.
It's exactly that. I say all the time, but iron sharpens iron. I really believe we use each other to push ourselves and improve upon our skills. I know that if she received a grade and I didn't like mine, I'll get mad and I'll try to, compete to be like her. And it was just back and forth and really helped us shape who we are today. Yeah, and we use our strengths and weaknesses to our advantage. We know that she's a little better at some subjects and I'm a little better at others. For example, I struggled in algebra, but she was able to help me out in that subject. And she struggles in essay writing, so I help her out all the time in that too. So we just use each other's strengths to our advantage to help each other's weaknesses.
Wow. Well, we do want to ask you what's next for you. Of course, college seems like it's definitely something you guys are thinking about. I heard you casually mention AP Physics there. So what's in store?
Well, immediately, we have a lot of things on our athletic agenda. We have state championships coming up next Saturday, nationals. For academics, we do have AP exams. We're taking 6 APs this year, so that's going to be a lot. But how about for college? For the next 4 years, we plan to continue our athletic and academic careers at Yale University. And we hope to study artificial intelligence. And we may diverge during our study, but that's the goal for now.
Wow, fascinating. Definitely want to follow all of that. You guys also athletes, in addition to being incredible at academics. Such an inspiration. Victoria and Gloria, thanks so much for being with us this morning.
Thank you. Thanks so much for having us.
All right, well, coming up this morning on Morning News Now, musicians with a mission. When we come back, as we mark 1 year of the war in Ukraine, how a Ukrainian orchestra is spreading a message of hope here in the United States. We'll be back.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. After 50 years, we are finally going to find out what happened after The Grinch Stole Christmas. Publishers are releasing a brand new book called How the Grinch Lost Christmas. It takes place 1 year after the first, and of course, it'll teach another valuable lesson about the true spirit of the holiday season. With the original book being a huge success and being adapted into live action and animated films, it is no surprise the Grinch will be returning to Whoville. We can expect the holidays to come a bit sooner. This year, that book is scheduled to be released on September 5th. Very cool. A lot of questions about what happens next. And finally this hour, while Ukraine's military is now 1 year into a vital mission fending off Russia's invasion, Ukrainian musicians are on a different mission. They're touring America, promoting Ukraine's rich culture, a tour that last week brought them to New York and one of America's most iconic concert halls. Our Joe Fryer has more.
These are
are the civilized sounds one would expect to hear in a revered venue like Carnegie Hall. Harmonious music performed by the Lviv National Philharmonic Orchestra. Yet, a much more raucous sound sometimes seems to erupt as these Ukrainian musicians tour America.
You walk on the stage in Miami, the orchestra, even before the conductor shows any signs of life, the orchestra walks out and you'd think it's a tie score with 5 seconds left in the Super Bowl. The public is stamping their feet, they're screaming. Many of them have small Ukrainian flags in their pockets, and they're not Ukrainians. They're normal American concert goers.
You know, that never happened to me before when you go on stage and there's a standing ovation already. And I kind of feel a little bit uncomfortable in a way because this is not for me.
That response is for the orchestra, but it's not about the orchestra.
What it's about is their homeland. Just ask Ukrainian-born pianist Stanislav Kristenko, who has family fighting in the war.
Those are the heroes, and I'm getting a standing ovation. I don't think this is fair, but I kind of dedicate all this because we all understand who are the real heroes today.
The orchestra's tour was actually planned 2 years ago, well before anyone could have imagined a war in Europe. Their Ukrainian-American conductor, Theodore Kuchar, says 66 musicians are here, but they're preoccupied with what's happening to the loved ones they've left behind.
There's nobody here who is not intimately familiar with somebody who has been impacted in the worst possible way by this. So people are highly distracted by what's happening, but they realize also that their existence in the United States, in Carnegie Hall this evening, somebody has put them on a very special mission, and I think they are serving their country as they are best able to right now.
What is that mission?
The mission, I think, is to show Americans that the country that they are supporting, it's not a band of poor, soulless people. It is intellectually, culturally equal to any of its European counterparts.
A mission to share Ukraine's culture with the world, eclipsing images of war with sounds of harmony.
This is a historic moment for all Ukrainians. I'm not sure that every musician realizes it, but I think in 20 or 30 years, when they're sitting and reflecting on their careers, where they've been, what they've done, there's no question that this evening will represent the culmination of what Ukrainian musical life has achieved up until this point.
Just beautiful, and our thanks to Joe Fryer for that report. One of the songs performed during last week's show came from a Ukrainian composer. This tour by the Lviv National Philharmonic is making stops in 40 cities all across America. It started last month in Florida and ends next month in Iowa. Well, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now, but the news continues right now. Good Friday morning. I'm Stephen Romo, filling in for Joe in Savannah today. And right now on Morning News Now, 1 year later, a nation bombarded with violence for 365 of those days. Thousands have been killed. Vital infrastructure in Ukraine critically damaged, all with no real end in sight. A war of words and sacrifice between two world leaders and a proxy conflict for many others. Where Ukraine stands 1 year after Russia invaded and where the battered nation can go from here. Tearful testimony, an emotional and eye-opening day in court for Alec Murdaugh, the prominent South Carolina attorney accused of murdering his wife and son, taking the stand in his own defense yesterday, ultimately denying having pulled the trigger, but admitting to lying to police.
Oh, what a tangled web we weave. But once I told the lie, and I told my family, I had to keep lying.
Murdaugh back on the stand today, what we're expecting as this trial heats up. Also this morning, Mother Nature is not letting up for the start of your work week, or weekend rather, with snow and dangerous swaths of ice slamming the upper Midwest and New England as that cross-country storm works its way east. Meanwhile, out west, another severe system dropping heavy rain and snow in California. It's all throwing one big wrench into weekend travel, with hundreds of flights already canceled today nationwide. We've got your forecast coming up. And Truth in Fiction will bring you the perhaps unbelievably true story of one of Hollywood's strangest movies in years, a bear that, well, does a whole lot of cocaine. More on that and some of the other can't-miss content for your weekend coming up later this hour. A lot going on. Thanks for being here. And we do begin in Ukraine, which is marking 1 year since the Russian invasion started. Around the world, landmarks like the Empire State Building, the Eiffel Tower, and the Sydney Opera House are lit up in the colors of the Ukrainian flag to mark this somber occasion. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Richard Engel is in Ukraine with how people there are looking back while continuing the fight.
Everyone here remembers exactly where they were a year ago at 5 o'clock in the morning when Russian troops crossed the border after the Kremlin had been insisting for weeks that it had no intention of invading Ukraine. Today, Ukraine's President Zelensky marked the occasion, thanked his people for their resolve, and predicted that this year, Ukraine would win the war.
Ukrainians this morning observing a moment of silence for a war they were widely expected to lose, but instead are winning. It was 5 a.m. a year ago today when Russia invaded Ukraine in the biggest military campaign in Europe since World War II. At the time, President Putin said Ukraine, an independent nation since the breakup of the Soviet Union 30 years ago, shouldn't exist. This morning, President Zelensky said Ukrainians have proven invincible after a year of pain, sorrow, faith, and unity. Millions of Ukrainians are still living as refugees across Europe. A year ago, they began to escape the country, fearing Russian troops would quickly take over.
There's a lot of confusion about where these trains are departing from. We've seen people holding their babies up in the air.
Throughout it all, the Ukrainian people have showed grit, determination, and resolve.
The Russians have now arrived at the gates of Kiev. This footbridge is one of the only ways people are able to escape.
But the Ukrainian army, backed by American money and weapons, launched a stunning counteroffensive, driving Russian troops back and liberating occupied towns and cities. President Biden congratulated Ukrainians for their bravery after his surprise visit to Kyiv this week. But Vladimir Putin shows no signs of giving up. He's making nuclear threats again and launched a new offensive. Now China is entering the mix, calling for peace. Its foreign ministry overnight releasing a 12-point peace plan. It's mainly a statement of principles about the importance of respecting national sovereignty, avoiding Cold War mentalities, and the need for peace talks. Ukrainian officials say Putin can't be trusted, while the Kremlin continues to insist a sovereign, democratic Ukraine has no right to exist.
China said that nuclear weapons and nuclear threats should not be used, and today the White House is rolling out more sanctions against Russia. Richard Engel, NBC News, Mykolaiv, Ukraine.
All right, Richard, thanks for that update. And over the past year, we've been speaking with Kyiv resident Z. Gaiman about her experience during the war. And I'm pleased to say she's back with us this morning. Z, thanks so much for being here. And after a year now, how are you and your family? And are you guys, do you have any plans to mark this milestone?
Yeah, I was thinking about this year. And I even spoke to the group of girls that are also military wives that we have a support group with, and I asked them, what would you like to say? And mainly it's the fact that everybody today in Ukraine is analyzing where they were and where they are right now. And what I can say is that we've changed. A year ago, I was, at this time, I was looking at a cup of coffee that my husband made for me just before going to war. And I didn't know whether I'll ever have a coffee made by him again. And this morning, I actually told him, thank you for the coffee, because he's back in Kyiv. But yeah, we were filled with fear and uncertainty. That's not gone altogether. because the war still goes on. But I think we became even more stronger during this year and more resilient, and we've adapted because we were getting ready for very hard winter. And it turned out that we survived the winter. It's 6 more days of, several more days of February left. It was hard. It's still hard because a lot of friends and relatives are still at war. But I think Ukraine as a nation and Ukrainians as people, we found our identity during this year.
Yeah, and have shown the whole world that identity. When you reflect on the events of this past long year, I'm wondering, were there any moments where you felt particularly worried? And on the other hand, are there any moments where you felt particularly hopeful?
The most worried that I've actually been was when we left Ukraine for a couple of months. Because in the news, you usually get the horrible, only the bad news, mainly. They don't talk about normal life. And I remember the time when my mom, my kids, and me, we came back to Ukraine, back to our home. That felt like a victory in itself. And from then on, it felt, it was still hard because we still live with air sirens and blackouts during the winter. But the hope gets stronger every day that, especially thanks to the support of numerous countries and to the U.S. as well, we have felt that support, that we are not alone. So that gives us strength to go on.
I'm so glad to hear you have some optimism and some hope in there amidst all that you've had to endure. We're definitely continuing to think about you guys and follow all of the developments that continue there with no end in sight. Z, thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you.
All right, now to the latest developments on that toxic train derailment. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is promising safety changes to the train industry after the NTSB investigators' initial findings show the disaster in Ohio could have been prevented. NBC correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from East Palestine with more on this. Jesse, good morning.
Stephen, good morning. We now know the train's emergency brake system kicked in after the NTSB says a critical alarm went off. Investigators say the crew was following procedure, but now there are questions as to whether that procedure needs to change.
This morning, federal investigators zeroing in on the cause of that toxic train derailment. On Thursday, the National Transportation Safety Board releasing its preliminary report. Investigators say this surveillance video appears to show a wheel bearing on the train approach what they call an overheat failure moments before the derailment.
This was 100% preventable. We call things accidents. There is no accident.
NTSB says a suspect wheel bearing's temperature was tracked by 3 sensors across roughly 30 miles in this area. The first reading, 38 degrees above the air temperature. Then it was up 103 degrees. Finally, 253 degrees hotter than the air temperature.
They were following procedures. Once they got the critical alarm of 253, they took immediate action.
According to investigators, the engineer slowing the train before an automatic emergency brake brought it to a stop. But before that critical alarm, the NTSB says Norfolk Southern's crew was not alerted to the first 2 temperature checks. In a statement, Norfolk Southern says its temperature detectors trigger an alarm at a temperature threshold that is among the lowest in the rail industry. Meanwhile, residents like Michelle Graff are joining class action lawsuits. She's worried about her bed and breakfast's business.
It's kind of like if a bully punches you, you gotta push them back.
The report coming as Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg has been criticized for not visiting sooner. He toured the derailment site Thursday, pushing for tighter train safety rules.
I think we need to raise the bar on what's expected and on what's required.
How much does a promise for tomorrow help?
Well, it doesn't. I mean, this is here. It's happened. We have to deal with it.
The NTSB says that the railroad sets its own own temperature threshold, with investigators now looking into if that threshold should be different. Meanwhile, the NTSB says it plans to hold what it calls a rare investigative field hearing that is planned for this spring. Stephen?
Some answers there, but still so many questions. Jesse, thank you so much. All right, now to the winter weather, burying parts of the country in snow and ice. It's causing some pretty major travel headaches on the roads and also in the air. NBC News aviation correspondent Tom Costello is at Reagan National Airport in Virginia with more.
Yeah, there's always a travel component to these weather systems. Right now, we've got about 800 delays, a little more than 200 flight cancellations nationwide. We're really watching the West Coast. Portland had a total of 11 inches of snow. That's the second most since World War II. Minneapolis, 13 inches of snow. So both the West Coast and the upper Midwest really in the bullseye for these storm systems.
On this Friday morning, a dangerous combination. Snow, ice, and gusting winds are impacting millions from the West Coast all the way to New England. The major blast of winter weather bringing parts of the country to a virtual standstill.
Our flight got canceled because of the snow, I'm guessing.
More than 1,000 flights canceled, 7,000 more delayed on Thursday.
Keeping my fingers crossed.
Airports in Portland and Minneapolis slammed, both areas digging out from major snowstorms that also made for treacherous driving conditions. Roads slick with ice and snow, causing crashes and closing highways. In Portland, roads clogged with cars not going anywhere fast. Police there say they had almost no warning to prepare for the traffic nightmare, with forecasters underselling the storm.
If I didn't have to work today, it'd be fine. And if my car had heat, it would be fine. But here we are.
In the Midwest, the storm knocking out power to hundreds of thousands of customers. The Northeast, from upstate New York to Boston, also experiencing its share of frigid temps and snow. And out west, after blanketing Portland with its second snowiest day on record, Southern California bracing for its first blizzard in almost 30 years in the mountains outside of L.A. As this rare sight took residents by surprise, a wintry mix falling over that famed Hollywood sign.
Talk about a weird weather situation. We have not had any measurable snowfall on the cement on the roads here in Washington at all this year. We haven't pulled out any shovels. In fact, here on Thursday, it was 80 degrees in Washington, as we've now got snow in Southern California. Go figure. Back to you.
Wow, a wild February, Tom. Thanks so much. And sticking with weather and looking forward to the weekend, meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us now with what to expect. Hey, Angie.
Hey there. Things are looking a little better for the Northeast and, of course, most of the eastern half of the country. But the West Coast, that's where we're really going to continue to get slammed over the next day or so. You see that system that's been working on shore, bringing heavy rain to basically the entire California coast from San Francisco to San Diego. They're going to continue to see some of this rain working in, some snow in those higher elevations, and not to mention some really strong winds. We'll show you those wind alerts here in a moment. But here's how it plays out. This system continues tracking a little farther inland. It does bring impacts all the way through Saturday. So this isn't just a today problem. Tomorrow, too, places like Los Angeles, San Diego still could see some of this lingering moisture, and not to mention up into the Sierras. As far as the flooding is concerned, we're basically looking for the bullseye of the best chance, or at least a moderate risk of it happening for places like LA, Malibu, even up into Santa Barbara. You could see some of that with these rainfall amounts inching closer to 1, 2, even 3, and possibly isolated areas up to 4 inches. We've seen exactly how that plays out when California receives a lot of rain all at the same time. So this will be concerning for any travel on the roadways today and even into tomorrow. If you're going up into those higher elevations, roads are going to be really treacherous. We have added snowfall that we're going to look for, 3 to 6 feet likely for mostly those, again, higher elevations, places in the Sierras. It'll still be quite gusty there, so just keep that in mind. And not to mention, we'll also see a couple of snowflakes that will be in locations that aren't quite as likely because of how cold those temperatures are. There's the wind alerts. I promised more than 30 million people. We have a blizzard warning that was issued for the first time ever in San Diego for the San Bernardino Mountains. So more records across the area, and you can see why. It's just going to be a really active couple of days, Stephen.
Meanwhile, there's been like no snow in New York City.
We're desperate for some snow. Share with us, please.
Oh, speak for yourself. I'm glad there's no snow. Just want to say.
All right, I'll keep my opinions to myself.
All right, Angie, thanks so much. All right, coming up this hour on Morning News Now.
As I'm about to open my trunk, I hear
gunshots, and I feel that I get hit, but he kept shooting at me.
The local news photographer who survived that deadly shooting spree in Florida, where his coworker was tragically killed. Well, he's now telling his story of what happened. Plus, an eye-opening day of testimony from prominent South Carolina attorney Alec Murdaugh as he takes the stand to testify in his own defense in the double murder trial he's facing. We've got the must-see moments and what we can expect from Murdaugh today when he takes the stand again. That's next.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest film, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. We're learning new details this morning about the Florida shooting spree that left 3 people dead, including a 9-year-old girl and a local news reporter. Now, one of the survivors is giving his account of the attack and how he was able to survive this. NBC News correspondent Guad Vanegas joins us now from Orlando, Florida, with more on this. Just an awful situation here, Guad.
Good morning, Stephen. That's correct. So we have more details as to what happened right before that news crew was attacked. We also have that body cam footage of the moment the suspect was arrested. And as you mentioned, the journalist that survived the attack has spoken from inside the hospital where he continues to recover.
This morning, the one surviving journalist of the Orlando shooting spree talking for the first time about the horrific attack that took his partner's life.
He kept shooting at me.
Jesse Walden, a photographer with Spectrum News 13 in Orlando, was covering an earlier murder involving a woman shot in her vehicle.
The crime scene had already wrapped up, so we had no real clue where the car was previously. And apparently I ended up parking exactly where that car was before.
That's when he unexpectedly became part of the news story he was working on.
As I'm about to open my trunk, I hear gunshots, and I feel that I get hit.
The reporter he was working with, Dylan Lyons, was shot and killed. Authorities say the 19-year-old suspect, Keith Moses, is a gang member with a long history of arrests. According to police documents filed Thursday earlier in the day, Moses was offered a ride by his cousin and 38-year-old victim, Natasha Augustine.
And at some point, for some reason, he shoots the victim in that car.
Hours later, police say Moses returned to the scene of the crime and opened fire on the news crew before going into a nearby home and killing 9-year-old Tyona Major and critically injuring her mother. Family members calling the child funny, smart, and a joy to be around. This new police body camera shows the moment of the arrest.
Get on your face. Get on your...
During the arrest, police cut out an automatic handgun from his pants.
Glad to see you. It's hot, still hot.
This morning, tributes pouring in for reporter Dylan Lyons, including one from his heartbroken partner.
We're best friends, and he was just a sweet guy.
And the suspect waived his right to appear in court. He's being held with no bond, accused of the murder of the first victim, Natasha Augustine. Yet the Orange County Sheriff says he believes that more charges will be brought against the suspect for the death of that reporter and also of the 9-year-old girl. Stephen.
So senseless. Guad Venegas, thank you. All right, an update now on R. Kelly. A federal judge has sentenced the singer to 20 years in prison for his conviction in an Illinois sex abuse case. The 56-year-old will serve 19 years of that sentence concurrently with the 30-year sentence he got last year in New York for racketeering and sex trafficking charges. So he'll actually only end up serving an additional 1 year in prison. Prosecutors originally asked the judge to order him to serve a 25-year sentence after he completes that 30-year term. Jurors convicted R. Kelly on 6 of 13 counts in the Illinois case. Now to the trial we've been watching closely for the past month now. Prosecutors are set to resume their cross-examination of Alec Murdaugh later today. Yesterday, the disbarred attorney accused of murdering his wife and son took the stand in his own defense. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck joins us in Walterboro, South Carolina with more on this. Katie, good morning.
Good morning. Right out of the gate, Alec Murdaugh admitting he lied to investigators, but maintaining he never killed his wife and son. The defense trying to paint a picture of a man struggling with addiction, a family man. But prosecutors say he was a con man and he was using his status to lie, cheat, steal, and murder.
I am going to testify.
After weeks of witness testimony about him, the jury finally hearing directly from Alec Murdaugh in his own words.
I did lie to them.
Under oath, Murdaugh admitting he misled investigators about being at the crime scene just minutes before his wife Maggie and son Paul were brutally murdered. Murdaugh blaming an opioid addiction, which he says made him paranoid and distrust in state authorities.
Once I lied, I continued to lie.
But through hours of tearful testimony, often referring to his son by the nickname Paul, he maintained he had nothing to do with the murders.
I did not kill Maggie. I did not kill Paul. I would never hurt Maggie, and I would never hurt Paul, ever, under any circumstances.
Murdaugh also admitting that during the investigation into the murders and into his alleged financial crimes, he tried to hire his cousin in a botched hit job to cash in on $12 million in life insurance.
What was the end goal that you wanted to accomplish?
I meant for him to shoot me so I'd be gone.
On cross-examination, the state quickly targeting his earlier admission on the witness stand of being at the kennels the night of the murders.
All this time later, this is the first time you've ever said that.
Yes, sir.
Prosecutors trying to establish Murdaugh as a member of an elite family who used his standing in the community, including carrying a badge with him, to get favorable treatment from law enforcement. They also accused him of stealing millions of dollars from former clients to fuel a wealthy lifestyle.
I stole money that was not my money. I misled people that I shouldn't have misled, and I did wrong.
How many times have you practiced that answer before your testimony today?
Prosecutors who've said Murdoch's motive for murder was an attempt to cover up those financial crimes, appearing to be frustrated by his repeatedly vague responses.
You can't tell us one conversation you had with any of these people when you looked them in the eye and convinced them that you were doing them right, that you were telling the truth.
That's not true, Mr. Waters.
When court resumes this morning, Murdoch will be back on the stand under cross-examination. The defense team says they have at least 2 to 3 more witnesses before they can wrap their case. Stephen?
All right, we'll be watching. Katie, thank you. And we welcome back NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos for more on this case. So, Danny, walk us through what happened when Alec Murdoch actually took the stand. What did he accomplish anything for himself?
Right out of the gate, he did, and this is a good strategic move. You deny the murders. This is a classic move. If you are going to call your client to the stand, right off the bat, you say, "Did you kill your wife and son?" Absolutely not. But then even that moment is something we already had from video of Murdoch. So now you've opened up your client to cross-examination about virtually everything. You even saw they had video of him walking around with his solicitor's badge on, something that has almost nothing to do with this case, but that is evidence that he is, well, for lack of a better word, a little slimy. And he even admits that on the stand. It's a small point. The other thing to point out, Stephen, is that one of the hallmarks, I believe, of somebody who is lying fairly often is someone who gives you a great deal of detail about something inconsequential. He spent about 3 minutes on how do you get a chicken out of a dog's mouth, right? Mm-hmm. But then when it comes to, hey, where were you when the murders happened? You know that? I'm not so sure. I couldn't tell you. I really don't know where I was. I don't know why I did what I did. So this is the kind of thing that maybe jurors pick up on, maybe they don't. Normally, I'd say it's important to get on the stand and deny, even though you shouldn't normally call your client. But in this case, I don't know that the jury is buying it. Maybe they are. We're not in the courtroom. But essentially, the prosecution has established you have lied about everything. Financial crimes, you lied to law enforcement. Why should we believe you now? And by the way, ask yourself this rhetorical question or this hypothetical. If he hadn't been caught with all the data, all the OnStar information, do you think he would have taken the stand and admitted it? He's only admitting it because he got caught. And the entire theory that the prosecution did a bad investigation, he just diffused that by saying, oh, no, they were right. I was wrong. So, look, do I think it's been a victory? I don't think so. But the jury may have it a different way.
They talked a lot about that, the so-called kennel video where his voice on it, even witnesses for the defense saying that it did sound like Alec Murdoch on that. And he admitted that he was at the kennel at that time. And jurors now, they had to sort of reconstruct a timeline to fit that, that new information in there. Do you think that was effective? Do you think jurors were able to follow as they sort of led them down that timeline?
Stephen, the defense throughout the prosecution's case took pot shots at this whole timeline theory. They said, oh, well, maybe the data isn't so good. And now Murdoch takes the stand and he essentially verifies it. So that whole theory of shoddy investigation and tunnel vision, well, now he's affirmed that, oh, there were no other tunnels. In a sense, I was the only person there. And so far, this third-party theory of liability, we haven't heard much about that. Nothing to refute the facts that he was there, he had a gun, and he's a massive liar.
Quite a bit more to come in this case. That cross-examination continues later today. Danny Cevallos, thanks so much. International news now. The U.S. is sending troops to Taiwan as China's threats increase. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavaga joins us now for that and more. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Stephen. According to the Wall Street Journal, the U.S. is about to give a major boost to the number of troops deployed to Taiwan. According to the journal, between 100 and 200 soldiers will be deployed to the island in the coming months. That's about 4 times the number stationed there up to a year ago. Allegedly, the reinforced contingent will train and help the army in Taiwan to prepare to face a possible invasion by China. Now let's go to Nigeria, where as the country prepares for Saturday's general election, a manhunt is underway for the killers of a high-level politician. Oyubo Chukwu, a senatorial candidate for the opposition Labour Party, was shot and burned in his campaign vehicle Wednesday. He's the latest victim of a series of attacks aimed at members of political parties in Nigeria. The police said investigations on the murders were ongoing. And finally, astronomers in Australia discovered what they believe to be 6 massive galaxies dating back to within 600 million years of the Big Bang. They wrote on the journal Nature that each of the 6 galaxies looks to weigh billions of times more than the Sun. While they are not the oldest galaxies ever found, they were stunned by the size of these monstrous galaxies so relatively close to the Big Bang, Stephen.
Wow, pretty cool. Can't beat that. Claudio, thanks so much. Well, coming up this morning, the spotlight in America's battle over abortion rights is once again shining on Texas. A Trump-appointed federal judge there could ban access to the widely prescribed abortion medication nationwide. We'll take a closer look at that coming up next.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with what could be one of the most consequential abortion cases since the fall of Roe versus Wade. A Texas judge will soon decide the fate of abortion pills across the country. The pills have been FDA approved for more than 2 decades now, becoming the most common abortion method in the United States. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now from outside the federal courthouse in Amarillo, Texas, with more on this case. A lot of potential fallout here, Dasha.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Stephen. Today is the filing deadline for all of the parties in the case to submit their briefs. And then we could hear from the judge as soon as today. And make no mistake, what happens in this courthouse behind me here in Amarillo, Texas, will have nationwide impact, even in states that have strong protections for abortion rights. If the plaintiffs win in this case, if they succeed, then the 2-drug regimen that has become the most common method for ending pregnancies in the United States will be taken off the market. Watch.
We can't go back. Amarillo, Texas, now at the center of America's abortion debate.
I believe that we will win.
Here, a group of anti-abortion doctors and medical organizations are suing the FDA, challenging the approval of Mifeprex, generically known as mifepristone, part of a 2-drug regimen commonly used for abortions that's been approved by the FDA since 2000. Alliance Defending Freedom arguing the FDA didn't adequately evaluate the drug's safety.
We're asking the court to do what is right, to follow and ask the FDA to follow the law by taking these dangerous drugs off the marketplace.
Presiding over the case, a conservative judge appointed by former President Trump. An injunction would cut off access to mifepristone nationwide.
If the plaintiffs win this lawsuit, what will be the effect?
it will be devastating. Even in places where they've worked very hard to secure access to abortion, states like California, New York, here in D.C.
Abortion providers like Dr. Serena Floyd say the lawsuit is based on misinformation.
How dangerous is this medication? It's not dangerous at all. The evidence is solid. The science is solid. The complication rate is less than 1%.
The FDA told NBC News it does not comment on ongoing litigation, but in a court filing said the claims in the lawsuit are, quote, unsupported by any evidence. Since 2000, more than 5 million women have taken mifepristone, with 28 deaths associated with the drug reported.
Millions of women have taken these drugs safely. Doesn't that paint a contrary picture to your complaint?
I'm seeing these women in my own practice. My emergency room physicians, they're telling me how frequently they're seeing these complications, that women come in with retained tissue, with heavy bleeding, with serious life-threatening infections.
In a court brief, the country's leading group of OBGYNs say mifepristone is, quote, exceedingly safe and effective, calling the lawsuit, quote, ideological, not scientific.
The result, if you win, is that abortion access will be significantly limited. Is that the goal of this lawsuit?
No, the goal of this lawsuit is to protect American women and girls from dangerous chemical abortion drugs.
There is another drug, misoprostol, that can be used for medication abortions, but doctors say it can be less effective on its own. Back in Amarillo, Amanda Barnes traveled from Atlanta to protest this case.
It's ridiculous that just because, we were born with a uterus and certain body parts, that we should have to be subjected to this treatment.
The next frontier in America's abortion battle. Stephen, one thing that both parties in this case do agree on is that this is a case that could have a major impact. Stephen?
Definitely something that we're going to watch. Dasha, thanks so much. Well, as the fight for abortion rights and women's rights continues, there's an alarming new study from the CDC that found mental health among teenage girls is plummeting. 57% of girls reported feeling persistently sad or hopeless in 2021. That's compared to 36% back in 2011. NBC News youth and culture reporter Callan Rosenblatt spoke to several teens about that report and their mental health. She joins us now with more on this. Callan, good morning. I really appreciate that you went to actually speak to the teen girls who this study was about to get their take on it. They also, I understand, pointed to the pandemic as one of the big reasons for their despair. So what effect did the pandemic have on those teen girls?
Yeah, Stephen. So the pandemic was a big factor here in a lot of these teen girls' depression. First, I think it's very obvious. Isolation is a big issue here. Having these teen girls who had to stay home and miss out on major milestones in their high school careers, I think, it's a very obvious factor. But it's not just the isolation. It's now the reintegration into their high schools, having to learn to re-socialize. That's been a big factor for anxiety and depression. So it's really multifaceted. I think even adults felt a lot of this sadness too. But as a teenager, when you're in your formative years, missing these big milestones, then having to learn how to reintegrate with your peers, I think that has been a huge stressor for these girls. And that's what they were telling me.
Yeah, there's so much important socialization that happens there. And to be honest, even before the factor of COVID, when I heard about this study, the first thing I thought of was social media being a major trend. That seems like it had to factor in there some way. So how are these teen girls feeling when they go online?
Yeah, so I want to be really clear that social media, there's a lot of duality to it, because on the one hand, I spoke with young girls who said, I saw this TikTok trend and it was about side profiles. I didn't even know what a side profile was, and now it's something I'm insecure about. These young girls are getting all of this information at their fingertips, all of these beauty standards sort of thrown on top of them. And it's really hard to sort of develop a sense of self and develop your identity and your self-worth when you're sort of constantly comparing not just to celebrities and influencers, but also your peers. Now, I do want to say a lot of these girls pointed to social media as also a way to get a little bit of relief for their mental health. They said seeing other teens who, were open and talking about their mental health on social media, knowing that they're not alone, that was really huge for them. So there is a lot of duality to this issue. It's not just, you can't just paint social media with a broad brush, but definitely something they pointed to as a factor in their sadness and their hopelessness as well.
Yeah, definitely something that made me hopeful in your reporting, the idea that they're so free to talk to each other about this. Callan Rosenblatt, so thank you so much for being here this morning. Learned so much from you there. Also want to add, if you or anyone you know is struggling, you can call or text the Suicide and Crisis Hotline. Very easy to remember that number now. It is 988. Well, coming up, more legal woes for the former king of crypto, Sam Bankman-Fried. How alleged illegal campaign contributions could affect ongoing litigation over the collapse of FTX. That's coming up next.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with financial news and details about a major recall of air fryers this morning. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money headlines. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey, Stephen, good morning. Yes, so more than 2 million popular Cosori air fryers are being recalled after numerous reports of the devices overheating, catching fire, melting, and burning their owners. The Consumer Product Safety Commission says the air fryers, which are made in China, were sold at most major retailers from June 2018 through December of last year. The agency recommends owners stop using them and get a replacement by registering their request at recall.cosori.com. The flight attendants union at JetBlue and Spirit Airlines are split on the company's proposed merger. The New York Times reports the JetBlue union are asking federal regulators to block the deal. They fear JetBlue has no intention of honoring worker contracts afterward. The Spirit union has given the deal its blessing. The Justice Department is expected to decide soon whether to sue to prevent the merger. And Microsoft recently showed off its Bing chatbot that uses AI technology from ChatGPT. But The Verge reports the company has secretly been testing the chatbot for some users in parts of the world since at least 2020. Sydney is the codename for the old chat feature, but Bing AI also often refers to itself as Sydney. Sources say the initial versions of Sydney had far less personality until late last year when OpenAI shared ChatGPT with Microsoft, Stephen.
Wow, it does scare me a little bit. It just sort of named itself Sydney again.
I know. It is a little frightening, for sure.
It is a little bit, yeah. I need to get over those fears, though. This seems like the future.
I don't know.
All right, Silvana, thanks so much.
Sure thing.
Well, embattled crypto king Sam Bankman-Fried is facing new charges this morning. According to an indictment unsealed in Manhattan federal court, the 30-year-old is now accused of directing tens of millions of dollars of illegal campaign contributions to elected officials. For more on this, we're joined by NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter. Tom, good morning, and thanks for being here. So tell us about these new charges and what's in that indictment.
Right. So when he was first charged, there were only 8 counts, and now we have an additional 4 counts. But the big difference is the details. 25 new pages in this indictment. So to something that you referenced before, we have new details about these campaign finance donations, but we also have the new charges, which could eventually land him up to 40 years in prison just on the additional 4 counts alone. One of the things that he's charged with is basically running a bank for which he had no license and engaging in money transfers across state lines. You know, it'd be a little bit difficult for you and I to set up a bank and then just start moving people's money around, but that's what prosecutors say that he was doing.
Yeah, a bit complicated. And according to that indictment, I understand the political spending was coordinated through a chat called donation processing in the encrypted messaging app known as Signal. Is there any access that communication for the court of what was actually talked about?
Right. Well, it's actually specifically referenced to in the indictment. So it would have to appear at this point that one of the people who's been charged in this case, and we know that there are some people that are cooperating, there's been additional people that have been charged that perhaps they've turned over their phones, and that's enabled the FBI and prosecutors to be able to look at some of those messages. One of those messages effectively saying, look, you're going to donate in much more colorful language than I can use on TV, but you're going to donate money to woke causes, they said, but it's just transactional. In other words, we really don't believe this stuff, but we're going to donate to it because we need these politicians to put forward legislation and potential rules that would be beneficial to us, the us being FTX.
A lot of information in that unsealed indictment, including, well, we also know that it was just 2 months ago when Sam Bankman-Fried posted that $250 million bond on the indictment for facing those numerous charges related to FTX. For his part, we should say that he pleaded not guilty there. But how does this new indictment, how does that impact that case?
Right. So it's all going to be together in one, being a superseding indictment. I think the key part of this here is that Sam Bankman-Fried is in some hot water with the judge who's been asking questions. Why do you need to be on encrypted messaging apps? Why did you need a VPN to watch the Super Bowl? I mean, the Super Bowl is probably one of the easiest things to find on TV or streaming or any device that seemingly has a battery and can connect to the internet. So why did you need a VPN to do it? In other words, why do you need this encrypted connection to try to find a way to log on to be able to watch the Super Bowl? So the judge is asking some questions. She's got him on a pretty short leash, but if Sam Bankman-Fried makes any mistake that runs afoul of prosecutors or the court, it's possible he could be in jail until he faces trial.
Wow, those developments just keep coming. Tom Winter, thanks for your help. All right, coming up, if you're looking to start your weekend off right, why not try Cocaine Bear? Yes, it is the unbelievably true story that's now a feature film, and it is taking Hollywood and the internet by storm. We'll dig a little deeper and bring you all the other can't-miss content you should be on the lookout for this weekend. That's next.
This is what it looks and feels
from the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels
from the storm
like.
zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle. New numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
And we begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11. Now to the economy as Americans.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The royal family is back after a ruthless end to Succession Season 3. Don't worry, no spoilers here, but now it's the fans who are facing a harsh reality. Show creator Jesse Armstrong dropped the bomb in a New Yorker interview that the upcoming 4th season of that hit show is going to be its last. Armstrong expressed that the show had always been looming towards a quick ending. Since 2018, the show has taken home the Emmy for the Best Drama Series twice, along with 46 other nominations and 11 wins. So the 4th and final season is set to premiere on HBO Max coming up on March 26th. Well, the brand new horror comedy film Cocaine Bear is out in theaters today. It's a name that's definitely going to grab your attention, and the plot is sort of inspired by real events. NBC News correspondent and News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz has that story.
A bear did cocaine. It's a story that seems like it could only come from the minds of Hollywood.
No, don't eat that, don't eat that. Let's see what kind of effect that has on us.
The new film Cocaine Bear, directed by Elizabeth Banks and starring an impressive ensemble cast, including the late Ray Liotta in one of his final roles, is about a massive black bear that ingests a duffel bag worth of cocaine in 1985.
A lot of cocaine was lost. I need you to go and get it.
What's even more wild, it's based on real events. While a drug-fueled bear did not go on a murderous rampage like it does in the film, a 175-pound black bear was found dead in a Georgia forest in 1985, and the cause of death, a cocaine overdose.
Millions of dollars worth of cocaine dropped from the sky early today on.
Those drugs apparently dropped by convicted drug smuggler Andrew Thornton, who authorities say was attempting to lighten his plane as he tried to fly $15 million worth of cocaine into the U.S., a story that was covered by NBC's Nightly News when it happened.
Police found more than 70 pounds of cocaine wrapped in football-sized packages in an Army duffel bag the shootist was carrying.
Thornton then reportedly jumped out of the plane with a faulty parachute and was found dead in a residential neighborhood in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Well, when I got up and came to the window, I saw him lying on that rock there, and his parachute was behind him.
But the story doesn't end there. The bear, which authorities say was found near 40 open drug packages, was taxidermied and is currently on display at the Kentucky Fun Mall in Lexington, Kentucky.
We have people coming from all over the world to see this famous cocaine bear.
Nicknamed Pablo Escobar, the tourist attraction even has its own merch and is available for holiday photos. And the bear's popularity even higher now thanks to the film.
Beth, we should go.
Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
Wow, I learned so much from that story. Gotti, thank you. And if that movie has got you thinking about your weekend's entertainment, it's time for our can't miss list. All the movies, TV, and music you should check out this weekend. Chris Witherspoon, founder and CEO of Pop Viewers and an NBC News entertainment contributor, joins us now. Obviously, we've got to talk about Cocaine Bear. So many people are already talking about it. I just learned that it was sort of based on a true story. It's a wild information there.
I saw this movie last night. Absolutely insane. It's one of those wild rides. Hilarious,
It's sort of raunchy, something for the adults, but I think it's one of those films that the headline will get you in the theater. You want to see it. It stars O'Shea Jackson, Jesse Tyler Ferguson, Kerry Russell, you mentioned in the package, Ray Liotta, one of his last films. But this group of outlaws in Georgia are tormented by a 500-pound bear who inhaled a whole lot of cocaine. And just know it's not a real bear, you guys. It is a CGI, special effects, and like a bear performer who's in a costume. It's directed by Elizabeth Banks, who I think is incredible and does such great things in Hollywood. And she said that this film's either going to make or break her career. She was joking, but she might be right. Also a film in theaters is called Jesus Revolution. If you're a Kelsey Grammer fan, this is him back on the big screen, based on a true story about the Jesus movement that took place in the 70s in California. He stars as a pastor who sort of saves his church by bringing hippies to his church, his congregation, and this Jesus movement kind of explodes. His wife says this is his best work ever. Critics are kind of meh on this film, but I'm a big fan of Kelsey Grammer, and he has his show coming back to Paramount Plus later on this year, Frasier.
Yeah, right. Frasier, can't miss that one either.
Yes.
Exciting to watch those. Both of those sort of based on true stories, although very different true stories. But for people staying in, I understand there's a couple of non-fiction releases as well.
Yeah, a good documentary coming on Hulu right now. It's called Rap Trap Hip Hop on Trial. This one's ripped from the headlines last year. These two huge rappers, Young Thug and Gunna, were arrested in a 56-count gang indictment based on their rap lyrics. This is about how rap lyrics are oftentimes used in court and how hip-hop oftentimes is kind of criminalized right now. You have will.i.am, Fat Joe, and also Killer Mike in this documentary. It's a great one kind of based on what's happening right now in history. The other one is called The Reluctant Traveler. This is an Apple series, a travel series. Now, what do you do after you go from managing the hotel at Schitt's Creek? You do a travel series. So Eugene Levy, he's traveling the world. It's called The Reluctant Traveler. It's on Apple TV right now. And just know, he really is a reluctant traveler. He says he hates traveling.
I believe that.
So he complains the whole time, but he stays at 5-star resorts all across the world, including Costa Rica, Finland, Italy, Japan. I want to do the show with him.
Yeah.
It's like kind of my dream. His real-life daughter, Sarah Levy, who was in Schitt's Creek, also travels with him on the show.
Oh my gosh,
Yes.
that makes me nostalgic for.
It's such a good show, and it's shot so well. It's like beautifully shot. Apple TV knows how to film.
He knows how to complain too. That sounds like a great one. Also,
true.
this is great at it. Also, want to ask, we've got two reboots of sorts to talk about. Of course, we've got Bel Air and Party Down. I understand Party Down has a big time jump. A lot of people excited about Bel Air. What do we know about these?
Okay, so Bel Air season 2, it's back. This last season was huge for Peacock, #1 show on Peacock. It's a scripted drama based on the characters from The Fresh Prince of Bel Air. So you have the entire cast coming back from the scripted show, but you also have Tatiana Ali, who was in the original as the OG Ashley Banks. She's back this season in this series, playing the character Ashley Banks' teacher, Mrs. Hughes. Lots of nostalgia in this one. Again, it was huge ratings for Peacock. The other one you mentioned, Party Down.
Yeah.
So you guys might have saw this show when it came out in 2009 on Starz. You had 2 seasons that came out back then. Now, 13 years later, you're finally getting season 3. It's all the shenanigans of the Party Down catering crew coming together. And you got Adam Scott back, Megan Mullally, Jane Lynch, and some new faces. Quinta Brunson, James Morrison, Jennifer Garner. And if you haven't watched this show, you can catch up on it now on Starz, the first 2 seasons, and then the third season's out now.
Well, we're virtually out of time, but I have to ask, new music coming out. What can you tell us?
Okay, a song that I'm obsessed with right now is called Die For You. It's the remix with The Weeknd, Ariana Grande. Thanks to TikTok, this song came out originally in 2016. It became huge on TikTok, and now they have remixed with these 2 stars.
Wow, can't miss that. All right, Mr. Witherspoon, thanks so much for your time this morning.
Thanks for having me, Stephen.
All right, well, we didn't want to end the show without wishing a happy birthday to someone you never see on screen, but who does so much to keep the show going. Our stage manager, Jillian, happy birthday. We would be lost without you, and that is an understatement. All right, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now, but don't go anywhere. Your news continues right now. Good morning and happy Friday. I'm Stephen Romo in for Joe and Savannah today. And right now on Morning News Now, 1 year of war, a historic milestone for Ukraine, Russia, and the world. Today marks 1 year since Russian forces invaded Ukraine, setting off a conflict that's killed hundreds of thousands of people, displaced millions, and reshaped the world as we know it. Now, with no end in sight, both sides are sending a message that they will prevail. And here in America, the war taking a toll on the economy, with major corporations under pressure to cut ties with Russia. We have team coverage this morning. His own defense, dramatic developments in the double murder trial of Alec Murdaugh, as Murdaugh himself takes the witness stand and breaks down, admitting that he lied to investigators about where he was when his wife and son were killed, but denying that he was the one who killed them.
I didn't shoot my wife or my son anytime, ever. I would never intentionally do anything to hurt either one of them.
We'll have highlights from his testimony and how it could affect his case. Wild winter this morning, millions of Americans waking up to unusual weather, from snow at the Hollywood sign to surfing in Michigan. We're tracking down conditions from coast to coast, plus what to expect where you live this weekend. And twinning this morning, something to celebrate for these twin sisters, both set to graduate high school at the top of their class. We'll talk to them about their amazing accomplishments and what's in store for their future. A lot to get to this morning. Thanks for being here. And we begin this morning in Ukraine, that country marking 1 year since Russian forces invaded, sparking Europe's largest conflict since World War II. On this day in 2022, Russian tanks and military vehicles rolled into Ukraine to begin what President Putin described as a, quote, special military operation. Since then, hundreds of thousands of people are estimated to have died in the fighting that's followed. Despite Russia's slower than expected progress, its forces have been able to capture large swaths of eastern Ukraine, known as the Donbas region, which became the stage for some of the fiercest battles of the war. Across Ukraine, ceremonies are being held to mark the somber milestone. And earlier this morning, a defiant President Volodymyr Zelensky told his people that Ukraine will, quote, defeat all threats.
It was a year of endurance, a year of compassion, a year of bravery, a year of pain, a year of hope, a year of perseverance, a year of unity, a year of invincibility, a fierce year of invincibility. Its main conclusion is that we have survived. We have not been defeated, and we will do everything to win this year.
Well, in just a few moments, we'll hear from NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung and NBC News military analyst Colonel Jack Jacobs. But before that, let's get to NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin, who joins us from Kyiv with the latest. Aaron?
Hey, Stephen. Well, today is a somber day here in the capital and across Ukraine. Ukrainians are taking a moment to remember the thousands of lives lost in this war. There were a number of ceremonies, not only here at St. Michael's Cathedral in the heart of Kyiv behind me, but also in the city of Bucha and beyond. So many lives have been changed by this war, including the family of Alina Ulyanova. I actually met her in the days prior to the war. She was out at what they had organized, some sort of neighborhood training camp where ordinary Ukrainians were learning first aid, learning how to fire a weapon in preparation for a possible invasion. It was there that I asked Alina if she was afraid for her boys, given all of these dire assessments that were playing out, coming from Washington, D.C., coming from the West, that there was an imminent full-scale invasion. And she responded to me that what matters most is dignity, if you have it or not, when you die. Fast forward a year later, I sat down with her again. So much for her has changed. She lost her job. She lost her home. One of her teenage boys has now gone to live in France. And I asked her the same question. Are you scared? Take a listen to how she answered.
I'm scared for them like every moment and every second. But I learned that life is not evil, like, to us. And even most, like, weird and dangerous situations, they can play for good, and you can learn something from them if you survive. And you become stronger.
And on this grim anniversary, so many Ukrainians, whether they be civilians or military, say they're scared, Stephen.
Yeah, Aaron, it's so valuable to stay with certain people and follow them through this process. Meanwhile, we know fighting, of course, continues to rage in eastern Ukraine. What's the situation like there on the ground?
Well, there are contrasting approaches to this war when you look at what the Russians doing and what are doing, and when you look at what the Ukrainians are doing. Military experts say Russia is really playing right now for a war of attrition. According to the British Ministry of Defense, they put out their assessment this morning. They believe that the Russians are trying to buy time. They're not going for large swaths of Ukrainian territory at this point. What they're trying to do is wear the Ukrainian military down in the hopes that that Western support in the long run ultimately fades, knowing that they have more manpower, that they have more natural resources. Ukraine is taking a vastly different approach. They see this as a window of opportunity, given the Western support, given the military support that's coming from the United States. Another round of military support announced this morning in terms of ammunition. They see this as an opportunity. They know they've been able to defeat the Russians in the battle for Kyiv, the battle for Kharkiv, the battle for Kherson, and they really feel confident in their ability, should they get that ammunition, should they get those promised weapons, to be able to push the Russians out of their territory. And I was speaking to a senior advisor to President Zelensky, who was telling me that he believes that this could be accomplished within the next year.
All right, Aaron McLaughlin, thanks so much for breaking it down for us. And now let's bring in NBC News military analyst Colonel Jack Jacobs. Colonel Jacobs, thanks so much for being here this morning. Of course, we've spoken to you many times over the past year about the situation in Ukraine. What do you think about the state of the war right now, and how has it changed since this invasion started a year ago?
Well, it looks pretty much like a stalemate right now. This is not the season for making attacks. It's cold, it's muddy on either side of the roads, and the Ukrainians are still waiting for more Western equipment and to be trained on the Western equipment that they're going to get. The Russians are continuing to do what they do best, which is to bombard Ukrainian cities, infrastructure, power plants, and so on. The Ukrainians, meanwhile, are waiting to get Western equipment and to gear up for what they hope will be a decisive offensive sometime in the coming year. But it's going to be difficult for the Ukrainians because the Russians are strongly arrayed on the eastern side of the river. And for any attack, you need at least a 3-to-1 ratio in order to be successful if you're making the attack. And it becomes much more difficult if you're going to have to cross the river. The Russians, for their part, are confident, as we've heard and we've talked about many times, that they can outlast the West. They can outlast Ukraine, and ultimately they'll be able to outlast the conviction of America's allies to continue to support Ukraine, that the West will eventually get tired, will run out of money or decide they don't want to spend that much money, and the Ukrainians will be left to their own devices. So this next year, but particularly the next 6 months, will be decisive.
Ukraine waiting for more help, but Russia could be looking at getting some help too. There have been concerns over China's potential role in the war, possibly coming to Russia's side. Secretary of State Antony Blinken has said that there is intelligence showing that China is considering sending lethal aid, and that they do that, they could be facing some real consequences if they did. So what do you think that would look like?
Well, it's sort of a strange relationship, isn't it? Russia and China have been at odds for a long, long time. But one supposes that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. But China has been warned by us and by others that if they do that, they are going to face consequences. And they're most likely to be economic consequences. Now, the Chinese may think that they might be able to weather this, but it's not going to be to their particular advantage to assist the Russians. And the principal reason for that is that the Chinese are very much dependent upon economic relationships with the West in order to survive. And the Chinese currently have difficult problems, particularly economic problems internally. So the risk-adjusted return on the Chinese assisting the Russians is not particularly attractive. They lose a lot more by doing that than they gain by doing that. And the likelihood is that they probably will not give extensive aid to the Russians. But it remains to be seen. Xi is in a difficult situation. He may try to do it in order to shore up his internal support, but it's going to be economically extremely difficult for China if it does so.
Of course, yet to be seen if China is making that same calculation. Colonel Jack Jacobs, thanks so much. And when the war started a year ago, there was a strong push, especially for U.S.-based businesses, to cut ties with Russia. Well, a lot of those companies have closed their offices in Russia. A few did stick around. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung took a look at the 30 biggest multinational companies and what their involvement is in the country 1 year since that public push to withdraw. He joins us at the big board now for more on what he found. Brian, good morning. Thanks for being here. So exactly how many American headquartered businesses are still in Russia? And are there any surprises on this list?
Yeah, good morning, Stephen. 1 year out from the invasion of Ukraine, we've seen a lot of the large U.S. multinational corporations pull out of the country. We did an analysis of the 30 U.S. stocks that are in the Dow Jones Industrial Average, seen to be the blue chip largest companies in America. And among those 30, 24 of them said they had businesses in Russia and either exited or suspended their businesses there. So among the companies that have said they have temporarily suspended their businesses, you're looking at Apple no longer selling their products there, Coca-Cola no longer selling their products there, Boeing no longer providing parts in the region. Very interesting to also see how this differs from the companies that have said not only are they stopping their businesses, but they're actually leaving the country entirely. Here's some countries or companies that have exited their businesses in Russia, looking at Honeywell, JP Morgan Chase and Goldman Sachs, in many cases due to U.S. sanctions, not only stopping their businesses, but also leaving the country. Nike, McDonald's among the companies that are also saying they're going to unroll and then actually leave the country entirely. Now, there are some companies that have said that they still have some business ties there, although they are actually partially suspending portions of their business as well. Take a look at Amgen, Johnson & Johnson, Merck. These are pharmaceutical and health companies that are saying they're continuing to provide essential medicines to the Russian people. Although you look at the likes of Procter & Gamble, this is a consumer-facing business that said they are continuing to provide some essential types of healthcare, or not healthcare, but rather cleaning and hygiene products to the region as well. Dow Chemical saying they pared back their operations, and Chevron saying they have limited exposure to Russia, but they do have a stake in a Kazakh pipeline that does transact with Russia. So very interesting to see how a lot of these large companies, for the most part, are pulling out and leaving Russia.
Yeah, they are, or seem like they're trying to. Meanwhile, restaurants and shops operating in Russia, they got a lot of attention, especially in the media, when Russian-owned businesses tried to sort of step in and fill that gap when those companies were fleeing. How are those businesses doing?
Yeah, well, I mean, if I just show you some of the companies that have decided to leave the country entirely, I mean, a lot of these companies have actually put a number on how much it cost them to leave. When you take a look at JP Morgan Chase, for example, Jamie Dimon, the CEO there, saying that it's going to cost them it could cost them $1 billion for leaving the country. McDonald's somewhere between $1.2 and $1.4 billion. And then also Honeywell saying that it could cost them $295 million in terms of charges to leave the country. So there's a lot of money that's associated with this. But they said for the reputational risk, it's just simply not worth it, Stephen.
All right, Brian Chung, thanks for breaking that down for us. All right, now let's get to the latest on the Alec Murdaugh double murder trial. Murdaugh will take the stand today again to continue to be cross-examined by prosecutors. He took the stand yesterday in his own defense, denying he shot and killed his wife and one of his sons. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck is following the trial and has the latest from Walterboro, South Carolina.
Alec Murdaugh's defense team making the risky and rare decision to put their client on the stand. Will it help or hurt their case? The jury now tasked to decide. After nearly 5 weeks of testimony, a stunning surprise.
I am going to testify. I want to testify.
The trial's most anticipated witness takes the stand. Alec Murdaugh testifies in his own defense. The first questions aimed at the heart of the case.
Did you take this gun or any gun like it and blow your son's brains out on June 7th or any day or any time?
No, I did not.
Did you take a 300 blackout, such as this, and fire it into your wife Maggie's leg, torso, or any part of her body?
No. I did not.
Quick to confront what is perhaps the prosecution's strongest evidence, the video taken by Paul Murdaugh at the dog kennels, placing Alec at the crime scene minutes before the murders. He's told investigators he wasn't there, but admits now he was lying.
Alec, why did you lie?
As my addiction evolved over time, I would get in these situations or circumstances where I would get paranoid.
Murdaugh says he didn't trust state law enforcers and regrets the lie that led to many others.
Did you continue lying after that night? Did you not?
But once I lied, I continued to lie. Yes, sir.
Emotional and crying throughout, Murdaugh's testimony largely rewrites his timeline on the night of the murders, showering and changing clothes before dinner, and describing the moment he discovered the bodies, again saying he checked for signs of life.
I know I tried to turn him over.
When you say you tried to turn him over, why were you trying to turn him over?
I don't know. I don't know why I tried to turn him over. Me and my boys laying face down.
Later in testimony, Alec admits a longtime addiction to opioids, that he stole client funds, but denies being overly concerned about getting caught prior to the murders.
What kind of cases did you normally do?
On cross-examination, prosecutors began by pressing Murdaugh on the fraud cases, where he admits he stole money from his clients and lied to them. And prosecutors suggesting all the stolen money wasn't going to fund his pill addiction.
You were generating millions of dollars in fees. That was not enough for you. Would you concede that?
If by concede that, you mean was I also stealing money that I shouldn't have? Yes, sir, I agree with that. I've said that repeatedly.
Katie Beck reporting there. Murdaugh testified for about 6 hours yesterday before court adjourned for the day. The defense team says it has 2 more witnesses to call before they rest their case. And for more on the Murdaugh trial, we're joined by NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Danny, thanks for being here this morning. Wanted to talk to you about this. I did not think he would actually take the stand, but of course he did take the stand. What did you think? Was that the right decision?
Was it the right decision? We don't know yet. We'll find out when the verdict comes back. But there were a lot of problems. You generally don't call your client unless you absolutely have to get something from him you can't get from anywhere else. I'm not sure we heard anything new. He's already denied what he did on video interrogation. We've already seen him give his story on plenty of different videos. So what did we get new from here? I'm not entirely sure. Remember, the defense spent a lot of time pointing at the prosecution and saying they did a lousy job investigating. They got tunnel vision, Stephen, and they focused on our client, and the data was wrong. They had bad geographic data. They had all kinds of bad data. Then Murdaugh takes the stand and he says, oh, no, they were right. They essentially got tunnel vision, and there were no other tunnels. So at the end of the day, the defense hasn't put on any evidence to dispute 3 essential facts. Number 1, Murdaugh was there at the crime scene. He was the only one police found at the crime scene. Number 2, he handled a firearm. And number 3, he has lied constantly. He didn't just lie about the financial crimes. He lied about what he told law enforcement. And I can already hear the prosecution's closing. If he lied to law enforcement, how do you know he's not lying to you now? Was he lying then, or is he lying to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Yeah. Seems like a long shot.
Yeah, not long after he took the stand, he did make that admission to lying. I was wondering exactly how jurors would feel about that, hurting his credibility. We do have a clip. Let's play that and get your opinion on the other side.
I wasn't thinking clearly. I don't think I was capable of reason. And I lied about being down there. Once I lied, I continued to lie. Yes, sir.
Why?
You know, oh, what a tangled web we weave.
A tangled web we weave. I couldn't believe he actually said those words, because I was thinking that same thing. Would jurors, how they would try to interpret this? He went on to lie about stealing money and that he had to do that as well. What do you think the defense's strategy is there?
Here's the thing. He completely lied about the timeline. And I have to ask you, this is what I think they should say in closing if you're the state. if he hadn't been caught in this lie by the data, by the other technological information, do you honestly think he would have taken the stand and said, oh, by the way, I know there's no evidence that I lied, but I lied. I was really there. No, he's now telling his version of the truth because he got caught. And that's what prosecutors should focus on. So what? He admits to his financial crimes. We know that he already has committed these financial crimes. He admits to lying to law enforcement. We already know that. Anyone who's been watching this trial saw him lie, but he wasn't discovered until the prosecution had to do extra footwork, get all this data that he surely wasn't aware existed, and now he's getting caught. And the jury can see that, and the prosecution, they've got to hammer that in the closing. All the defense really has at the end of the day in their closing is those guys did a shoddy investigation, but they can't dispute the fact, they can't put on a real third-party defense. In other words, they've suggested that maybe the shooter wasn't tall enough or that there were people who wanted to do his son Paul harm, but they haven't pointed to an empty chair and said, there's some other dude out there, and here's the dude.
Yeah, an alternate explanation. Well, there's more to come. Cross-examination continues today. Danny, thanks so much. All right, now to the late winter blast hitting much of the country from California to Maine. Devastating snow, wind, and ice caused massive power outages, car pileups, and a whole lot of travel delays. Thousands of flights were canceled as people were urged not to travel due to low visibility, high winds, and icy road conditions. Almost 1 million people in the state of Michigan have been left without power due to downed lines. Other states are dealing with the after effects of blizzards. Minnesota seeing 15 inches of snow on the ground. Portland, Oregon recording its second largest snowfall ever. And look at this. In Southern California, a blizzard warning was issued for the first time since 1989, with flurries bringing a rainbow over Hollywood. Angie Lastminute joins us now with more on that. Some wild weather out there, Angie.
You took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to say exactly that. Wild weather this week, and it continues to be impactful for a lot of people now on the West Coast. We dealt with many of those issues, I should say, from the plains to the Northeast over the past few days. Now we're centering all of our attention over mainly California. Yesterday, Oregon picked up its second snowiest day in records. We're going to see some impacts as far as snow and rain and wind. All of those things are going to be something that folks in California are going to have to deal with through the day today. So let's time it out for you. There's the system that we're watching. It's already started to bring some heavy rain to parts of the Bay Area and points north. As we get through today, Los Angeles, San Diego, Santa Barbara, all those locations are going to see more rainfall, and it will be concerning for flooding conditions. You can see where the best chance of some flash flooding is. Santa Ana, LA, Malibu, Thousand Oaks, Santa Barbara, you're going to be in on this as well. We know that there's issue with the ground saturation when we see ample amounts of rain, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see some flooded roadways. And on top of that, we'll see some difficult travel too when it comes to strong winds and snow. There's the rainfall amounts that you can expect near LA, 2, 3, even upwards of 4 inches in some spots. Isolated amounts could be even higher than that across the area. Snowfall, it's going to be more focused towards those higher elevations, of course. Anywhere from 3 to 6 feet is likely in parts of the Sierras, but there will be a chance for lower elevations, say 2,000 feet, to see some of that accumulating snowfall as well. So that'll be something that we likely haven't seen in a while and we don't often see. So we'll watch for some videos, photos to come out of that. It'll be pretty interesting in places like what you just saw, where the Hollywood Hills sign, where the Hollywood sign is, and then the Hollywood Hills. We do continue to have issues as far as impacts in that area. You can see the high wind warning that's in effect in that area, along with the wind advisory. 30 million people are included in this, and that's because our wind gusts will be 30, 40, even 50 miles per hour with snow. That means blowing snow, and visibility will be an issue for really a lot of folks as we get through the next couple of days, Stephen.
All right, so much going on and so much to look forward to. Angie, thank you. Well, coming up on Morning News Now, new concerns about a migrant crisis, this time at the northern border. We'll look into what's behind a 700% spike in crossings from Canada. Plus, tensions rising in the Middle East following that deadly raid this week in the West Bank. More on the new efforts underway to keep peace. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Border Patrol agents are seeing an increase in migrants coming into the United States from Canada. As NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro explains, some areas are seeing a 700% spike in people crossing from the northern border.
A new border crisis, migrants crossing over under the cover of darkness in extreme weather, in some cases dying. Pete Foster has watched it play out from his own home.
I think it's sad. I think that'd be an awful position to put your kids and your family in, crossing like that, but obviously these people don't feel they have a choice.
Foster is not talking about the southern border, but the north, where the U.S. meets Canada, less than 100 yards from his front door in Vermont.
How cold does it get up here?
Oh, I've seen it 20 below zero.
No condition to be walking through the woods at night.
No, especially not with their family, you know.
He's lived here for more than 20 years. Recently, there's been a noticeable change.
Is there a lack of Border Patrol presence here?
Last couple of years has been a real lack of agents. And I would say, yes, a real lack of Border Patrol presence.
This area, the U.S. Customs and Border Protection's Swanton sector, stretches across New York, Vermont, and New Hampshire. CBP citing a more than 800% increase in apprehensions and encounters there from October to January of this year, compared to the same time the previous year.
Turn left onto the ramp to Canadian border.
Right now we're headed to an area of the border with Canada and Vermont where Border Patrol agents tell us it's been a hot spot for migrants making their way into the U.S. illegally. They've been crossing over through wooded areas and through some extremely cold weather over the last month.
But Foster worries it's not just migrants who are crossing. He says suspicious cars are showing up in the middle of the night, and also says he's seen what he believes could be evidence of drug trafficking.
yeah, there's some serious people that come across. It's not all just families trying to get in.
Swanton sector border agents documenting several cases of migrants walking into the country, bracing bitter cold while dragging suitcases and carrying children. In this case, an 8-month-old and a 2-year-old. The sector's chief patrol agent Robert Garcia tweeting that during a week in early February, 105 people from 8 countries were apprehended, quote, undeterred by Arctic chill, despite regional temps dropping to -22. Another photo, what appears to be a bare footprint in the snow. Sometimes the dangerous trek turns deadly. Last year, a South Asian couple, including their 2 children, froze to death attempting to cross into the U.S. from Canada near North Dakota. Their bodies were found just 13 yards away from the border.
It tells me that the cartels have recognized that there's an awful lot of profit to be made coming through the northern border, and they're going to do whatever is necessary to generate that profit. And when you see numbers like this, that's clearly showing that they've seen a vulnerability. They know that there's gaps in our coverage, and they're going to exploit those gaps for that profit.
Brandon Judd, president of the union that represents border agents, says cartels trafficking everything from illicit drugs to human beings are facilitating the path north, booking flights for a fee.
The cartels facilitate the entire travel for a fee from Mexico to Canada. And then from Canada to the United States. It's all about fees, but they do facilitate the entire travel, yes.
But not far from Pete Foster's home, migrants are also going the other way, walking into Canada at this unofficial border crossing on Roxham Road, taken into custody by Canadian officials, hoping they'll be accepted as refugees.
La gente entró en desesperación, se corrieron los rumores de que llegaban buses para subirte a Canadá.
First it was slow, then it started picking up, and now it's worse than ever. There's constant people either walking or personal vehicles or all kinds of taxis, from cars to vans.
Melissa Bishaw lives on Roxham Road, the traffic prompting her to add security measures to her home.
There's one camera there, a second camera's there, and a third camera's there, and then I got a 4th camera in the back on the back porch.
More than 39,000 refugees crossed into Canada last year through unofficial crossings. The majority took this path. The Canadian government now struggling to deal with the influx.
It would be unfortunate to put up barricades and close Roxham Road only for border crossings to open up elsewhere along the 6,000 or so kilometers of border that we have with the United States.
On the U.S. side, Pete Foster just wants help, starting with more border protection.
I think it'll help. I think what they have for agents here are stretched very thin. I think it would definitely help having more agents.
And our thanks to Valerie Castro for that report. U.S. Customs and Border Protection would not respond to claims that they are stretched too thin along the northern border, but say there are 273 agents assigned to that sector. The union telling NBC News agents have been asked to volunteer to report to the northern border in the next month to address some of those issues, but CBP would not confirm that request for more manpower. All right, to the latest now in the developments in the Middle East, where tensions are running high this morning after Israel and militants in the Gaza Strip exchanged fire yesterday. It's the latest violence following a deadly raid in the West Bank on Wednesday that was carried out by the Israeli army. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has been following this story, and she joins us now with more. Molly, good morning to you. So what's the latest on the situation there?
Stephen, good morning to you. So I think that we can report there is a cautious quiet this morning. There were no new rockets fired from Gaza. There were no airstrikes, Israeli airstrikes in Gaza overnight. There was some expectation there might be big Palestinian protests in the occupied West Bank or in East Jerusalem after Friday prayers. Stephen, we have not seen that yet. But just to be really clear, as you mentioned, that deadly raid in Nablus, we are at the tail end of a week of the deadliest week that the occupied West Bank has seen in nearly 20 years. So there's no sign that we are kind of in the clear or out of this cycle of violence yet.
And speaking of that, Reuters is reporting that these mediation efforts that are underway by Egypt and the United Nations to try to calm the situation, that they're ongoing right now. Do we know where those efforts stand? And has Israeli leader Benjamin Netanyahu, has he shown any signs that he's willing to try to negotiate for a solution?
Yeah, Stephen, no word on those mediation efforts or even what kind of the goal or the possible outcomes or solutions of kind of mediation efforts at this point might be. We do know the Middle East UN envoy went into Gaza yesterday for meetings. He did tweet out a statement. He said, deeply disturbed by the continuing cycle of violence and appalled by the loss of civilian lives. Continuing my engagement with all concerned parties to de-escalate the situation, I urge all sides to refrain from steps that could further inflame an already volatile situation. No sign, Stephen, though, that these meetings might bring different results. For example, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's government has shown no sign that they will change course or stop the direction that they have been going since he came back into power, of course, leading the most right-wing government that Israel has ever seen. We have seen more of these raids, of course. Just several weeks ago, we were talking about the deadly raid in Jenin, Stephen, now Nablus. We have seen an increase in home demolitions in East Jerusalem. So no sign that the Israeli side is doing anything differently. And really looking at the Palestinian Authority, President Mahmoud Abbas runs a very, very weak government. He has no trust, no mandate among the Palestinian people, Stephen.
Where does the U.S. stand in all of this? Is there any indication the U.S. might try to step in and prevent this from escalating more?
Well, remember, Secretary of State Antony Blinken was just in the region. He was on a pre-scheduled trip, and it actually coincided with that deadly raid in Jenin in the occupied West Bank just a few weeks ago. He went to try to kind of tamp down tensions. Of course, clearly that didn't work, because then we saw this very deadly week this week in Nablus. There was a statement, very boilerplate statement from the U.S. State Department yesterday. Take a listen to Ned Price.
The United States is extremely concerned by the levels of violence in Israel and the West Bank. We recognize the very real security concerns facing Israel. At the same time, we are deeply concerned by the large number of injuries and the loss of civilian lives.
Yeah, so deeply concerned about the civilian loss of life. Of course, 11 Palestinians, including militants and civilians, lost their lives this week. The real difference, though, this week, and why this is so different than Jenin, and why talking to people on both sides really doubt that any kind of calm may come of this, is the civilian casualties, the civilian injuries, Stephen. More than 100 Palestinians were injured in the raid in Nablus, and many of those...
All right. Breaking news in South Carolina. Former high-profile attorney Alec Murdaugh is back on the stand in his double murder trial. He's being cross-examined now by prosecutors. He's, of course, accused of killing his wife and son. Let's listen in.
Sure. All right. And would you agree that your stealing, in addition to the money you were borrowing, increased over the years as we moved towards June of 2021?
Repeat that, please, sir.
Sure. Would you agree that your stealing increased over the years as we move towards June of 2021?
Yes, sir.
All right. And would you admit that your stealing increased, in particular, after the boat wreck?
No, sir. I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that?
I think I continued to do it, but I don't. As I sit here today, I don't think I took more money that I should not have taken after the boat wreck than I did before the boat wreck.
Okay.
But again, those documents speak for themselves, Mr. Waters, and if that's the case, then that's the case. But as we sit here, I think that I probably wrongly took from clients and people that trusted me as much money before that boat wreck as after.
All right. And I'm just trying to get through this so we don't get bogged down like we did yesterday. All right.
I understand.
All right. So you wouldn't agree with me that in 2019 alone you stole about $3.7 million?
No, I think that's correct.
All right. And would you agree with me though that figure in 2019 was generally higher than any other year that you've been stealing since 2011?
In any year, sure, I'd agree with that. Okay. I thought you were talking about overall, the whole cycle. But right. Yeah, I would agree that in 2019, I stole more money than any other year.
Would you agree with me that from 2015 on, your legitimate income, while still very strong, was diminishing as a general matter?
Well, I think whatever my income is speaks for itself, but as a general rule, a plaintiff's lawyer doing what we do, income ebbs and flows. You have some really good years, you have some really lean years, and no, I think I had some good years. Maybe not the $4 and $5 million years, but I think I had some $2 and $3 million years in there, and my caseload was such that, I had, one of the things I was working on that Monday was one of the biggest cases that I've ever been involved in.
Talking about the Dominion case, right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
And so, I think it was cyclical. So I don't, without looking at the record specifically, I don't necessarily agree with that.
Okay, so you don't remember then?
No, I do remember. I don't think I agree with that. But again, those records will speak for themselves.
Okay. All right. So would you agree with me that in 2014, your reported income was over $1 million?
Objection relevant. The objection's overruled.
Reported income, like tax-wise, or reported? Yeah. I assume you have a document that says that, and if you're reading that from a document, I don't dispute it.
I mean, I'm happy to show it to you if you like to see it.
I trust you, Mr. Waters. So.
All right, well, I appreciate that. All right, 2015, would you agree that your reported income was over $2 million?
Again, I don't dispute that.
All right. 2016, reported income $900,000.
Okay.
2017, reported income $218,000.
Okay.
2018, reported income of $749,000, roughly.
Okay.
And 2019, reported income of $655,000.
Okay. And see, I mean, to me, that demonstrates exactly what I'm talking about, how it goes up and down.
And would you agree with me that though during those periods of time where you were making that kind of money, you continued to steal? And I think you've already said that your stealing increased as we move through those years, as a general matter.
Absolutely. I don't dispute, and I have never disputed since I was confronted on Labor Day weekend,
right, that
I took money from my clients.
We've gone through that. And
well, but you keep asking me about that.
I'm asking you if your income.
Finish your answer.
So the point is I have never, since being confronted that day, my brother and my partner came to talk to me, that I have stolen money that did not belong to me, that I misled people to do it, people that I cared about, still care about, a lot of them that I love and still love. And I misled them to do it, and I was wrong. I have never disputed that from day one.
We've been through that. All I'm trying to establish right now with you, Mr. Murdoch, is as we move towards June of 2021, what your financial condition was like, okay? I agree, you've testified to that multiple times, all right? So, let me ask you this. During this time that your income was what we just went through, and you've conceded that your stealing was increasing, were you also borrowing significant amount of money from Palmetto State Bank?
Yes, I'd always borrowed significant amount of money from Palmetto State Bank, or for the more than the last decade.
Right.
So yes, sir, I agree with that.
Yeah, but as we move to June of 2021, did you have $1 million line of credit with the bank that was pretty much maxed out? Yes or no? As we move to June of 2021.
So in June of 21?
Sure.
Yes.
All right. And did you also have a $600,000 line of credit that was pretty much maxed out around that time?
I did.
All right. And did you also, over the years, repeatedly borrow 6 figures from your law partners?
Well, I borrowed money from a law partner,
Which one?
Johnny Parker.
Johnny Parker. Okay. And that was a fairly common occurrence over the years. It happened multiple times. Would you agree with that?
I agree that it happened multiple times.
All right. And you would agree also that you would sometimes use some of the stolen money to pay that back?
I won't dispute that. I don't know that that's the case. I know what I saw Mr. Bernie testify to in using that particular accounting method. You know, I see that.
All right.
So I don't dispute that.
All right. And would you agree that you also, when you needed money, occasionally borrow as much as 5 and 6 figures from your father, Mr. Randolph?
I did.
And would you also agree that over the years, particularly as we move to June of 2021, you would use stolen money to pay that back?
I don't dispute that.
Okay.
If that's what the records show.
All right. And you just mentioned here in the testimony of Carson Burney and the banker and all that, you would agree with me that as we move to June of 2021, at least in liquid funds, you were running out of money.
In liquid funds, is in money on hand or money that I could get?
Money that you could, liquid funds. You're a lawyer, you know what liquid means. Were you
Well,
running out?
I don't know what you mean by liquid, Mr. Waters, and so...
Money you could readily access, assets that you could readily access to pay your ever-increasing debts.
No, sir, I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that?
I do not agree with
Okay.
that, and I'll tell you why.
All right.
So are we talking about June?
I'm talking about as we move to June.
Okay, but what time period are you talking about?
All right, let's talk about January to June.
Okay, January to June. January to June, you know, I could borrow money from my father.
Mm-hmm.
I could borrow money from Johnny Parker.
Mm-hmm.
I could go to the bank and borrow money.
Mm-hmm.
I had substantial equity in the Edisto house, as we've talked about.
Which was in Maggie's name, correct?
Well, it was in Maggie and my name.
All right.
So, you know, that definitely was in both of our names. Moselle was in Maggie's name. There was substantial equity in that could have been borrowed against. So under the terms as you defined liquid assets just now, money that I would have access to, I disagree with on that for those reasons that I just said.
Can we at least agree that generally the way the compensation structure for legitimate money that you earned in your law firm, the vast majority of your compensation does not come except in one lump sum in December? Can we agree to that?
Right. We get a salary. We would receive a salary. I believe our salary was $125,000.
Right.
And then the income that was earned would be paid in the form of a bonus at the year end.
All right. And then would you agree with me that that is why you stole the Ferris fees in March of 2021, because you were in desperate need of funds and you could not wait till December to access those funds?
I think there's probably a lot of reasons why I stole those funds, but I certainly would believe or don't dispute that that's one of the reasons.
And would you agree with me that the $792,000 that you stole of those Ferris funds, that you exhausted those within about 2 months?
I don't know the time period, but I know that I exhausted them.
All right. Now, again, I'm trying to get through this quickly because there's a lot more to talk about, obviously. But we went through a number of questions yesterday about the various clients that you stole from, correct? You remember that? The back and forth we had yesterday, do you remember all that?
Sure I do.
Okay. All right, and so I'm going to try to shortchange this, but I think it's important that we at least say the names of the people that were involved. But let's just do this to see if we can...
To the comment, Your Honor, inappropriate.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor. The clients that we're talking about, these are all real people, yes or no?
They're all real people.
All right.
They're
And
all
these
good
clients?
people.
Okay.
They're all people that I care about, that I cared about then. And a lot of them are people that I love.
Okay.
And I did wrong by them.
Yes, you hurt the people that you love, I know. So,
Sustained.
these were all people, every single one of them, that you at least had a personal conversation with at some point during the course of your representation.
All of my
About the
clients?
representation.
Absolutely. I had multiple conversations with all of my clients.
And these were people, every single one of them, real people that you looked in the eye and convinced them that everything was right.
Your Honor, 403, repetitive, cumulative. We spent 2 hours doing this yesterday.
I'm just trying to shortchange it with simple questions that applies to everybody, and then I'm moving on.
Proceed.
I would have had conversations with all of my clients, and some of the conversations would have been on the telephone. I would have had conversations where I might not be looking them in the eye. I would have had plenty of conversations where I did look them in the eye.
All right. Every single one of them looked them in the eye at least once. Is that fair?
Sure.
Every single one of them, you looked them in the eye and developed their trust in you. Is that true?
Every client that I had, at some point, I looked them in the eye, and I believe that I had the trust of my clients. Whether that came from me looking them in the eye or not, I can't answer that, but I will agree with you that every single client, I looked them in the eye, and I believe that the people that I stole money from for all those years trusted me.
And I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as states 329, I believe it is, and 314. And I'm just going to ask you to peruse those spreadsheets really quickly. And once you have a chance to do that, let me know. I'll have one or two questions about that.
All right, so I'm sorry. What was your question?
I just asked you to look at them. Have you had a chance to review those documents?
I have.
All right. And would you agree with me that every single name on here are either clients that trusted you that you stole from, or instances in which you stole from your law partners who trusted you as well?
I agree with that.
All right. So we don't need to go through each one of these, correct? You agree with it?
Mr. Waters, like I've told you, I'll go through whatever you want to go through, but each one of those clients is just what we've already talked about. Good people, fine people, upstanding people. They trusted me. Every single one of them I did, and I do still care about. And many of them I love and consider them close friends.
Like Barrett Boulware?
Absolutely. It's a perfect example.
And you stole from Barrett Boulware?
I did.
You recall a conversation that you had with Ronnie Crosby in which he told you that Barrett was desperate for money because he needed his wife to stay in a hotel near him while he was undergoing treatment for terminal cancer around the time that you stole from him.
Say, Your Honor.
Objections overruled.
I don't recall that conversation, but, you know, I knew Barrett was sick. You know, Barrett is a unique situation. I mean, Barrett is and was dear to me as a friend. But, I mean, Barrett and I had a long, long history. You know, I guess really, and I lied probably more by omission, lies by omission in stealing that money. But that's a perfect example. You keep asking about me having these conversations and looking people in the eye. I mean, that's a perfect example. I mean, when I stole that money, he was nowhere around. It was more based on lies by omission. And Barrett and I had such a history. These real estate deals that you're asking me about, Barrett was one of my good friends, and we had been in these real estate deals together. Barrett was just an interesting person. He was a shrimper. He was born and raised in Allendale County, and he moved down to the coast. And
Mr. Murdoch.
as shrimping.
Mr. Murdoch, I don't know that we need Barrett's entire life story.
No, but it's important
Let
to
me
understand
just
this
ask you
based on the
this.
question you asked.
I don't think his entire life story is responsive, Your Honor.
And I'm not intending to give his life story. I'm just telling you a little background.
Go
so
ahead.
you'll
Tell us
understand
about
it.
your friend that you stole from. That's fine.
So Barrett started getting into real estate, and he was really good at it. And so I started getting involved with him in that. He could go out and find pieces of property that were really cheap, get them and sell them and make money. Well, we got in some of these deals, and we got in as Barrett and it was some other people. Well, when the recession hit, one of the reasons these land deals caused me trouble is because the people that I was in these deals with no longer could pay. Whereas I might have gone in and I was a 20% person, I'm now all of a sudden either I have to default at the bank and affect credit, affect the ability to borrow, or I have to pay 100%. And so that's what I did. I paid 100%. And so there were years where I was paying, instead of a fifth or a half, I'm paying the whole thing. And it equated to hundreds of thousands, it equated to millions of dollars, which is one of the ways why I ended up with the Moselle property, because I had paid more than $1 million in monies for Barrett, and that was part of the deal in the trade in me purchasing Moselle.
So what you're telling me is you felt like you were entitled to steal from him.
No. You know what? I will tell you this, that, you know, when you're doing the things wrong that I was doing, you have all kind of ways of justifying it. And I'm not saying that makes it right by any means, because it's not. It's wrong. I've said that 100 times. But when I was doing it, and I was as addicted as I was, and the things I was doing, there's all kind of things that you know, to be able to look yourself in the mirror, you lie to yourself. And I guess self-justification for these bad things, you know, I guess is what I was doing. But, you know, Barrett had owed me so much money that when I took his money, I just didn't tell him. So it was a lie by omission.
All right. All these people on these two exhibits, these were real people that needed this money. Is that correct?
I'm sure they did.
But it was more important to you that you stole their money on top of the 40% of legal fees that you were taking.
You actually asked and answered. Repetitive.
I've never asked that question.
I stole their money.
It was more important to you than their needs. Is that correct?
Objection.
Objection's overruled.
I don't remember sitting down and calculating, okay, is this more important? You know, one of the self-justifications that I talked about, Mr. Waters, is, and this is one of the things, again, I want to make it clear. I don't, as I sit here today, I do not believe that any of this justifications that I'm talking about made any of this okay, because I don't. I've owned up to all this money I stole. I've tried to since I was confronted, and I continue here today. But one of the justifications at the time when I was taking pills and doing the things I was doing was, I may ask a partner, okay, how much is this case worth? And if one of my partners, and I may not even give them all the real facts, okay? So if they said this case is worth $100,000, okay, and I go out and I get them $300,000, you know, that's one of the stupid little things. Okay, well, this isn't the same. And that's one of those justifications that I used in looking back on this that I don't know how I did. But so to sit down and say, did I evaluate that they needed the money more than I did? You know, I don't think I did that. I think I was selfish, and I think I just took the money.
Okay. I think I understand. I asked you a series of questions yesterday about at least relating one conversation you had with one of these clients. And I'm just going to ask you this one. Do you remember looking Tony Satterfield in the eye and lying to him?
I remember lying to Tony Satterfield, and I remember looking him in the eye on many occasions.
And lying to him?
Yeah.
Okay. Lying to his family?
I lied to his family. I don't know if I did it in person, but I know I had phone conversations with him where I lied to him.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the pills, if we can.
Okay.
And you've already testified, as have other people, that you were still able to function as a lawyer over the years despite the pills that you were using. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were able, of course, during this period of time to engage in these relatively complicated thefts that increased over the years that we've just talked about, despite the pill usage. Is that correct?
I was. I was.
All right. And you were also able to, during this time period, convince your staff that nothing was amiss with all of these exhibits, despite your pill usage.
I mean, most of those didn't require convincing my staff, but just so we're on the same page again, I acknowledge that I certainly allowed them to be misled. I certainly allowed them to do things that I shouldn't have done on my behalf, knowing that they trusted me.
How many pills were you using a day?
Depends on a number of items. Most importantly, how strong the pill was.
Okay. Well, let's talk about, let's say, start maybe in January of 2021 and move forward. Can you describe to the jury what your daily pill intake was like?
I think at that time, most of what I was purchasing was 30 milligram pills, instant release, oxycodone. They were probably mixed in with some OxyContin, which is made of oxycodone. It's just time release. I would have been taking anywhere from 1,500 milligrams maybe to maybe 1,000 or maybe 1,000 milligrams or 1,200 milligrams on a day I didn't take as much or didn't have as much, up to, I mean, there are days, many days, a lot of days, most days were more than that, and many days would be, you know, more than 2,000 milligrams a day.
And how many pills is that?
It depends on the strength.
Well, let's say it's the 30s that you just mentioned.
If I took 30, if I had 30 milligram pills, you figure 100 pills would be 3,000 milligrams.
Okay. 100?
100.
So you're taking 60 a day or something like that? I mean,
There were days where I took more than that. There were days I took less than that.
And how would you take them during the course of the day? I mean, how many are you taking at one time? How frequent in this time period, let's say January to June?
You know, there's a point in time, and I'm not sure when it was, I think it was well before that, where, and you have to understand this. This is something that I can still remember the first time I ever took an OxyContin.
Murdoch, can I ask you to answer my question, and I'll let you explain all you want. And my question was, how many were you taking a day during this time from January to June? Answer that first, please, and if you want to explain, I'm happy to let you do so.
I'm not positive, and here's why. It's because over the years, like as I was saying, the first OxyContin, one OxyContin literally made me sick. And that was when I was transitioning from hydrocodone to oxycodone. And it made me sick because it was a really strong one. And so, you know, one OxyContin pill was like 10 hydrocodone pills. So, but anyway, as I took more and more, and over the years, it just, you know, you build up a tolerance to pain pills. And so what might give me this energy, one of the reasons I became so addicted is, you know, some people talk about pain pills and how they make them lethargic and, you know, where they can't do anything and they feel. Opiates gave me energy. I mean, whatever I was doing, it made it more interesting. You know, it made me want to do it longer. You know, to go on a drive, it made driving, it just at the beginning, it made everything better. But I took so much just to keep, it got to a point where I was taking so much just to not backslide or go into withdrawals or have all those symptoms. And so it got to the point where I was taking the amounts that I came to be taking in the time period you're talking about, January to June. So it evolved over time. It wasn't like it just started then, Mr. Waters.
All right, can you just give me one example of a day during that time period?
Sure.
I mean, did you start at 8 o'clock in the morning or whatever time you got up and take one and then one every 30 minutes? I mean,
well, no,
I've given you a chance to explain. So
it would totally depend. It would totally depend on any number of circumstances. So starting a day, one of the main things that this would depend on was how late the day before I had taken pills and how many I had taken. And did I take them during the night? Did I wake up during the night and take them? So, you know, let's just say that it had been a while since I took any and I slept and I woke up, all right? Then I would immediately, first thing, take pills, because if it's been a while, a lot of times if you slept and hadn't taken pills, you'd wake up and you could tell the beginnings of those, I'm not going to say they were really withdrawals, but that agitation that you feel when you don't take it, and you could tell it, so you had to take it right away. And so I would start off, first thing I would do would take pills.
And that's how strong the withdrawals are for opiates, correct? That you feel that agitation until you can take another pill.
Yes, I mean, but that, I mean, that's just, agitation's the tip of the iceberg when it comes to withdrawals, opiate withdrawals.
I think you said in your what's been played for the jury and the telephone conversation with Special Agent Kelly that, and you talked about withdrawals, just how strong they are, how you're willing to do anything to make them stop, correct?
I think what I said is almost anything.
Almost anything. Well, describe that, please.
I mean, you're sick. I mean, you're physically, you know, you are physically sick. It's like having the flu when you ache and your joints hurt. You don't want to get up. I mean, you can't get up. And that's after a while. It starts with what you're talking about, agitation and, you know, fidgety. Everybody talks about how fidgety I was. But it starts with that, and then it goes to, you know, you might be sitting here and just all of a sudden sweat's running down your face, all over your body. I mean, like you ran a marathon. I mean, you literally sweat that much. The next thing that comes on after about, 12 hours is, I call it jumpy legs, but I mean, you literally, I mean, there's no way that you could sit right here in this chair. I mean, you couldn't remain sitting. I mean, you would have to get up and move around. And I mean, it's like your legs don't want to work. And that lasts for about anywhere from 18 to 24 hours. During that period, the intestinal issues come in, and I mean, you can't control yourself. You have, diarrhea, like you have food poisoning. You throw up. You're physically sick.
How many times did you try to self-detox?
Mr. Waters, dozens, if not hundreds. It's so many I can't tell you.
And those symptoms you just described are extremely powerful and made it very difficult to do that. Is that correct?
Made it difficult to
try to self-detox.
Oh, it's extremely hard.
You mentioned yesterday that you were paranoid. How long had that been going on?
Well, no, I didn't say that I was paranoid. What I said was, as the addiction evolved, there would be situations where you would have these paranoid thoughts.
And when did those first start?
I can't tell you when they first started, but...
I mean, how long before June of 2021?
Oh, a long time.
A week, a month, a long time?
No. It was, it was as my addiction got worse. I mean, it was a significant period of time. But,
how long would you have these paranoid thoughts?
Usually a matter of seconds. I mean, it was something, again, my whole life, you wouldn't see me where I didn't have pills on me. And that's where I kept them. I kept them on me because I was scared to put them somewhere for fear somebody would find them. So I kept them on me. So if you saw me, I had pills on me. I had a pocket full of pills on June the 8th. On June the 8th, when I was sitting in David Owen's patrol car. So I always had them on me, and I might be going to Edisto, and I turn on Hampton Street right out here, and a police car pulls out. Boom, I have paranoid thoughts. It just, but I could always say, you're not doing anything wrong. He's not following you, and I could get past it in a matter of seconds.
Did anybody in your family ever see you having these severe withdrawals?
Absolutely.
And who did?
Mags, Pawpaw, Bus, my dad, Randy, John Marvin. And just to be clear, Randy and John Marvin never saw me having withdrawals before September. They saw me.
And I thank you for clarifying that. Prior to June of 2021, who in your family saw you having these severe withdrawals?
Bus, Pawpaw, Maggie, my dad.
Do you remember calling Paul a little detective?
I don't know that I ever called him a little detective, but I think Maggie did. I may have. I mean, Paul was very intuitive, so I heard Miriam. I heard
your interviews.
I heard Miriam call him a little detective. I know Maggie used to call him that.
Did that have anything to do with the pills?
Well, yeah, it had something to do with it. But I mean, Paul was always that way. But that what led him to be called a little detective. Certainly, there were times when Paul found pills,
Including just a month before the murders. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Do you recall 6/5/23 that was entered into evidence, which is a text from Paul to you?
I did.
Which he said that Maggie found pills in your bag?
Right.
Tell me about what happened after that.
You asked me about Paul finding them, but it was Maggie that found them.
Fair enough. So it was Maggie that found them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But Paul is the one who reached out to you, correct?
On that occasion, yes, sir.
And what was the discussion after that?
I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was about that I'd had eye surgery I don't know what day it was, but days before that. The day Maggie found them, Maggie drove me to the doctor for me to have my cataract removed, whatever they call that surgery. I can't remember, but I had a cataract taken out, outpatient. You go in for a couple hours and you come out. And it was during COVID, and so Maggie wasn't allowed to come into the doctor's office, and so she sat in the car. And I had left pills in the computer bag and sitting out there bored. I guess she started looking at my computer and found them in the computer bag. So she found those pills.
All right. And so she obviously told Paul, and Paul texted you, correct? About finding those pills.
That's correct.
In May of 2021.
That's correct.
And you've heard your sister-in-law, Marion, testify that Maggie called him the little detective about the pills. You heard that testimony in this courtroom?
I did hear that.
All right. So did they start to watch you like a hawk and get on you about your pill usage during the month of May?
No.
They did not?
No. Mr. Waters, this battle that I had with addiction, it had been going on for years. And so they had been watching me like a hawk for years before May. May was just one occurrence where I let them down again.
All right. They had been watching you like a hawk for years, is that correct?
About my pill addiction, yes, sir. That is correct.
This time in May, that wasn't the only time that Paul found pills or Maggie found pills. Is that correct?
Now, there were a number of times where Mags found pills, Paul found pills, Bus found pills. I mean, it was an ongoing, it was just an ongoing battle for me.
And after they found those pills in May, that being Maggie and Paul, were they trying to get you to self-detox?
No, sir, not at that point in time.
They just let it go?
No, they didn't let it go. But at that point in time, Paul and I had already had a discussion based on I can't remember exactly when it was, but there have been a previous occasion a good while back where there'd been a previous occasion where either Maggie or Paul had found pills, and Paul had come to me and asked me, and I told him, you know, I was back on the pills. And
when was this occasion?
we had had a long talk. As I said, I don't remember exactly when it was before that. Paul and I had had a long talk. And we'd agreed, I had agreed, and I detoxed so many times. I'd been to detox. I detoxed at home with Maggie's help. I detoxed at home with doctor's help. I detoxed on my own, tried to, and it just detoxing just didn't work. It just, you could detox, but you couldn't, no, not you, I couldn't stay off of them. And so I promised Paul that as soon as we finished with his criminal case, that I would go to rehab. And and on this particular occasion, Paul knew that his mom worried about me so much with pills that on this particular occasion, I think that Pawpaw convinced Maggie that I got those pills in anticipation of the eye surgery, but that I never took them, so that she would not worry that I was once again.
So you're talking about, now you're claiming that about the time in May, that Paul talked to Maggie and convinced her of that? Or are you talking about a different time?
I'm not claiming that, Mr. Waters. That's a fact. This is what happened.
All right. We're hearing that now, correct?
Hearing what now?
What you just said.
Well, you just asked me this. Mr. Waters, you keep making an issue about first time you hearing these things. When I got arrested and I went to jail, we began reaching out to you to talk to you about all of these things, to try to tell you everything that I'd done, to give you all these details, to help y'all go through these financial things. And up until the time that y'all charged me with murdering my wife and child, you would never give Jim Griffin a response to our invitations to sit down and meet with you.
So you're telling me I never responded to Jim Griffin? Is that what you're saying here today?
I'm telling you.
Are you saying that you ever before yesterday reached out to anyone through yourself or through your attorneys and reached out to anyone in law enforcement or the prosecution and told them the story about the kennels? Are you telling me that?
What I'm telling you,
answer my question first, please, sir. Answer my question first. Did you ever reach out to anyone in law enforcement or the prosecution and tell that story that you told this jury yesterday about the kennels before yesterday?
Did I ever reach out to law enforcement to say, I want to tell you about the kennels? No, sir, I did not.
This is the Fifth Amendment line.
Pardon?
This questioning about him volunteering information on these charges violates his Fifth Amendment rights, and we strongly object. Any more, we have to make a motion.
You brought it up.
The objection's overruled.
What I did was So
Answer my question first, sir.
You know, for the record, he did not bring it. He was talking about financial
Sit down,
stuff.
Mr. Gibson.
Yes or no question. Before yesterday, did you ever bring up what you told this jury about that kennels to anybody in the prosecution or anybody in law enforcement?
No, I didn't have the opportunity to, Mr. Waters, because you would not respond to my invitations to reach out and tell you about all the things that I'd done wrong. And to talk about bringing this to a head, to talk about bringing this to closure. I understand how many people I hurt. I understand how angry my partners are and how hurt they are. And I understand how hurt these people that I stole money from are. I understand how hurt they are. And one of the things that I believe is getting past this may help them get some closure. And so since at least January, I've been trying to sit down with y'all, to talk to y'all.
Okay.
And never, ever got a response to the multiple requests.
Multiple requests?
Yes, sir, multiple requests. I would ask about this
Let's
few
ask
weeks.
this, sir.
Sir?
Did Mark Ball ever hear your story to the jury about the kennels until yesterday? Your buddy and law partner, Mark Ball?
Listen, I haven't spoken to Mark Ball since I went to rehab.
And these were the same law partners that you were listening to the night of. Is that what you testified to this jury earlier? You testified to that earlier, did you not?
I don't understand your question.
Didn't you testify earlier that you were listening to your law partners on the night of the incident?
Was I listening to them?
Yeah, you testified to that. It's a simple question, sir.
I'm sure I was. When are you talking about?
On June 8th in the early morning hours. You testified to this jury that you were listening to them, but you never told them the kennel story either. And they heard it for the first time yesterday as well. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's the first time they heard it.
First time that Ronnie Crosby ever heard that would have been yesterday?
If he was listening, that would have been the first time he heard it.
First time Johnny Parker ever heard that was yesterday?
Yes.
First time Danny Henderson, who was representing you in the boat case, ever heard that was yesterday?
Yes, yesterday is the first time that I have said that openly. But that's not what you were asking me, Mr. Waters, but you go ahead.
First time your brother Randy heard that was yesterday.
If he was listening. And Mr. Waters, just to be clear, I was begging for a meeting with y'all to try to bring this to a close, to talk to y'all about everything up until the time that y'all charged me with hurting Maggie and Paul. Now, after that point in time, I stopped, obviously.
You're claiming that you were begging for a meeting, but you admit information was never conveyed that you wanted to change your story after multiple interviews with law enforcement about what happened that night, including the most important fact of all, which is when the last time you supposedly saw your wife and son alive was.
I don't know exactly what was conveyed or not to you because I wasn't part of it. All I know is what I was trying to do was to sit down. I understood to bring all this to a close that y'all would want me to sit down and go through all of these financial things, all of these things that I'd done wrong, and to try to bring that to a close. I was repeatedly trying to sit down with y'all.
The reality is, Mr. Murdoch, is the reason why no one's ever heard that before is because you had to sit in this courtroom and hear your family and your friends, one after the other, come in and testify that you were on that kennel video. So you, like you've done so many times over the course of your life, had to back up and make a new story that kind of fit with the facts that can't be denied. Isn't that true, sir?
No, sir, that's not true.
Okay. You've done that over and over again over the years with all of this that we've been talking about, haven't you?
I've done what over and over again?
The second that you're confronted with facts that you can't deny, you immediately come up with a new lie. Isn't that correct?
Mr. Waters, have we established I have lied many times, but I can't sit here and tell you that, what are you talking about, facts that I can't deny? That I would disagree with that proposition that you're putting out, that was what I did all the time. But in doing that, I admit again that I've lied to people that trusted me.
So we can agree that the prosecution and law enforcement and so many of your friends and family heard for the first time your story about the kennels yesterday after all these weeks of testimony. Can we agree on that?
That law enforcement, my partners, and my friends heard me say that for the first time. Yes, I agree with that.
Would you agree with me that your own lawyer was repeating your story that you were at home napping as late as November of 22 on national television?
I don't know.
You don't know that?
No, in jail we don't get newspapers, and the TV we have is limited. So
your own lawyers, at least as late as November 22, didn't know this story that you've told to this jury after 5 weeks of your family and friends coming in and saying, yeah, that's him on that video.
I don't know.
Objection, Your Honor, violates attorney-client privilege communication. Totally improper. Totally improper.
Yes, sir. In response.
He has brought up his communications with counsel, and now that is fair game, Your Honor. His communications through counsel or alleged communications with the prosecution. He didn't.
There's no attorney-client privilege to national television interviews. The objection is overruled.
Are you waiting for me to answer, Mr. Waters, or did I answer?
I think the point's made.
All right, sir.
You said you were unaware of that national television interview. Is that what you said?
Unaware of what national television interview?
The one where your lawyer repeated that story as late as November of 2022. Your story that you were actually home asleep at the house.
The only national TV ad that I'm aware of is program is one that Mr. Griffin was involved in. Was are you referring to like a Dateline something?
I'm talking about HBO.
Okay, HBO. All right, so yeah, I am aware of that, and what I believe the case to be is that I believe that when that was in its works, that Mr. Griffin made those statements sometime substantially before November of 22, as early as around the very beginning of 2021.
Well, let's talk.
At least what I understand to be the case.
All right, let's talk some more about your testimony from yesterday. And you're telling this jury, even on something as clear as this kennel video, that your story doesn't change when you have to make them fit the facts that no longer can be denied. Is that what you're telling this jury?
I don't understand that question. Say that again.
I said you're telling this jury that you don't change your story to make the facts fit evidence you can no longer deny, like what's been going on in this courtroom.
I'm not telling the jury anything about that.
All right, good. All right, let's move on. Let's talk some more about that issue. Let's talk about the confrontation on June the 7th with Jeannie Seconder, which you said was no big deal. Isn't that what you testified? Words to that effect?
I think what I testified to is that, to me, it certainly didn't seem like a confrontation. Jeannie came to me and was almost apologetic. And this is what I believe, Mr. Waters, is I believe that what Jeannie Seconder and my partners have had to go through since September has been hard. I know I could see it. I could see the hurt that I caused them. And I know that they're betrayed, and I know that they're angry, and I know that they're hurt. And I want to make clear to this that while I disagree with what Jeannie said as to it being a confrontation, because I don't believe that it was, I don't think that she was lying. I think that she feels it. I think that, she believes that that's the case after all this time that she's had to deal with this. But on June the 7th, when she came to me, she was almost apologetic. You heard her say that she said that she wouldn't be doing her job if she didn't do this. And it was made clear to me that someone had said this, that I had to make sure that income came through the firm, that I couldn't structure money. In other words, I had the impression that there was concern that maybe, like Mark Ball and Ronnie Crosby said, that maybe I was hiding fees because of the civil boat case. But that conversation was so quick, Mr. Waters, that you keep using the term confrontation. I didn't take it as a confrontation.
And you're telling this jury you're not making that issue fit, make your story fit with those facts by saying, it wasn't a big deal, and Jeannie, she's hurt, so she's overreacting now.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You got on that stand and testify.
What I'm saying is exactly what I just testified to, that to me, on that day, that was not a confrontation. It ended almost as quickly as it began, and I didn't think about it again for a period of time until after everything happened.
You testified earlier you get paranoid if a police officer turns out behind you, but you're not getting paranoid when Jeannie comes in here and says, I need an answer about these fees?
No,
because I believe you took them?
No, things like that wouldn't cause the paranoid thought and the paranoid thinking. It was always related to pills. It was always, okay, that reaction that somebody just gave me.
It was always related to pills.
Do they know something? Did something somebody said? It was, I mean, the times, that's what, when I had to deal with paranoid thinking, that, if a judge confronted me in the courtroom about a piece of evidence, or if Jeannie asked me about that, those are not things that gave me paranoid thinking.
Okay. And you testified the same thing about the boat hearing on June 10th. Not worried about it. No big deal. Correct?
No, I didn't say that it was no big deal, but I said that my main concern about those motions coming up on June the 10th dealt more with the venue motion than they did with the motion to compel, I believe is what I said.
Are you telling this jury that you didn't testify yesterday, that you weren't concerned about it?
I wasn't overly concerned about it.
Okay.
And I'm sure I had some level of concern because the venue motion was a big issue in the case.
Well, were you concerned enough about it to bow up on Mark Tinsley at the trial lawyers conference and say, what are you doing, Bo?
No, absolutely, unequivocally, never happened.
Okay. if the Ferris fee issue comes to light on June the 7th, you're not going to be able to borrow money from Johnny Parker anymore, are you?
If the Ferris fee, hypothetically speaking, if the Ferris fee came to light on June the 7th, well, here, any point in time, if the Ferris fee came to light, Johnny Parker would not loan me money.
Okay.
If Johnny knew that I had taken fees, I would not have been able to borrow money from Johnny Parker.
You testified earlier about going to the Gamecock baseball game on the weekend prior to Monday, June the 7th, 2021, correct?
That's correct.
Hold on for me real quick.
Sir?
Hold on for me real quick. All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stage 572 to this trial. You got your readers with you, or your glasses. And first I just want you to look through that document and then answer the question, do you generally know what that is?
Waters. Someone wants something, so if you'll stand for a moment. Everybody stand for a moment.
My watch is always on. All right, we've been listening to testimony from former South Carolina attorney Alec Murdaugh, accused of killing his wife and one of his sons. He's taking a stand in his own defense. We're waiting on some exhibits, I think, to be shown. They're standing in the courtroom now. We're joined by trial attorney Bernarda Villalona here talking about this. What do you think so far that's going on here?
I need the prosecution to get to the point. They have lost all control of this cross-examination. We're tired of hearing about the financial crimes. Let's talk about the murders.
What day did they take place?
It looks like they're going to pick things back up here. We'll continue watching and give more analysis when there's another break.
June the 6th, 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
At this time, the state would offer States 572 into evidence. No objection.
To admit without objection.
All right. Tell the jury, where were you when these texts were taking place?
I was in the hotel.
And what city were you in?
Columbia, South Carolina.
All right. And where were they?
I'm not exactly sure where they were when they first started, but they would have been somewhere between the hotel, a restaurant, and the ball field.
All right. But when you send this text on June 6th at 11:41, you say y'all in seat already, correct?
Yes, that's what I did say.
All right, and they say, yeah, Maggie says, yes, we like these seats. Is that correct?
All right, that's correct. I didn't notice that. So at that point in time, they are in the ballpark.
All right, and then you respond, better than last night. They extended checkout to 1. Going to come then, is that correct?
That's what that text says, yes, sir.
All right, so you're back at the room, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Later on, you text after she asked you to bring a charger and says, Muggy, you text, I'm dreading it, see you in a little bit, is that correct?
That's what I said, yes, sir.
She responds, don't come, but then asks about the charger and says it's hot. Is that correct?
Mr. Waters, yes, I assume you were reading it exactly, so yes, sir.
All right. She eventually responds, not crowded, but not the place to come if you don't feel well. Very hot and muggy. We are inside, sitting at the bar, very nice indoors. Is that correct?
That's what it says, yes, sir.
And then you respond, Dodgy, by accident, they are making me leave, so I'll see y'all in a few. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And who was making you leave where?
It was past checkout time at the hotel.
After you'd gotten an extended checkout, correct?
It appears so.
And the reality is that you were in that hotel suffering from withdrawals when that's going on. Is that correct?
I was beginning to, yes, sir.
All right. And the reality is that your wife and your son were on you at that time period because they had found pills just a few weeks prior.
No, sir, that's not correct.
Let's talk about June 7th, okay? You got up that morning, or what time do you think you got up and left that day?
After having the benefit of looking at all these records, I don't know what time I got up. And looking at the records, obviously I've been up for a while, but it appears I left shortly after noon.
Okay. And you went to work?
I did, yes, sir.
And what were you working on at work?
I was working on this Dominion Energy case, was primarily what I was working on, that we had motions coming up later in that week. As I said earlier, I believed at the time that it was the biggest case that I'd ever been involved in. And there were motions coming up in that. I was preparing. Danny Henderson, my partner that was helping me with the civil case from the boat wreck, had been on me about getting a financial statement. And I finished doing that so that it could be given to Danny. It's primary is what I remember doing. Obviously, I talked to Jeannie, but
okay. And what time did you leave?
And I'm sure I did some other routine office things, but I can't tell you what they are.
All right. What time did you leave?
It appears that I left around a little after 6 from the records.
Okay.
I thought I'd left earlier than that, but I mean the records seemed to be pretty clear.
All right. And you were, in fact, I think you said in many of your interviews that you were working on the boat case that day as well. Your financial declaration.
Yes, I prepared the financial declaration. I didn't do any work in this civil case. So my work in that is what I did. I prepared the financial statement, which took me a little bit of time to get the details on that. But I mean, that was the work I did in preparation for the motions coming up.
And what time did you get home?
In looking at the records, it looks like I got home a little before 7, 6:45, I think, 6:40 something.
Mm-hmm. Then you and Paul rode the property?
That's correct.
And you told law enforcement you shot a .22?
That's correct.
You told law enforcement that you never saw any blackout?
That I'd never seen a blackout?
At that point in time when you and Paul were riding the property?
No, I did not see a blackout.
Did you tell law enforcement that you and Paul were going around looking for hogs?
If I said that,
go ahead.
And if I told them that, you know, you don't look for hogs in the daytime. All right, the hogs are deep in the swamp in the daytime. So I can tell you that Paul and I were not riding around looking for hogs. But what we were doing is we were going from food plot to food plot, and we were looking for hog signs. All right, what a hog will do is come out and root, and they tear up food plots. They tear up everything. And so that was one of the things we were doing. But we were not hog hunting. We were not looking for hogs. We did not have the .300 blackout with us.
Okay. Paul didn't have the gun that blackout that he favored with him while y'all rode the property.
The gun that's in here?
Any rifle.
There was no .300 blackout with me and Paul.
All y'all had was a .22.
And that was a .22 pistol, but we didn't have that with us at that time riding the property.
Right. And you testified, you've seen the Snapchat video of you on the tree, is that right?
I have seen that.
And you don't dispute the time of that video, do you?
I don't even know what time that was taken, but whatever the gentleman came and testified to, I don't dispute that.
All right. And what time, well, let me ask you this. When did you go back to the house? Were you with Paul or were you by yourself?
I was by myself when I went back to the house. I went back to the house basically when Maggie got there.
When Maggie got there. All right. And where had Paul gone prior to that? Was he back at the house already or he came after you?
Paul was at the shop when I went back to the house.
All right. So you beat him to the house is what you're saying. Is that right?
I beat him to the house?
Yeah. You were at the house prior to him getting there.
Yes.
All right. And you say Maggie was there at the same time or there before you or there after you?
That's what I'm not absolutely certain about. I believe that Maggie came through the kennel entrance, and going back and looking at these records and these times, I believe she came through the kennel entrance while Paul and I were at the shop. Mm-hmm. But either way, I got to the house very shortly after Maggie got there.
Okay.
And I believe that she came through, and I believe that I went right behind her.
And when did you take the shower that you've been talking about to this jury?
I believe when I first went in the house. I mean, I would have talked to Maggie for a second, but I'd seen her that morning, so I would.
You left your clothes on the floor?
I'm not sure. It makes sense to me given what Blanca's said, but I couldn't tell you one way or the other.
All right. About what time was that, you think?
In looking at the records, I think that was a little after 8.
And you're saying Maggie was already there at that point?
When I got to the house?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And what did you do after that?
I came back out, sat out on the couch to eat dinner.
All right. About what time was that?
a few minutes later. I mean, it didn't take me long to shower.
And you say Paul was already eating at that point?
He was.
And you say he left first.
What I said is he got up and he finished eating, and he left our immediate vicinity. Now, I don't believe he left at that point, given what I've looked at time records and all. I believe that he was around the house for a little bit longer.
And just to be clear again,
but I didn't see him.
All of this detail was people were hearing for the first time yesterday, like we talked about before, correct?
Say that again?
All of this detail that we're going through right now is not anything that you related before. We're all hearing this for the first time yesterday.
Objection, Your Honor. Fifth Amendment privilege.
Objection is overruled.
So, yes, I did not tell law enforcement. Actually, I don't think law enforcement asked me what I did when we first went to the house, but I clearly lied to law enforcement about what I said yesterday.
Okay. And all of this, the last time you supposedly saw your wife and child, all of this detail, you as a lawyer and a prosecutor didn't think that was important to offer on your own?
Oh, I think it's important.
You told this jury how cooperative you've been and how much information you wanted to provide, but you left out the most important parts, didn't you?
I left out that. I sure did.
You don't consider that one of the most important parts?
I think it's important.
All right, tell me about what happens next. Tell me about how Maggie and Paul end up down at the kennels.
I'm still not absolutely certain exactly how they ended up at the kennel, but in looking at the time frames and looking at the GPS points, I think I pretty well know, because I wasn't sure if Maggie had walked to the kennels or ridden to the kennels, and I wasn't exactly sure how Paw got there, but I'm all but certain that Maggie and Paul went to the kennel together.
All right. And what was the discussion? You said that they were going down there, but you didn't want to go. Is that right?
Maggie. What I said is Maggie asked me to go to the kennels with her, and I wasn't going to go. I said, I'm not going to go.
And how long after she left did you supposedly go down there?
It was very quickly.
And what did you tell this jury in all these new facts as to the reason you changed your mind? Why'd you change your mind?
I just had a shower. When you go to the kennel, you always end up at the shop, the dogs are running around, you're always going to end up doing more work. All right? It's hot. I'd already had a shower. I didn't want to go to the kennel.
I understand that. So why'd you change your mind?
Because Maggie wanted me to.
All right. So you thought about it for a few minutes and then decided to go down there?
I don't think I sat and contemplated, am I going to go, am I going to go? I think that, like many things Maggie wanted me to do, if I didn't do it at first, I ended up doing it.
And you took the golf cart down to the kennels?
That's correct.
How long did that take to drive from the house down to the kennels in a golf cart?
You know, in looking at the records from OnStar and all of that, it seems to take about a minute in the
golf cart.
Nope, in the Suburban. So I would think it's probably, in looking at those speeds, what, 20, 24 miles an hour. I would think it takes double that. I think it takes a couple minutes.
All right, so you'll concede at least a couple minutes to drive down there. Is
that
right?
Yes.
In a golf cart.
That's correct.
When the kennel video was going on, had you arrived before that?
I believe that I had.
Okay. How long do you think you had been there before that was going on?
Not long, because when I got there, in looking at the kennel video, you can see Paw standing in the kennel. When I got there, Paw wasn't standing in the kennel.
He wasn't in the kennel anymore?
Well, he wasn't in the kennel like he is in the video.
Right.
He's probably, and I don't know exactly, but I know he wasn't in the kennel. He was like in the driveway. He was fooling with cash. He was in the driveway, but like close to the kennel, but not in the kennel like he is in the video.
So the video happened after that, according to you?
Video happened after I got there?
After you first saw Paul? You're saying he wasn't in the kennel. When did the video happen?
I believe that to be the case.
Okay. After you had arrived, is that correct?
Yes.
And
very shortly after I arrived, but after I arrived.
All right. And did you tell Maggie at that time that you were going to go to Alameda?
I did not.
Did y'all discuss it at all, according to these new facts you're testifying to?
I don't believe so.
Did you have any conversation with her?
Oh, yeah.
Did you have a conversation with Paul about the dogs, about Cash's tail prior to going down there?
Prior to going down there? Did I have a conversation with Paul about Cash?
Did you talk to him about Cash and some problem with his tail prior to going down there? Did you have any knowledge of that prior to going down there?
I'm not sure. As I sit here today, I don't recall that, but I don't think so.
When you first arrived in the golf cart, where did you pull up to?
I pulled up right where Maggie was.
Which is where?
She was standing in a spot where she could see in between the chicken coop and the storage room of the kennels, where the dogs were back up in those planted pines behind the kennels to the left of the chicken coop.
And what did you do after that?
I went back to the house.
No, I mean, did you pulled up, you get out of the golf cart?
When I pulled up, I stayed on the golf cart.
You stayed on the golf cart. How long did you stay on the golf cart?
However long I was down there.
The entire time?
No, I got off to take the chicken from Bubba.
All right, so how long were you down there before you took the chicken off of Bubba?
Very short time.
Like what?
Couple minutes.
And what were you doing during the couple minutes before you got over there to deal with Bubba?
Talking to Max.
All right. And what did y'all talk about?
I don't know.
You don't remember?
No, sir. I do know that Maggie was very concerned about Paw, and
you remember a lot of detail about all these new facts, but you don't remember what you talked about?
I don't remember the exact details of what we talked about. I believe that at that time we may have talked about Paw, but I'm not certain.
Were you withdrawing at this time?
At this time, no, sir.
You weren't withdrawing at all?
No. I mean, I would only withdraw when I didn't have pills.
And you're saying you had pills?
Yes.
Down there for a couple minutes, I think you've said now, before you get off the golf cart?
About, yes, sir.
All right. And where do you go at that point?
I take the chicken from Bubba.
All right. So you get up?
Well, I mean, Bubba's come out there with this chicken. I mean, he's showing us, hey, I caught this chicken. And I take the chicken from Bubba.
So Bubba came up to the golf cart?
He came up by the golf cart. He came up to Maggie and I, which I was on the golf cart. She's by the golf cart. I mean, he's not coming to the golf cart, but he's coming to us.
Is this during the kennel video or is this after the kennel video?
Well, no, you hear Maggie say he's got a chicken. Okay. That's what she's talking about, is Bubba caught a chicken.
All right. All right. So is the kennel video still going on before you go get the chicken? I mean, you've heard it, correct? You've heard it in this courtroom.
I don't know exactly. I I don't know exactly, but in close timing to Bubba coming out of those woods with the chicken, I got up and took the chicken from him.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Were the dogs barking and carrying on or going out into the woods or acting like they sensed somebody was around that they didn't know?
Were the dogs acting like there was somebody around that they didn't know?
Yeah, like dogs do.
No.
No, they weren't.
There was nobody
around
that the dogs didn't know.
Okay. Dogs didn't, to your indication, sense anything out of the ordinary. They were just chasing after the guinea.
There was nobody else around.
All right. Good.
For them to sense.
You've heard the kennel video. Would you agree with me that it lasts for about 50 seconds?
I agree with that.
So it would have ended around 8:45 and 45 seconds. Would you agree with that?
I do agree with that.
Did you have the chicken out of Bubba's mouth at the end of the kennel video, or did it take longer than that?
You know, I can't remember exactly when in the video he came up with the chicken, but I would have had the chicken out of his mouth within 10, 15 seconds of Maggie saying he's got a chicken.
All right. And so then what did you do?
I put the chicken up.
All right. How long did that take? Did you get out of the golf cart to do that?
I did.
All right. And you had to go walk to where it was?
Well, yeah. I mean, a few feet, but I did that, yes.
All right. So how long did that take?
Seconds.
We're at 8:46 now. How long did that take?
Seconds.
Just seconds? All right. And what did you do after that?
Got back on the golf cart.
And what did you do after that?
I left.
You left?
Now,
Just jumped on the golf cart and left?
Well, that's what I was getting ready to say. Did I get on the golf cart and leave that second? Probably not. But did I get on the golf cart and leave very quickly after that? I did.
Okay, yeah, I think you testified yesterday. I got out of there.
I did.
Why'd you get out of there so quick, Mr. Murdoch?
Because it was chaotic, it was hot, and I was getting ready to do exactly what I didn't want to do.
You were getting ready to do what you didn't want to do.
That's correct.
Yeah.
I was getting ready to sweat. I was getting ready to work. I went back to the air conditioner.
So did you say goodbye, according to your new story?
Did I say goodbye?
Yeah. Did you talk to them at all, or did you just get the chicken, put it on there, jump on there, and just take off?
I wouldn't have just gone off. I mean, I would have said, I'm leaving.
Okay.
Did I say goodbye or bye?
And again, go ahead.
I mean, there would have been some, you know, there would have been some exchange. I'm not staying here.
Well, what was that exchange? I mean, you've had such a photographic memory about these news stories. What happened here?
No, that's not. I can't tell you the exact words.
You don't remember your conversation after you put that chicken up? Did y'all talk about the chicken?
No, I don't think we did.
Did you talk with Paul about Cash's tail?
After the chicken?
Yeah.
No, I know I didn't do that.
Did you tell Maggie I'm going to go check on him?
At that point, no, I don't
Did you
think
tell
I did.
Maggie, oh, it's hot out here, think I'll go back?
I certainly would have said something to that effect.
All right. So, unlike everything else with the news story, you just can't recall what that would have been.
Well, you know, I mean, you're making that categorization. I think there's other things about that I can't remember. But if the question is, can I remember exactly what words I used when I gave Maggie some salutation when I'm leaving, I can't tell you what those were.
All right.
But it would have been something to the effect of, I'm leaving.
All right. Okay. But you would concede that there was at least some conversation, that you wouldn't have just put the chicken on there and ran back to the golf cart and taken off. Correct?
Without talking to Maggie, I would have never done that.
All right. All right. So, let's, you want to say a minute? Does that sound about right?
A minute for what?
To have just whatever interaction it took for you to then, according to your new story, drive back to.
No, sir. It wouldn't have taken me a minute. It would
Not
have
a minute.
been. It would have said. It would have been. I'm leaving. I'll see you in a minute.
Okay. So 30 seconds?
I don't think it would have taken 30 seconons, but I mean, I'm fine with you using whatever time you want to apply.
Well,
But I don't
I'm
think
just
it would have
asking
taken that
about
long.
real life here and how people interact with one another, Mr. Murdoch. I mean, so what you're telling this jury, I call you're fuzzy on these kind of details, is that you jetted down there, you dealt with the chicken, and jetted right back.
No, sir. No, sir. I didn't jet down there, and I didn't jet back. I got up after Maggie asked me to leave. After Maggie asked me to go with her, and I didn't. I got up. I went and got on a golf cart. I drove down there. I did what I did. I said I'm leaving or something to those words, and I went back.
All right. Well, if it's about 8:46, if the kennel video ends at 8:45 and 45 seconds, and it's about 8:46, we at least concede that maybe it was about a minute before you got on that golf cart and headed back. Just reasonable real life.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it was that long, but maybe, sure.
All right. So.
But I don't think it was that long. I mean,
All right, well, how long
exactly
did you
what I thought was going to be going on at that kennel, why I didn't want to go there to begin with, is exactly what was going on.
Yeah. Well, I get that.
And I left.
Are these also convenient facts in your new story that have to fit with the timeline now that that evidence has been thrown in your face?
No, sir.
Does that sound like real life to you, that you jet down there and jet back, Mr. Murdoch?
Mr. Waters, as I just told you, I didn't get on my golf cart and jet down there. I didn't jet back.
The reason why you have to be so fuzzy about these
Just a second.
details.
Mr. Waters, hang on.
Just answer before another question is presented.
Yes, sir.
I'm
Just a
answering your
moment.
question.
Just a moment. Are you responding to the last question?
Yes, sir. I'm responding to your question, and you're using words that I'm not using. And that's your
Do you agree
categorization.
I'm entitled to ask my questions to you, sir?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I'm going to answer them. All I'm saying is I'm taking issue with the manner in which you're changing what I'm saying.
So you disagree this is a new story? You disagree with that characterization?
Yes, this is the first time that this is being told openly.
And you disagree to my characterization that you've got a photographic memory about the details that have to fit now that you know these facts, but you're fuzzy on the other stuff that complicates that. You disagree with that?
I do disagree with that. I think that I think that I have a good memory about a lot of things on this.
How about this? We got the kennel video ending at 8:45:45. So just to take care of the chicken, put it up. I was going to say 8:47, but somewhere around there. I think you said somewhere around there. Is that fair? Just to do whatever you need to do and get on that cart before you head back.
The kennel video ended at 8:45?
In 45 seconds.
8:46. It certainly could have been 8:47 before I left out of there.
Okay.
I think it was sooner than that, but it could have been.
All right. That's 60 seconds. And 75 seconds, correct? After it ends.
If it ends at 8:45 and 45 seconds, it's a minute and 15 seconds.
And you characterized it yesterday as I got out of there, right?
That is exactly what I did.
All right. So if we're at 8:47, I think you said, giving you the benefit of the doubt, it's 2 minutes to get up back to the house, correct?
Approximately.
All right. And when you got back to the house, where'd you park the golf cart?
Same place I'd gotten it from, right where Mark Ball testified that it was.
All right. And what door did you go in?
I would have gone in the front door.
And if you left around 8:47, and it took about 2 minutes to get up to the house, what time would that make it, Mr. Murdoch?
If I left at 8:47, and if it took me 2 minutes, that would make it 8:49.
8:49. And you testified you went inside and the TV's on, right?
I did go inside, and the TV was on.
Okay. And you laid down that right?
I did.
All right. Before you said you'd been napping for an hour or so, or napping that entire time, but now you laid down on the couch?
That's correct.
All right. And maybe dozed for a second?
Maybe.
According to your new story? How long did you doze?
If I dozed, extremely short time.
Extremely short time? Because you would agree with me that at 9:02, you're up and moving, according to the data.
I agree that according to that data, my phone's recording steps at whatever time it is, 9:02 something.
How long did it take you, if you were at the house at 8:49, how long before you went and laid on the couch?
I would have gone straight to the couch, probably. I may have gone by the sink, or I may have gotten a spit cup, but it would have been basically straight to the couch.
Straight to the couch?
Yes, sir.
And you're telling this jury that that's what happened, and you were back at the house at 8:49, and you lay down on the couch and dozed for a second, and then you were up with more steps in a shorter time period than you had done all day.
Well, I mean, your number is 8:49. What I'm telling this jury is that I went down there, and when I took that chicken from Bubba, I would have said something to Mags. I got back on that golf cart, and I drove back to my house. After getting back to my house, I went inside, and in short order, I went to the couch.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm telling this jury.
Did you go anywhere else in the house?
Mr. Waters, I can't tell you specifically about that. I don't think so, but I may have.
Did you have that tan blackout and a 12-gauge shotgun on that golf cart when you drove down there?
No.
You didn't?
No.
Did you see them when you were down there?
No.
No. So we got you back around 8:49, and you're leaving at 9:02, correct? And you didn't see any weapons down there. You just happened to be back there. You didn't hear anything at all. Did you hear anything at all, Mr. Murdoch, during that time period?
No, I did not.
You didn't? Didn't you tell law enforcement that you thought you heard them pull up? Didn't you tell law enforcement that?
I did think they had pulled up.
All right, so that was that. You did think that?
Yes.
All right. So now you're saying there was a car pulling up?
No.
You didn't testify to that yesterday, did you, in your new version of events? That
no, I don't.
Construct?
Mr. Waters, I don't believe there was a car pulling up.
Okay. But that's what you told law enforcement, didn't you?
No, I told law enforcement that I thought they had pulled up.
Okay. All right. But you're saying you couldn't hear blackout shots, supposedly, but you could hear that, correct?
I didn't say I couldn't hear blackout shots, but I'm saying that I thought when I got up from taking a nap, if I took a nap, but when I got up from laying down, as I was getting ready to go to my mom's, there was a point in time where I thought Maggie and Paul had come back.
You also told them that you thought you heard a wildcat, but maybe it was a person or something like that as well?
No, that's not what I said.
What did you say then?
I said when I went outside that there's a house cat that's gone wild, and he hangs around. He goes from hanging around the shop, goes from hanging around the house, different times. You might, and there'll be times you don't see him. And he had been around the house. And when I went outside, I believe that cat was over there.
Okay. And you made a point of mentioning that to law enforcement.
I never thought it was a person.
All right. But you made a point of mentioning that to law enforcement, correct?
In the course of discussing it, I did tell them that.
But you never told them all this new story that you've constructed in light of this trial. Is that correct?
I did not tell them that I went to the kennel. I lied about that.
And at the same time, you also looked at this jury and tried to tell them that you had been cooperative in this investigation.
Other than lying to them about going to the kennel, I was cooperative in every aspect of this investigation.
Very cooperative, except for maybe the most important fact of all, that you were at the murder scene with the victims just minutes before they died. Right?
I did not tell them that I went to the kennel.
We'll take a break at this time for about 15 minutes, talking to the jury. Please go to the jury room. Please not discuss the case.
All right, we've been listening to testimony from former South Carolina attorney Alex Murdaugh in the double murder trial that he's facing. It's his second day on the stand being questioned in this cross-examination from prosecutors there. Things have gotten a bit heated at times. They're taking a brief break right now, so we bring in attorney and legal analyst Bernarda Villalona here, talking about what's going on and watching this case unfold. Things that have gotten a bit heated just in recent moments. Prosecutor Waters is sort of taking Murdaugh through minute by minute up through the last time, now that we know, through his own admission on the stand, that he did see his wife and son before they were killed. What do you make of the cross-examination so far?
So finally, we got into the relevant portion, and that is the night of June 7th of 2021. We spent so much time on the financial crimes. We get it. He's a con artist. He stole money. He bamboozled people that he loved, his own clients, and people that he worked with for so many years. The question is, did he kill Maggie and Paul Murdaugh? So now we're at June 7th of 2021. Major questions that I want to know, and I need this prosecutor to take control again of this cross-examination, because this is cross-examination. You're letting Alex Murdaugh control this courtroom. I need him to get to the nitty-gritty of this. Many questions need to be asked. Where, in terms of, he lied about the clothing, about the blue tarp, he lied about the timeline. All of these things need to be answered. One of the main questions that I want answered is, what did you do with the clothes? The clothes. Now you're saying that you wore those clothes. Okay. Your housekeeper said that you didn't wear those clothes. So how do you have two people that are detached from this investigation? You're claiming that they lied, and that being the housekeeper as well as the home attendant for his mom, because he's lying about going there at 6 in the morning, and also that those weren't the clothes that he was wearing.
Interestingly, Prosecutor Waters, he's taking through all of these lies that Mr. Murdaugh has admitted that he's lied many times in this case, and basically saying that I did lie before, but you can trust me, I'm telling you the truth right now. How effective do you think that's going to be for these jurors?
So with the jury is the judge of the facts, and in determining the facts, they need to judge credibility, and they judge the credibility of every witness. So with Alex Murdaugh, they need to determine, can I believe this man? Does it make sense what he's saying? Is he believable? What has he said in the past? What other bad things does he have in his past? And a major point of that is the financial crimes, because once a liar, always a liar, especially when you're talking about the extent of stealing millions and going to a great extent of actually hiding that. So we have to see whether the jury is able to move past that. He's come before this jury and saying, look, I admit it, I lied, I admit it, I took that money, I admit all of those things, but I did not kill my family. So what the defense has done is try to make him a person, make him human. What I'm concerned about is that we heard that yesterday during his direct examination, 2 jurors were crying during his direct examination. It's crazy how now this person who's on the stand, who's an alleged murderer, has now become a person in front of this jury. So we really got to wrap things up and focus on what is the damning pieces of evidence and what to confront Alex Murdaugh with.
You mentioned those financial crimes. I've sort of been kind of blown away by just the admissions. He's just freely admitting it was $3.7 million that he said he stole in 2019. I know he's got these state charges for those crimes, and as you mentioned, what we were watching, that he's pleaded not guilty to these crimes. But these admissions are under oath here. Does that mean, what does that mean for these cases, for these financial crimes?
Absolutely. You see how we mentioned millions, not thousands. We're talking about millions. At least one family was out, I believe, close to $4 million. That being the Satterfield family. What's interesting about that, I had to laugh because yesterday he was quivering about whether he's wealthy. And here we are talking about millions. I guess I want to be that type of wealthy, right?
All right, yeah.
So in terms of the financial crime, so you know he has close to 100 charges that are open, and those cases are actually open. Even though he's testifying here in this murder trial, anything and everything that he says can be used against him at the financial trial, at the stage shooting trial as well, because he has two different cases that are open. So just because he testified in this case, it doesn't preclude the prosecution at that later trial, if it does go to trial, of using those statements. And the interesting part, you're admitting to all of these things, but yet you have pled not guilty, and those cases are still open.
Right.
You know, so that's a point that the prosecution hasn't brought out yet. But of course, we know in terms of the financial crimes, if Alex Murdaugh is to walk on this case, it's guaranteed that he is going to be convicted on the financial crimes.
So he could still be looking at a very long time in jail, even if he doesn't get convicted for these murders. And Judge Newman did allow the financial crimes to be talked about in this case. I think, didn't he tell the jury that they couldn't use it for Murdaugh's character, but they could? He said it was key. It went to the heart of the case from the prosecution for motive, for why they're saying that they think Murdaugh did this. But in the jury sitting there, is that a complicated jury instruction, that you can hear this for why he did it, but it's not anything to his character? Do you really expect him to be able to parse that?
So that's the difficult part, and that is exactly what the defense wanted to prevent. So you got to think Judge Newman is going to let the jury know, during the jury instruction, that all that evidence that came in having to deal with the financial crime goes as to motive and his state of mind. It is not to be used as character evidence or as propensity evidence, that just because he committed those financial crimes, he's guilty of committing these murders. And that's something that Judge Newman is going to emphasize many times during his jury instructions. But let's be clear. If there isn't a conviction in this case, that decision, that ruling right there of allowing the financial crimes, is going to be a major point of contention at the time of appeal.
And just hearing the cross-examination continuing today, it's I've been struck by, you mentioned, like, it seems like Murdaugh at times, it seemed like he was almost in control, leading where this was going. He was also just taking his time answering these questions. At one point, he sort of veered into the life story of one of his former clients. And I was wondering, is that a strategy? Obviously, Murdaugh was an attorney. He's been disbarred, but he was an attorney, so he knows what goes on in the courtroom. Is this all strategy to throw off prosecutors?
This is a show. This is a show. This is the Alex Murdaugh show. So Alex Murdaugh has been waiting for this moment to testify before this jury. And you got to think, he's been an attorney for many years. He was a former assistant solicitor, a former assistant prosecutor who prosecuted criminal cases. In fact, yesterday he talked about that he tried 5 criminal cases. So you got to think that he knows how to deal. He knows his way around a courtroom. He knows how you should be prepping witnesses and how they should address the court, how they should address the jury, so that he can get a good result. And he's using all of that in his very own testimony as he's performing in front of this jury. You got to think, he made millions off of being a civil litigator.
And just the testimony so far, yesterday we had several hours. Today we're hearing more from him, and it's veered into many different territories that we've heard. We heard about the financial crimes we were just talking about. We also heard him break down his opioid use and when he started taking these different medications and how he tried to stop taking them. But I think importantly, Prosecutor Waters seemed to be setting something up when he's talking about Maggie and Paul, the 2 victims in this case, confronting Murdaugh about finding some pills in his computer bag just weeks before this happened. And Prosecutor Waters brought that up, and Murdaugh sort of, his way, it sounded like, of refuting that, is saying, well, yeah, that happened several times. That happened all the time, that they would confront me with this, basically saying that it wasn't unusual. It didn't seem like Prosecutor Waters continued down that road, and I sort of thought maybe he would continue down that line of argument, like how heated was that exchange. What did you think about that exchange?
So the prosecutor was laying the seed. He was planting the seed, try to give some more information to this jury as to possibly another motive, that they found out about his drug use, and that's why on June 7th, all of a sudden he exploded and he confronted them and ended up offing both of them. So he just wanted to plant the seed. You got to think, a skilled trial attorney, you're not going to ask the one question too many. You want to lay down enough information and get enough information from your witness so you can be able to argue it during closing arguments. So I think that's what the prosecutor was doing. I mean, it took a while to get there. Hopefully he can bring it all together during closing arguments, though.
There are a lot of people who didn't expect Murdoch to take the stand. You often hear, like, it's not a good idea to put the defendant on the stand in a case like this. But how do you think it's going? It seems like that he is able to take control sometimes and lead the arguments. Overall, do you think it was a good decision to put him on the stand?
Me, I wouldn't have had him get on the stand. But you got to think, for Alex Murdoch, the only person in this entire trial that can answer the question as to why he lied about being at the kennels is Alex Murdoch. And that lie is the strongest piece of evidence that the prosecutor has. And the defense knows that. Alex Murdoch knows that. So he wanted to take that chance and roll the dice and testify and say, I'm going to give you a reason as to why I lied. The question would be, will the jury buy that it was as a result of him being paranoid from his opiate addiction, which, by the way, the math is just not making sense to me. Or secondly, where he said, well, it was my distrust of SLED, of the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, which doesn't make sense because you come from years and years of being within law enforcement, working with law enforcement, and in fact, you're walking around with badges, your former badges of being a prosecutor. So if the jury can satisfactorily believe those two reasons, then Alex Murdoch has a good chance of walking in this case. So he's coming off okay. I mean, he's taking control of the cross-examination, which at times you got to think, you know, who's asking the questions, the prosecutor or is Alex Murdoch, because he answers the way that he wants to answer and adds things to it, plus points out to other pieces of evidence which shouldn't be allowed in.
What do you expect to happen next? More cross-examination coming up, and then a couple more witnesses we know. What are you looking for?
Well, this cross-examination, it seems, is going to last at least another hour, if not another 2 hours. In fact, the prosecutor yesterday said that he expected to last at least another 3 or 4 hours, and that was from yesterday. But we haven't gotten to the root of the matter. I still need answers. Like, these questions need to be asked about, are you saying that the housekeeper's lying? Are you saying that your mother's home attendant is lying? You had access to that blue tarp. It's actually inside of, it's your size. Also talking about the timeline itself. And why was your phone off during the time that you were at the kennels? Like, so many questions need to be asked, and he needs to be confronted with it. So I'm hoping that that happens. Aside from that, the defense does plan on calling 2 other witnesses. We'll see if there'll be a rebuttal case, but I'm hoping that the prosecutor brings out Cousin Eddie.
Cousin Eddie, yeah, you mentioned that earlier. We'll see if Cousin Eddie actually comes back. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back as soon as court resumes. You're watching NBC News.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now with what could be one of the most consequential abortion cases since the fall of Roe versus Wade. A Texas judge will soon decide the fate of abortion pills across the country. The pills have been FDA approved for more than 2 decades now, becoming the most common abortion method in the United States. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now from outside the federal courthouse in Amarillo, Texas, with more on this case. A lot of potential fallout here, Dasha.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Stephen. Today is the filing deadline for all of the parties in the case to submit their briefs, and then we could hear from the judge as soon as today. And make no mistake, what happens in this courthouse behind me here in Amarillo, Texas, will have nationwide impact, even in states that have strong protections for abortion rights. If the plaintiffs win in this case, if they succeed, then the 2-drug regimen that has become the most common method for ending pregnancies in the United States will be taken off the market. Watch.
We can't go back.
Amarillo, Texas, now at the center of America's abortion debate.
I believe that we will win.
Here, a group of anti-abortion doctors and medical organizations are suing the FDA, challenging the approval of Mifeprex, generically known as mifepristone, part of a 2-drug regimen commonly used for abortions that's been approved by the FDA since 2000. Alliance Defending Freedom arguing the FDA didn't adequately evaluate the drug's safety.
We're asking the court to do what is right, to follow and ask the FDA to follow the law by taking these dangerous drugs off the marketplace.
Presiding over the case, a conservative judge appointed by former President Trump. An injunction would cut off access to mifepristone nationwide.
If the plaintiffs win this lawsuit, what will be the effect? It will be devastating. Even in places where they've worked very hard to secure access to abortion, states like California, New York, here in D.C.
Abortion providers like Dr. Serena Floyd say the lawsuit is based on misinformation.
How dangerous is this medication? It's not dangerous at all. The evidence is solid. The science is solid. The complication rate is less than 1%.
The FDA told NBC News it does not comment on ongoing litigation, but in a court filing said the claims in the lawsuit are, quote, unsupported by any evidence. Since 2000, more than 5 million women have taken mifepristone, with 28 deaths associated with the drug reported.
Millions of women have taken these drugs safely. Doesn't that paint a contrary picture to your complaint?
I'm seeing these women in my own practice. My emergency room physicians, they're telling me how frequently they're seeing these complications. That women come in with retained tissue, with heavy bleeding, with serious life-threatening infections.
In a court brief, the country's leading group of OBGYNs say mifepristone is, quote, exceedingly safe and effective, calling the lawsuit, quote, ideological, not scientific.
The result, if you win, is that abortion access will be significantly limited. Is that the goal of this lawsuit?
No, the goal of this lawsuit is to protect American women and girls from dangerous chemical abortion drugs.
There is another drug, misoprostol, that can be used for medication abortions, but doctors say it can be less effective on its own. Back in Amarillo, Amanda Barnes traveled from Atlanta to protest this case.
It's ridiculous that just because, we were born with a uterus and certain body parts, that we should have to be subjected to this treatment.
The next frontier in America's abortion battle. Stephen, one thing that both parties in this case do agree on is that this is a case that could have a major impact. Stephen?
Definitely something that we're going to watch. Dasha, thanks so much. Well, as the fight for abortion rights and women's rights continues, there's an alarming new study from the CDC that found mental health among teenage girls is plummeting. 57% of girls reported feeling persistently sad or hopeless in 2021. That's compared to 36% back in 2011. NBC News youth and culture reporter Callan Rosenblatt spoke to several teens about that report and their mental health. She joins us now with more on this. Callan, good morning. I really appreciate that you went to actually speak to the teen girls who this study was about to get their take on it. They also, I understand, pointed to the pandemic as one of the big reasons for their despair. So what effect did the pandemic have on those teen girls?
Yeah, Stephen. So the pandemic was a big factor here in a lot of these teen girls' depression. First, I think it's very obvious. Isolation is a big issue here. Having these teen girls who had to stay home and miss out on major milestones in their high school careers, I think, it's a very obvious factor. But it's not just the isolation. It's now the reintegration into their high schools, having to learn to re-socialize. That's been a big factor for anxiety and depression. So it's really multifaceted. I think even adults felt a lot of this sadness too. But as a teenager, when you're in your formative years, missing these big milestones, then having to learn how to reintegrate with your peers, I think that has been a huge stressor for these girls. And that's what they were telling me.
Yeah, there's so much important socialization that happens there. And to be honest, even before the factor of COVID, when I heard about this study, the first thing I thought of was social media being a major trend. That seems like it had to factor in there some way. So how are these teen girls feeling when they go online?
Yeah, so I want to be really clear that social media, there's a lot of duality to it, because on the one hand, I spoke with young girls who said, I saw this TikTok trend and it was about side profiles. I didn't even know what a side profile was, and now it's something I'm insecure about. These young girls are getting all of this information at their fingertips, all of these beauty standards sort of thrown on top of them. And it's really hard to sort of develop a sense of self and develop your identity and your self-worth when you're sort of constantly comparing not just to celebrities and influencers, but also your peers. Now, I do want to say a lot of these girls pointed to social media as also a way to get a little bit of relief for their mental health. They said seeing other teens who, were open and talking about their mental health on social media, knowing that they're not alone, that was really huge for them. So there is a lot of duality to this issue. It's not just, you can't just paint social media with a broad brush, but definitely something they pointed to as a factor in their sadness and their hopelessness as well.
Yeah, definitely something that made me hopeful in your reporting, the idea that they're so free to talk to each other about this. Callan Rosenblatt, so thank you so much for being here this morning. Learned so much from you there. Also want to add, if you or anyone you know is struggling, you can call or text the Suicide and Crisis Hotline. Very easy to remember that number now. It is 988. Well, coming up, more legal woes for the former king of crypto, Sam Bankman-Fried. How alleged illegal campaign contributions could affect ongoing litigation over the collapse of FTX. That's coming up next.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
All right, that breaking news now. It is day 2 of Alec Murdaugh testifying in his own defense, happening live right now in the murder trial of his wife and son. He's already admitted to lying about his whereabouts, lied about being at the murder scene before the killing. Prosecutors are cross-examining him right now. Let's listen.
Coming out all right. Can you see that up there, Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes.
All right, I'm on page 5. You see that cell tower map there?
That's up on my screen?
Yeah.
I do see that.
Would you agree with me that it reflects no cell tower activity on your phone from 6:52 to 9:04?
I do agree with that.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Murdoch. Did you take your phone with you down to the kennels, according to the new facts that you testified to yesterday and today?
I must not have.
You must not have?
If this is accurate, no, sir.
Is that typical for you?
Sure it is. Absolutely.
Okay. Tell me why that's typical.
If and when I'm going. Now, it would be unusual if I was going out for any extended period of time, or if I was going, even on the property, if I was going somewhere for an extended period of time, I would usually have my phone. But for me to go knowing that I'm going to the kennel and coming right back, that's not unusual at all. I mean, you've heard the testimony about the service out there. The service is terrible. You have to be in a particular spot.
All right.
And you have to find a spot.
So the answer is you don't know whether or not you took it down there.
I believe that I probably didn't based on this data.
Based on this, but unlike the photographic memory about other things, you don't remember whether or not you had your phone on you.
Mr. Waters, I've never claimed to have a photographic memory, but I do not specifically remember if I had my phone that night. I do not dispute it based on this data, and that's not unusual for me.
Just like you don't remember, according to your new story, the last conversation you had with Maggie.
No, I remember having my last conversation with Maggie.
Looking at this screen, you have the map up there. We're on page 6, and it shows you arriving back at Moselle at 6:42. You don't dispute that now, is that correct?
No, that's what this data appears to show.
And looking at the data, moving on to page 7, you have Paul arriving about 7:04. Is that correct? You don't have any reason to dispute that?
Well, that's what it says. He arrives at 4147 Moselle Road, which is the address of the shop. The house is 4157. I believe that Paul actually got there a little bit before that, but I think that's approximately accurate. Okay. I think Paul got there a little bit closer to 7 o'clock.
All right. You would agree that that's the earliest data point that reflects his presence in Moselle?
If that's what the records show.
You don't dispute that?
I don't dispute that if that's the earliest data point. But again, I believe he got there a little bit earlier. And I tried to look at these records to see if if that could be refuted. And I believe he got there a little closer to 7 or a little bit before 7.
No, that's a good point. You looked at these records a lot before you had your testimony yesterday and today, didn't you, Mr. Murdoch?
I've looked at these records other than the OnStar records that just came when they were provided to me. Sure, I've looked at them.
Okay. Right here, we have some steps on your phone, 29 steps. And then down at the bottom, we have 89 steps. Is that consistent when you and Paul were together on the property?
I mean, sure, we would go to different locations on the property. Sometimes we would get out. Sometimes we wouldn't. We'd get out and walk around. We'd look at stuff. We'd do things. For example, you saw me messing with the tree. There'd be other ones. We may get out and look at a feeder. Maybe other ones we get out and look at hog signs where hogs are rooting. So it would be perfectly consistent with what Papa and I were doing that day.
And 8:05 to 8:09, would you agree that that's the last steps recorded on your phone before 9:02 when you become a very busy bee?
If that's what these records show, I see I took steps. These records show I took steps between 8:05 and 8:09.
All right. So would you concede then that you're at the house around 8:09?
I would have thought so, yes.
Okay. And you said Paul was already back at that point?
No, I said just the opposite.
When did he get there?
All right. You talking about when I left the shop and went to the house when Maggie was there?
Yes, before you ate dinner.
No, as I said earlier, Paul and I were at the shop. Maggie got home. I left Paul at the shop and I went to the house. And I think you were saying that I said I met Paul at the house, and that's incorrect.
Paul was still down at the shop when you were at the house, correct?
When I first went to the house, Paul was still at the shop, I believe.
All right. And was Maggie there when you arrived at the house?
Yes, I believe she was.
All right. And 809 is the last steps that you have on this phone before 902, correct?
That's what the data shows.
Looking now at page 15. I'm sorry, page 14. Your steps that you say when you got to the house is 809 and Paul was still down at the shop. But don't these records reflect that Paul is pinging with GPS data at the house at 808?
This record appears to show Paul at the house at 8:08.
All right. So those records don't fit with your news story that you testified yesterday and today. Is that correct?
No, I don't believe even right now, Mr. Waters, that that's right. I'm not saying what you're doing is you're taking 809 and saying that I'm at the house. And I mean that may or may not be right, but what I'm saying is that when Maggie came through, I left, and I believe that Paul stayed at the shop. Now, did Paul come right behind me? I'm not sure, but when I left him, I believe that when I left to go to the house, I believe that Paul stayed at the shop for a minute.
When you got to the house, did you put your phone down?
I'm sure I did.
Did you put it in the car, in the Suburban?
Did I put it in the Suburban?
When you got back to the house, did you put it in the Suburban? Was the Suburban parked out front?
The Suburban would have been parked wherever I parked it.
Which is where?
I believe on the side.
Okay. And did you put your phone in the Suburban?
At that time? No, I did not.
Where'd you put it?
I'm not sure where I put it.
You're not sure about that either, huh?
No, I'm not sure. When I went in the house, I'm not sure where I put my phone. I would think that I put it down somewhere, probably by the couch.
Didn't you testify yesterday when you were being asked by your lawyer about that pause at Alameda when you were leaving, and you had a very specific recollection of your phone had fallen down in the crevice and you had to pick it up and get it out? You remember testifying to that?
I do.
But you don't remember what you did with your phone when you got back at this point, huh?
I mean, Mr. Ward, those are two distinct, different things. I'm coming in the house and I put my phone down. I don't have a routine spot that I put it in right on this corner or right there. You know, yeah. I would assume that when I went in the house, I put it somewhere either on the table you go by, going to the couch. I may have taken it to the bathroom. When I took a shower, it may have taken me a few minutes to go to the shower. So I can't tell you exactly where I put it.
That console story is an awful specific recollection when you need it to try to make the news story that this jury's hearing and everyone's hearing yesterday and today with the data, correct? But you're awful fuzzy on far more important things, aren't you, Mr. Murdoch?
Which question? Here, I'll answer the first one first. No, I don't believe that's convenient, and I disagree with your categorization of the description.
All right. But you remember the console story, but you don't remember where you put your phone, whether or not you took it down to the kennels, whether it was in the, you put it in the Suburban. Don't remember any of that, but dadgummit, you remember that console story, correct?
Well, I don't remember the console story, but, you know, in that Suburban, and it's not the first time that it happened, but when that phone got down there, you had to go to great efforts to get it out, and you couldn't just reach over there and get it out.
All right. You say when you got to the house that Maggie was already there?
Yes.
Okay. And we saw your last steps were at 8:09.
Well, that's what you saw when this data recorded my last steps. But as you heard this testimony too, Mr. Waters, you know, that's not a precise. That's not a precise. You heard the testimony. You know what it is.
Well, how did you get back to the house? Remind us.
From the shop?
Yeah.
I went in the white pickup truck.
Went in the white pickup truck? Okay. And when you got into the house, where did you go?
We've already discussed this. I took a shower. Whether I did things for a moment before I went to the shower, I'm sure I talked to Maggie because she'd been gone. And if she
we're
came
listening to Alec
believe
Murdaugh
she
testifying in his own defense, being cross-examined by the prosecution right now. Since we've been back from this brief 15-minute break they've had, prosecutors, they've been talking about this cell phone evidence, and they've used that along with that OnStar data to try to put together this timeline. We're joined here by trial attorney and legal analyst Bernarda Villalona. Thanks again for being here, helping us break down what we're hearing. We are hearing this breakdown of this timeline that Prosecutor Waters is trying to put together and really trying to pin down where Murdaugh was, and he keeps referring to this news story referencing to Murdaugh revealing that he did lie about being at the murder scene, and now hearing that he didn't have his phone. What do you make of what we've heard since we've been back from break?
So finally, we're getting down to the purpose of this trial. So we know, why is this so important? Because we know between the time about 8:40 up until 9:02, there is no cell phone activity for Alex Murdaugh. What happened during that time? 2 people were killed in his very own property. So the prosecutor is emphasizing, and will be able to argue this during closing arguments, is that the reason there was no cell phone activity is Alex Murdaugh intentionally left his cell phone in his house because he didn't want to leave a forensic trail. He didn't want to be traced to those kennels. Remember, the only reason that he's admitting to being to the kennels is because of a video that he had no knowledge was being recorded. So during that time, 8:44, we have the video of Paul, right? Between the time of 8:44 up until 9:02, there's no cell phone activity for Alex Murdaugh. So his whereabouts are unaccounted for. And what do we know from that time, from what the prosecutor is trying to say, is that during that time, that's exactly when Paul and Maggie were killed. And guess who the person responsible was? You. And you were at that location.
So if it wasn't for his voice on that kennel video, it seems like his phone being at that home, having no activity, would be a good thing. That would show that he was at the home. But this video came out, and he had to admit it, it sounds like, based on that, his voice being in there. Something that happened earlier that they touched on, these financial crimes, as we were speaking about before. And he admitted to stealing from clients, saying that he stole from good people, he loved them. The prosecutor then saying he hurts the ones he loves. The defense objected to that. But he also went on to say basically how he was good at justifying things to himself, saying to look at yourself in the mirror, you lie to yourself. I just keep thinking about, from the jury's perspective, when they hear statements like that, saying that you lie to yourself to be able to look in the mirror. What do you think? How do jurors, they hear things like this and they know that he's been accused of these murders?
Exactly. So you got to think that the jury has to really think about this and evaluate it. They have to think, am I being bamboozled by your testimony? You're a former attorney, you're a former litigator, you're a former assistant solicitor, so you know how to work this room and how to work a jury. So the jury is really going to have to evaluate, wait, you lied before, you lied many times, you're conniving, you're a thief. You're sure that you're lying now. I can't believe anything you're saying, but who knows whether a jury is going to buy that, because in the end, it's not towards propensity. It's not supposed to be character evidence either. It's supposed to be motive for the crime.
That seems like such a difficult thing to do as a juror, as a human, to be able to separate those things, motive, but not go into the character of a person, even though we know that is in the jury instructions. And it is a different world being in that jury, to be separated with these people watching this, not allowed to go and watch a documentary on this case. As we know, there are those available right now. There is more testimony to come, and we'll, of course, continue to follow that coming up on NBC News Daily. We ask you don't go anywhere. A lot more coverage on this coming up.
Yeah.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
I'm Joe Fryer. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Friday, February 24th. Tearful testimony. A South Carolina jury is finally hearing directly from accused murderer Alec Murdaugh. What he's saying about the night his wife and son were murdered and the contentious cross-examination. That's ahead.
Bracing for a blizzard. Southern California could be blasted by its first blizzard in almost 3 decades, where snow could be measured in feet, and the treacherous travel conditions all coming up.
1 year later, today marks a full year since Russian troops marched into Ukraine in the biggest European invasion since World War II. We are in Ukraine, where the fighting is showing no signs of stopping.
Setting boundaries. Work can be a great place to make friends, but how close should those friendships be? Our relationship expert is here to talk about the do's and don'ts of colleague culture.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We begin in South Carolina with the Alec Murdaugh double murder trial. Murdaugh back on the witness stand today, facing a second day of extensive cross-examination from prosecutors.
He is charged with the shooting deaths of his wife and son, is pleaded not guilty, saying on the stand he did not kill them. Things got heated today between Murdaugh and the prosecutor, with Murdaugh seemingly growing tired of repeated questions about his alleged financial crimes.
And after hours of testimony, the state finally asking Murdaugh about the murders. Here are some of the key moments from today.
I don't dispute, and I have never disputed since I was confronted on Labor Day weekend, that I took money from my clients.
We've gone through that. And
Well, but you keep asking me about that.
You...
The point is I have never, since being confronted that day, my brother and my partner came to talk to me, that I have stolen money that did not belong to me, that I misled people to do it, people that I cared about, still care about, a lot of them that I love and still love. And I misled them to do it, and I was wrong. I have never disputed that from day one. The justifications at the time when I was taking pills and doing the things I was doing was, I may ask a partner, okay, how much is this case worth? And if one of my partners, and I may not even give them all the real facts, okay? So if they said this case is worth $100,000, okay, and I go out and I get them $300,000, you know, that's one of the stupid little things. Okay, well, this isn't the same. And that's one of those justifications that I used in looking back on this that I don't know how I did. But so to sit down and say, did I evaluate that they needed the money more than I did? You know, I don't think I did that. I think I was selfish, and I think I just took the money. My whole life, you wouldn't see me where I didn't have pills on me. And that's where I kept them. I kept them on me because I was scared to put them somewhere for fear somebody would find them. So I kept them on me. So if you saw me, I had pills on me. I had a pocket full of pills on June the 8th. On June the 8th, when I was sitting in David Owen's patrol car. Mr. Waters, have we established I have lied many times, but I can't sit here and tell you that. What are you talking about, facts that I can't deny? That I would disagree with that proposition that you're putting out, that was what I did all the time. But in doing that, I admit again that I've lied to people that trusted me. I clearly lied to law enforcement about what I said yesterday.
Okay. And all of this, the last time you supposedly saw your wife and child, all of this detail, you as a lawyer and a prosecutor didn't think that was important to offer on your own?
Oh, I think it's important.
You told this jury how cooperative you've been and how much information you wanted.
All right, NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now to break it all down. All right, so Danny, I am not an attorney. I did not go to law school, but I did mock trial in high school. And I remember one of the first things they taught us when you're cross-examining someone is they shouldn't talk much. And I feel like Alec Murdaugh is talking a lot. Break it down. How is the prosecution doing here? How is Alec Murdaugh performing on the stand?
I think some observers could criticize the prosecution for letting Alec Murdaugh go on and drone on when he answers questions, but there may be strategy there. They may be thinking the more Murdaugh talks and explains things away or tries to, that he looks less credible, and he might reveal something inadvertently that the prosecution can use and hammer him with. Keep in mind, it was yesterday that we learned for the first time Murdaugh's version of the world and events, where he contradicted essentially the defense's entire theory of the case to date. And I have to wonder, ask the rhetorical, philosophical question, if the data from OnStar and GPS and all this other stuff didn't put the lie to his original story, would he be volunteering that it was false today? I highly doubt it. This is somebody that only tells the truth after he's caught. So the prosecution here, you're exactly right. You should only ask questions generally that are yes or no, or that you control. You need to control the questions and answers. You can see the prosecutor getting frustrated with Murdaugh, but at the same time, he's probably thinking, well, let him go on, let him go nuts, and then we'll let the jury decide if he's making a mistake. But I think, generally speaking, the prosecutor should try to lock him into his answers. Notice Murdaugh's doing a trick. He knows as an attorney, find any way you can to not answer yes or no to the prosecutor's cross-examination question.
But to your point about control, then, I mean, who is in control right now? You have two lawyers who are sort of, to the layperson, I think, maybe trying to out-lawyer each other in this instance. So the prosecutor asking the question, sometimes repeating, just answer this part of the question that I asked you, and then you still have Alec Murdaugh responding maybe not directly to the questions that are being asked. So from your perspective, who does it seem as though is in control at this point with this cross-examination?
I sympathize with the prosecutor here because, number one, their entire cross-examination may have shifted since yesterday when all these new revelations, Alec Murdaugh essentially admitting to the prosecution's theory or timeline of the case, that happened yesterday, so they had to scramble to probably rewrite their cross. But the other issue, too, this prosecutor has been living with this case for years now, literally, and I've gone through this too. You can see that he's emotional about it. I'm guilty of this myself. You get too emotional and you get a little too sarcastic, maybe even more than the jury wants to see, but it's understandable because he feels that way. He's been living with Murdaugh's lies in his mind for well over a year now. So it's understandable that he's getting frustrated, maybe even a little emotional, but he's got to be careful that he keeps his cool so that the jury concludes that it's Murdaugh that is misbehaving and not the cross-examiner. It's a really, really tough line to keep clear.
Yeah. Much of this questioning is focusing on the alleged financial crimes. The defense at one point quipped prosecutors didn't say murder once during yesterday's 2 hours of questioning. Our producer at the trial notes the jury's body language notably different, perhaps less interested during this questioning about alleged financial crimes. You've talked about the fact that you weren't sure if prosecutors should have brought this up. What do you think now that you're hearing that?
So far, I think that's been the prosecutor's biggest misstep, but it's understandable. The state has to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. That system encourages overkill, so they dump truck everything they can and every theory they can. And the prosecutor here believed they needed a motive, and that motive they came up with was, I need to kill my wife and son because I might get prosecuted for white-collar financial crimes, and I need the sympathy. I expect there are one or two jurors, at least on that jury, that won't buy that theory. Maybe the state could have gone with the simpler one, which is, who cares? He's a pillhead. He's an addict. Addicts do crazy, bizarre things. More so, he may have been on withdrawal. And people on withdrawal are agitated. By the way, I think you see the prosecution shifting to that theory today, maybe moving away from the financial crime evidence and more into you used opiates every single day, and a lot of them, when you were in withdrawal, you got very agitated, and you would do anything to get those opiates. And you notice Murdoch caught him, and he said, well, almost anything. He knows what's coming. Yeah. He knows what the prosecutor's saving for closing.
So I want to play a piece of sound here and get your thoughts about this. We saw a few instances today where Murdoch and the prosecutor were really at odds with each other, in particular around this idea of, we don't have the sound, but around this idea that Murdoch said he was trying to meet with them. He wanted to meet with the prosecutors and the detectives ahead of time. What do you make of that point, of the fact that the prosecutor was saying, wait a minute, you didn't actually reach out to us. You didn't try to meet with us.
Yeah, number one, he's giving the prosecution an opportunity to act as a witness, to respond to him and say, no, that's not true. Mm-hmm. The other thing that's happening is that he's, by getting into an argument and saying, hey, I was forthcoming, yeah, but what about all the other lies you told? How forthcoming are you about, hey, come look at my property, when you're lying to law enforcement the entire time? It's really problematic for him. And the only thing the prosecution might do to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory is overkill on the you're a liar, you're a liar, you're a liar. I run into this with cooperating witnesses who are often brought into court in shackles to testify because they've gotten a deal. And you can point out 50 times that they're a liar. And sometimes juries just say, well, he lied about this, maybe not about this. I still don't think that's the case here. I think the jury is recognizing this is somebody that's lying all the time, constantly, even when telling the truth, could help law enforcement find who he thinks really killed his wife and son. What does he do? He lies to them and deceives them.
All right, more to come on this as we roll into next week. Danny Savalas, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute, a key inflation measure that's watched closely by the Federal Reserve jumped more than expected at the start of the year. The newest numbers show the Personal Consumption Expenditures Index edged up 0.6% last month.
CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac joins us now. So, Steve, consumer spending also rose more than expected. What's keeping people shopping, really, and what do these new numbers tell us about the year ahead?
Yeah, Aaron. Well, high wages and extra savings are allowing consumers to keep buying goods and services despite rapid price increases. Spending jumped 1.8% for January. The Commerce Department says personal consumption expenditures are up 4.7% from a year ago. This tells us that inflation accelerated at the start of the year and that the central bank has more work to do to bring down prices. The Fed is expected to continue to raise interest rates. And Apple is making major progress on a revolutionary blood glucose monitor, which could eventually make its way to the Apple Watch, Bloomberg reported this week. The monitor would measure blood glucose levels without needing to prick the skin. If completed, the device could help push the tech giant into a major force in healthcare. The secret project has been under wraps for several years, but it could still be some time before it officially launches. Guys, I'll send it back over to you.
That would be a big deal. All right, CNBC's Steve Kovac. Thank you, Steve.
A rare blizzard warning blankets parts of Southern California. Straight ahead, where up to 8 feet of snow could pile up from this historic storm. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
Right now, a brutal winter storm is crawling across parts of the West Coast. California and Oregon are getting hit with heavy snow and strong winds. It's causing blizzard conditions in some areas. Officials there ordering people to stay off the roads.
Up and down the coast, thousands of homes and businesses are without power as well. But clear across the country in Michigan, it's worse. More than 700,000 customers are still dealing with blackouts. That's days after a dangerous ice storm rocked that region.
NBC News correspondent Nyala Charles is in Hollywood Hills with more. Nyala, so this is a rare winter storm for Southern California. I mean, you're in the Hollywood Hills. We're talking about higher elevations to the east of you that are really seeing the worst of it. But how are people responding to what are incredibly unusual conditions for that part of the country?
Well, here in LA, they're responding with excitement, Joe, because this is the first time the National Weather Service has issued a blizzard warning in LA County. And although the mountains here do get snow, that's happened before, this amount of snow with the blizzard warning never happened. In the highest peaks of the mountains, we're seeing 8 feet of snow. And in other areas, is expected to be as high as 5 feet tomorrow. So this is how the LA residents are reacting, right? Because yesterday at this time, I was in Minnesota with a blizzard warning, and it means the same thing does here as it did there. Wind gusts as high as 35 miles per hour with so much snow that it would create a low visibility for drivers. So take a listen to how LA residents are reacting.
And I looked it up and I saw that Hollywood Lake Park had snow, and so I drove right over. It's like a once-in-a-lifetime thing, so I was like, I gotta go see it.
I've lived in Los Angeles my whole life, and I haven't seen any snow since the late 50s when I was a kid. So this is, even though the tourists are not liking it, the locals are loving it, because for us, this is kind of a thrill, you know.
So, Joe, Aaron, a lot more enthusiasm to just even the sight of some flurries here in L.A.
Exciting for the locals. I get it. I do want to ask you, though, there are some concerns about flooding out there, right?
Right. So although it's snowing in the mountains, lower points of elevation like where we are seeing rain and hail. So with that comes a lot of warnings for mudslides, because if that rain does come down, being that we live in a dry part of this country, that means the burn scars with the mix of rain could create mud coming down from the mountaintops.
All right, NBC News correspondent Nyala Charles, thank you so much.
So let's go to NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now. Bill, not a whole lot of relief in sight over the weekend, right? Break it down for us.
A slow-moving storm. And, yeah, the snow gets the headlines, right? There's kids and people running outside in California that are like, just don't get snow at the low elevations. And that's what we've been watching up to this point. But now that the storm's getting closer, things are warming up. The snow levels are actually going higher up in elevation on the mountains. And now we're worried mostly about what's going to happen with the rainfall. So we do have flood watches that are up for almost all areas of Southern California, Santa Clarita, Los Angeles, Oceanside to San Diego, and we are concerned with the rain rates. So if we may be able to get up to an inch of rain in 1 hour, and that's enough in many of these cases to get flash flooding, maybe some debris and mudslides, especially in any burn scar areas. And so our map does show there's 2, 3, 4 inches, and that's right through all coastal sections. So it's not just in the mountains. The mountains could even see up to like 7 inches, but in the cities themselves, we could end up with 2 to 3 inches. And of course, the ski resorts, the high elevations, I'm sure Mammoth's going to be sending out a press release tomorrow with probably saying we got another 4 feet. They've had like 30 feet this winter. But other areas that don't typically get that much, some of the mountains just outside of San Bernardino, those could locally get even as much as 2, 3, 4 feet of snow by the time this is over. And because of the wind gusts that we're going to get today, that's why we do have these blizzard warnings that are still up. Again, that's mostly above like 4,000 to 5,000 foot elevation, so not where many people are actually going to be hopefully traveling, especially in this type of weather. And the winds, for a California storm, obviously we worry about the winds and power outages. I think it's going to be isolated with this. I'm not thinking it's going to be too widespread. We only have one little area here that's under high wind warnings, and the actual wind gusts themselves do not look like they're going to be too high. Most of them are going to be in the 30 mile per hour range, maybe at most getting up to about 40 mile per hour. So again, for California standards, a pretty significant storm, and the worst of it for Los Angeles and Southern California is tonight through the overnight hours. It'll slowly improve tomorrow.
Meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, thank you.
A federal investigation reveals new details in that toxic train derailment in Ohio, where the feds now say the spill could have been prevented. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The FBI is out with a new warning for consumers. Beware of those popular QR codes that are just about everywhere these days. Linda Beccaro from our New York City station shows us how cyber criminals are now using them to steal sensitive personal information.
At the Elysian Cafe in Hoboken, patrons can scan a QR or quick response code to get the menu. It's a routine that became popular during COVID.
Do you ever look at the URL to make sure you're going to where you're supposed to go?
No, not that I can say, to be honest, no.
The FBI in Newark now warning about the threat of scams targeting QR codes.
It's very convenient, but obviously with that comes the possibility of cyber criminals using that to their advantage.
One of the more popular scams these days is called quishing, where thieves use a QR code to steal your personal information.
Quishing is where they have a QR code that they either take over and have a tampered QR code, or they redirect you to a malicious site.
And once you're on a malicious site, cyber criminals can serve up malware.
They might now have the opportunity to install that malware, and with that comes their access to your phone and what's in your phone. A lot of personal information.
Special agent in charge James Dennehy says cyber thieves have been caught in the act.
Cyber criminals were taking a sticker of a QR code and putting it over the stickers on parking meters.
To protect yourself, check the small print that pops up on your phone screen when you scan the code. For example, the QR code for an art exhibit opens up to the legitimate website for the city of Hoboken. And this code does indeed link you to the Elysian Cafe's menu options. So read the name of the link before you open it. And if you're trying to download an app, go straight to the App Store instead of scanning a code.
You wouldn't hand a $20 bill to just anybody without verifying their identity. Understand these cyber criminals are taking advantage of the speed that QR codes and the internet and everything else that goes with it allows you to conduct business.
I still think they're pretty useful.
but I definitely will be more careful in the future.
And if you have a problem, the FBI encourages you to report it to their Internet Crime Complaint Center at ic3.gov. Linda Baccaro for NBC News Daily.
A major medical breakthrough for doctors at an Indiana hospital. They're celebrating a successful life-saving procedure for identical twin girls with a rare condition. Reporter Anne-Marie Tiernan from our Indianapolis NBC affiliate shows us how doctors perform this delicate surgery.
The arrival of these identical twin sisters by C-section last week at IU Health's Riley Hospital marks a medical milestone. The girls, each weighing a little more than 3 pounds, are the first to have a twin-to-twin transfusion syndrome, or TTTS, procedure in Indiana. They were diagnosed in October at stage 3.
You're looking at the next stage is organ failure, and we didn't want to have to deal with brain damage and heart failure or any other organs that would shut down in that process.
TTTS is a rare, serious condition where unequal blood flow between the twins sharing a placenta results in one twin having too much amniotic fluid and the other too little, and there is a potential for rapid progression.
Stage 4 is when one or both babies is in heart failure in utero and is very ill and is very unlikely to survive an intervention or delivery. Stage 5 is where one or both of the babies have died.
So having a fetal surgical option close by is key for survival. For the Canes from Petersburg, in the OR, Riley doctors endoscopically used a laser to ablate or eliminate the baby's connecting vessels to better balance those fluids. 95% of the time, it takes just one procedure. This case took 2, and it held.
We were hoping to make it to 24 weeks and then 28 weeks and 32, and then we made it to delivery day at 34.
Little Haley arrived first, and her sister Rachel was born just a minute later. Both have a lot of hair, but Haley has the most, and that is a distinguishing feature for now. Both are getting stronger every day in the NICU, as mom and dad are relying on outfits like turtles for Haley and purple for Rachel to tell them apart. But someday they'll come together and tell the story of how their faith and the medical team work together to become a family of 4.
That was Anne-Marie Tiernan reporting.
A not guilty plea from actor Alec Baldwin in the deadly Rust movie set shooting. What this means for his criminal case and why we won't see him in court today. That's just ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back to NBC News Daily. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Making news right now. Still no arrests in a Philadelphia shooting that sent 7 people, including a 2-year-old girl, to the hospital. Investigators say 3 gunmen got out of a vehicle and just started shooting near a school last night. All 7 victims, including the toddler's mother and 5 teenagers, are expected to be okay.
Disgraced movie mogul Harvey Weinstein is hit with even more prison time. He was sentenced to an additional 16 years in prison for a rape conviction in Los Angeles yesterday. Weinstein's new sentence will run consecutively with the 23 years he's currently serving for a rape conviction in New York.
And here's something you don't see every day. Gondolas in Italy's famous Venice canals were stranded by unusually low tides. You can see the gondolas stuck in the mud here. Experts say the low water levels are caused by an extremely dry winter and a high-pressure weather system over most of Italy.
Today marks 1 year since Russia launched a full-scale attack on Ukraine, ending decades of relative stability in that region.
NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel takes an in-depth look back at the violent conflict that still rages on.
Everyone here remembers exactly where they were a year ago at 5 o'clock in the morning when Russian troops crossed the border after the Kremlin had been insisting for weeks that it had no intention of invading Ukraine. Today, Ukraine's President Zelensky marked the occasion, thanked his people for their resolve, and predicted that this year, Ukraine would win the war.
Ukrainians this morning observing a moment of silence for a war they were widely expected to lose, but instead are winning. It was 5 a.m. a year ago today when Russia invaded Ukraine in the biggest military campaign in Europe since World War II. At the time, President Putin said Ukraine, an independent nation since the breakup of the Soviet Union 30 years ago, shouldn't exist. This morning, President Zelensky said Ukrainians have proven invincible after a year of pain, sorrow, faith, and unity. Millions of Ukrainians are still living as refugees across Europe. A year ago, they began to escape the country, fearing Russian troops would quickly take over.
There's a lot of confusion about where these trains are departing from. We've seen people holding their babies up in the air.
Throughout it all, the Ukrainian people have showed grit, determination, and resolve.
The Russians have now arrived at the gates of Kiev. This footbridge is one of the only ways people are able to escape.
But the Ukrainian army, backed by American money and weapons, launched a stunning counteroffensive, driving Russian troops back and liberating occupied towns and cities. President Biden congratulated Ukrainians for their bravery after his surprise visit to Kyiv this week. But Vladimir Putin shows no signs of giving up. He's making nuclear threats again and launched a new offensive. Now China is entering the mix, calling for peace. Its foreign ministry overnight releasing a 12-point peace plan. It's mainly a statement of principles about the importance of respecting national sovereignty, avoiding Cold War mentalities, and the need for peace talks. Ukrainian officials say Putin can't be trusted, while the Kremlin continues to insist a sovereign, democratic Ukraine has no right to exist.
China said that nuclear weapons and nuclear threats should not be used, and today the White House is rolling out more sanctions against Russia. Richard Engel, NBC News, Mykolaiv, Ukraine.
Actor Alec Baldwin won't be at his court appearance today. He is waiving his right after pleading not guilty to felony charges of involuntary manslaughter on Thursday. Baldwin and the on-set armorer are both facing charges in the shooting death of a cinematographer on the set of the movie Rust back in October 2021. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett is following this story for us from Los Angeles. Maura, good to see you. So a New Mexico judge said Alec Baldwin is allowed to keep filming Rust, which is expected to resume filming in the spring. But there are conditions for him to continue working. What more do we know?
That's right, Joe. We expected to see Alec Baldwin for the first time appearing virtually today at this preliminary hearing, but on Thursday he waived that appearance, pleading not guilty, and the court did allow him a few conditions of release. I want to show you the list here. He needs to obey all local, state, federal laws while he is walking on release and is able to continue working. He cannot possess any firearms or weapons, and he cannot consume any alcohol leading up to the trial. He's supposed to stay in close contact with the attorney, and he's not supposed to have he's supposed to have limited contact with any potential witnesses from the Rust shooting. The exception there is when the Rust filming gets underway again this spring. He obviously can work with his colleagues there, but they're not supposed to discuss the trial. And as a reminder, he is facing those charges of involuntary manslaughter. If convicted, that's a sentence of up to 18 months, Joe.
So, Maura, we said Baldwin's not going to be in court today, but the armorer, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, is making her first court appearance, I believe, as we speak. So what can we expect from that, and then what's next in this legal process for both her and Baldwin after today?
Yeah, Joe, a very quick hearing this morning. It actually just wrapped before I got on the air with you. And basically, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, the weapons supervisor on set, was read her rights, and her defense attorney had asked the judge for permission for her to have a firearm, a gun, inside her home because she was facing threats from a stalker that she issued a restraining order against. The judge allowed this, but only access to a firearm within her own home. The prosecution had argued that the case is around her, quote, sloppiness handling a firearm, but they were able to settle on the fact that ideally she won't be a threat to anybody if she's just practicing self-defense inside her home. And so the next steps for both of them who face those involuntary manslaughter charges is a probable cause hearing where evidence will be presented, and then the judge will decide if there's enough evidence to go to trial. That was set for mid-May. Joe?
All right, that'll be the next step. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett, thank you so much.
New findings from the National Transportation Safety Board show a possible cause of that toxic train derailment in Ohio earlier this month. Investigators say the accident was, quote, 100% preventable. The new information coming as the disaster is turning into a political issue as well. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen is live in East Palestine, Ohio for us again today. So, Ron, help me square something here. The investigators said that there's no evidence of any wrongdoing from the train crew on the day of this accident, but also said that it was 100% preventable. Help me understand what happened here.
They're pointing to a wheel bearing overheating in one of the train cars and damaging the axle and the undercarriage of the train. So they're going to look at mechanical records. They're going to look at inspection records. They're going to look at the history of the train. They're going to look at all kinds of physical things to determine what might have been the cause of this and how that might have been changed to prevent it. They're also going to look at the safety systems that were installed on the track. The train hit one, two, then a third detector that is designed to detect heat underneath the train, which was caused by this wheel bearing. The first two times the temperature wasn't that high. By the time it got to the third detector, it was some 253 degrees, and that's what set off the alarm, an audible alarm. And the train conductor, one of the crew, tried to stop it then. Did stop it, slowed it down and stopped it. But it was too late. The derailment happened. So the crew did what they were supposed to do according to the NTSB. But that still leaves a lot of unanswered questions about why this would have happened.
Ron, there are more than 500 people in that town who are part of a class action lawsuit against the train company there, against Norfolk Southern. I know you spoke to some of them about this. What are they telling you?
I think by this time, Aaron, we're above 500 and we're heading into the thousands. That's what the attorneys tell us. There are attorneys here holding what they call information sessions to help people understand their rights. You could also look at that as a recruitment session because they're trying to build up these cases, not just here in Ohio, but across the border in Pennsylvania. Residents simply don't believe the answers, the results they're getting from state officials and federal officials about the air quality, soil, water. Some are doing their own testing, and they're going to take those results and compare them to what they're getting from state and federal officials. There's just this big distrust problem. And there's also the question of damages because some businesses were forced to close. They're worried about reopening and what business will be like going forward. Some people think that there has been a long-term profound impact on this town, financially, economically, and also from a health point of view. People are very concerned about what illnesses might pop up here as a result of this, they think, years to come, even though they are told now, and perhaps because they're told now, that there's nothing in the air or water that the EPA and state environmental officials are detecting that's dangerous, that's unsafe.
All right, Ron Allen for us live in Ohio today. Ron, thank you.
NBC News is getting an exclusive ride on a U.S. Navy surveillance flight over the South China Sea.
And this comes as the U.S. is beefing up its troop presence in Taiwan, and there's a deepening threat from China. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frere.
Guys, good morning. We were on board a U.S. Navy P-8 Poseidon surveillance flight high over the South China Sea, flying over man-made islands that China has been fortifying and the U.S. see as unlawful. And we're not talking about tiny little rocky outcrops. One of them is 700 acres, described as an unsinkable aircraft carrier with a runway, radar sites, hangars, and according to the Navy, possibly surface-to-air missiles. The militarization of these islands is only one part of China's challenge to U.S. influence in the region. And during the flight, we had warnings from the PLA over the radio saying American aircraft, no more approaching, you will bear full responsibility. And then the flight was intercepted. A Chinese J-11 fighter jet was 500 feet off the wing, flew beside the aircraft for well over an hour. These encounters are happening more often, according to the Navy. They say that they are professional, but a more assertive China, along with deeper ties with Russia and North Korea, the posturing over Taiwan, it's opening a new front here. And that Chinese balloon that was shot down is just another sign of provocation. The U.S. and allies in the region, like Japan, the Philippines, and Australia, are now ramping up defenses. The question is how this standoff over the South China Sea, which for now is from a distance, is going to be resolved without conflict. Guys?
Janice Mackey-Frere reporting there. When some people start a new job, maybe they overshare a little bit. Straight ahead, how you can make sure you can start off on the right foot with healthy boundaries. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Well, people are twice as likely to be engaged at work if they are friends with their colleagues. That's according to a Gallup study.
Yeah, no surprise there. Work friendships do tend to make the day less dreary. They help people focus better and actually make people more productive. But it is important to strike the right balance between professionalism and friendship. To help us with that, relationship and dating coach Bella Gandhi joins us now. Good to have you with us. So, I mean, when people start getting to know new colleagues or friends, they tend to focus on the other person because there's something about the other person they find appealing in some way. But in reality, experts say they should put at least some focus on themselves, too. So how can doing that, being a little introspective, help people make new relationships stronger?
Well, being introspective, starts with the definition of being emotionally intelligent. Knowing what emotions we are feeling is really kind of the starting point to saying, how am I going to come to my relationship with this person? So when you meet a new person, or even when you're dealing with existing colleagues, what you want to do in your mind is really think about what's good about this person. Come from a place of love and amplify what's good about them and look at them through this really positive lens. And when you're talking to somebody, if they're not treating you as well as they might, just look at them with compassion at the end of the day. That's so important. But you really have to start thinking about, how do I feel, and flipping yourself over to that place of love and compassion.
Trying to understand each other. You also talk about three main feelings that people have when they're approaching any situation involving other people, right? Can you walk us through some of those and then how they affect the way that we respond to people and vice versa?
Yeah, we can have an array of emotions as human beings, right? But at work, especially, we can feel fear, right? Meaning something's going to be taken away from us and we've got to hold on to it. Or we can feel greed. We want more of something that we're not getting. Or we can feel love, where we want the situation to be more of a win-win. So really, again, think about, how am I feeling? Am I feeling positive or negative? Am I feeling that fear or greed? And switch that over to a place of love. Just that, taking that pause to say, am I feeling fearful? How can I come from a place of love? This is win-win. Nobody's trying to screw me over here. That will really adjust the tone of how you're going to come to the relationship.
Yeah, we need love in our friendships and not anything like you just said there. A key part,
nope,
exactly. And, a key part of any healthy relationship is also boundaries, but it's not always easy to set those types of expectations early on, especially if your friends are at the office. Why is that so important, the boundaries, and how can you do it appropriately?
Look, you don't want to be a bull in a china shop and say, these are my boundaries, right? But what you want to do is, boundaries are really important because they see you as a person with boundaries and they respect that. It teaches people how you are going to allow them to treat you. And when people are treating you better and you know that they will and how they're going to respond, our mental health and our enjoyment of the workplace is so much better. And if we feel comfortable with boundaries and we know that people are going to be respectful and we're going to be respectful, people tend to be more open. We're more creative. We can get more things done that way.
And what do you tell people about language or behaviors that they should not use around their colleagues?
Wow. Well, first of all, never say things you're going to regret. Don't spread rumors. It's tempting to sit around the water cooler and gossip about the, person in accounting. Don't do that. Don't say negative things about people. And with new relationships especially, don't be the TMI person where you're sharing too much personal information about yourself, because you never know when that's going to come come back and bite you, and also never say something that you're possibly going to regret. Put yourself in the receiving situation again from compassion. If someone said this to me, how would I feel? Is there a kinder, gentler, more loving way to say this so this person receives it and hopefully will do what I want them to do?
All right, makes a lot of sense there. We really appreciate the tips. Relationship and dating coach Bella Gandhi, thanks for joining us.
We're going to start applying it now to our friendship.
As we speak.
Exactly. You are watch closely to see if we do it. You are watching NBC News Daily.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle?
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? Thank you, Lester.
We are taking you to a one-of-a-kind coffee shop that's serving up more than some top-notch Java.
NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander shows us how this North Carolina business has become a beacon for black culture.
You notice it the second you step into Archive Cafe.
It feels like walking into my grandma's living room.
The warm embrace of a familiar past. On the shelves, Maya Angelou, Dick Gregory, and some of the finest VHS tapes the 90s had to offer. Then there are the magazines.
You have the Ebony from 1969.
Black Stars, Vibe, and of course, Ebony and Jet.
Look at that one. Earth, Wind, and Fire.
For Sharice Terry, it's a collection she's been building for nearly a decade.
Do you remember getting your first, was it an Ebony magazine? It was an Ebony magazine. Yeah. It was a Dick Gregory cover with all his children. You went from that one Dick Gregory cover to now you have how many, would you say? 5,000 plus. 5,000? Yes. Yes.
Now she's turned it into a full-fledged business, Archive CLT in West Charlotte.
Now that we have this space for coffee and meetings, it means everything to this community. This is black love, this is black feeling, this is black vibe.
Carefully curated to pay tribute to black culture. From the decor to the artwork, the coffee beans, even the drink names.
Master Blaster, Stevie Wonder. Yes.
The house favorite, the Foxy Brown, a nod to both the movie and the rapper.
I see why this is a favorite.
It even
Oh, my
extends
goodness.
to the bathroom.
This whole bathroom is a vibe. Thank you. And you don't really say that about bathrooms.
No, people come in and they say, I just never want to leave. I just want to read the articles.
When people walk out of here, what do you want them to take with them?
A sense of pride. Whether you're black or not, understanding our contributions were important.
Cherise started her journey as a way to feel closer to her mom, who died in 2014 when Cherise was 24 years old.
I wanted to know what the culture was like when she was coming up. Her and I always shopped together, and we've always been attracted to vintage items and clothes styles. And so I wanted to know what ignited that. And so me just going down the rabbit hole of all the black publications from the 70s just like woke something up inside of me.
What do you feel like you learned about your mom along the way?
Oh, she was jazzy. I mean, it explains the 8 tracks in the house, wake up, listen to Marvin Gaye. So the music aspect I knew and I loved, so once I seen the images, it made sense, like her flair, her flavor.
Now she's using that inspiration to inspire others, starting in the same community where she grew up. Cherise travels the country, scouring yard sales and shops for her magazines. And sometimes they just find her.
A lady called and said that her aunt was throwing away some Jet magazines. Would I want them? So I'm like, oh, cool. I'm thinking maybe 4 or 5 or 10 or 20. Yeah. It was 1,400 Jet magazines that she has collected since the 50s. 1,400 magazines.
What does that tell you about the power of these magazines?
The power of unity, and understand that it is important for me to share with the next generation.
Now, as a mother herself to 17-year-old Kaylee, 13-year-old Taylor, and 8-year-old Bailey, Cherise is doing just that, building a business and a legacy for her own daughters to cherish.
I want them to have the courage to step out on faith and believe in themselves and to achieve and contribute to your community. It's instilled for them to carry it on, and I believe that they will.
Cheers to that.
Thank you.
Blaine Alexander, NBC News.
And here's what's trending now. Succession creator and executive producer Jesse Armstrong now confirming season 4 will be the last season for the hit HBO show. In an interview with The New Yorker, Armstrong said he was conflicted about ending the show, but said, quote, "The end has always been kind of present in my mind. So mark your calendars. The final season will be airing on HBO beginning March 26th.
And Warner Brothers is taking us back to Middle-earth. The studio announcing a new deal for multiple films based on the beloved Lord of the Rings franchise by author J.R.R. Tolkien. Now, this project is going to be developed under the New Line Cinema label. Right now, there are no filmmakers attached to the projects, but we know they're coming.
There you go. And if you take away the dragons, Lord of the Rings and Succession, pretty similar stories, actually.
Same show.
There's a lot of overlap there. All right, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. You're watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us free 24/7 on NBC News Now. We're streaming there. All the places you see on the screen there. We're right back right after this.
the day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hey there, everyone. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Friday, February 24th. Back on the stand, disgraced lawyer Alec Murdaugh admitted he lied to police about his location on the day his wife and son were killed. Today, the cross-examination continues as parts of his story change.
New video, police released body camera footage of officers arresting the man they believe killed 3 people in Orlando. Plus, the journalist who survived that attack speaks out for the first time.
Criminal case, Alec Baldwin enters a not guilty plea in the fatal shooting of Russ cinematographer Helena Hutchins. More this hour on why he did not appear in court.
And looking on the bright side, is there such a thing as being too positive? Turns out, maybe. Our mental health expert is here to explain how excessive happiness can turn toxic.
Good to have you with us on this Friday. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start with Alec Murdaugh on the witness stand.
The former South Carolina attorney testifying in his own defense, accused of killing his wife and younger son. The courtroom is packed today with people lining up as early as 4:30 this morning just to catch a glimpse of Murdaugh testifying.
The state is continuing its extensive cross-examination today. Things at times are getting heated between Murdaugh and the prosecution. The state complaining that Murdaugh's memory gets, quote, conveniently fuzzy, recalling certain details.
Are these also convenient facts in your new story that have to fit with the timeline now that that evidence has been thrown in your face?
No, sir.
Does that sound like real life to you, that you jet down there and jet back, Mr. Murdaugh?
Mr. Waters, as I just told you, I didn't get on my golf cart and jet down there. I didn't jet back. You're using words that I'm not using. And that's your categorization.
Do you agree I'm entitled to ask my questions to you, sir?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I'm going to answer them. All I'm saying is I'm taking issue with the manner in which you're changing what I'm saying.
So you disagree this is a new story? You disagree with that characterization?
Yes. This is the first time that this is being told openly.
And you disagree to my characterization that you've got a photographic memory about the details that have to fit now that you know these facts, but you're fuzzy on the other stuff that complicates that. You disagree with that?
I do disagree with that. I think that I think that I have a good memory about a lot of things on this.
The prosecution also grilling Murdaugh about his alleged financial crimes. Murdaugh admits to stealing money from clients, blaming a lot of his behavior on drug use and greed.
As I sit here today, I do not believe that any of this justifications that I'm talking about made any of this okay, because I don't. I've owned up to all this money I stole. I've tried to since I was confronted, and I continue here today. But one of the justifications at the time when I was taking pills and doing the things I was doing, I think I was selfish, and I think I just took the money.
And the state asked Murdaugh about his whereabouts the night of the murders, focusing on his admitted lie about being at the kennels minutes before the murders.
But you never told them all this new story that you've constructed in light of this trial, is that correct?
I did not tell them that I went to the kennel. I lied about that.
And at the same time, you also looked at this jury and tried to tell them that you had been cooperative in this investigation.
Other than lying to them about going to the kennel, I was cooperative in every aspect of this investigation.
Very cooperative, except for maybe the most important fact of all, that you were at the murder scene with the victims just minutes before they died. Right?
I did not tell them that I went to the kennel.
Also, Murdaugh got emotional recounting the moments he found his wife and son's bodies.
You got out of the car, according to what you told law enforcement repeatedly, and went and checked the bodies, correct? Before you called 911. Is that correct?
No, sir, that's not correct.
You're saying you didn't say that to law enforcement?
I don't know what I said to law enforcement, Mr. Waters, but I can tell you this. When I pulled up and I saw Mags and Paw, I jumped out of that car. I know that I went back to my car and I called 911 as quickly as I could. That point in time, when I got on the phone, then is when I went to them and did the things that I did. So, what you're saying is not accurate.
Legal analyst Angela Senadella and NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber join us now to break this all down. So, Ellison, first of all, just what else are we hearing from Murdaugh here today?
There's so much, and at times it feels like it's a lot of the same. Like you hear him admitting that he lied. But what I do think has been different in the cross today is I think that we have seen the prosecution push back on these little moments where it's not just accepting the answer of, yes, I lied about that thing, but then saying, okay, but here in this moment, why are you fuzzy about this detail, but you remember every bit of this, and kind of pushing back on those inconsistencies in a more detailed way than I think we've seen them do of late. One thing that stood out to me, in addition to that moment when he says, I was very cooperative on everything except the kennel video, and you had immediately the prosecutor saying, okay, just the most important thing in this trial. And then he's continued to go back to that to try to say, okay, at what point did you decide that you were going to lie? And then there was this weird exchange where Murdaugh tried to say, well, I've been trying to get in touch with you guys to have more conversations for quite a while now and haven't been able to. And I mentioned this the other day, but I go back to it again because I have it in my notes. They literally filed an alibi saying he was not at the kennel in November of 2022. So it's like the idea that you weren't able to get in touch or change things between then and now is just so outside of the bounds of what the evidence is that it seems like to me, the prosecution is very clearly laying out those moments saying, well, your lawyer did a TV interview in November of 2022. So when did that happen?
So, Angela, what's your read on all this? I mean, as you watched both the process and the responses, what's your read on the cross-examination today?
The prosecution is doing a brilliant job in attacking his credibility from every single angle. Just like Allison said, they honed in on these little details that if he were truly a grieving father and husband would not have missed. For example, they asked him what his last conversations were with these people when he was down there, and he just didn't know. He looked stunned on the stand. And so the prosecution kept going farther. Really, you don't remember what you said to your wife right before this murder happened, and he just could not remember. Now, this man has an explanation for everything except for key moments that normal people would remember.
You chatted with us yesterday and called this sort of a Hail Mary. So I guess my question is, how has this worked for Alec Murdaugh now compared with, say, 5 seconds before he took this stand? Is he coming out better because of this testimony, or do you think he's coming out worse?
I certainly think he's coming out a lot worse because the prosecution is long in their cross. And what are they doing? They're making him say on the stand over and over, I lied to this person, I lied to that person, I lied to my friends, my family, the investigators. Literally every person in his life he has lied to. So once the jury hears him repeat, I lied, I lied, I lied, that really just destroys his credibility.
One of the other things, Allison, that we heard a lot about was these financial crimes, the alleged financial crimes that were a part of both the case of the prosecution bill going in and now in this conversation that we're seeing with him on the stand. Talk to us a little bit about that.
Yeah, yesterday there was a lot of focus, I think, on the financial crimes, and it's interestingly been a little bit less so. I feel like there's been more focus on the timeline of what happened that night and then also on his use of opioids. And one thing, to go to your point of these like little inconsistencies that they seem to be drilling in a way that, as someone who has watched this case, who has spent a week down there, financial crimes and things were hard to keep track of. This stuff has been they have felt so much more on the nose on details that I feel like if I'm processing things quicker, listening to it, that a jury must be as well. And one thing that did stand out to me when they were going into this opioid discussion of clearly the prosecution just trying to establish this guy is a liar, you can't trust him on anything, was when he went into heavy details about where he thought Maggie Murdoch found the pills that his son Paul had texted him about. That text saying, hey, when you get to Edisto Beach, we need to talk. Mom found pills in your computer bag. He said he did not remember the conversation he had with Paul after he sent that text, but then went into elaborate detail about, I had cataract surgery. Maggie couldn't go inside because it was COVID-19, so she'd been sitting in the car and she went through my computer bag. And to have that contrast with then, oh, I don't remember what we talked about after, was very interesting. And you see the prosecution pointing to that to say, look, he was having issues. He was getting called out on his serious amount, he says, of drug use. And that could have also been a motive here. And I think you're seeing them imply the financial motive and as well as the drug motive today more than we've seen, I think, throughout the trial, honestly.
Angela, just 20 seconds here. But I mean, the whole point here is, could this emotion, if jurors are responding to the emotion, could one have reasonable doubt and therefore Murdoch gets off?
It's always possible if they have a sibling or someone who had a drug addiction. But I think there's too many incredible things here for the jury then to say, you know what, I believe this guy.
All right, we will see how it all turns out. Our legal analysts, Angela Sinadella and Allison Barber, thank you both.
Time now for our CNBC Money Minute. A new report says Gen Z women expect to make $6,200 less than men after graduating. While the gender pay gap has narrowed significantly since the 1960s, progress has stalled in the last 15 years.
CNBC Global Markets reporter Seema Modi joins us now. So, Seema, several states have already passed some pay transparency laws as of late. How could this help with closing that gap?
So Aaron and Joe, experts say pay transparency removes the stigma around negotiating, allowing women to know exactly how much they should be paid right off the bat. Many states, as you mentioned, including California, Colorado, and Maryland, have enacted new laws to give workers leverage and better negotiate earnings. Women currently make an average of 83 cents for every dollar earned by men. That's according to the census report data, with working moms making significantly less than that. Also in focus, Boeing is pausing deliveries of its 787 Dreamliner jets due to a documentation issue. It hasn't turned in a Dreamliner since January 26th, as the dozens stored await delivery. Boeing says it has notified the FAA and is conducting an analysis on a fuselage component. It had halted assembly last week, but that has since been lifted. The plane maker says it does not expect full year production and delivery guidance to be affected. Aaron and Joe?
CNBC Seema Modi, thank you so much.
The photojournalist who survived a shooting while covering a story in Florida is speaking out today. What he's saying about the attack that killed his co-worker. That's next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Investigators in Central Florida are still searching for a motive after a string of deadly shootings. They say a gunman killed 3 people, including a local TV reporter and a 9-year-old girl. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas has new details about the suspect and what we're hearing from the photojournalist who survived the attack.
The one surviving journalist of the Orlando shooting spree talking for the first time about the horrific attack that took his partner's life.
They kept shooting at me.
Jesse Walden, a photographer with Spectrum News 13 in Orlando, was covering an earlier murder involving a woman shot in her vehicle.
The crime scene had already wrapped up, so we had no real clue where the car was previously. And apparently I ended up parking exactly where that car was before.
That's when he unexpectedly became part of the news story he was working on.
As I'm about to open my trunk, I hear gunshots and I feel that I get hit.
The reporter he was working with, Dylan Lyons, was shot and killed. Authorities say the 19-year-old suspect, Keith Moses, is a gang member with a long history of arrests. According to police documents filed Thursday earlier in the day, Moses was offered a ride by his cousin and 38-year-old victim, Natasha Augustine.
And at some point, for some reason, he shoots the victim in that car.
Hours later, police say Moses returned to the scene of the crime and opened fire on the news crew before going into a nearby home and killing 9-year-old Tyona Major and critically injuring her mother. Family members calling the child funny, smart, and a joy to be around. This new police body camera shows the moment of the arrest.
Get on your face. Get on your...
During the arrest, police cut out an automatic handgun from his pants.
Glad to see you. It's hot, still hot.
This morning, tributes pouring in for reporter Dylan Lyons, including one from his heartbroken partner.
We were best friends. And he was just a sweet guy.
Guad Venegas, NBC News.
Well, a new winter storm is hitting the West Coast, and it's causing chaos in some areas. Portland, Oregon, for example, buried under nearly a foot of snow yesterday. Some people told the Associated Press they were stranded on the roads and had to actually sleep in their cars overnight in freezing cold.
Up and down the coast, thousands of homes and businesses are without power, but it's worse across the country. In Michigan, more than 700,000 people there are still dealing with blackouts days after a brutal ice storm hit the region. And right now, parts of Southern California are under a rare blizzard warning. In Ventura County, officials there are telling people to get ready because they could have to evacuate their homes. This morning, a light dusting of snow covered the famous Hollywood sign in Los Angeles, a very unusual sight for an area known for sunshine and palm trees. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking it all for us. So, Bill, who's getting hit the hardest now?
Well, I mean, this is a kind of a wild storm by California standards. You mentioned the snow, but I mean, we have a tornado warning now in California, just on the coast right near Santa Maria here. So we'll keep an eye on this. Not a confirmed tornado radar. Doppler indicated tornado means the Doppler radar is seeing a spinning in the sky of the thunderstorm, and a tornado is possible. So we'll keep an eye on that for you. But the storm itself is still off the coast. The main batch of moisture is now in between San Francisco and Los Angeles. I've already seen reports of 2 to 3 inches of rain. So flash flooding is going to be a big concern. And about 7 miles from the ocean at 1,500 feet, saw a report of 6 inches of snow. And they said it's the first time in their lifetime they've ever seen anything like that. So just picture California, low elevations near the beach, getting snow is just something very unusual. So Los Angeles, no snow for the downtown area, just a cold rain for you. And it's starting to pour right now, and this will be the theme through this evening. So we got the one batch of heavy rain over LA right now, and there's that area with that thunderstorm south of San Luis Obispo along the coast with that tornado warning and that thunderstorm. thunderstorm. So there's no flash flood warnings yet, but the heaviest rains will be this evening, so we'll keep an eye on that for all of Southern California. In the higher elevations in some of the mountains here, we could easily pick up maybe 4, 5, 7 inches, the weather service was saying, isolated. That's a lot of rain in a short period of time. That's why flash flooding looks almost certain. And then snowfall, obviously the central portion of the Sierra, the Mammoth, I'm sure the ski resort there will probably pick up feet of snow, but even some of those mountains outside of LA, 2 to 5 feet possible, especially above like 4,000 feet. So that's why we have those blizzard warnings in place for the high elevations. Not many people are under blizzard warnings, only about 200,000. But again, some of the passes are closed that you typically can drive on. And the other story, we're still very hot in the southeast. We just broke your record high in Charleston. It was 83. You're at 84. Jacksonville, you're heading towards your record high 87 today. So, yeah, pretty wild weather out there, and it will continue into your weekend.
All right, Bill, thank you.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
So you remember, getting your driver's license used to be a big deal. Not anymore, though. Surveys show that the majority of teens who can get licenses today actually don't. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff hit the road to find out why they're like, nah, I'm good.
Watch out for the bike lane!
Oops, my bad.
Remember when getting your license was the most exciting part about being a teen?
Are you going to take me somewhere to make left-hand turns?
We're going back to the DMV.
But these days, it seems teens and 20-somethings aren't in any rush to get into the driver's seat. Federal data shows only a quarter of 16-year-olds have their driver's licenses, about half as many as in the mid-90s. Stats true today for 16-year-old boys as well as girls. Experts say this trend is due in part to the popularity of ride-sharing apps and e-scooters, as well as social media replacing in-person get-togethers. According to one survey, 61% of teens between 13 and 17 preferred texting or using social media over actually talking in person. Since COVID, many Gen Zers like New Yorker Aaliyah Tejeda are working from home, making getting a license less necessary. She says even signing up for driver's ed would break her bank.
It's like $500 just for like 3 lessons.
And that's part of the problem. It's too expensive, right?
It's way too expensive. Even if I were able to afford a car note on top of my rent, do I have money for insurance? Absolutely not.
Nationwide, driving schools report teens are foregoing licenses not just in cities where public transport's easier, but in less populated areas too. 23-year-old Madison Morgan grew up in rural Washington state and still doesn't have a license.
Driving is honestly just very anxiety-inducing. When I would practice with my parents, a lot of times it would end in tears.
Now working in Seattle, she takes the bus to work, but says her parents still beg her to learn how to drive so she can have more options career-wise.
They want me to get a license so that if I ever wanted to move, that I wouldn't be as limited. But why would I want to have my own car when I can just go on an app and someone else in their car can just drive me around?
You're a virgin who can't drive. Oh, that was way harsh, Ty.
Let's face it, what used to be the ultimate put-down, now worn as a badge of honor among young people. No license, no problem.
Owning a car just isn't a part of our reality.
Jacob Soboroff, NBC News.
The Colorado River Basin is running dry, and for nearby towns, that means easy access to water is no longer a reality. NBC affiliate reporter Brad Hicks takes us to a small Arizona suburb near Scottsdale, where folks are forced to get a little creative.
Once a week, Dave Sloman loads jugs in his Jeep.
This isn't at all what I had in mind that my retirement would be.
And drives 30 minutes for water. Like the rest of his neighbors in Rio Verde foothills,
paper plates,
pee outside,
showering at the gym.
Life has gotten weird since the water was cut off. The unincorporated community of about 700 homes has for decades had water trucked in from next door Scottsdale. But at the start of the new year, Scottsdale turned off the tap.
We are most definitely the first domino to fall in this chain reaction from this drought.
For a long time, Scottsdale warned them the water wouldn't last. And with the drought crisis in the Colorado River Basin causing every community to conserve, the city decided it's done.
They do not live in Scottsdale.
Scottsdale's lobbyist at a recent State House hearing arguing against a measure to require the city to keep the water coming. Rio Verde residents pleading for lawmakers to pass it.
We need water desperately.
And the bill's sponsor with a warning.
But if we don't work together, we're doomed.
In the end, they did not work together, the Republican-backed bill failing to get any Democratic votes. Back in John Horner's tanker, the community's lifeline to water is getting longer.
Very stressful, to say the least.
Nearby Carefree, where he filled his truck for a month, recently cut him off too. The nearest water is now an hour away. A Canadian utility says it can have a well working for Rio Verde foothills in 3 years. Many residents here are not sure they'll make it another 3 months.
We won't survive the summer.
In Rio Verde foothills, Arizona, Brad Hicks reporting.
Coming up, a year after Russia's war in Ukraine started, we take a look at where the refugee crisis stands, and that's as China enters the mix. You're watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, and all the other places you see on your screen right there. The news continues right after this.
big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Making news right now, the house where 4 college students were killed is being torn down. The students were stabbed to death in November at the house near the University of Idaho. A suspect has been arrested there. NBC News has learned that the owner of that home offered to give it to the university. University officials say it will be demolished to help the community heal.
The suspect behind the mass shooting at a Colorado LGBTQ club last year is set to stand trial. Prosecutors say 22-year-old Anderson Lee Aldrich visited Club Q at least 6 times before the shooting and drew a map of the club's layout. The suspect is accused of killing 5 people and is charged with more than 300 criminal counts.
And 2 million Kasori brand air fryers are being recalled following reports that the machines caught fire. Minor burns were reported in several cases. You should stop using these products immediately if you have one. Kasori has not responded to a request for comment from NBC News.
Actor Alec Baldwin did not make his first court appearance today. Instead, he waived his right after pleading not guilty yesterday to felony charges of involuntary manslaughter.
Baldwin and the on-set weapons manager both faced charges in the fatal shooting on the set of the movie Rust back in October of 2021. The cinematographer, Helena Hutchins, died. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett is following the story for us from Los Angeles. Maura, Alec Baldwin has been allowed to continue filming this movie, which is supposed to pick back up in the spring. But a New Mexico judge said there were conditions for this, right? Tell us more about that.
Exactly, Aaron. The filming is supposed to pick back up in Montana in just a couple of months. And in the meantime, the judge did say that there is a short list of conditions that Baldwin must follow. He is not allowed to have any access to firearms or weapons in the meantime, as well as he's not allowed to consume any alcohol while obeying all local, state, and federal laws. He must stay in constant contact with his attorney, but he is limited to contact with certain witnesses associated with Rust and who were there at the time of the shooting. The exception there, though, as filming picks back up in the spring, is that he is able to film scenes with people who might have been on set at the time, but he is limited to discussing only what they are filming at the time. He's not permitted to speak about the case. And remember, he is facing those charges of involuntary manslaughter, which, if convicted, carry a sentence of up to 18 months and a potential $5,000 fine, Aaron.
So, Maura, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, the armorer on the set of Rust, did make a court appearance today. What happened in that brief hearing, and then just what's next in this case?
So she did not waive her right to appear today, and it was a very brief virtual hearing. We didn't even see her on camera because she barely spoke. It was a lot of back and forth between the attorneys. She was read her rights, and her attorney asked for permission for her to have a firearm within her home because some personal information had been released, and she had gotten some threats as well as a potential stalker that she had to file a restraining order against. And so the judge allowed that for self-defense purposes. But that was the extent of the trial today. They will be setting another virtual hearing coming up at the end of March ahead of a probable cause hearing later this spring, and that's when the judge would consider the evidence that they see to see if the case can go forward to trial, and that will be involved with both Hannah Gutierrez-Reed and Alec Baldwin in that case, guys.
All right. NBC's Maura Barrett with the very latest on this case. Thank you.
A federal judge in Texas is set to rule on a case that could ban medical abortion access in every state.
The lawsuit seeks to overturn the FDA's approval of mifepristone as part of a 2-drug regimen used to terminate pregnancies. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns has the details.
We can't go back! Amarillo, Texas, now at the center of America's abortion debate. I believe that we will win! Here, a group of anti-abortion doctors and medical organizations are suing the FDA, challenging the approval of Mifeprex, generically known as mifepristone, part of a 2-drug regimen commonly used for abortions that's been approved by the FDA since 2000. Alliance Defending Freedom arguing the FDA didn't adequately evaluate the drug's safety.
We're asking the court to do what is right, to follow and ask the FDA to follow the law by taking these dangerous drugs off the marketplace.
Presiding over the case, a conservative judge appointed by former President Trump. An injunction would cut off access to mifepristone nationwide.
If the plaintiffs win this lawsuit, what will be the effect? It will be devastating. Even in places where they've worked very hard to secure access to abortion, states like California, New York, here in D.C.
Abortion providers like Dr. Serena Floyd say the lawsuit is based on misinformation.
How dangerous is this medication? It's not dangerous at all. The evidence is solid. The science is solid. The complication rate is less than 1%.
The FDA told NBC News it does not comment on ongoing litigation, but in a court filing said the claims in the lawsuit are, quote, unsupported by any evidence. Since 2000, more than 5 million women have taken mifepristone, with 28 deaths associated with the drug reported.
Millions of women have taken these drugs safely. Doesn't that paint a contrary picture to your complaint?
I'm seeing these women in my own practice. My emergency room physicians, they're telling me how frequently they're seeing these complications, that women come in with retained tissue, with heavy bleeding, with serious life-threatening infections.
In a court brief, the country's leading group of OBGYNs say mifepristone is, quote, exceedingly safe and effective, calling the lawsuit, quote, ideological, not scientific.
The result, if you win, is that abortion access will be significantly limited. Is that the goal of this lawsuit?
No, the goal of this lawsuit is to protect American women and girls from dangerous chemical abortion drugs.
There is another drug, misoprostol, that can be used for medication abortions, but doctors say it can be less effective on its own. Back in Amarillo, Amanda Barnes traveled from Atlanta to protest this case.
It's ridiculous that just because, we were born with a uterus and certain body parts, that we should have to be subjected to this treatment.
The next frontier in America's abortion battle. Dasha Burns, NBC News, Amarillo, Texas.
It has been 1 year since Russian President Vladimir Putin sent troops into Ukraine. Thousands of people have been killed and so many more forced from their homes, and there's no end in sight. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is in Ukraine with more on the country determined to defend its freedom.
Ukrainians this morning observing a moment of silence for a war they were widely expected to lose, but instead are winning. It was 5 a.m. a year ago today when Russia invaded Ukraine in the biggest military campaign in Europe since World War II. At the time, President Putin said Ukraine, an independent nation since the breakup of the Soviet Union 30 years ago, shouldn't exist. This morning, President Zelensky said Ukrainians have proven invincible after a year of pain, sorrow, faith, and unity. Millions of Ukrainians are still living as refugees across Europe. A year ago, they began to escape the country, fearing Russian troops would quickly take over.
There's a lot of confusion about where these trains are departing from. We've seen people holding their babies up in the air.
Throughout it all, the Ukrainian people have showed grit, determination, and resolve.
The Russians have now arrived at the gates of Kiev. This footbridge is one of the only ways people are able to escape.
But the Ukrainian army, backed by American money and weapons, launched a stunning counteroffensive, driving Russian troops back and liberating occupied towns and cities. President Biden congratulated Ukrainians for their bravery after his surprise visit to Kyiv this week. But Vladimir Putin shows no signs of giving up. He's making nuclear threats again and launched a new offensive. Now China is entering the mix, calling for peace. Its foreign ministry overnight releasing a 12-point peace plan. It's mainly a statement of principles about the importance of respecting national sovereignty, avoiding Cold War mentalities, and the need for peace talks. Ukrainian officials say Putin can't be trusted, while the Kremlin continues to insist a sovereign, democratic Ukraine has no right to exist. Richard Engel, NBC News.
While Ukraine's military continues its stand against the Russian invasion, Ukrainian musicians are on a different mission. They are touring America, promoting Ukraine's culture and supporting those on the front lines. It's a tour that last week brought them to New York City, one of America's most iconic concert halls. are the civilized sounds one would expect to hear in a revered venue like Carnegie Hall. Harmonious music performed by the Lviv National Philharmonic Orchestra. Yet, a much more raucous sound sometimes seems to erupt as these Ukrainian musicians tour America.
You walk on the stage in Miami, the orchestra, even before the conductor shows any signs of life, the orchestra walks out and you'd think it's a tie score with 5 seconds left in the Super Bowl. The public is stamping their feet, they're screaming. Many of them have small Ukrainian flags in their pockets, and they're not Ukrainians. They're normal American concert goers.
You know, that never happened to me before when you go on stage and there's a standing ovation already. And I kind of feel a little bit uncomfortable in a way because this is not for me.
That response is for the orchestra, but it's not about the orchestra.
What it's about is their homeland. Just ask Ukrainian-born pianist Stanislav Kristenko, who has family fighting in the war.
Those are the heroes, and I'm getting a standing ovation. I don't think this is fair, but I kind of dedicate all this because we all understand who are the real heroes today.
The orchestra's tour was actually planned 2 years ago, well before anyone could have imagined a war in Europe. Their Ukrainian-American conductor, Theodore Kuchar, says 66 musicians are here, but they're preoccupied with what's happening to the loved ones they've left behind.
There's nobody here who is not intimately familiar with somebody who has been impacted in the worst possible way by this. So people are highly distracted by what's happening, but they realize also that their existence in the United States, in Carnegie Hall this evening, somebody has put them on a very special mission, and I think they are serving their country as they are best able to right now.
What is that mission?
The mission, I think, is to show Americans that the country that they are supporting, it's not a band of poor, soulless people. It is intellectually, culturally equal to any of its European counterparts.
A mission to share Ukraine's culture with the world, eclipsing images of war with sounds of harmony.
This is a historic moment for all Ukrainians. I'm not sure that every musician realizes it, but I think in 20 or 30 years, when they're sitting and reflecting on their careers, where they've been, what they've done, there's no question that this evening will represent the culmination of what Ukrainian musical life has achieved up until this point.
One of the songs performed during last week's show came from a Ukrainian composer. Now, this tour by the Lviv National Philharmonic is making stops in 40 cities all across America. Started last month in Florida, ends next month in Iowa.
Such beautiful music. We're lucky that they're able to share it, given all that's going on.
It's a great mission, and it's making a difference.
Yeah. Well, we know about toxic negativity, right? But how about toxic positivity? Up next in our mental health check, what it is and how to identify it. More NBC News Daily coming your way right after this.
top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We all know someone who's always looking at the positive side of things, but did you know that there is such a thing as being too positive?
Yeah, toxic positivity, it's called. It's something that functions to reject or discredit all negative emotions, but health experts say it's okay to let yourself feel a little down sometimes. Here to discuss this more is psychotherapist Dr. Robbie Ludwig. We appreciate you being here, Dr. Robbie. So for folks who maybe aren't familiar with the technical side of this, what exactly is toxic positivity and how might it sort of show up in a real life situation?
So it's when no matter how dire the circumstances are, somebody is telling you to stay positive, think in an optimistic way, and sometimes people can do this to themselves as well, where they don't allow them to have any other thought other than something positive, or they put that pressure on themselves.
Like everything is meant to happen, that kind of thing sometimes, where it's like,
glass half full.
Or good vibes only.
Yeah.
And the problem with this, and you were mentioning this before we actually were talking about it now, is that people might be really well-intended, but it's very invalidating when somebody is basically telling you how to feel.
Yeah.
And it's great to feel happy and it's great to be optimistic, but we really need all of our feelings. And it's important to give ourselves permission to feel sad or hurt or upset and not be talked out of it because it feels invalidating or unempathic.
Yeah.
And so that's the downside. It's shaming and blaming.
Yeah. So how do you know when positivity turns toxic, or at the very least, it's just not very helpful?
Well, I think a person feels like their feelings don't matter, or they're not allowed to have their feelings. And, you know, I think it's important to take into consideration intention. And if somebody doesn't know how to talk to you, you could say, you know, just listening would be really helpful to me now. And instructing somebody who may not know what to say, because people feel uncomfortable with deep, dark emotions. And it's a way of avoiding those emotions, but it's not very helpful in the moment.
Yeah, I've had to say to people before, you know what, I just want to be mad right now. Just
Yeah.
and because you get that feedback that's, well, if you think about it this way, if you look at it that way, and it's like, no, I'm just going to stew in this for a second, and I know I'll be okay. How do you respond to folks, though, who you know are well-intentioned, like you said, but you know, they need to know that this is a moment where that positivity isn't going to be the most helpful.
I love what you did. Like, I just need my moment. I just need to be sad right now, and I just need you to be with me while I'm having my feelings. Or you could say, thank you so much for trying to help me. I just need you to listen and be supportive. And if you are on the other side of the fence and don't know what to say to somebody, you could just simply say, I wish I knew the right thing to say, but I'm here in any way that you need me.
And I guess, I mean, for people who are positive all the time, I mean, we want to get real quickly a message to them too, right? That it is okay to feel. You don't want to suppress some of these dark feelings because they can get buried then sometimes, right?
But with emotions, it's a journey.
Yeah.
So you need to allow yourself to feel sad, mad, hurt, and then you work towards feeling as good as you want to feel. And I think that's the message. We could work towards that, but in order to get there, we need to acknowledge that all of our feelings have value, and they're there to help us survive and thrive.
All right. Psychotherapist Dr. Robbie Ludwig, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, did you ever wonder what did happen after The Grinch Stole Christmas? Looks like the mystery may be solved because after more than 60 years, Dr. Seuss fans are getting a sequel to the classic 1957 book.
According to Dr. Seuss Enterprises and Random House Children's Books, How the Grinch Lost Christmas will take place 1 year after the original. In it, the iconic holiday character will prove his love for Christmas to the rest of Whoville. The book is set to be released September 5th and is written by Alastair Hyam, who has written several books for the Dr. Seuss by the Cat in the Hat brand.
Going to be interesting to read. I'm
We'll see
looking
what
forward
happens.
to
I feel like it'll have a happy ending.
We'll see, all right? You're watching NBC News Daily. Stick around.
NBC News, streaming free now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The FBI is out with a new warning. Beware of those popular QR codes that are just about everywhere these days. Linda Beccaro from our New York City station shows us how cyber criminals can steal your personal information with every scan.
At the Elysian Cafe in Hoboken, patrons can scan a QR or quick response code to get the menu. It's a routine that became popular during COVID.
Do you ever look at the URL to make sure you're going to where you're supposed to go?
No, not that I can say, to be honest, no.
The FBI in Newark now warning about the threat of scams targeting QR codes.
It's very convenient, but obviously with that comes the possibility of cyber criminals using that to their advantage.
One of the more popular scams these days is called quishing, where thieves use a QR code to steal your personal information.
Quishing is where they have a QR code that they either take over and have a tampered QR code, or they redirect you to a malicious site.
And once you're on a malicious site, cybercriminals can serve up malware.
They might now have the opportunity to install that malware, and with that comes their access to your phone and what's in your phone. A lot of personal information.
Special agent in charge James Dennehy says cyber thieves have been caught in the act.
Cyber criminals were taking a sticker of a QR code and putting it over the stickers on parking meters.
To protect yourself, check the small print that pops up on your phone screen when you scan the code. For example, the QR code for an art exhibit opens up to the legitimate website for the city of Hoboken. And this code does indeed link you to the Elysian Cafe's menu options. So read the name of the link before you open it. And if you're trying to download an app, go straight to the App Store instead of scanning a code.
You wouldn't hand a $20 bill to just anybody without verifying their identity. Understand these cyber criminals are taking advantage of the speed that QR codes and the internet and everything else that goes with it allows you to conduct business.
I still think they're pretty useful, but I definitely will be more careful in the future.
And if you have a problem, the FBI encourages you to report it to their Internet Crime Complaint Center at ic3.gov. Linda Beccaro for NBC News Daily.
As the dark comedy Cocaine Bear hits theaters today, we're taking a look at the wild but real-life story that inspired the movie. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz has the true tale of Pablo Escobar.
A bear did cocaine. It's a story that seems like it could only come from the minds of Hollywood.
No, don't eat that, don't eat that. Let's see what kind of effect that has on you.
The new film Cocaine Bear, directed by Elizabeth Banks and starring an impressive ensemble cast, including the late Ray Liotta in one of his final roles, is about a massive black bear that ingests a duffel bag worth of cocaine in 1985.
A lot of cocaine was lost. I need you to go and get it.
What's even more wild, it's based on real events. While a drug-fueled bear did not go on a murderous rampage like it does in the film, a 175-pound black bear was found dead in a Georgia forest in 1985, and the cause of death, a cocaine overdose.
Millions of dollars worth of cocaine dropped from the sky early today on...
Those drugs apparently dropped by convicted drug smuggler Andrew Thornton, who authorities say was attempting to lighten his plane as he tried to fly $15 million worth of cocaine into the U.S., a story that was covered by NBC's Nightly News when it happened.
Police found more than 70 pounds of cocaine wrapped in football-sized packages in an Army duffel bag the shootist was carrying.
Thornton then reportedly jumped out of the plane with a faulty parachute and was found dead in a residential neighborhood in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Well, when I got up and came to the window, I saw him lying on that rock there, and his parachute was behind him.
But the story doesn't end there. The bear, which authorities say was found near 40 open drug packages, was taxidermied and is currently on display at the Kentucky Fun Mall in Lexington, Kentucky.
We have people coming from all over the world to see this famous cocaine bear.
Nicknamed Pablo Escobar, the tourist attraction even has its own merch and is available for holiday photos. And the bear's popularity even higher now thanks to the film.
Beth, we should go.
Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
The fun mall's going to be busy these days.
I'm telling you, can't make this stuff up. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
I'm Joe Fryer. You're watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. That includes YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, and so much more. The news continues after this.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
I'm Joe Fryer in for Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Friday, February 24th, 2023, breaking news on defense. Former South Carolina attorney Alec Murdaugh on the stand for a second day. The intense cross-examination as prosecutors tried to discredit his alibi.
On the move, a powerful winter storm intensifying out west and headed east. The biggest threats, the travel headaches, and how long this wild weather is going to stick around.
1 year of war. The world is watching as we mark the first anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. How America is now trying to ramp up the pressure on Vladimir Putin.
And sad reality. Teenage girls open up about why so many feel so hopeless so often. What parents need to know about this epidemic of despair.
It is 11 a.m. in Las Vegas, 1 p.m. in Austin, and 2 p.m. in New York City.
We begin this hour with breaking news, a second day of dramatic testimony as Alec Murdaugh takes the stand in his double murder trial. The disgraced South Carolina lawyer faced intense cross-examination from the prosecution again today. Murdaugh was pressed repeatedly on the events leading up to the killings of his wife and younger son.
On the stand, he became emotional a few times talking about their deaths. Murdaugh pleaded not guilty to the murder charges last year NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber and senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett are following the case closely and join us again today. Ellison, we'll start with you here. The prosecution has really been spending a good chunk of time sort of going through the timeline of things as they happened on that property. They've accused Murdoch of changing his story. Walk us through what stood out to you today.
They've accused him of changing his stories in a number of different spaces, but he has admitted to changing his stories in what the prosecution has described, arguably the most important fact of all, that he says he was, in fact, down at the kennels around the time that Paul and Maggie were murdered. Right before the court went to recess, we saw the prosecutor bring up specifically instances of testimony that we heard from two of the prosecution's witnesses. One of them being one of the housekeepers who was the caregiver for his mother, where he had some sort of conversation where she felt he was implying that he was with his mother longer than she thought he was that night. And then another conversation with a housekeeper at Edisto Beach and other places where he said she felt like he was trying to convince her he was wearing a different article clothing of that day. Let's listen to the exchange on that.
The only thing you're concerned about is yourself. You're not concerned about giving accurate information to law enforcement, correct? What's the reason for that, Mr. Murdoch? Why don't you want to give accurate information to law enforcement? Why do you want to talk to these women who both are employed by you or your family and try to influence what they are going to say?
I did want to give law enforcement accurate information. I told a lie about being down there, and I got myself wed to that, but I wanted to give them as much. I knew that I hadn't done this, and I wanted to give them as much accurate information as I could.
So we've seen the state really try and push him on lying, saying, hey, your memory is photographic when it helps you, but then it seems very fuzzy in the moments where it doesn't.
So, Laura, is Alec Murdaugh's case stronger or weaker now because he took the stand?
It's weaker, but it's still too soon to tell whether this was overall the wrong call or not. Today is certainly the reason why his attorneys did not want him to testify. He has seemed far more evasive today. He's far more shaky about critical events, as Ellison all just laid out. But again, his lawyers are going to have an opportunity to do redirect, so they're going to be able to walk him through, try to clean up everything that has just happened. But right now, in this moment, he's looking evasive about some really key details while looking crystal clear on other things.
And the defense isn't done yet here. I mean, we're going to hear from some other witnesses as well.
We understand that there may be a few other witnesses, but what other witnesses do we need to hear from?
Right.
We have heard from the defendant himself now. I think it's a wrap.
All right, Laura Jarrett, Ellison Barber, wrapping it up for us here. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
A rare blizzard warning is now in effect for parts of Southern California. The mountains north and east of Los Angeles could see up to 6 feet of snow. Now, this is the first time a blizzard warning has been issued in that area since 1989. The storm reached parts of Los Angeles, leaving a dusting of snow on the Hollywood sign. You can see it right there in the Hollywood Hills. Now, that West Coast weather comes as the upper Midwest digs out from another major winter storm. Together, they're causing more than 1,000 flight cancellations and more than 3,000 delays. NBC News correspondent Nyela Charles is in Los Angeles for us. Also with us is NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Nyela, you know, you don't hear about a blizzard warning in Southern California very often. How are folks there handling all this?
Well, yeah, it's the first time the National Weather Service has issued a blizzard warning for the LA mountains. So usually the mountains here in LA do get snow, but never this amount of snow. So that requires people to prepare. And the highest of peaks, we're seeing 8 feet of snow. So the people who live there in the mountains are hunkering down, while California Highway Patrol is closing some of the major highways and roads leading up to the mountains because they don't want people traveling there at all. There, even a small amount of snow and ice make it extremely dangerous because of the incline at the mountains. So here on the lower levels of elevation, like here at the Hollywood Hills, we're getting rain and hail while people are admiring the views there in the mountains. Take a listen.
I looked it up and I saw that Hollywood Lake Park had snow, and so I drove right over. It's like a once-in-a-lifetime thing, so I was like, I gotta go see it.
I've lived in Los Angeles my whole life, and I haven't seen any snow since the late 50s when I was a kid. So this is, even though the tourists are not liking it, the locals are loving it, because for us, this is kind of a thrill, you know.
Yeah, because we don't see this often, so people here are really excited to get even into the rain, which LA people do not like. But if that means being able to catch some snow, there's some frost near the Hollywood sign, they're all for it. Joe, Aaron?
Glass half full for some people for sure out there. Nyla, thank you. Bill, let me bring you in here and let's talk about the science side of this, right? How big of a deal could this blizzard be for the West Coast?
Now, the blizzard portion is going to be up there higher elevations. There's only 200,000 people in the blizzard warning. So it's, as long as those people aren't traveling, they'll be just fine. I think the flash flooding is going to be the biggest issue. We've already had a tornado warning earlier today. So here's Southern California, a tornado warning and a blizzard warning in the same region. And now the heavy bands of rain are starting to come on shore here. Los Angeles has torrential rain right now. So the flash flooding concerns are going to grow as we go through the evening. And of course, you worry about the burn scars or debris flows, that sort of thing. And especially if we get rainfall rates up to 1 inch per hour. We've already had a few spots report between 2 to 3 inches already, and the storm has to go all the way through tonight into tomorrow morning. So it is possible some of the highest of elevations could get 7 inches of rain from this storm alone. As far as snow goes, obviously the Central Sierra will get the highest amounts. That's where we could see a mammoth, probably 3 to 5 feet of snow when it's all said and done. But even those mountains outside of Santa Barbara and LA and San Bernardino, that's where we could see the rare 2 to 3 feet in areas that don't typically get it. So there's the blizzard warnings there that are up through tonight into tomorrow morning. And then the other thing that hasn't changed, the southeast is still incredibly hot for this time of year. We broke your record high in Charleston last hour at 84. We just tied our record high in Jacksonville. It will stay very warm this weekend in areas of the south, too. Remember, we had the record high in Washington, D.C. yesterday? Well, tomorrow, they're going to see some snowflakes.
All right, meteorologist Bill Cairns. Thank you, Bill.
President Biden is receiving an update today on the response to the toxic train derailment in Ohio. The NTSB is now calling the accident, quote, 100% preventable. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg visited the area Thursday, vowing to prevent future disasters. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen is in East Palestine, Ohio. So, Ron, the NTSB also released that preliminary report yesterday. Walk us through what the report found.
Basically, the train developed a problem in one of its wheel bearings. It was overheating about 20 miles or so from the derailment site. It was seen actually and captured by a security camera on a building. It may have been overheating before that. It then passed over one, then two, and finally hit a third detector that is embedded in the tracks. And at that point, it set off an audible alarm. The bearing was some 253 degrees above normal. And the alarm, the conductor heard the alarm, the train operator, the engineer heard the alarm, slowed the train down, hit the brakes, but by that time, the derailment had already happened. Now, remember, this is a massive train. It was 149 cars and a couple of engines and nearly 2 miles long. So when the conductor stopped the train, he looked back and apparently saw the fire. But the NTSB report said that there was nothing that the engineers, the crew on the train could have done. They didn't do anything wrong. And in fact, there are only 3 crew members, including a trainee, on this lengthy train, which is another issue that'll be looked at.
So, Ron, I know you've been talking with people who live in the area most impacted by the derailment. What are their biggest concerns right now?
Health, safety, the future of their town. They're deep and wide. There's still people who haven't even returned to their homes in the evacuation zone. We met a family, a woman and her husband yesterday, who have a small farm. Their chickens weren't laying eggs properly, large size enough, they said. They took some of their other animals out, and they're not coming back either. Here's what she had to say when I asked her about that.
I live out of my car and at my daughter's house. It's awful. I feel homeless.
Why won't you come back home?
Because I don't know what I'm coming home to, and I'm 70 years old.
Their homes have been tested, but they don't believe the results that they were given by the state and federal officials. They're having their own tests done of the air, soil, and they're also party to a lawsuit here, a class action lawsuit that involves at least some 500 residents, the attorneys told us, and there are at least a dozen of those suits. So if you multiply all that out, here and in Pennsylvania that was affected, there could be thousands of people suing the train company, Norfolk Southern, which says that it won't comment on pending litigation, but has also said that they're going to stay here for the long run, that they're going to do everything they can to make this community whole. But the residents just doubt that. They just believe that when the attention dies down in the coming days and weeks, that they'll be forgotten. Federal officials have promised them that won't happen. We will see.
All right, Ron Allen in East Palestine. Ron, thank you.
A new inflation report is shaking up the stock market, and Amazon is facing some pushback over its supplements.
Steve Kovac joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Steve.
Hey, Joe. Yeah, let's start with the economy. U.S. stocks fell sharply today after the release of a new inflation report. The report from the Federal Reserve showed a stronger than expected increase in prices last month. The Dow Jones fell by over 300 points, while the S&P and NASDAQ fell by 1.6% and 2%, respectively. Aussie Media and its CEO, Carlos Watson, have been indicted on fraud charges. According to a recently unsealed indictment, Watson is accused of falsifying information about Aussie Media's audience and sides in order to secure funds from investors. He's due back in court on March 8th. And Amazon is facing some pushback over an ingredient that is in their supplement products. An investigation from Wired reports that one of their supplements, labeled with 100% pure natural herbs, actually contains an ingredient derived from donkey meat. Yep, donkey meat. That could be an issue in California where the ingredient is illegal to sell. No response from Amazon yet. Guys, back over to you.
Steve Kovac. Thank you, Steve.
Coming off, the survivor of this week's Orlando mass shooting sharing his emotional and terrifying story about what happened. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
We're learning new details about the Orlando, Florida shooting spree that left 3 people dead, including a 9-year-old girl and a local news reporter. One of the survivors is now giving his account of the attack and how he survived. Here's NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas.
The one surviving journalist of the Orlando shooting spree talking for the first time about the horrific attack that took his partner's life.
They kept shooting at me.
Jesse Walden, a photographer with Spectrum News 13 in Orlando, was covering an earlier murder involving a woman shot in her vehicle.
The crime scene had already wrapped up, so we had no real clue where the car was previously. And apparently I ended up parking exactly where that car was before.
That's when he unexpectedly became part of the news story he was working on.
As I'm about to open my trunk, I hear gunshots, and I feel that I get hit.
The reporter he was working with, Dylan Lyons, was shot and killed. Authorities say the 19-year-old suspect, Keith Moses, is a gang member with a long history of arrests. According to police documents filed Thursday earlier in the day, Moses was offered a ride by his cousin and 38-year-old victim, Natasha Augustine.
And at some point, for some reason, he shoots the victim in that car.
Hours later, police say Moses returned to the scene of the crime and opened fire on the news crew before going into a nearby home and killing 9-year-old Tyona Major and critically injuring her mother. Family members calling the child funny, smart, and a joy to be around. This new police body camera shows the moment of the arrest.
Get on your face. Get on your...
During the arrest, police cut out an automatic handgun from his pants.
It's hot, still hot.
This morning, tributes pouring in for reporter Dylan Lyons, including one from his heartbroken partner.
We were best friends, and he was just a sweet guy.
And the suspect waived his right to appear in court on Thursday. He's being held at no bond with charges of first-degree murder for the death of Natasha Augustine. That is one of the 3 deadly victims. Now, the Orange County Sheriff says they expect him to face more charges for the death of the reporter and the 9-year-old girl, and it is still unclear why the suspect would have attacked them. Back to you.
New details are emerging about a drunk driving crash that killed an off-duty Texas police officer. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach is following this story. Hey there, Gary.
Hey there, Joe. Texas authorities have released new video and 911 recordings tied to the death of Euless police officer Alex Cervantes. Cervantes was off duty when police say Dylan Molina ran a red light slamming into his car. Cervantes was killed and his wife, who was also in that car, was severely injured. This cell phone video shows how people rushed to the crash scene back in December of 2021, trying to get Cervantes and his wife out of that car. Now take a look at this video. Police, it says, it shows Molina trying to run from the scene when he trips and is then held down by a man at that scene. Callers flooded the 911 call center seconds after the crash happened. And now watch this video. It shows Molina walking behind the bar of a taco shop. Molina is seen stumbling, appearing to come from an employees-only area behind the bar. According to an arrest warrant, the bartender seen in red here served Molina 8 double vodka cocktails in less than 3 hours. Cervantes' wife saw the video and had this to say.
It bothers me because, I mean, there could have been a lot that could have been done once he started acting that way. You never know when it's your last day. Remember to tell your loved ones that you love them daily, because you never know if you're going to have that opportunity to tell them.
Molina pled guilty to drinking and driving in the death of Officer Cervantes. He's serving 15 years behind bars. Now, the bartender accused of over-serving Molina was also arrested and charged. If convicted, she faces up to a year behind bars and a $4,000 fine. Joe?
All right, Gary, thank you so much.
Still ahead, the renewed American commitment to support Ukraine 1 year after Russia's invasion. You're watching NBC News Daily.
begin Top Story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Getting your driver's license used to be a rite of passage, a symbol of freedom and independence. Well, for a growing number of young people, that is no longer the case. A majority of teens eligible to get licenses today actually don't. Here's NBC's Jacob Sobroff.
Watch out for the bike way! Oops, my bad.
Remember when getting your license was the most exciting part about being a teen?
Are you going to take me somewhere to make left-hand turns?
We're going back to the DMV.
But these days, it seems teens and 20-somethings aren't in any rush to get into the driver's seat. Federal data shows only a quarter of 16-year-olds have their driver's licenses, about half as many as in the mid-90s. Stats true today for 16-year-old boys as well as girls. Experts say this trend is due in part to the popularity of ride-sharing apps and e-scooters, as well as social media replacing in-person get-togethers. According to one survey, 61% of teens between 13 and 17 preferred texting or using social media over actually talking in person. Since COVID, many Gen Zers like New Yorker Aliyah Tejeda are working from home, making getting a license less necessary. She says even signing up for driver's ed would break her bank.
It's like $500 just for like 3 lessons.
And that's part of the problem. It's too expensive, right?
It's way too expensive. Even if I were able to afford a car note on top of my rent, do I have money for insurance? Absolutely not.
Nationwide, driving schools report teens are foregoing licenses not just in cities where public transport's easier, but in less populated areas too. 23-year-old Madison Morgan grew up in rural Washington state and still doesn't have a license.
Driving is honestly just very anxiety-inducing. When I would practice with my parents, a lot of times it would end in tears.
Now working in Seattle, she takes the bus to work, but says her parents still beg her to learn how to drive so she can have more options career-wise.
They want me to get a license so that if I ever wanted to move, that I wouldn't be as limited. But why would I want to have my own car when I can just go on an app and someone else in their car can just drive me around?
You're a virgin who can't drive. Oh, that was way harsh, Ty.
Let's face it, what used to be the ultimate put-down, now worn as a badge of honor among young people. No license, no problem.
Owning a car just isn't a part of our reality.
Jacob Soboroff, NBC News.
Well, we know that buying a new phone is pretty easy. Deciding what to do with your old device, though, is a little more of a hassle. But if you do have a used phone lying around, you might be able to get a decent amount of money for it. Linda Baccaro from our NBC station in New York City has what you need to know.
Have you ever shopped to see how much you can get for your used phone?
I never did, but I always wanted to.
Usually I turn it in wherever I wind up buying my new phone.
Yeah, a couple of times, especially for older iPhones and stuff.
There could be money in your used phone. Plenty of places offer hundreds of dollars for used electronics.
See which offers the most value for your phone. They really can differ.
Chandra Steele is senior features writer at PCMag.com. She says you can bring your device in person to a store.
You could go to Best Buy. They have a program where you can turn it in and then you get money for the store. GameStop has a similar program.
Or compare offers from websites.
There are some services such as USell, Declutter, Swappa.
Many sites make it simple to see what your phone or computer or tablet is worth and sell it with just a few clicks. But before you ship it,
first thing you want to do if you're going to sell your phone is to back up your data. So you want to make sure you have a copy of everything. Then you're going to want to wipe the data from your phone.
After that, unfind your iPhone, sign out of messages, unpair AirPods and devices, and, if possible, declare the value of the device when shipping it off. Paul Evseroff, an NBC Universal employee, sold his used iPhone for $905 to Gizmo Go, but ran into a big glitch.
They sent me the label. There was no opportunity to put a declared value on it.
It was a huge problem when the phone was stolen during shipment, although Gizmo Go eventually gave Paul the full amount anyway. Gizmo Go tells us it is now working closely with shipping companies to figure out a way for customers to declare a value on their shipments. On the Upper West Side, Linda Beccaro, News 4, New York.
Coming up, how one Texas lawsuit could upend abortion access to women in every state. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We are also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. See several of the places on your screen there: Peacock, YouTube, Fire TV, Hulu as well. The news continues right after this.
Podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Philadelphia police are searching for several gunmen who shot a mother, her 2-year-old daughter, and 5 teenagers. The shooting happened near a school last night. Police say the victims were at an intersection when a car pulled up beside them. Several shooters then opened fire. Police do not believe all of the victims were targeted. All 7 are hospitalized.
A federal judge in Washington has denied a request from news organizations to unseal documents related to former President Donald Trump and the Capitol riot investigation. Those documents contain details about Trump's efforts to prevent his aides from testifying about their communications with him before a grand jury. The New York Times and Politico had argued that the documents were a matter of public interest. The Justice Department opposed their claim.
And a model who previously sued singer Marilyn Manson for sexual assault now says she was pressured into making those allegations by one of his accusers. Ashley Morgan Smithline says the allegations she made toward Manson were not true. She claims she was pressured to come forward by actress Evan Rachel Wood, who is in an ongoing legal battle. Manson, the spokesperson for Wood, has declined that claim.
Well, today marks 1 year since the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
It is the largest military campaign in Europe since World War II. Now, many expected a quick Russian takeover, but Ukrainian forces have proven incredibly resilient. Today in Kyiv, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky marked the somber anniversary with a moment of silence.
Allies from around the world, from New York to Sydney, are also marking the anniversary, standing in solidarity with Ukraine. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is in Kyiv for us, and Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander is in Washington today. Aaron, 1 year after the war started here, what is Zelensky's strategy going forward now?
Let's first talk about his press conference. It just wrapped up just a short while ago. It was more than 2-hour press conference covering a wide range of topics before the world's media. In that press conference, he sounded confident. He said that he believes that Ukraine can win this war within the year if the allies remain united like a fist. He ruled out negotiations with Russia as long as Russian forces continue to fire on Ukrainian cities and Ukrainian territories. He said his most difficult day of the war was Bucha and witnessing the aftermath of Bucha once the Russian forces retreated over the border, and then got personal. He said the most important thing for him is to, quote, not let his children down so that my children can be proud of me, saying that his children remain in country despite this ongoing war. He said that their presence here is very important to him.
Peter, earlier today, President Biden met virtually with Zelensky and other G7 leaders. This week, the White House has made it pretty clear what its strategy is when it comes to helping Ukraine, right?
Yeah, Joe, that's right. In fact, today, on this 1-year anniversary, the U.S. has now announced an additional $2 billion in direct military assistance to Ukraine that'll come in the form of rockets, ammunition, and other equipment that they need in this war effort, part of sort of fortifying the long-term defense capabilities of Ukraine at this time. And our colleague, Andrea Mitchell, today had a chance to speak to the UN ambassador, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, about how this war ends.
How does this war end? That's a question that, at the moment, Vladimir Putin can answer. It's in his hands to pull his troops out of Ukraine. If he does it today, the war ends. The Ukrainians are fighting for their lives, and so they can't stop fighting as long as they're being attacked by Russia. But Russia can stop today, and the war's over.
The U.S. today also announcing a fresh round of sanctions targeting the Russian economy and some of those other countries, including China, to try to help seal the cracks where support may be coming into Russia from the outside. Back to you guys.
Aaron McLaughlin in Kyiv, Peter Alexander at the White House. Thank you.
A first court hearing today in the deadly Rust movie set shooting. The film's weapons manager, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, faced a judge. Actor Alec Baldwin waived his first formal court appearance after pleading not guilty. Both are charged in the deadly shooting of cinematographer Helena Hutchins back in 2021. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett is joining us now from our L.A. bureau. So, Maura, today's hearing for the movie's Armorer didn't last very long. Talk to us about what happened in court.
It was an incredibly quick appearance. We expected to see Alec Baldwin today for the first time as well, but obviously, as you mentioned, he waived his appearance and pled not guilty. And we only saw Hannah Gutierrez-Reed for a split second on this virtual hearing, because basically all that happened was she was read her rights. Her defense attorney asked for her to have permission to have a firearm within her home because she had been receiving threats after personal information was shared online. She has a restraining order against a potential stalker. And then they moved to set a status hearing later in March to set the next date for the probable cause hearing, in which evidence would be presented so that a judge can decide if the case has enough evidence to go forward in trial. So all in all, the first time that we saw Hannah Gutierrez-Reed in court, but a very quick appearance as this court proceeding gets underway over the next many months.
And Maura, even though Alec Baldwin wasn't in court today, he waived his appearance. The judge did set some conditions for him, right?
Right, so the court is allowing him to continue working on the set of Rust. They're expected to pick up filming in the next couple of months over in Montana. But in order to do so, Baldwin has to agree to these conditions. He can't be drinking any alcohol, no access to weapons or firearms. He has to remain in contact with his attorney, and he has to limit a lot of his contact with the witnesses involved in the Rust shooting. He is able to interact while he's filming again, but cannot discuss the case at hand. Now, as a reminder, both Alec Baldwin and Hannah Gutierrez-Reed are facing potentially 18 months in prison with that involuntary manslaughter charge. There was previously an additional 5 years on the table with his gun enhancement charge, but that was just dropped earlier this week. And so the involuntary manslaughter charge is all that remains as we look ahead to this trial, guys.
Maura Barrett, live in Los Angeles. Thank you.
A federal judge in Texas is set to rule on a case that could have a major impact on medication abortion access in all 50 states. The lawsuit seeks to overturn the FDA's approval of a pill used as part of a 2-drug regimen to terminate pregnancies. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now from Amarillo, Texas with more. Hey there, Dasha.
Hey, Joe. Well, today is the deadline for all parties in this case to submit their briefs. And from there, we wait for the judge's next move, which could come any day now. But make no mistake, what happens in this courthouse behind me could have national implications, even in states with strong abortion protections. If the plaintiffs succeed in this lawsuit, the 2-drug regimen that is commonly used for abortions in the United States will be pulled off the market. Watch.
Amarillo, Texas, now at the center of America's abortion debate. Here, a group of anti-abortion doctors and medical organizations are suing the FDA, challenging the approval of Mifeprex, generically known as mifepristone, part of a 2-drug regimen commonly used for abortions that's been approved by the FDA since 2000. Alliance Defending Freedom arguing the FDA didn't adequately evaluate the drug's safety.
We're asking the court to do what is right, to follow and ask the FDA to follow the law by taking these dangerous drugs off the marketplace.
Presiding over the case, a conservative judge appointed by former President Trump. An injunction would cut off access to mifepristone nationwide.
If the plaintiffs win this lawsuit, what will be the effect?
It will be devastating. Even in places where they've worked very hard to secure access to abortion, states like California, New York, here in D.C.
Abortion providers like Dr. Serena Floyd say the lawsuit is based on misinformation.
How dangerous is this medication?
It's not dangerous at all. The evidence is solid. The science is solid. The complication rate is less than 1%.
The FDA told NBC News it does not comment on ongoing litigation, but in a court filing said the claims in the lawsuit are, quote, unsupported by any evidence. Since 2000, more than 5 million women have taken mifepristone, with 28 deaths associated with the drug reported.
Millions of women have taken these drugs safely. Doesn't that paint a contrary picture to your complaint?
I'm seeing these women in my own practice. My emergency room physicians, they're telling me how frequently they're seeing these complications. That women come in with retained tissue, with heavy bleeding, with serious life-threatening infections.
In a court brief, the country's leading group of OBGYNs say mifepristone is, quote, exceedingly safe and effective, calling the lawsuit, quote, ideological, not scientific.
The result, if you win, is that abortion access will be significantly limited. Is that the goal of this lawsuit?
No, the goal of this lawsuit is to protect American women and girls from dangerous chemical abortion drugs.
There is another drug, misoprostol, that can be used for medication abortions, but doctors say it can be less effective on its own. Back in Amarillo, Amanda Barnes traveled from Atlanta to protest this case.
It's ridiculous that just because, we were born with a uterus and certain body parts, that we should have to be subjected to this treatment.
The next frontier in America's abortion battle.
And Joe, if the judge does side with the plaintiffs, the FDA and providers we've spoken with say there will likely be an increase in demand for surgical abortions, which will further strain capacity at clinics already overwhelmed in the aftermath of the Dobbs decision overturning Roe versus Wade. We're likely to see even greater wait times there. Joe?
All right, Dasha Burns. Thank you, Dasha.
Some Florida students are taking on the state's controversial governor, Ron DeSantis.
They walked out of class yesterday to protest major changes to school curricula. DeSantis has taken steps to limit how schools in his state discuss race, sexual orientation, and gender.
NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is joining us now from our Miami bureau. Sam, what exactly has DeSantis done here to change the curricula, and why is that upsetting these students?
Yeah, Aaron, Joe, good to be with you. If there's one thing that we've seen with the DeSantis administration in Florida over the course of the last couple of years, he's identified the educational arena. And guys, I'm talking about lower school, middle school, high school, and college campuses as well for political opportunity. And so far, this has really worked for him, and he's not stopping now. So the latest proposed legislation that has sort of broken the camel's back when it comes to educational issues is DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. He would like to strip that from college campuses, the sorts of programs that promote multiculturalism and help to assimilate students who are maybe from a different sort of background or a traditionally underrepresented background, those are out the window. You're looking at a list right now of actions he is already taking. The signed Stop Woke Act prevents the teaching of racism or potentially privilege in academic settings or in work settings. That's something that a federal judge has already partially blocked. He signed the Parental Rights and Education Bill, which that's for lower school students, theoretically, from kindergarten through third grade. It stops any sort of conversation over gender identity and sexual orientation. Of course, the conversation right now about blocking the AP African American Studies course as it was originally presented. He said it shoehorns certain issues like queer theory. He said he has no interest in that. The accumulation of these moves has created a lot of resentment. Now, in terms of what we actually saw across college campuses in Florida yesterday, some people did protest. This was not a big number by any means. The University of Florida, for example, the flagship state school in Florida, has 55,000 students. 100 of them were protesting yesterday. But there's definitely a vocal group of students that are very upset by what they're seeing. Ben Braver is the president of Stand for Freedom, that chapter at USF. Here's how he described their actions.
If our education is being mandated out of the classrooms, then we're going to walk out of the classrooms. We, as the students of this state, the ones who go to these great colleges, right? We care about diversity in our education. We care about engaging with all ideas.
And Joe, Aaron, the date to keep an eye on is March the 7th. That's when the Florida legislature reconvenes this year's session. And you can bet there's going to be a controversial bill or two that is presented and voted on and likely passed in this session, guys.
All right, Sam Brock. Sam, thank you.
We also want to note that during yesterday's coverage of the shooting in Pine Hills, Florida, video appeared on air that mistakenly misidentified the suspect. We took immediate action to correct the mistake, and we regret the error.
Up next, the disturbing video of a newborn being abused by a nurse. More NBC News Daily right after this.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
A scary moment for any new parent was caught on camera at a hospital. A nurse was seen slamming a newborn baby into a bassinet. A warning, some viewers may find this video disturbing. Paisley Chang from our New York City station has the details.
Anything just worries me when I feel like he's breathing a little weird.
As the mom of a newborn baby, Consuela Saravia worries like most mothers about her little one. But it was baby Nico's time in the NICU at Good Samaritan Hospital in West Islip that has shaken Consuelo.
It was heartbreaking too. Like, I couldn't stop crying. I couldn't even sleep.
Nico's dad was recording him crying through the window of the nursery when he captured this. A nurse roughly picking up Nico, slamming him face first back into the bassinet.
I don't know, it just broke me. I didn't know what to do.
He showed Consuelo the video and she confronted the nurse.
I told her, I'm like, I don't want you to touch my child. Like, you just slammed him. And then she was like, oh, no, if you think I mishandled him or anything, I'm sorry.
Consuelo showed the video to other nurses and administrators, though it pained her to watch the video again and again. In a statement, a hospital spokesperson said immediate action was taken, including an investigation and terminating the individual involved. Keeping our patients safe remains our paramount concern.
She shouldn't be taking care of nobody. At all. Absolutely nobody.
The first-time parents say baby Nico is doing well at home. Fidel is thankful he decided to check on his son when he did.
And I'm happy I was there. God sent me. That's what I told her. God, if it wasn't for God to send me to go over there and check on him, we would have never seen none of that happen. And that would have kept happening through the night, not only to him, but to the other babies, too.
Paisley Chang reporting there. In today's mental health check, it's a story we've been monitoring closely in the decline in the overall mental health of teenage girls in America. The CDC found that 57% of teenage girls reported feeling persistently sad or hopeless. That's the highest rate in decades, and 30% said they have seriously considered suicide. NBC News youth and internet culture reporter Callan Rosenblatt is here with us now to talk a little bit more about this. So, Callan, you spoke to 9 teenage girls for the article you wrote. What did they say were some of the issues impacting their mental health?
Well, Aaron, some of the issues they're facing are things like reintegrating into their communities after the pandemic, being isolated and now having to socialize again. Social media is a big issue where they're constantly comparing themselves to one another. But something that they said is also a big point to note is that they're talking about their mental health. They're reducing the stigma. And so some of this reporting is that they just feel more comfortable having these conversations.
Nearly every teenager interviewed said that the pandemic had a negative impact on them, like so many of us, right? What are some of the steps that they're taking to sort of deal with that, to cope with it, to deal with these feelings?
Well, 2 things they mentioned are, one, social media. It does have a flip side where they see people who are also going through the same thing they're going through, and they feel less alone. So they have that community on social media, but they also have the community in their schools. I talked to one student who is joining mental health clubs, talking to one another, and just sort of, again, destigmatizing mental health and making it okay to talk about their feelings.
Great. You can read more of Callan's reporting on NBCnews.com right now. Callan Rosenblatt, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone experiencing a suicidal or mental health crisis or is concerned about someone who is can text the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at 988.
And there is much more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The corporate world was quick to respond following Russia's invasion of Ukraine last year.
Many companies announced plans to withdraw from Russia or scale back on operations. So how are those business decisions playing out now as the war enters its second year? Joining us now with a closer look is NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung. Hey there, Brian.
Hey, Joe and Aaron, you know, when it comes to where we are a year out after Ukraine, we took a look at the 30 largest companies that are part of the Dow Jones Industrial Average, and among them, 24 companies said that they had either exited or suspended their businesses in Russia, showing the corporate retreat from that country. Here are the companies that have suspended their business ties with Russia: Coca-Cola, Walt Disney, Apple among them. But I want to show you companies that actually have decided to wind down or completely exit the Russia market. We're looking at Nike, McDonald's, JP Morgan Chase, and also Goldman Sachs. Again, these are big companies that are part of the Dow 30. There are a few companies that have not exited entirely. They still have some businesses in them, but they have pared back some of their businesses. One example are some of these pharmaceutical and medicine companies: Amgen, Johnson & Johnson, and Merck. They have said that they will continue to provide essential medicines in the region. Chevron says they don't have a substantial business, but they do have a pipeline in Kazakhstan that does have a port in Russia. For what it's worth, all of this lines up with what we've seen from Yale, Jeffrey Sonnenfeld over at that school, noting that among the 460 U.S. companies that they analyzed, 71% of them said they either withdrew or suspended from Russia, showing just how aggressive a lot of the United States-based companies have been in wanting to retreat from that country, guys.
All right, Brian Chung, thank you so much.
Well, as the war in Ukraine continues with no clear end in sight, the lasting impact on the next generation is only just beginning to be felt.
So far, the invasion has displaced millions. That doesn't even count the mental toll that the barrage of attacks has taken on children and families. NBC News Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel has that story.
Ukrainians observed a moment of silence for a war they were widely expected to lose, but instead are winning for now. President Zelensky said the Ukrainian people have proven invincible after a year of pain, sorrow, faith, and unity. To mark the somber anniversary, France illuminated the Eiffel Tower in the colors of the Ukrainian flag. Protesters in London made sure staff at the Russian embassy saw the colors too. When Russian forces first advanced on Ukraine a year ago today, many families rushed to escape. Like all wars, it's been especially hard for children. Half of all Ukrainian kids have been displaced from their homes. Millions taken out of the country, becoming refugees in places they don't know. For the children who stayed in Ukraine, their homes have changed too. Some sleep in subway stations where it's safer from the attacks above. Occasionally, there's entertainment. But celebrations here are rare. More common are long hours in basements with little or no power, no internet, and little time to run and play outdoors. Schools have been destroyed, just like most everything else.
Hello, how are you?
Children who still go to school do it in hiding. We were allowed into this school on the condition we didn't show it from the outside. The teacher was afraid Russian troops would bomb it if they knew where it was. Daria is 9. Last night there was shelling very close to our house, she says. I was in bed and very scared.
When you hear the shooting and you hear the explosions, what do? Do you cover your ears? Do you think about something else?
I close my ears and lay in bed like this, she says. I close my eyes and go under the blanket to protect myself in case there's shrapnel. Sometimes I go under the bed. The children love school. It's an oasis from the war.
Who here wants this war to end very soon? Yeah, I thought so. Both hands up. Everyone's got both hands up.
After school, the children head home for lunch and to go back into hiding. Richard Engel, NBC News.
Our thanks to Richard Engel, and a quick programming note: you can catch more of Richard's poignant and important reporting tonight. His special On Assignment with Richard Engel is going to air at 10 p.m. Eastern on MSNBC. It will also stream on Peacock.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Joe Fryer. You're watching NBC News Daily. We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues after this.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest film, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Joe Fryer, in for Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Friday, February 24th, 2023. Winter blast, a powerful storm slamming the West Coast from Portland to Hollywood. The dangerous conditions and how long this wild weather is going to stick around.
Breaking news: self-defense. Disgraced former South Carolina lawyer Alec Murdaugh back on the stand for a second day. The intense cross-examination and what he says about what happened before and after his wife and son were killed.
Court date: the weapons manager charged in that deadly shooting on actor Alec Baldwin's movie set goes before a judge. Why Baldwin was not in court and what comes next in this case.
And taking it easy, a growing new trend of people doing less work. Why some workers have taken to doing the bare minimum on Mondays.
We want to begin, though, with a rare blizzard warning that's now affecting parts of Southern California.
The mountains north and east of Los Angeles could see up to 6 feet of snow. It's the first time a blizzard warning has been issued in that area since 1989. The storm reached parts of Los Angeles, leaving a dusting of snow on the Hollywood Hills.
That West Coast weather comes as the upper Midwest digs out from another major winter storm. Together, they're causing more than 1,000 flight cancellations and more than 3,000 delays. NBC News correspondent Nayela Charles is in Los Angeles. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is with us as well now. So, Nayela, you don't often hear about a blizzard warning in Southern California. Talk to us about what's going on there, how folks are preparing, dealing with it.
Right, Aaron. Imagine my surprise when I was told I was leaving Minnesota for blizzard coverage, only to come here to do a blizzard warning coverage. So we usually don't get this much snow in the mountains here in LA, but right now we're reporting about 8 feet of snow at the highest of peaks, and by tomorrow in other areas, 5 feet expected. So a lot of snow, and people are reacting. Take a listen.
I looked it up and I saw that Hollywood Lake Park had snow, and so I drove right over. It's like a once-in-a-lifetime thing, so I was like, I gotta go see it.
I've lived in Los Angeles my whole life, and I haven't seen any snow since the late 50s when I was a kid. So this is, even though the tourists are not liking it, the locals are loving it, because for us, this is kind of a thrill, you know.
So unlike the Minnesotans I spoke to yesterday, the people here in LA are impressed by the even small amount of snow they see here. The California Highway Patrol, though, is closing some of the major roads and highways leading up to the mountains because even a slight amount of snow and ice is very dangerous given the incline. And here at the lower levels of elevation, instead of snow, we're getting a lot of rain and also hail. So in the coming days, it's going to be flash floods that are at risk and also mudslides that people will be watching out for. Aaron?
So, Bill, I mean, 6+ decades since that Californian has seen snow. I think the Hollywood Hills will be okay, but how serious could this blizzard be for parts of the West Coast?
Things are going to slowly improve. It's getting warmer. The worst of the snow was this morning. The snow elevations are going up the mountains currently as the warmer air moves in. I'm more concerned now with what's going to happen with the rain because it is pouring. You can see where Naila is located. And actually, right where Los Angeles is located has a really heavy plume of snow right into the downtown area. There's also another band of rain that's coming up off the coast here. We've had lightning and thunderstorms this morning with this, too. Right now, there are no flash flood warnings. I think this will change as we go throughout the evening as our rainfall totals add up. We're thinking even in downtown L.A., maybe as much as 2 to 3 inches of rain is possible, which is a lot of rain for Southern California. The mountains, someone could get 6 to 7 inches of rain. So you get the snow melt from this morning with the additional rain, and that's when you get the flooding concern. And yes, some areas of the Sierras where it will stay all snow, I'm sure someone's going to report 4, 5, 6 feet of snow by the time this is over. So this weekend, this storm on Saturday is still plaguing us a little bit there, but as it kicks into the middle of the country, this storm's not done. A severe weather outbreak is possible in areas from Oklahoma City to Wichita Falls. And then this storm, guys, that's in California today, is in the Northeast Monday night, Tuesday with snow and rain.
All right. Bill Cairns, Naila Charles, thank you both.
We're following breaking news out of the Alec Murdaugh double murder trial. He is back on the stand for a second day of dramatic testimony.
The disgraced former South Carolina lawyer facing intense cross-examination from the prosecution. Murdaugh was pressed repeatedly on the events leading up to the killings of his wife and younger son. He has pleaded not guilty to the murder charges, did that last year. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber and our legal analyst Danny Savalos are following the case for us and join us now. So, Ellison, let's start with you. The prosecution has been spending a good bit of time talking about the timeline, sort of reiterating this accusation that Murdaugh is changing his story a lot. Talk to us about today's proceeding.
Talking about the timeline, trying to poke holes in it, trying to press him on inconsistencies and lies of that night. We've seen a lot of testy exchanges today. I want you to listen to one that we just heard where Alec Murdaugh was talking about how on the night that this happened, he brought up 2 prosecutors, investigators, rather, on the scene saying, I think this might have something to do with the boat crash. Let's listen.
Because I can tell you for a fact that the person or people who did what I saw on June the 7th, they hated Paul Murdaugh, and they had anger in their heart. And that is the only reason that somebody could be mad at Paul like that and hate him like that.
So bringing up this idea of a possible third-party person connected to somehow the boat crash. But then when the prosecutor pressed him on that, he said, no, I don't think it was anyone who had anything to do with the crash itself. And then he suggested it could be someone from social media. And the prosecutor said, so you're trying to tell this jury that you think a vigilante or maybe a 5'2" person or maybe a this or maybe a that they had something to do with this. What evidence do you have? Murdaugh said something like, you brought up a lot of factors in that, all of which I do not agree with, but some of which I do. The question is, will the jury buy that? The prosecutor and the state certainly seem to think that suggestion was absolutely absurd.
Danny, I know you've been waiting to see if the third-party argument is made. I mean, let's be clear. This is a huge risk for Alec Murdaugh. Do you think the risk is paying off?
Ellison is talking about something that just happened minutes ago.
And Alec Murdaugh, in testimony, tries to say, well, I think somebody did this, but not the families and not the people in the boat. But what? Some unconnected vigilante? Does he live in Gotham? Does he dress like a bat? I don't understand what his theory is. There's some vague person out there that would risk everything to commit some vengeance killing of some guy's son because he flipped a boat over and he has no personal interest in the person that was killed or anyone in the boat. It doesn't make any sense. And if Alec Murdaugh thought that he would get up on the stand, and unfortunately, I've known a lot of people like this, maybe you have too, habitual liars who think they can just make things up on the go and explain everything if they just have the chance. He thinks he can explain everything away. I don't think it's working. But you know what? What amazes me is that I may be in the minority. There are a lot of people that are saying, no, well, he seems very sympathetic. I'm not one of those people. Maybe the jury will prove me wrong.
Do we expect, I mean, obviously this is the witness people wanted to hear from. The defense is going to put anyone else on the stand at this point?
They are going to put other people on the stand, and they may surprise us with a viable third-party case, something that they're going to spring on us at the end. Well, now's the time to do it because you're going to need more than some guy who was 5 feet tall and a lot of people hated Paul. You're going to need more than that. Otherwise, they need to sit back and at least try to rely on reasonable doubt, because so far, third-party case just isn't there.
Danny Savalos, Ellison Barber, thank you both. Appreciate it.
Well, President Biden is being updated today on the response to that toxic train derailment in Ohio. The NTSB calling that accident, quote, 100% preventable. The Ohio Department of Natural Resources now estimates more than 43,000 animals have died in that area since the train derailment. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen is in East Palestine, Ohio for us again today. So, Ron, the NTSB released its preliminary report on the train derailment on Thursday. What did it say, and what are some of the next steps for the agency here?
Well, first, that's 43,000 aquatic animals, fish. The Wildlife Service here has said that there's been no impact on farm animals, pets, wildlife that they can determine, although there's some testing going on, because that's one thing that residents have been complaining about and are fearful of. As to the NTSB's report, it basically said that there seemed to be a problem with a wheel bearing on one of the cars of the train. This is a massive train, 150 cars or longer, some 2 miles long, with only 3 crew, including 1 trainee aboard. The wheel bearing overheated. It got hot. And it set off an alarm that's embedded in the tracks to detect this sort of thing. An audible alarm went off. The crew heard it. They stopped the train, but it was too late. Many cars, dozens of cars had already derailed. There was a huge inferno. So that's what they're zeroing in on as the possible cause. But why this bearing overheated? What was wrong? What's its mechanical history? What's its inspection history? Those are questions that the investigators are looking into.
And Ron, now we have this class action lawsuit there in Ohio. More and more people seem to be joining it. I know you spoke to some of those folks. What are they telling you?
They're very skeptical. They're very skeptical of what they've been told by officials who've come here from the state, federal government, who've tested their air and water. Take a listen to what one woman said that we spoke with yesterday.
What would make you comfortable enough to come back home?
I think I need to see some data. Data of the dirt, data of the water, data of the air.
There is data posted online. The authorities here say they've been trying to be as transparent as possible. That particular family, that woman, has her own expert. They're testing their soil, their air, their water, and they are part of this class action lawsuit. There are as many as a dozen or more class action suits. Ultimately, lawyers here think that there will be several thousand plaintiffs in these suits, residents who claim that the Norfolk Southern, the rail operator, was negligent and is liable and should be paying them damages. Aaron?
All right, Ron Allen for us in Ohio today. Ron, thank you.
Jeff Bezos is taking steps toward NFL ownership, and more Americans are flocking to dollar stores.
Bertha Coombs joins us now with our CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Bertha.
Hi, Joe, Aaron. Yeah, let's start off with Amazon founder Jeff Bezos. He owns the Washington Post. Now he's reportedly hired an investment firm to evaluate a bid for the Washington Commanders football team. It remains unclear whether he will attempt to buy or make a bid for the NFL team from its current owner, Daniel Snyder, who's reportedly said that he's looking to sell his majority stake. 2 million Corsori brand air fryers are being recalled due to safety concerns. The Consumer Product Safety Commission says it has received multiple reports of the machines catching fire and causing burns. The cause was determined to be a faulty wire connection. Anyone who has one of those should stop using it immediately. And as inflation continues to impact so many of us, dollar stores are dominating foot traffic. Data from Placer AI shows that in discount chains like Dollar Tree, Family Dollar, and others are gaining popularity, and they saw their foot traffic up 66% this month from 3 years ago. Back to you.
All right, Bertha Coombs. Thank you, Bertha.
Coming up, what the surviving journalist in the Orlando shooting spree is now revealing from his hospital bed. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
A Florida community is still trying to come to terms with the shooting near Orlando. 2 people died, a TV news reporter and a 9-year-old girl. The family of that young girl, Tiana Major, is now speaking out, sharing with the world just how special she was. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is joining us now. Guad, what have we heard from Tiana's family?
Aaron, so we're hearing from the family and also friends of the family, people that interacted with Tiana. We now know more details that she was a gymnast. In fact, some people said that she was so good that one day she could have maybe even gone to the Olympics. You know, Tiana, as she's been described, was the apple of her parents' eye. She was a true joy to them. This is according to one of her relatives. Her dad also described her as someone that was a light to everyone that knew her. She was everything to us, is what her dad said. She was extremely smart. She was at the top of her class, and she was an amazing gymnast. These are the comments that we're hearing today from neighbors, friends, and family of Tiana. She was one of the victims that died in that spree of shootings in Orlando. We know that according to police, the suspect, after would have attacked the news crew, entered her home, shot her mother, who survived the attack. And we know that Tiana died in that attack, Aaron.
And people can go to our website to read more about her, such a bright light in her family's eyes. Guad, I do want to ask you, we also are hearing from the photojournalist who was shot in the second shooting incident here. His colleague, the reporter Dylan Lyons, died there. What is the photojournalist saying?
Right, Aaron. So when he gave an interview, we learned details as to what happened right before that news crew received gunfire. He talked about a suspect who he saw approach the vehicle. He said he wasn't clear if the suspect was attacking him at first, describing it as if he maybe was trying to shoot at a house nearby, but eventually he realized he was the one that was being shot at, described the moment when he received that gunshot, and then saw the suspect go around and shoot at his reporter. Here's part of that interview.
You know, Dylan was a reporter I worked with every day. You know, we were best friends, and he was just a sweet guy.
And Jesse continues to recover at the hospital. Of course, says that he lost a great friend that day. Aaron.
All right, Guad Venegas in our Miami bureau. Thank you, Guad.
There is a new film coming out today, and you may have heard of it. It is called Cocaine Bear. Now, you'd think with a title like that, the story must be made up. Well, think again. It is indeed based on a true story from the 1980s. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz takes us back.
A bear did cocaine. It's a story that seems like it could only come from the minds of Hollywood.
No, don't eat that, don't eat that. Let's see what kind of effect that has on us.
The new film Cocaine Bear, directed by Elizabeth Banks and starring an impressive ensemble cast, including the late Ray Liotta in one of his final roles, is about a massive black bear that ingests a duffel bag worth of cocaine in 1985.
A lot of cocaine was lost. I need you to go and get it.
What's even more wild, it's based on real events. While a drug-fueled bear did not go on a murderous rampage like it does in the film, a 175-pound black bear was found dead in a Georgia forest in 1985, and the cause of death, a cocaine overdose.
Millions of dollars worth of cocaine dropped from the sky early today on...
Those drugs apparently dropped by convicted drug smuggler Andrew Thornton, who authorities say was attempting to lighten his plane as he tried to fly $15 million worth of cocaine into the U.S., a story that was covered by NBC's Nightly News when it happened.
Police found more than 70 pounds of cocaine wrapped in football-sized packages in an Army duffel bag the shootist was carrying.
Thornton then reportedly jumped out of the plane with a faulty parachute and was found dead in a residential neighborhood in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Well, when I got up and came to the window, I saw him lying on that rock there, and his parachute was behind him.
But the story doesn't end there. The bear, which authorities say was found near 40 open drug packages, was taxidermied and is currently on display at the Kentucky Fun Mall in Lexington, Kentucky.
We have people coming from all over the world to see this famous cocaine bear.
Coming up, the new sanctions on Russia as the world marks the one-year anniversary of the war in Ukraine.
podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Black history is being celebrated this month, but it's also become a topic of political controversy. In recent weeks, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and presidential candidate Nikki Haley have criticized what's been called race-based education. Both of them have specifically called out the 1619 Project. That's a long-form journalism project launched by the New York Times in 2019. It re-examines U.S. history through the lens of the African-American experience. DeSantis and Haley, though, claim it is fueling race-based anger. NBC's Zincle Esemwa spoke with one of the project's authors about her response to the backlash.
My message to these governors is, one, have you actually read the 1619 Project? Our children deserve to be exposed to all types of different ideas. This is the role of a public education.
The 1619 Project is also the subject of a docuseries currently streaming on Hulu.
If you are a fan of all things vintage, especially magazines, well, there's a cafe in North Carolina you just might want to visit. Archive Cafe in Charlotte is a coffee shop designed to celebrate Black history and culture. NBC's Blaine Alexander spoke with the cafe's owner about the community she is trying to build.
You notice it the second you step into Archive Cafe.
It feels like walking into my grandma's living room.
The warm embrace of a familiar past. On the shelves, Maya Angelou, Dick Gregory, and some of the finest VHS tapes the 90s had to offer. Then there are the magazines.
You have the Ebony from 1969.
Black Stars, Vibe, and of course, Ebony and Jet.
Look at that one. Earth, Wind, and Fire.
For Cherise Terry, it's a collection she's been building for nearly a decade.
Do you remember getting your first, was it an Ebony magazine?
It was an Ebony magazine.
Yeah.
It was a Dick Gregory cover with all his children.
You went from that one Dick Gregory cover to now you have how many, would you say?
5,000 plus.
5,000?
Yes.
Now she's turned it into a full-fledged business, Archive CLT in West Charlotte.
Now that we have this space for coffee and meetings, it means everything to this community. This is Black love, this is Black feeling, this is Black vibe.
Carefully curated to pay tribute to Black culture. From the decor to the artwork, the coffee beans, even the drink names.
Master Blaster, Stevie Wonder.
Yes.
The house favorite, the Foxy Brown, a nod to both the movie and the rapper.
I see why this is a favorite.
It even extends to the bathroom.
This whole bathroom is a vibe.
Thank you.
And you don't really say that about bathrooms.
No, people come in and they say, I just never want to leave. I just want to read the articles.
When people walk out of here, what do you want them to take with them?
A sense of pride. Whether you're Black or not, understanding our contributions were important.
Cherise started her journey as a way to feel closer to her mom, who died in 2014 when Cherise was 24 years old.
I wanted to know what the culture was like when she was coming up. Her and I always shopped together, and we've always been attracted to vintage items and clothes styles. And so I wanted to know what ignited that. And so me just going down the rabbit hole of all the Black publications from the 70s just like woke something up inside of me.
What do you feel like you learned about your mom along the way?
Oh, she was jazzy. I mean, it explains the 8 tracks in the house, wake up, listen to Marvin Gaye. So the music aspect, I knew and I loved, so once I seen the images, it made sense, like her flair, her flavor.
Now she's using that inspiration to inspire others, starting in the same community where she grew up. Cherise travels the country, scouring yard sales and shops for her magazines. And sometimes they just find her.
A lady called and said that her aunt was throwing away some Jet magazines. Would I want them? So I'm like, oh, cool. I'm thinking maybe 4 or 5 or 10 or 20.
Yeah.
It was 1,400 Jet magazines that she has collected since the 50s. 1,400 magazines.
What does that tell you about the power of these magazines?
The power of unity, and understand that it is important for me to share it with the next generation.
Now, as a mother herself to 17-year-old Kaylee, 13-year-old Taylor, and 8-year-old Bailey, Charisse is doing just that, building a business and a legacy for her own daughters to cherish.
I want them to have the courage to step out on faith and believe in themselves and to achieve and contribute to your community. It's instilled for them to carry it on, and I believe that they will.
Cheers to that.
Thank you.
Blaine Alexander, NBC News.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Charges have been dropped against a detainee in Georgia after security camera footage showed 41-year-old Jarrett Hobbs being beaten by sheriff's deputies in his cell. The attorney for Hobbs also said they reached a significant settlement agreement with the Camden County Sheriff's Office to resolve all civil claims from this incident. The release of the video in November led to the arrests of all 3 deputies.
A 2-year-old in Florida has been found alive after spending nearly 24 hours in the wild. Joshua J.J. Rowland was reported missing after he wandered away from his home Thursday morning. Police say he left while his mother was asleep. A massive search party combed the area, and a volunteer ended up finding J.J. in the woods. Now, aside from a few scratches, he's doing just fine.
A book about baseball legend Roberto Clemente was pulled from the shelves of Florida public schools, and it has been approved for use now. The book was among the 1.5 million titles that were being reviewed to see if they violated new Florida laws limiting discussions about race. The book was initially flagged because of references to racism and discrimination that Clemente faced.
Today marks 1 year since Russia invaded Ukraine.
It is the largest military campaign in Europe since World War II. Most expected a quick Russian takeover, but Ukrainian forces have proven resilient. Today in Kyiv, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky marked the somber anniversary with a moment of silence.
Allies around the world, from New York to Sydney, are also marking this anniversary by standing in solidarity with Ukraine. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is in Kyiv for us. So, Aaron, we know President Zelensky just spoke to reporters. How's he reflecting on his role as the nation's leader and really reflecting on the last year of the war?
Hey, Joe. Well, it was a wide-ranging press conference here in the Capitol, spanning more than 2 hours before the world's media. He sounded confident and with conviction said that he believes that Ukraine will win this war within the year if the allies remain together like a, quote, fist. He said that he will not be negotiating with Russia unless Russian forces stop bombing Ukrainian cities and villages. He also talked about the most difficult day for him in the war. He said it was when he walked into the city of Bucha following the Russian retreat. We all remember those horrifying images of the atrocities that unfolded there. And he also got personal. He talked about his family, how the most important thing to him is that his children are proud of him. And he talked about how they are continuing to go to school here in Ukraine, that it's important to him that his family be here in Ukraine to show Ukrainians a united front. It was an emotional press conference. It's rare to hear from a world leader speak so personally, but this is an extraordinary time here for Ukraine. A year ago today, the Russian invasion began. Bombs began dropping across the country, changing the reality of millions and millions of people who live here, and perhaps even changing the future course of the world. Joe.
All right, Aaron McLaughlin, thank you so much. A first court hearing today in the deadly Rust movie set shooting. The film's armorer, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, faced a judge. Actor Alec Baldwin waived his first formal court appearance after pleading not guilty. Both are charged in connection to the deadly shooting of cinematographer Helena Hutchins back in 2021. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett joins us now. So, Maura, what happened in court today?
Well, Joe, it was a very quick appearance, a virtual hearing, but the first time that we saw Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, that weapons supervisor, in a courtroom. We had expected to see Alec Baldwin, but he did not need to appear after he pled not guilty. Now, Gutierrez-Reed did not enter a plea this morning, but her defense attorney did ask the judge if she would be permitted to keep a firearm in her home for self-defense purposes, revealing that personal information, her address, had been shared, and she'd been dealing with some threats and a potential stalker that she had to file a restraining order against. And she was read her rights, and then they moved on to talking about setting a status hearing for later in the month of March, and then are hoping to set a probable cause hearing later this spring. And now this would be when evidence is introduced in court and the judge can decide whether or not there's enough evidence to go to trial, Joe.
So, Maura, while Alec Baldwin waived his court appearance today, the judge did set some conditions for him when it comes to shooting the Rust movie. What are they, and then what happens next in the case?
Right, so we recently learned that the filming of Rust has been resurrected. It'll begin again sometime this spring in Montana on the Yellowstone Film Ranch. And Alec Baldwin still is involved in the filming there. And the court said, you can go ahead and shoot, but we have a few conditions. They said you need to obey all local, federal, state laws. You cannot have access to any firearms or weapons, and you cannot consume any alcohol. He also has to maintain contact with his attorney frequently, and he's only allowed to have limited contact with other witnesses that may have been involved in the shooting prior. He can interact with them, obviously, in the state for the filming of for the film. But he cannot discuss anything in terms of the case. Now, as a reminder, Alec Baldwin and Hannah Gutierrez-Reed are facing those involuntary manslaughter charges. If sentenced, if convicted, that could carry an 18-month sentence, Joe. All
right, Maura Barrett in L.A. Maura, thank you.
A federal judge in Texas is set to rule on a case that seeks to overturn the FDA's approval of a pill used in terminating pregnancies. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now from Amarillo, Texas. Dasha, talk to us about what's in this lawsuit and how wide of an impact this ruling could have.
Well, it's going to have a nationwide impact if the judge in this case does side with the plaintiffs. Look, right now, Amarillo, Texas is at the center of America's abortion debate because what happens in this court behind me could restrict access to the two-drug regimen that is the most common method of abortion in the United States. It would restrict it nationwide, Aaron, even in states that do have strong abortion protections, because here's what the suit is about. An anti-abortion group of a group of anti-abortion doctors and medical groups are suing the FDA for their approval back in 2000 of this two-drug regimen, mifepristone and misoprostol, as it pertains to abortions in the United States. They are suing to get these abortion drugs off of the market. The impact, though, would be pretty far-reaching. Take a listen to what an abortion provider told us about this.
We're also going to see impacts on miscarriage management, on the option to seek abortion care remotely through telehealth, which we can now do with mifepristone. And I think another important point to raise is that it's going to likely increase the need for procedural abortion.
Now, the plaintiffs here argue that the FDA didn't adequately evaluate the safety of these drugs. The FDA told us they don't comment on pending litigation, but the court filing claims that the lawsuit is, quote, unsupported by evidence. And Aaron, since 2000, more than 5 million women have taken this drug, with 28 deaths associated. And in a court brief, the country's leading group of OBGYNs say that mifepristone, the drug in question here, is exceedingly safe and effective, calling the lawsuit ideological and not scientific, Aaron.
You know, earlier today, Dasha, Vice President Kamala Harris weighed in on the debate about this during a meeting on reproductive rights. I want to play part of what she said.
There is an attack that has been placed against the ability of doctors to prescribe and for people to receive medication to allow them to make decisions about their reproductive health. That medication is called mifepristone.
Now, you mentioned it, but if this medication is taken off the market, what do we know about the real impact, the real effect that there will be?
Well, so there is that second drug in the two-drug regimen, misoprostol, which will still be available, but providers say it's less effective. The FDA and providers we've spoken with also tell us that this will likely, if the judge rules in favor of the plaintiffs, increase the need for surgical abortions, which will strain clinics that are already overwhelmed in the wake of the Dobbs decision overturning Roe versus Wade, Aaron.
All right, Dasha Burns in Texas for us today. Dasha, thank you.
Today, a who's who of global public health leaders gathered in our nation's capital. They're marking the 20th anniversary of former President George W. Bush's emergency plan for AIDS relief. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach was there and joins us. So, Gary, what was the former president's message today?
And Joe, former President Bush says he doesn't come back to Washington very often these days, but he felt it was important to make the trip to explain to folks here the impact of the more than $100 billion the U.S. has spent over the past 20 years on PEPFAR, and to share his hope for the funding to continue for another 20 years. Now, the PEPFAR program was something that President Bush announced during his State of the Union in 2003, and today, the PEPFAR initiative is active in more than 50 countries around the world, many of them in Africa. They say 25 million lives have been saved because of the program that works to prevent new HIV infections, treat existing HIV infections, and care for the children of those who have lost their lives. But now Congress has to decide this year whether or not they're going to reauthorize this program for the future. And President Bush was forceful in his disagreement with the idea that perhaps the money would be better spent in our own country. Here's what he had to say in conversation with former Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice.
There are a lot of people in our country who think that we should mind our own business.
Yeah.
A lot of people who think we've got too hard of problems in the United States.
That's wrong.
Do you want to make an appeal?
Well, I think we're a big enough nation to do more than one thing. And to continue the fight against AIDS on the continent of Africa and to support the Ukrainian freedom fighters is not going to strain our capacity to help our own citizens.
And Ukraine was a big topic, with today being the anniversary of Russia's invasion. Ukrainian Ambassador Oksana Markova was there and discussed Ukraine's partnership with PEPFAR, calling it life-changing for the more than 150,000 Ukrainians it's assisted.
And Gary, this isn't just about AIDS. This program really laid the groundwork for health care in future pandemics. What can you tell us about that?
Yes, something that former President Bush said today that really struck me. He said because of the PEPFAR initiative, African countries now have a quality healthcare system and so many more healthcare options available to them that simply didn't exist before 2003. Even things as basic as medical gloves and clean needles. When COVID hit, experts that spoke at the event today said nations including Botswana, Congo, and Kenya were in a much better place to be able to handle the impacts of coronavirus because of the programs and initiatives put in place by PEPFAR. Joe?
All right, Gary, thanks for your reporting. Appreciate it.
We also want to note that during yesterday's coverage of the shooting in Pine Hills, Florida, video appeared on air that mistakenly identified the suspect. We took immediate action to correct the mistake, and we regret the error.
Coming up, the growing push to teach parents and teenagers how to deliver a life-saving drug. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
If you saw someone overdosing on fentanyl or another opioid, would you know what to do to help them?
A group of doctors in Texas is trying to educate everyone, including teens, on the small but important actions that could mean life or death. Alicia Barrera from our Dallas station reports.
Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me? And see if they're going to respond.
Fentanyl is quickly and tragically seeping into communities of all socioeconomic backgrounds.
They may have had a headache, and one of their friends said, well, here's a Percocet, or they're trying to stay up and study for an exam, and here's an Adderall.
And now the FDA is considering widening the access of the opioid reversal drug Narcan.
We know that if it is made available over the counter, that everyone will need to know how to use it.
Which is why Safer Care Texas,
our mission is to mitigate preventable harm,
led today's free training. First, check for the person's responsiveness and roll them onto their back. Tilt the person's head back and fully spray the Narcan into one nostril, just like a regular allergy nasal spray.
Roll the patient over onto their left side. We call this the recovery position, so that if they end up vomiting.
If it's a opioid overdose, they should start waking right up. Sometimes it requires more than one dose.
And even if the person is not suffering from an opioid overdose or other illness, medical professionals say Narcan will not harm them.
Alicia Barrera reporting there. In today's mental health check, it may be Friday, but let's fast forward straight through the weekend. I can't believe I just said that.
I know. Apologies in advance for doing this.
We're going to move to Monday
All
now.
right, there is a new trend taking off on TikTok. It's called Bare Minimum Mondays. It encourages people not to be overachievers on the first day of the work week.
Joining us now is Amy Moore, and she is the editor-in-chief of Very Well Mind. It's a website dedicated to mental health. She's also a licensed psychotherapist. So, Amy, first off, why do so many people seem to experience this stress at the start of the work week?
Well, we know 8 out of 10 professionals experience what we call the Sunday scaries, which means by the time Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening rolls around, we get stressed out just thinking about how much we have to do over the course of the week. Sometimes it is because we're struggling with a work-life balance. Maybe we feel guilty we didn't get enough done over the weekend that we wanted to, or maybe just because the weekend's almost over and we think the fun is about to end.
First of all, I thought that's what Fridays are for, is doing the bare minimum. But explain to us the do's and don'ts of bare minimum Mondays. I mean, is there at all effective way of dealing with stress at work?
Well, you know, the idea is that you're going to roll into the work week slowly so that it makes Sunday better. And for people who are self-employed, that might not be a bad idea if you can set your schedule up that way. But for people that are employed by somebody else, obviously your employer might not like it if you don't work very hard on Monday. So, of course, it can reduce your stress, but it also just shifts the workload until later in the week. So you might be making Tuesday worse if you don't dive right into work on Monday.
So I usually get that adrenaline surge on Tuesday that kind of makes it a little bit easier to get through Tuesday. But you talked about Sundays, right? What are some of the better ways to deal with that Sunday stress?
So one strategy might be to reframe your thoughts. When you start thinking, I can't handle this, I have too much to do this week, could be just taking a step back and thinking, all right, I've been through difficult weeks before, I can do this too. Another strategy might just be to give yourself something to look forward to on Monday, whether you're going to have coffee with a friend or you schedule something kind of fun after work, makes Monday a little bit better. The other thing is, if you're worried a lot about all the things you have to do, set aside 20 minutes on Sunday to worry about it. Sit down, worry as much as you can about everything you have to do. But when your time's up, get up and go do something else so that you don't spend all afternoon or all evening worrying about the same things over and over again.
That's great.
Yeah,
I like all that.
That's good advice. So, I mean, this stress might speak to maybe some larger issues you're having at work. So do you have any tips to help people really take charge of their work life, not just on Mondays, but really every day?
Yeah, that's just it. It might be a sign that perhaps you have way too much to do at work, and maybe a conversation with your boss is warranted about your workload. Or maybe you need to set some limits with colleagues who perhaps give you extra duties to do, or they spend a lot of time talking to you and you can't get your work done. Or perhaps you should learn some new skills. Maybe you're struggling with something and it's taking way longer than it should. So learning a new skill might free up some time. Or you might want to experiment with some different things to see, what can I do to make my work life a little bit less stressful?
Less stressful. It's all about striking that right balance between, you know, what you're doing at work, what you're doing at home, and your personal life, and sort of making it all sing, right? Amy Moore, and we appreciate the advice here. Thank you.
And there is more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Oh my God! Oh my God! The whole time you would, the whole time.
Oh. That was just one of many memorable moments from the iconic acting career of Sally Field.
This weekend, the Screen Actors Guild will honor the star with a Lifetime Achievement Award. NBC's Harry Smith has a look at her journey on screen and off.
Fresh out of high school with little more on her resume than drama club and cheerleader, Sally Field, without an agent, landed the role of Gidget, a swimsuit sitcom. Soon thereafter came The Flying Nun. Sister Betrayal was a hit, but Field wanted more than laugh tracks and happy endings. She enrolled in the demanding Actors Studio to learn her craft.
I'm an Actors Studio baby, and you bring your own existence somehow into the character. You find a way, shades of yourself, and so all of the things I've played have pieces of me, of my life and my experience.
Her breakthrough role relied on all those pieces. A made-for-TV movie, Sybil, where she played a woman with multiple personality disorder, opposite Academy Award winner Joanne Woodward.
What's the matter, sweetie? That was my idea. She stole it. I wanted to sing Easter Ballad really, really bad.
Accolades poured in, and Sally Field won the Emmy. There came more TV, more movies, including Smokey and the Bandit with Burt Reynolds.
We jumped over that bridge! We did that! Did you see what we did?
Yes, I did.
Their relationship as exciting as it was fraught. Still not an A-lister, Field auditioned for the part as a union organizer in a textile mill. The studio did not want her, but director Martin Ritt insisted she would earn Academy Award #1 for Best Actress. In her memoir, In Pieces, Field said this about Norma Ray when she found her voice.
I felt freed. When she found her voice, I heard mine. By standing in Norma's shoes, I felt my own feet. If I could play her, I could be me.
In 1984, Field won her second Academy Award for her leading role in Robert Benton's Places in the Heart. She dazzled in Steel Magnolias and won our hearts in Forrest Gump.
Life is a box of chocolates, Forrest. You never know what you're gonna get.
And Mrs. Doubtfire.
The whole time you would, the whole time!
She earned praise and awards for the TV series Brothers and Sisters, and most recently starred with Jane Fonda, Rita Moreno, and Lily Tomlin in 80 for Brady.
Sally,
Yes.
You're going to get a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Screen Actors Guild.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Why did you not tell us?
What was I going to say?
Yeah.
Great.
More than deserves.
Oh, gosh,
yeah.
I didn't want anybody to know. Harry, gosh darn it.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sally Field is that actress whose courage, determination, and vulnerability have convinced us time and again that she was that person on the screen.
Why do you think it is that it has transcended all these generations, and even now we can't wait to see the movie you have coming out?
I have no idea. I mean, most of my life, I don't even feel that that's so. So I don't know. I know to have a long-term career, you just have to really care about what you do, even because you have to dig in or drop out. And so I've just dug in.
Harry Smith, NBC News.
Thanks to Harry Smith for that story. Let's take a look at some other stories that are trending now.
The hit TV drama Succession is coming to an end. The creator, Jesse Armstrong, announced yesterday that the upcoming 4th season would be the show's last. Now, this is one of the biggest hits on HBO in recent years, collecting 13 Emmy Awards across the 3 seasons so far. The fourth and final season set to premiere on March 26th.
Moviegoers will soon get a chance to return to Middle-earth. Warner Brothers Pictures announced yesterday that the new Lord of the Rings movies are in the works. No filmmakers have been announced yet, but Peter Jackson, who directed the first 6 films in the franchise, says he has been kept in the loop.
And a Dr. Seuss classic is getting a sequel, and it's a mean one. That was a whole Grinch reference. Nobody. Okay. How the Grinch Stole... I didn't do it very well, but How the Grinch Stole Christmas was originally published in 1957. Now it is getting a follow-up book. It's called How the Grinch Lost Christmas. The new story, not from the writings of Dr. Seuss, but it's written by a children's author, Alistair Haim. Haim has written several books in the Seuss style.
A mean one.
There you go.
I'm Joe Pryor.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
If it's Friday, a federal judge could decide as early as today to impose a potential nationwide ban on a key abortion pill, as new polling reveals just how massive of a political problem the abortion issue is for the GOP. Plus, defending democracy, the world marks 1 year since Russia invaded Ukraine, as the U.S. and its allies send more promises and more aid and more weapons and more assistance. And a dramatic encounter between a U.S. surveillance aircraft and a Chinese military jet with an NBC reporter on board. Our exclusive reporting amid the escalating tensions between Washington and Beijing. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd reporting from Washington. We're going to get to all of the one-year commemorations of the war in Ukraine in the show. But we're going to start here with what may be the most important political story right now. The Republican Party has a big problem. It's an abortion problem. Right now, activists and lawmakers on both sides of the abortion issue are waiting to see if a federal judge will rule today to severely limit access to a common abortion method, medication abortion. It's also known as the at-home abortion pill. Currently, medication abortions account for more than half of all abortions in America. At a reproductive rights event at the White House today, Vice President Kamala Harris called the lawsuit a partisan attack on the ability of doctors to prescribe medicine. This suit is backed by 22 Republican attorneys general and 67 Republican members of Congress. The case has once again put a spotlight on how the Republican position on abortion is far outside the mainstream. How far do you say? Well, I'm going to show you in a minute, because this could translate into a major political liability, and perhaps 2022 was a bigger warning sign on this issue than maybe not everybody has realized just yet. 2024, voters are going to head to the ballot box again, and they're going to decide which party controls the Senate and the presidency. And the abortion issue could become key. Don't believe me? Look at these numbers. The Public Religion Research Institute, PRRI, just released a massive, the most comprehensive survey on the abortion issue we've seen to date. 20,000 people covering all 50 states. So we're able to see this by state, by demographic group, all sorts of ways. This is really solid research work, and it's some of the most comprehensive polling we've ever seen. So let's get started with it. Number one, this push to ban abortion pills, look how unpopular this is. 72% oppose this. They oppose this. This part of the poll was conducted about 8 months ago. This is where the numbers were, and we've seen these numbers don't change. Let me show you about the issue of abortion in general. Should abortion be legal? What's been interesting here, over the last 13 years, Republicans have been trying to roll back the rules on abortion in various states. And as they've been doing that, the public has gone in the opposite direction. Right now, support for legal abortion is at 64%. That is nearly 10 points higher than it was just over a decade ago. And look at this by party. 64% among all Americans. It's 86% believe abortion should be legal in most cases among Democrats, 68% among independents. And look at Republicans here. It's 36%, basically half of where independents are. This is a case where essentially Republicans are far outside the rest of the country on this issue. You want to look at it by state? 43 states. 43 states in this survey have a majority that support abortion in all or most cases. Only 7 do not. Let me show you by the battleground. Look at the presidential battleground states. Here were the 6 closest presidential battleground states. Should abortion be legal in all or most cases? Only one state of the 6, of our big 6 here, is under 60% illegal in most or all cases. That's Georgia. Now let's look at the Senate map in 2024. The 3 most vulnerable Democratic-held seats are in red states of Montana, Ohio, and West Virginia. And look at these abortion numbers in these 3 states. 64% supported in most or all cases in libertarian-heavy Montana, 66% in Ohio, and it's under 60%, but 57% is a pretty robust number there. Bottom line, some Republicans, by the way, have tried to sow some doubts about these numbers. They question the poll's financial backers and some of their pro-abortion rights interests from this organization. But they're not disputing the data or the methodology. Bottom line, this poll is the best evidence yet that the public essentially believes the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe was wrong, emphatically so, and they're telling us at the ballot box and in polls. And right now, the Republican Party appears to be on the wrong side of an issue that may be of huge importance in the next presidential election and set of Senate elections. Dasha Burns joins me now from Amarillo, Texas, where we are waiting on a potential ruling today on medication abortion. So, Dasha, it's all, let's see, we got another, I guess, 2 hours to the business day where you are in the Central Time Zone. Do we expect one of those 5 p.m. rulings?
Well, Chuck, we've been watching this case for quite some time now because it is incredibly significant. Perhaps the most consequential ruling could come out of this court here since the Dobbs decision overturning Roe versus Wade. Today is the filing deadline, so this is the last chance for parties to file those briefs. And from there, we could hear from this judge at any moment, essentially. It could come today. It could come next week. And what happens behind me in this courthouse here, Chuck, make no mistake, it could very well have nationwide impact, even in states, let's be clear about this, even in states where there are robust protections for abortion rights. Here's why. At the heart of this case is the lawsuit is challenging the FDA's approval of the drug mifepristone taken alongside misoprostol. It's a 2-drug regimen for abortions in the United States. It's the most commonly used method for abortion in the U.S. The plaintiffs in this case, a group of anti-abortion medical organizations and doctors say that the drugs are dangerous, and they say that the FDA did not properly evaluate their safety when approving these drugs. We talked to both the plaintiffs and the providers who would be impacted by this decision. Take a listen to what we heard.
We're asking the court to do what is right, to follow and ask the FDA to follow the law by taking these dangerous drugs off the marketplace.
I want to start off by being perfectly clear that the evidence is solid, the science is solid behind mifepristone as being a safe medication. The complication rate is less than 1%, and there have been numerous studies over the years that have documented the safety of this medication.
Now, Chuck, the FDA told us that it doesn't comment on ongoing litigation, but in a court filing said that the claims in this lawsuit are, quote, unsupported by any evidence. Let's be clear. The FDA approved this drug in 2000. Since then, more than 5 million people have taken mifepristone, with 28 deaths reported. And in a court brief, the country's leading group of OBGYNs say that mifepristone is, quote, exceedingly safe and effective, calling the lawsuit ideological, not scientific. Now, there's also a question about why are we here? Why are we in Amarillo, Texas? Critics of the lawsuit have accused the plaintiffs here of, quote, forum shopping. The judge in this case is a conservative Trump-appointed judge. If he sides with the plaintiffs here, this will go to the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, which is also conservative-leaning, and then could end up in the Supreme Court. So you can see the pathway there. Now, there is another drug. There's misoprostol, the second drug in the regimen here, which could be taken on its own. And clinics right now are preparing to provide that option potentially for patients. But both the FDA and the providers that we've spoken with say that this is going to lead to an increase in surgical abortions that's going to even more so overwhelm clinics that are already strained after the Dobbs decision overturned Roe versus Wade. And what providers say they've seen since that Supreme Court decision is just a general chilling effect for providers, because there's such a legal gray area in so many states right now, Chuck, that doctors are scared to prescribe and to take certain types of actions here, Chuck.
And what happens here with this ruling could only add to that concern. Dasha in Amarillo, Texas for us. Dasha, thank you. So joining me now to dive further into the politics of the abortion issue, and those poll numbers we mentioned up top, is our panel today. Eugene Scott, senior politics reporter at Axios. Amy Walter, the editor-in-chief of the Cook Political Report. Maria Teresa Kumar, president and CEO of Voto Latino, an NBC News contributor, and Brendan Buck, a former advisor to Republican speakers Boehner and Ryan, also an NBC News political analyst. Amy, we made a big deal out of this because it feels as if not only is this a huge issue for the Republican Party, but the country seems to be moving even more so in an abortion rights direction since Dobbs. I mean, you are seeing this evidence here, and it seems like the Republican Party is pulling itself further away. Well, we're in something's got to give.
Right. And we are on the precipice of a Republican primary for president, where these issues are going to be front and center. Now, the interesting thing about how this issue played in the last election, right? Everybody tried to figure out which was going to be more important: abortion, the economy, abortion or the economy. The answer was really both. It depended on what right? So in states, what surprised me, I guess, the most was that in states where abortion restrictions were put on the books, were passed into law, Georgia, Texas, Florida, Republicans did really well. In states where the threat of more abortion restrictions were on the ballot, literally, Michigan being an example of that. To me, the issue was the candidates themselves and how they talked about this issue. In Pennsylvania and in Arizona, they were over the top versus being, let's say, another Republican candidate, Brian Kemp, et cetera, who's talking about being reasonable. So the debate really hasn't happened in a national way. It still has happened at the state level.
Yeah. I look at, there's one more race I'd bring up, Eugene, that to me, I'm starting to question whether we spent too much time either crediting or blaming Trump for the results, or Trump-like candidates, and not enough on abortion. Because the only place where a Democrat incumbent governor lost was in a state where abortion rights were already enshrined in the Constitution, and that was Nevada, right? Where it was off the table, where he didn't have to have a discussion, and the economy got to be front and center, where it wasn't front and center. And so this just looks like, and I see no evidence that GOP knows how to get out of this box.
Well, last weekend, we know Kevin McCarthy was talking to GOP donors, and he seemed to adopt the talking point that Mitch McConnell has been emphasizing, which is candidate quality. He said that states that had people who ran for the governor's race in the Republican Party who lost in part because not just their quality of the House candidates, but also the gubernatorial candidates. And so what I think we're going to see Republicans doing moving forward is saying, how do we get people at the top of the ticket who are not as extreme as we have seen in some of these states like Arizona, like Pennsylvania, and even Georgia. I mean, we remember Herschel Walker and his whole abortion stories. That didn't help that party.
You know, Brendan, the RNC just did a resolution at their winter meeting that shows that they're not looking at the polling on abortion. They said the Republican National Committee urges Republican lawmakers in state legislatures and in Congress to pass the strongest pro-life legislation possible, such as laws that acknowledge the beating hearts and experiences of pain of the unborn. This is not what the public wants.
No, and we've been making statements like that for decades, really, and it just really hadn't had any real consequences until now. We're a party where at the national level, we're being defined by state house legislators. You know, instead of having a national message that explains, even if you're pro-life and you support overturning Roe, talking about how you're going to take care of mothers or newborn children. There's a way to talk about this that is a little less politically damaging, but no one has taken...
Has anybody figured it out?
Nobody's taken that over. I mean, instead, we're being defined by states that are going to the far extremes, which is in conflict with how we've talked about this forever, which is that we want reasonable middle ground restrictions, and instead we're going all the way, and it's catching up with us.
Why can't you do that?
But,
well, because I mean, it is happening. Why can't you go back to that? It's about the states.
Well, I think you could do it, but nobody seems to have the courage to do it. I mean, the first slate of bills the House took up this year was anti-abortion measures, and which tells me, you know, the people that they're listening to, the people that make the most noise, don't see any real reason to change course.
Well, and that's when you hear Mitch McConnell talking about candidate quality. Candidate quality is true, but not for a primary. For a primary, it's the most radicalized part of a party that will actually come out. It's the ones that are more moderate, independent, that stay home for primary voters. And so that is their challenge, is that they have gone so far to the right that they have to have these conversations. I mean, it's not shocking that when they run up for re-election or they aspire to be president, they're like, don't forget that I was the one that introduced the anti-abortion bill.
The only thing to keep an eye on is that Republican voters are also moving away from it.
No, they are. No, they are. But
in that sense, right? They don't. We saw it in this
Kansas,
and also in this survey indicated where they're saying, look, clearly there are plenty of Republican voters who are very pro-life, who are willing to support candidates who are not, if they agree with them on the other issues. But I don't know if they can get there.
Right. Well, but the challenge is, again, is who comes out to vote in primaries. And on both sides, it's their base. And right now, their base is highly radicalized. And so those independent, moderate voters are going to have to decide, am I going to actually go for the one that might be moderate, or maybe I just stay home, or I go for the moderate Democrat, which is actually what we saw in the midterm.
And, you know, Amy, look, I think a presidential nominee can talk their way out of some stuff. You can do that sometimes, and Donald Trump certainly is trying on this issue in a weird way. It's his judges that overturned it, but he's going,
they went too far.
They went too far. But to me, the ones that are really trapped are the Senate candidates. I mean, I looked at this morning and went, oh, this is how Democrats hold the Senate. It was just suddenly you realize, because it just looks like an impossible map for them to navigate. And then you look, oh, wait, look at the abortion issue in Montana and in Ohio and in West Virginia. And one issue in a Senate race can be enough.
Well, this is a Democratic group, did polling after the election, Navigator Research, looked at the people who said they didn't approve of the job that Biden was doing on the economy, including 13% who said they were somewhat unfavorable. The number one issue for those 13%, abortion, not the economy. So this is where we got really kind of, you know,
I don't think the after-action report is fully, let's just say, I don't think we fully know everything yet. I think this was more of an abortion election.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
That's
right. Right. That those folks who they say the economy's bad, but when you really push them to say, well, what is a more important issue to you, inflation or abortion access, they picked abortion access.
Well, and to Amy's point, what was surprising was that it was dads that had swayed more to actually vote against the abortion. So it wasn't the traditional, it's going to be the moms, it's going to be the women. No, it was the people who had fathers who had daughters that were part of that. And that is, I think, something that's incongruous with the Republican platform, because that's also their base.
I want to pick up something, Eugene, that Brendan brought up, which is how Republicans could start to talk about this differently. You know, when when the Mississippi passed their law to basically get this to the Supreme Court, I had Governor Reeves on the show. And that was all Governor Reeves talked about. He goes, you know what, we as a party need to do better about supporting women when they have kids, after the child is born, and while they're pregnant. And we need to give them more resources, and we should be doing these things. And you've heard at times Marco Rubio talk about this. I'll be curious to see if a presidential candidate really tries to grab this and actually makes this, because it would be also something to hand out, like money. Like, look, we know voters like that too.
Right. I mean, it's been a long time since we've heard anything about compassionate conservatism. There was a time when that is what was the mainline viewpoint on this issue, which is what Brendan was making note of. Some say Nikki Haley would be perfectly positioned to take this lane for a host of reasons. The question becomes, will she be able to, in a party that has so many individuals in its base that are far more vocal than Haley, who view this issue quite differently?
All you need to know is how the Iowa caucuses work, Brendan.
Yeah.
And the fact is, Rick Santorum had an abortion position that was outside the Republican mainstream in 2012, but it was really fired up voters in the caucuses in Iowa.
Yeah, it's not the first time, the only issue where we're held captive by a small sliver of our party. And we've been making this pact with social conservatives for decades, and it didn't really matter. I'm not actually convinced that talking about these things differently is necessarily going to win the argument, but at least it gives you something to do to change the conversation.
You need to change the subject,
from
right?
Where's the line, which is never a good conversation to have, to how are you trying to be part of the solution, which is what people are looking for when they talk to someone.
Let me ask you this. The pushback I'll always get from my Republican friends but Democrats' position on abortion on demand is not popular. And I always say, but where's that being debated?
Yeah, well, the problem is Republicans, again, are being defined in places like Texas and Georgia and other states where they're going well beyond what we had long talked about. Again, something that, you know, as working in Republican politics, the message I carried for a long time was that we just want to have somewhere in the middle a reasonable standard where, you know, at some point it is illegal. And that is no longer the conversation. It's an all or nothing. And if it's all or nothing, Republicans are going to lose that conversation.
And I guess the question now is, at what point do Democrats need to, because it looks like this has to get codified in Congress. Yeah. And so do Democrats need to be campaigning on a piece of legislation? This is what we're going to do. We're going to codify this. We're going to codify Roe or Roe Plus or whatever you're going to call it.
I don't know if they need a piece of legislation, but they need a framework in which they're going to actually put forward so that you can get a lot of the moderate independent Republicans. And I think that is how you actually get to the White House. Because it's not, and that's what the midterm taught us, that it wasn't just the most progressives of the Democratic base, but it was independent, moderate Republicans who felt either they sat home or they joined the party because they said democracy's at stake. So what are the arguments around democracy, perhaps, that we could say about women's rights around abortion? There we're starting to facilitate what that framework could look like.
But that's, I think, where Democrats would get in trouble too if they had to legislate something. And I think
well,
that,
I think
the party.
What I'm curious about. I don't know.
The party would never.
That's why it would be a framework.
Yeah, the party would never allow them to do anything that other than there would be no restrictions at any time, and that would be deeply unpopular, I think, and they would have a very hard time passing that. So they run in some ways they run into the same problem that we do, that you have to go to the extreme.
Well, here's the irony: 20 weeks
to pass something. Well, absolutely.
20 weeks, arguably, if you say what's the compromise, if you really were just looking at what's the compromise between 24 and 15, you might say 20. Could a majority of Democrats do that, Amy?
No,
yeah,
that's probably untrue.
So.
But here's a bigger question. Can Ron DeSantis run on a 15-week ban, or does he need to come out for something stronger? Especially when he goes to...
Look, I thought...
Exactly right.
I always thought...
Because I thought 15 is easier to defend. You say 15, this is very reasonable, this is very...
What is it, 90% of abortions are done before the
Most
first
people want somewhere in... That question
But he doesn't want to own it.
No.
Nobody... You know, the 15-week thing polls well if you say... 5 or 6 different options, and it's all right, it's the best of the bad options. But that's the problem that the party has, and nobody wants to own 15 weeks. Nobody says, this is the right policy. Everybody looks at it as, this is a compromise policy, and nobody wants to be excited about compromise.
Well, because you risk, in an effort to win people, losing the people who get you that far, right? And everyone is focused on the base.
Yeah.
Or what would be really wonderful is just to let the science actually take place and actually be the one, the determinant factor of when it's actually safe for a woman to have an abortion. But that's harder. Science.
You're asking for metrics and things like
medical procedure.
Oh my God, your demands, they're so high. Maria Teresa, it's nice to see you. Brendan, thank you. Eugene and Amy, happy Friday. Today marks 1 year since Russian tanks rolled over the Ukrainian border. How the war has changed the world and what's ahead in the battle over Ukrainian sovereignty and global democracy. Plus, the political influence campaign of Sam Bankman-Fried. We have new details about the allegedly illegal campaign donations of the FTX founder. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest film, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Around the world today, Ukraine's allies are marking 1 year since the start of the war, when Russia first invaded Ukraine in the biggest military campaign in Europe since World War II. Here was the scene in the capital of Kyiv earlier today. Ukrainians commemorated the day with a somber ceremony honoring the tens of thousands of Ukrainians who have died in this war. President Zelensky vowed to defeat Russia as long as Ukraine's allies remained united like a fist against Moscow. And he said Ukrainians have proven invincible after a year of pain, sorrow, faith, and unity. Hours later, President Biden held a virtual meeting at the White House with fellow G7 leaders, who released a statement reaffirming their unwavering support for Ukraine for as long as it takes. White House also announced today additional sanctions against Russia and additional military aid for Ukraine. And at the United Nations, the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, urged all countries to remain committed to supporting Ukraine's sovereignty.
No country has endured greater hardship from Russia's war than Ukraine. But almost every country has felt the pain. And yet, nations around the world continue to stand with Ukraine, because we all recognize that if we abandon Ukraine, we abandon the UN Charter itself and the principles and rules that make all countries safer and more secure.
The UK also announced additional sanctions on Russia as well today, joining the United States. The British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak led a minute of silence outside 10 Downing Street in London in memory of those lost in the war. And a giant Ukrainian flag was unfurled outside of the EU Parliament in Brussels in honor of the first anniversary. As for the future of this war, a new UK intelligence report claims that Russia is no longer focused on taking new territory. Instead, its focus is to exhaust Ukraine's military capabilities over a long campaign on the eastern part of the country. Simply put, they're trying to turn this into a war of attrition, a la World War I. Let me bring in Richard Engel, who's in Ukraine and has been for some time over the last few weeks. And Richard, you know, we're having a heated debate over here in this country about how much longer do we aid Ukraine and how quickly do we get them new weapons. And I'm detecting something here, Richard, which is a lot of Democrats who support this war now believe the Biden administration's going too slow, that they're only giving Ukraine enough support to fight, not enough support to win. What are you seeing and what are you hearing?
Well, that's the same thing we're hearing from Ukrainians. They say that they're very appreciative of the weapons that they're getting, and 4 Leopard tanks arrived today from Poland, but there were 4 of them. And what are you going to do with 4 tanks against the Russian military? So Ukrainians are a little concerned that they are given just enough not to lose, but not enough to win the war, and that if it takes a lot of time, that if it's as long as it takes, as President Biden has said many, many times, we are in this war for as long as it takes. But Ukrainians aren't sure how long that is and how much longer they can take. If this war lasts another 2, 3, 5 years, will there be any infrastructure left in this country? It's sort of a slow bleed right now down here in the south and in the east, where the power grid is attacked almost daily, and then crews have to rush in with the tools that they have under fire sometimes, repair the power grid, and then rush back and repair it again. How long can you keep doing this? They would like to have weapons to deliver a knockout blow. And they're looking forward to these tanks and armored vehicles arriving. But to go to your point, yes, they definitely worry about the piecemeal way that aid has been delivered, military aid.
What do you observe on the Russian side of things? We know that they're digging World War I-like trenches, that they really are trying to make whatever offensive the Ukrainians want to do extraordinarily hard to conduct. And they want to preserve their land bridge, if you will, that they've been able to create with Crimea. But is it really a defensive posture? Do you see them in an offensive posture at all anymore?
I've spent a lot of time on the frontline areas over the last 3 weeks, and in some areas there's intense fighting around Bakhmut, but in other parts where the Russians are firing, advancing, it doesn't look that much different than it did a month ago, 2 months ago. In fact, the head of Ukrainian intelligence just said a couple of days ago that the quality of the Russian advance is so poor that some field commanders barely even know that it's taking place. And I was in one frontline position not far from Uladar, and we were speaking with the local commander there, and he said more or less the same thing, that yes, the Russians are on the offensive, but they're low on ammunition, maybe have even less ammunition than his troops did, and that they are conserving it. So yes, the Russians are launching an offensive, but they're relying heavily on mercenaries. They're focusing it primarily around Bakhmut, which is this one symbolic target for Russia. So the offensive, from what I could see of what I've been able to learn and report, does not seem to be, I don't know if impressive is the right way to describe it, but does not seem to be as overwhelming or overpowering as the offensive that was launched last year. Not even a percentage of it, in fact.
Politically, you say that there's an that Ukrainians are fatigued. Obviously, this has been tough. Are you noticing, are there any cracks in Zelensky's support, or does he have this country as united today as he did a year ago?
As united today as a year ago, if not more united. Zelensky is extraordinarily popular, and I wouldn't say people here are fatigued. They don't have that luxury. If you fatigue, you give up, you lose your house, you lose your country. They're tired, But fatigue isn't an option. People here compare this to a home invasion. Their home is being attacked. There are Russian troops on their soil. Russian troops are accused of carrying out tens of thousands of war crimes. So they don't have the option to take a vacation from that or allow themselves to be fatigued. They've moved their families to safety. Generally, it's men of fighting age who are in areas where I am right now, in the south and in the east. You basically only see military vehicles on the road. And once Ukrainians know that their families are in a safer fallback position in the west, along the borders with Poland or in Poland or other European countries, they only have one thing to focus on, and that's defending their country, and they're still doing that.
All right, Richard Engel, thanks for staying up late for us tonight. Richard, as always, sir, please stay safe
Not a problem.
as well. Thank you. Keir Simmons is in Moscow for us, and for how Russia is trying to mark this one-year anniversary. Here's the report he found for me.
Good evening from Moscow, where 1 year after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, where Kyiv is celebrating its resilience and resistance, here there is silence. Perhaps the Kremlin thinks there is nothing really to celebrate, though of course President Putin made his comments earlier this week, clearly resolved to continue with his Ukraine policy. You can bet that the Kremlin has been paying close attention to events at the United Nations, where a long list of countries have been condemning Russia's invasion, though others have been taking a different view. China using the opportunity to launch more veiled criticism of the United States. China clearly continuing to be an ally of Russia. This is a country where a year is not such a long time. Russia spent a long time under the communists, decades. It spent 10 years in the 90s in chaos as that communist Soviet empire collapsed, and it has now had 20 years of leadership from President Putin. So, for 1 year, they have suffered here from sanctions, and many, many Russians have been killed. But when you talk to ordinary Russians on the street, so far, their resolve and support for President Putin, in the main, appears to be holding. But there have been questions raised, even by those close to President Putin, even by the Russian elite. And what the next year will bring, that is the real question.
Sure is. Keir Simmons in Moscow for us. Keir, thank you for that. Still ahead, U.S. military and diplomatic experts are going to weigh in here at this table about the possibilities of peace or escalation in this war. But first, in April 2014, just a month after Russia annexed Crimea, the then Prime Minister of Ukraine joined Meet the Press, and he called on the Obama administration to deliver military aid as violence swelled in the eastern part of the country.
Is Ukraine strong enough militarily to stop Russia in the east? If not, what specifically will you ask the Obama administration for? Do you need modern weaponry? Do you need advanced lethal weaponry to stop the Russians?
We need a strong and solid state. We need a financial and economic support. We need to overhaul Ukrainian military. We need to modernize our security and military forces. We need the real support. We need to be in a very good shape in order to stop Russia. And for this shape, we need to have and to get the real support from our Western partners.
Right, in September.
in tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. 1 year since Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine, the world remains largely united in its support for Kyiv. Yesterday, the UN voted overwhelmingly in favor of a resolution calling for the end of the war. 141 countries voted in favor of the resolution, while 32 countries, including China, abstained. 6 countries, including Belarus, North Korea, and Syria, joined Russia in voting against the resolution. Look, the abstentions are something that we shouldn't totally overlook. A lot of African abstentions in there that certainly showcase our lack of diplomacy in that continent these days. But with me now on set is former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, Bill Taylor, and a former commander of the U.S. Army in Europe, Lieutenant General Ben Hodges. Bill, let me start with you. You and I were just talking earlier. One of the small shifts I've noticed in the last 2 weeks, there's always been the bipartisan group of congressional hawks that have been very supportive of what's going on. The Democratic ones are now starting to get a little critical of the Biden administration, moving too slow. Stop, this is go faster. Give them enough to win, not enough to survive. Fair?
Chuck, we have said all along that the focus has to be on Ukrainians winning. Mm-hmm. The administration has not yet said that. They've been working toward that, and they've been moving up the ladder in terms of the kinds of weapons that they've been willing to send. But they need to be able to say, mm-hmm. Our goal is for Ukraine to win, and that then opens the door. Then they will. You
don't like the phrase strategic? What is the phrase that they're using?
I don't like as long
defeat.
As it takes. I don't like as long as it takes. I mean, unless they say as long as it takes for Ukraine to win. Okay. But the Ukrainians don't like to hear as long as it takes. They know, the Ukrainians know that time's not on their side. Mm-hmm. They need to win soon. They need to break through those lines right now that you were showing earlier.
Right. General Hodges, 1 year later, I mean, look, the caution a year ago, in the moment is understandable. In hindsight now, are we still too slow in our support or not?
Chuck, if you'll allow me, what the report by Rick Engel we just watched is why he's one of my favorite journalists. What a terrific report, clarity, and really very effective. And, of course, having one of America's best diplomats on this program right now is good for me. Yeah, I agree we are too slow. And the problem is that our government, despite the incredible job that the administration has done of keeping more than 50 nations together, certainly the Kremlin would have never expected that. What has been delivered is terrific. But it doesn't matter how much it is unless it's enough for Ukraine to win. And so what we need to hear from the president is some clarity about the outcome. We spent 20 years in Afghanistan, and I never heard any president say, we're going to win. It was never totally clear what we were trying to do. So that's the burden on our political leadership. Explain to all of us the desired strategic outcome.
All right, but let me put it back on you, General, which is what does victory look like for Ukraine?
No, this is easy. Victory for Ukraine means total restoration of all their sovereign territory, return of all the deported thousands of Ukrainian children who have been deported by Russia, war crimes accountability, and then an ironclad security guarantee. There will not be any investment. There will be no Marshall Plan unless there's an ironclad security guarantee. That means
Crimea. You didn't say the word. I was just going to say it. Where Crimea was my follow. Okay, finish your thought. Yeah.
Well, sorry, I didn't mean to steal your sandwiches, as the Brits say, but Crimea is it. That is the decisive terrain. As long as Russia controls Crimea, the Ukrainians will never be able to open up their ports on Sea of Azov. They'll never be able to really use Odessa. So there should be zero pressure from us on Ukraine to give up Crimea.
And yet, Bill, I feel like it's not just us. When he says us, I feel like the Western side of the European alliance and some folks over at the Pentagon would like Crimea to be off the table.
I don't think so, Chuck. I don't hear that from anywhere in the
Nobody
administration.
says it
No
publicly,
one says it.
but
No one
nobody
says
wants to say, but they always follow it with, Crimea is Putin's red line.
No, well, they do say sometimes, which is a mistake.
But by saying that, you're introducing the idea that that it might be too violent
By
to take.
saying that, they're playing into Putin's line. Right. That's exactly right, because Crimea is just as much Ukraine as Lviv. It's Ukraine. If we care about the principle of territorial integrity,
so
sovereignty.
Why do we choke on this? When I say choke, meaning we don't say what General Hodges says. We don't say what you say. Every single one of our diplomats, well, Crimea, that's for the Ukrainians to decide.
It's for the Ukrainians to decide, and the Ukrainians have decided.
Right.
That's the key.
Yes.
The Ukrainians have decided. They know what winning is. General Hodges is exactly right. They know the Ukrainians, the reason it's easy is, Ben says it's easy, because the Ukrainians have made it very clear. They want all the Russians out of their country.
All right, so if that's the clarity, if that's what victory looks like, General, what do the Ukrainians need from us to execute that plan?
Yeah, long-range precision weapons. There are only two ways to get on the Crimean Peninsula on land. One is the Kerch Bridge, which the Ukrainians have already hit once, and I expect they'll revisit it. The other is the so-called land bridge. So you have to isolate Crimea from the rest of Ukraine, and especially isolate it from Russia. You do that with long-range precision weapons, and then you make the peninsula untenable for Russian forces. If you give them ATACMS or something like ATACMS with a range of 300 kilometers, the Black Sea Fleet has already left Sevastopol. Okay, so this is how we do it. Now, what's happening up in the east around Bakhmut is very important, but it's not strategically significant. The Ukrainian General Staff has figured out that they can stop Russian forces and bleed them out using Territorial Defense Force and National Guard forces around Bakhmut as they prepare their large armored force that I think they're going to use late May, June in a strike towards Sea of Azov, which would be an important part of isolating Crimea. So the Ukrainians need the ability to do that.
I would assume the Biden administration doesn't want to be in the same place a year from now as we are today. As in some ways, if you told them where we would be today a year ago, they'd be ecstatic. They won't feel that way now, right? So is that the way to basically pitch this to Biden? Like, look, what's in your best interest? Be selfish and transactional about it. You can't be in a stalemate a year from now, politically.
You can't be in a stalemate, and it's terrible for the United States, but it's horrible for the Ukrainians. They can't be in the same place next year. They can't. That's why they want to do exactly what General Hodges just said, that is break through. Use these new weapons in new formations, in newly trained units to break through and cut off that land bridge.
If you cut off the land bridge, then suddenly they're isolated. And
they
then
are isolated.
Then Crimea is realistic.
Crimea is realistic.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Ben's been saying this for a while, but the Ukrainians also say they're going to take back a lot of this territory by military and a lot of it by diplomacy.
General, explain why the Ukrainians would need fighter jets. I mean, could they ever really get air superiority over the Russians?
Well, Chuck, I'm always reluctant to talk about specific platforms because then you get tied up in how long it takes. Everybody's an expert now on what kind of fuel the Abrams tank uses. What I think matters is capability. They need the capability. Well, let me say it this way. General Cavoli, the Supreme Allied Commander, he said, precision can defeat mass if you have enough time. And the only advantage the Russians have is mass infantry. And mass infantry requires mass artillery. Mass artillery requires headquarters, ammunition storage, and transportation. So if the Ukrainians had the long-range precision strike capability to hit those things, then this is over. Whether that's a bomb coming off an F-16, ATACMS, a small diameter bomb, or Gray Eagle drones, whatever it is, the capability is what matters the most.
Bill, if you were to identify the hurdle here in Washington, what would you identify it as to get this aid moving faster?
I think we have the capability to do this, and the long-range fires that General Hodges is talking about, that's not at all a problem for for escalation concerns because we're already providing long-range fires of these missiles just a little bit longer.
Right.
So I think that's not a hurdle.
So what's the hurdle?
The hurdle is a hesitation. The hurdle is a hesitation. There's not clear why there's not a decision on those weapons there.
Well, you guys have given me just more fodder for my conversation with Jake Sullivan on Sunday morning. So thank you both, Ambassador Taylor, General Hodges. You guys were terrific, so thank you. Up next, we have an NBC News exclusive. We're going to take you inside a U.S. Navy mission above the South China Sea. And our reporter ended up in a close encounter with a Chinese fighter jet. Where do you see all this? You're watching Meet the Press Now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now. Streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Relations between the United States and China are at an incredibly fragile place right now, with the UN ambassador telling NBC News that it would be a, quote, game changer if China provides lethal weapons to Russia in their fight with Ukraine. China is using today's anniversary in the war to unveil its own peace plan, despite no signs from Putin that he plans to back away from the fighting. But the war in Ukraine is not the only source of tension in the United States and China relationship. There's also the ongoing issue of China's militarization of the South China Sea, which is a key maritime passage that includes some of the world's most vital shipping lanes and which China has claimed sweeping sovereignty over, or attempted to claim. China has now built man-made islands with military bases in these waters. And to counter China's military expansion, the U.S. regularly flies and sails through these contested waters. NBC News, in fact, was on board an American patrol aircraft when a Chinese fighter jet appeared a few hundred feet away. Take a look.
Aircraft, this is the PLA Air Force. You are approaching Chinese airspace. Keep a safe distance or you'll be intercepted.
U.S. officials say those types of encounters are happening more frequently. NBC News' foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer, who is stationed in Beijing for us, was on board that patrol flight, and she filed this report on the tensions in the South China Sea.
Chuck, we were on board this U.S. Navy P-8 Poseidon surveillance aircraft high over the South China Sea, flying over man-made islands that China has been fortifying and the U.S. sees as unlawful. And these aren't tiny little rocky outcrops. One of them is about 700 acres. It looks like an aircraft carrier, featuring a runway, radar sites, hangars, and according to the Navy, possibly surface-to-air missiles. It's the militarization of these islands that are one part of China's challenge to U.S. influence in the region. During the flight, the PLA was sending warnings over the radio, telling the pilots, American aircraft, no more approaching, you bear full responsibility. And then the flight was intercepted. A Chinese J-11 fighter jet, about 500 feet off the wing, flew beside the aircraft for well over an hour. The encounter, in the Navy's words, was professional, but it's a sign of a more assertive China, along with deeper ties to Russia and to North Korea, the posturing on Taiwan. It's all opening a new front here. The U.S. and its allies in the region, like the Philippines, Japan, and Australia, are now ramping up defenses, like that recent deal for the U.S. to have access to 4 new military bases in the Philippines. The question is how this standoff in the South China Sea, which for now is at a distance, is going to get resolved without a conflict. Chuck?
Janice Mackey-Freyer with incredible firsthand footage there, terrific reporting by you, and you can see this is why we should all be so concerned here. We are a miscommunication away if we're not careful. Up next, FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried faces more campaign finance charges. Some new indictments reveal new evidence of just how far he attempted to spread his web of political influence. The idea that simply political donations to prop up the fake crypto market. You're watching Meet the Press now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. Cryptocurrency mogul Sam Bankman-Fried's legal issues have now expanded from the financial world to the political world, with the FTX founder now charged with making hundreds of illegal campaign donations. According to federal prosecutors, Bankman-Fried directed up to $100 million in illegal campaign donations to both Democrats and Republicans through 2 FTX executives that essentially acted as straw donors. Bankman-Fried was already facing charges in connection with the collapse of the FTX cryptocurrency exchange. Alex Seitz-Walt, is a senior politics reporter for NBC News, and he joins me now. And Alex, you know, the more we learn about Sam Bankman-Fried, I've interviewed him multiple times. Even when I interviewed him, he seemed to acknowledge that the whole point of political donations was essentially to get credibility for what they're doing. Boy, it seems like it was part of the scheme.
Well, that's exactly what the U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York is alleging in this new indictment unsealed Thursday, which has 4 new counts, including these federal election violations. They say over 300 illegal contributions totaling up to $100 million. They systematically use one FTX executive to give to left-wing candidates, the other to give to Republican candidates, allegedly. And they have chat records that show them using the word transactional, saying this is all part of our transactional, developing of interest in Washington, D.C. And in the indictment, they specifically say that this was part of the larger scheme for Sam Bankman-Fried to build his own personal brand and also to help the company with regulators.
You know, Alex, not to turn this into a woe is us about our ridiculous campaign finance system, but my goodness, how easy is it to scam Congress? If you have a big enough amount of money, you can convince Congress that any business you're running is on the up and up if you're given enough donations?
That's certainly what Sam Bankman-Fried and his fellow alleged co-conspirators assumed, and they got away with it for a long time.
Yes, they did.
And about a month ago, I called around to all the big kind of campaign finance reform activists, the people who've been in the trenches for a long time. And I asked them, you know, now that we have this big scandal where this guy clearly took advantage of these lax rules that we have and also crossed over them, allegedly, is there any hope for reform? Will Congress do anything? And the answer from the people who want this more than anyone else was no. They are just very pessimistic about the prospect that anyone, that Congress specifically, will do anything about this, because Congress benefits from wealthy people giving them money, and occasionally those wealthy people run into problems, but ultimately they prefer the lax system.
Yeah, I mean, the only way this gets cleaned up is if the person taking the money is held to account for the dirty money, and we do not have a system that does that.
That's right. There is one member of Congress that I'm aware of, Becca Bylot from Vermont, who is cooperating with prosecutors because there's a question, when you're talking about this size of donations, and because it was supposed to be transactional, was it communicated to these members of Congress where this money was coming from? That it's Sam Bankman-Fried, think about us when you're writing crypto regulation. She says, of course, she didn't do anything wrong, but, if they start to feel the heat, that's when it will really matter. It is.
Alex Seitzwald, this has been, unpacking this story is going to end up showing us a much bigger tale of just how easily corruptible Washington gets when big money's involved. Anyway, great reporting, my friend. Good to see you. We'll be back Monday. Thanks, with more Meet the Press Now, that I promise. And if it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press on your local NBC News stations. As I've already previewed, my guests will be National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, Republican Senator Dan Sullivan of Alaska. NBC News Now coverage continues with my friend Yasmin Vasugian, who's sitting in for Hallie Jackson.
We are coming on the air with Alec Murdaugh stepping down from the stand just in the last couple of minutes after 2 days of testimony. The story that he's telling the jury, even suggesting who he thinks may have killed his wife and son. We'll play all those testy exchanges he had with prosecutors today on the stand. Plus, we are live in snowy, not sunny, California, as millions are under a super rare blizzard warning across the state, with flakes even hitting the Hollywood sign. And in the original, we are going to Jackson, Mississippi, where a new bill could completely upend the city's justice system. Plus the backstory. We are pulling back the curtain on a new NBC podcast. What our producer learned from his years-long journey getting exclusive letters for a man behind bars for a crime he says he did not commit. And can the Oscars stop another slap, or at least the fallout? Details on their new so-called, quote-unquote, crisis team later on in the show. Hey, everybody, I'm Yasmin, in for Hallie. Good to see you today. Court is done for the day. Alec Murdaugh is finally off the stand after more than 12 hours of testimony over 2 days, and soon it is up to a jury. Did he or did he not murder his wife and son back in June of 2021? And then the state is not holding back. In 2 days of cross-examination, they're directly accusing the disbarred South Carolina lawyer of fudging the timeline, of being crystal clear about a ton of details, but not around the key moments when the attacks allegedly happened. Here's some of his response.
I never manufactured any alibi in any way, shape, or form because I did not and would not hurt my wife and my child.
So a big reason why the prosecution's accusing Murdaugh of being a liar is, well, Murdaugh himself has admitted many times that, in fact, he has lied. You're looking right now at a short list of those lies, mostly about the other crimes that he's accused of, like the nearly 100 financial charges that he faces, but also about making misleading statements to police and messing up some key details about the timeline on the day of those killings back in 2021. And then today, prosecutors went minute by minute, looking to discredit what they called Murdaugh's new story. Here's some of how that went down.
You hadn't decided to lie right there, correct?
I don't believe so.
You read that as, oh, I should lie. Was that the moment you decided to lie to mean old Dave Owen?
Everything about me not going to the kennel was a lie.
And you're able to just do that just so easily and so convincingly and so naturally, don't you?
I mean, that's not for me to judge.
That's true.
And then just like yesterday, Murdaugh teared up hearing about the details of Maggie and Paul's bodies, including this moment where the prosecutors challenge him about exactly what he told police when he checked the bodies and then subsequently called 911. Watch this.
You're saying you didn't say that to law enforcement?
I don't know what I said to law enforcement, Mr. Waters, but I can tell you this. When I pulled up and I saw Mags and Paul, I jumped out of that car. I know that I went back to my car and I called 911 as quickly as I could.
All right, some really tense moments there, emotional moments as well. I want to bring in Ellison Barber, Danny Savalos, who are both on set with me. Today was quite a day for Cross, to say the least, right? And I think one of the most, Ellison, I'll go to you first on this, interesting moments was kind of walking us through really that timeline. The prosecution tried to do just that. And then there was this moment, right, in which Alec Murdaugh tried to present the killer, the person he feels as if may have killed his wife. And the prosecution really kind of honed in on that and turned it around. Walk us through it.
Yeah, that was the moment that for me, I immediately put out a pen and wrote down verbatim what they said because it felt like such an explosive moment. And Danny and I were talking earlier as someone who has spent some time down there in Walterboro covering this and has just followed this throughout the trial. I have had moments even feeling like I'm so ingrained in this, of feeling overwhelmed by what the prosecution is laying out, particularly when it relates to financial crimes. And I think if I feel that way, jurors must as well. That was a moment where it felt like you couldn't misunderstand what they were saying, and it just felt like a really big moment. What you had happen was you had Alec Murdaugh suggest that he had mentioned on the night of the murders that maybe there was something involved here with the boat crash of 2019. And he said, I believed then that something to do with the boat crash, it was related to that.
Boat crash in which a woman lost her life,
Correct.
a young girl lost his life.
And he said, yeah, I believed that then. I still believe that now. And then the prosecution is like, okay, but do you think anyone who was on the boat did it? And he's like, no. And then they're like, okay, well, so you think someone just showed up at this property knowing Maggie and Paul were going to be there when they weren't supposed to be there, knowing that you weren't going to be there for about 10 minutes, and then also came without a weapon and assumed, hey, they probably have ammo and weapons on their property. I'll just use that. Then got away by taking the same route you did and threw Maggie's phone along that course. And he said, you're expecting the jury to believe that? And Alec's response was, there are a lot of factors you laid out there, some of which I agree with, but not all. And that felt like a huge moment to me. And I don't know about Danny as the real lawyer in the room, but it felt like something that I think you just had to lean in and just listen, because it was like, wait, you kind of compacted everything that I felt like we'd heard bits of in one moment.
And I felt like the use of the word vigilante, Danny, was really important for the prosecution's perspective, right? Because it seemed as if he was kind of just pulling this out of nowhere, right? He talked about vigilante. He talked about social media, right? Because you heard Alec Murdaugh kind of talk about how social media, people on social media really were attacking his son, his young son at the time, after that boat crash. And it seemed as if the prosecution really honed on in this word vigilante to discredit anything that he was saying on that stand in that very moment.
As is often the case, an entire day of testimony comes down to just a few moments, and Ellison seized on what I believe was the most important moment of today, in a day that was otherwise kind of mundane, even a little boring at times, and I'll explain why. But she's absolutely right. Murdaugh, when given the chance, comes up with what can only sound like a cockamamie theory about who this third party might have been. Now, keep in mind, the defense hasn't introduced any actual evidence of this third party. So now you have Murdaugh coming in and suggesting that there's some 5-foot-tall vigilante, some John Wick, who is not related to the people in the boat, but he is sympathetic to them. He's willing to put his entire life on the line and go out and murder two perfect strangers, and not just Paul, but his innocent mother, and he happens to know. I mean, I'm not going to go through. Ellison hit every point there. It's not plausible, and the prosecution seized on that. Because otherwise today, I think the prosecution they over-hammered the issue of Murdaugh being a liar. Did you lie? Yes, I did. Are you a liar? Yes, I am. Are your pants on fire? Yes, they are. But the guy was a liar. We get it.
But here's the thing, though, and this is the fault that I see in the prosecution's kind of line of questioning and what they're presenting, which is just because he is a liar, just because he stole millions and millions of dollars, does not necessarily make him a murderer.
Okay, so my response to that is that the prosecution made this bed and now they have to sleep in it. They wanted to introduce the evidence of his financial crimes, to dump on Murdaugh and build a theory of motive that I think is unpalatable to a lot of people. That motive being, and by the way, it's what we're all talking about. And we shouldn't be. It doesn't make sense. And if it doesn't make sense to you, it probably doesn't make sense to one of those jurors. And they're going to argue about that in the jury room. Think about it this way. What if they never introduced that evidence? Now they have a much cleaner case. There's no evidence anyone else was ever at that property. The person who was at that property had an opiate addiction, and when they arrived, he had a firearm. You lay that out to the jury. Yes, it's circumstantial, but circumstantial evidence is often more powerful than eyewitness testimony, than direct evidence.
Even again, I'm going to keep talking about this vigilante thing because I thought it was really fascinating. The defense team did not even present another person that may have pulled this off, that may have murdered both Alec Murdaugh's wife and son, and yet he did on the stand, or he tried to do that himself on the stand today. Was that even a smart move on his part, or was that him overstepping because he's a lawyer?
Okay, this is what I think. And look, criminal defense attorneys know a lot of people like this. They're often defendants. They think they can explain their way out of anything. If I just get a chance to talk to people, I can have an answer for everything. And in my mind, that seemed like Murdaugh going for broke, thinking, oh, I've been successful all my life in a courtroom. I can explain it to this jury. And that theory doesn't have any basis. Look, the defense has two choices. They can't be in the middle about this. They either sit back and say, well, this was a shoddy investigation. They haven't proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. You can do that. That's fine. You don't have to prove anything. If you're going to go with a third-party theory, you better have an actual third party, not some vague costume vigilante who happens to be 5 feet tall and happens to know when Murdaugh leaves the property and happens to know that the victims are down by the kennel. All of that is pretty hard to buy. So now they've done a halfway third-party theory, and it's not going to fly. At least it shouldn't fly. If you have that, go for it. Introduce, point at an empty chair and say, that's the guy that did it, or say nothing. Don't go for that, because the jury isn't going to buy a half story about some guy out there who doesn't exist.
Ellison, finally, just to you, we saw the defense redirect here towards the very end of the day. Take us through that. Why?
Yeah, and I think we can play a little bit of it so people can just hear for themselves. But really, they seem to take the same approach that they took when he first took the stand, which is to directly look at him and say, did you murder them? And he again said, I would never, ever hurt them. Listen.
Do we have that sound, guys?
Might not.
If I was under the pressure that they're talking about here, I can promise you I would hurt myself before I would hurt one of them. Without a doubt.
And look, what the prosecution keeps going back to is that Snapchat kennel video. They're saying there was one person who said they were not there at the time of the murders, who has since, after 6 people came through here and testified and said, yeah, we hear his voice on that video. And then his thing that he said today was, I this investigation except on telling them about the kennel. And the prosecution, the state said the most important thing, that you were there minutes before they were murdered based on the state's timeline, and you didn't mention it until now.
Until you got caught.
Right.
Ellison Barber, Danny Savalas. More to come, guys, on this. Thank you guys both so much. Appreciate it. All right, so right now, everybody, we're talking weather, right? Parts of Southern California are under a very rare blizzard warning as a winter storm slams the state. And by rare, we mean the first or second time ever for some of these counties. On top of that, over 20 million people under flood watches because of heavy rain and almost 25 million under wind alerts. Snow is covering places you wouldn't expect. Look at this, at a winery up in Northern California, literally someone snowboarding through it. And then here, snow near the Hollywood sign in what should be sunny Los Angeles. For the roads, it's not a good sign. Many are covered in ice and snow as well. Look at this semi-truck having to get towed out after slipping off the road. Real mayhem there in California right now. Over 100,000 people are without power. And from that major storm that just left the Midwest, still around 700,000 people are in the dark. I want to bring in Dana Griffin, who's standing by for us in Los Angeles. This is not weather folks in Los Angeles are used to dealing with. Things are really kind of up in arms there. And when you're looking at some of those snowy pictures, the Hollywood sign having snow around it, something we've never really seen before. What are folks there facing right now?
I mean, Yasmin, you described it perfectly. This type of weather is very rare. Up in the mountains, those blizzard-like conditions left whiteout conditions for drivers. And we've seen spin-out. Some highways actually had to be closed down because it's just not safe. Here in Los Angeles, I'm not sure if it's coming across on screen, but it is raining nonstop, leaving streets just outside of our NBC News building partially flooded. And that will be a major concern even as the storm moves out of the region, because we're getting so much in a short period of time. And snow melt could add to the flooding issue here. Yasmin?
Talk about the major flooding as well, because when you think about California, right, when you have these kind of massive storms, if it's a little bit of snow or rain, we're also looking at the potential of mudslides here.
Yeah, that is a big concern that many are going to be watching. And a lot of people actually did not go to work today. A lot of people worked from home just so that they wouldn't get stuck out in this weather. And local officials have been advising people to stay home, avoid the roads if you absolutely have to. You know, we've seen this time and time again, even with the storm that happened last month, back in January, earlier this year. You know, the rain, it causes those mudslides, and it's very, very dangerous, Yasmin.
Power outages. Northern California already seeing a couple 100,000 folks without power out there. Then you got Michigan, right? The storm kind of barreled through there, leaving people without power. Where are we with this?
You're right. Much of the Midwest is still recovering from that major winter storm that hit this week. Snow, ice, and wind knocked out power to nearly 1 million people. I just checked that number of power outages has now dropped down to about 700,000. Most of those outages happened in Michigan, where unfortunately a volunteer firefighter was killed when a tree brought down a high voltage line. And Yasmin, some of those power outages are expected to last throughout the weekend.
All right, Dana, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, any moment now, everybody, the president's set to leave the White House after a day of meetings with G7 leaders and Ukrainian President Zelensky. The meeting is taking place on a somber anniversary, 1 year since the start of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. They released a statement saying they're committed to intensifying diplomatic, financial, military support for Ukraine. And this is coming as we start a second year of war with tensions between Russia and the West somehow even higher than when the conflict first began, after Russian President Vladimir Putin suspended that nuclear New START treaty, and possibly even more tensions. Today, the feds announced they seized $75 million in assets from a Russian oligarch, including the Fisher Island, Florida estate that you see here. NBC's Richard Engel has been following this conflict from the very start and joins us now from Ukraine. Richard, as always, it is fantastic to talk to you. In the last year, we have seen the West go from sending small arms and defensive weapons to sending battle tanks, sophisticated air defense systems, and other cutting-edge technology. How do you think this changes the game right now and the outlook really for the Ukrainian military going forward?
Well, the weapons are arriving, and the weapons are being used, and the weapons have made a tremendous difference. Had early on in the war, anti-tank weapons, javelins not been sent into this country, it is very possible that Ukrainian forces wouldn't have been able to defend the capital, Kyiv. Now they are waiting for more battle tanks so that they can launch a new offensive. So the weapons have been incredibly important. Ukrainians want to defend their country. It is not that they lack the resolve. They have tremendous resolve. They have a will to fight. They are in this for whatever it takes, for as long as it takes. But they want this war to end quickly, because every day that it goes on, more and more of Ukraine is destroyed. The longer refugees have to stay outside of this country. So the Ukrainians want the weapons so that they can end the war more quickly and save more of their country before it gets destroyed. So the weapons have been, to answer your question, fundamental for the Ukrainians, but they just want more, bigger, heavier weapons to come sooner before there's not much of this country left to defend.
Richard, and then there's China, right? Really the elephant in the room. Are they not supplying Moscow with weapons to continue to fight this war? We know President Xi certainly has a vested interest in what Putin is trying to do, considering his own interests in Taiwan and what he believes is China's right in Taiwan. As we look at China and their influence over Moscow and what they continue to do with Moscow. Even today, they're rolling out what they're calling this peace plan for the conflict. What does this plan, Richard, entail, and the worry right now with China's involvement?
So Russia, like Ukraine, is running low on ammunition. This is a conventional war. In many ways, it's been described as a World War I style conflict. And that's not completely wrong, that you have trenches on both sides. You have two armies in uniforms trading artillery, and that depletes ammunition stockpiles. And the West is struggling to get ammunition to this country because a lot of the ammunition that Ukraine uses is Soviet-era ammunition, and they only have what they have, and they're certainly not getting any new equipment and new weapons from Russia. So the new weapons coming online will help the Ukrainians keep that going. But while Russia is also has dwindled stockpiles, the big concern is that China, which has an enormous manufacturing capacity, could come in and really bolster Russia's ability to wage this war, and it could be, frankly, a devastating game changer if China came in a major way to arm Russia.
Here's the thing, Richard, as we look back over the last year and then look ahead, right, to year 2 of this war. In the early days of this war, there were predictions that the Russian military could overtake the capital city of Ukraine within days. That did not happen. In fact, really the opposite. Some would say and analyze that the opposite has, in fact, happened. Is there a real possibility now, as we look ahead to year 2 of this conflict, that the Ukrainian military could, in fact, overtake the Russian military, considering kind of the disorganization of it all and how we have seen this war play out over the last year?
Well, that's certainly what Ukrainians want to do, and it is what they are planning to do, and they will tell you that openly. They are waiting for more tanks to arrive, the Abrams tanks, more Leopard tanks. 4 arrived today, more are going to be coming, and they want to take this fight in the next several months to the Russians. Russian forces currently control about 20% of Ukraine. And you're right, Russian troops were widely anticipated to take over the country, take over the capital, but Ukrainians, with the weapons that they were given and the will that they had to fight, pushed the Russians back almost to the borders and pushed them back to this 20% of Ukraine that they still hold, the frontline areas. And it's a roughly 800-mile strip of territory that runs from down south, where I am, all the way up to the east and the northeast. And the Ukrainians want to attack that territory, break up the Russian lines, and they're waiting for the heavy weapons in order to do that. And President Zelensky, on this occasion, just today, said that if those weapons come, he has no doubt that Ukraine can win this war this year. Let's take a listen.
When you hear the shooting and you hear the explosions, what do? Do you cover your ears? Do you think about something else?
I close my ears and lay in bed like this, she says. I close my eyes and go under the blanket to protect myself in case there's shrapnel. Sometimes I go under the bed.
Well, that obviously was not President Zelensky. That was a girl who I met in a school. And one thing we haven't talked about, Yasmin, and we were going to, which is why that clip was primed and ready, was to talk about the impact on average families in this country. Yeah. So many families are living as refugees. 13 million people have been displaced from their homes. Most children are not going to school. Oddly enough, it's only in really some of the most devastated areas where children, the few children who are still there, are gathering together and going in schools in hiding. That school where we were just, the clip you just showed, the teacher didn't want us to show the location of the schoolhouse. We could only film on the inside. She didn't want us to show the exterior out of concern that if the Russians knew where it was, she thought that they would target it. So this has had a devastating impact on this country, on families in this country, and on children.
Incredibly important for us to keep the focus on the impact this has had on average Ukrainians every single day, and often how the world really has underestimated Ukrainians throughout this entire conflict, and really underestimated the Ukrainian president as well, as you referred to Ukrainian President Zelensky in the early hours of this war, and what he's really been able to pull off throughout the last year in garnering global support throughout this entire conflict. Richard Engel for us, as always, my friend, we appreciate you. Thank you. Quick programming note, everybody. You can catch more of Richard's reporting tonight. His special On Assignment with Richard Engel will air at 10 p.m. Eastern on MSNBC and streaming on Peacock as well. Right now, we're waiting to hear from a federal judge in Texas who is set to make what some say is the biggest ruling on abortion access since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. The suit filed by a group of anti-abortion doctors is trying to get the FDA to pull a pill that is used by women to terminate pregnancies off the market. If the judge agrees, the ruling would block access to the drug in every single state. It is called mifepristone and is used as part of a 2-pill regimen. Take a listen to what the vice president had to say about it only a few hours ago.
There is an attack that has been placed against the ability of doctors to prescribe and for people to receive medication.
So abortion rights advocates say the decision could have devastating consequences. Dasha Burns is outside the courthouse for us in Amarillo, Texas, and joining us now. Dasha, as always, it's great to talk to you. The group that's challenging the FDA actually says this drug, mifepristone, it's not safe. What do we know about it and about this argument they're making?
Yeah, Yasmin, they say it's not safe, and they say that the FDA didn't adequately evaluate its safety when they approved the drug back in 2000. So a little bit of historical context here. In 2000, the FDA approved the drug mifepristone, taken alongside the drug misoprostol, as part of a 2-drug regimen for abortion. Now it's become the most common abortion method in the United States. And Yasmin, since 2000, more than 5 million women have taken these drugs together to terminate pregnancies, and 28 deaths have been reported in association with the drug. In a court brief, the country's leading group of OBGYNs say mifepristone is exceedingly safe and effective, and called the lawsuit ideological, not scientific. We also reached out to the FDA, who told us that it doesn't comment on ongoing litigation, but in a court filing, it claims that the lawsuit is unsupported by evidence. And as we've talked to providers who are using this drug, who are prescribing this drug, they say that they have prescribed and seen many patients take this drug safely, and they say it's going to, as you said, have devastating impacts nationwide on abortion access if the judge in this case does rule in favor of the plaintiffs.
Dasha Burns for us. As always, Dasha, we thank you. All right, President Biden is close to officially announcing his 2024 re-election run. Who says? His wife says. First Lady Dr. Jill Biden being ever so blunt in an exclusive interview with the Associated Press on a trip to Kenya.
He says he's not done.
he's not finished what he started. And that's what's important.
So is all that's left at this point is just to figure out a time and place for the announcement?
Pretty much.
Pretty much. Ali Rafa outside the White House for us. Elaborate, if you will, Ali, on it. So we don't have an official announcement, obviously, from the White House or from the president himself, but Dr. Jill Biden, her saying pretty much that means he's going to go for it. What do you make of it? Can we basically take this to the bank?
Yeah, Yasmin, well, it's really no secret how much of an influence the First Lady is on the president. He likes to joke around about it pretty often, but it's absolutely true. So these comments she made today to the AP really made our ears perk up, because we know she's signaled this privately to Democrats in events like private fundraisers. But by far, this is the most public and direct she's been about this decision so far. So far, we know that this was likely already supposed to have happened. But remember, aides told us that the president didn't want to deliver his State of the Union speech as a presidential candidate. So then that decision was pushed back. Now it's looking like aides are saying that this decision of whether or not he's going to make this announcement for a re-election run in 2024 will likely come in April, right around the time we know that former President Obama made that decision. So Jill Biden definitely signaling something historic today, something that we hadn't heard up until this point, Yasmin.
We certainly, though, will be watching for that official announcement as well from the president himself. Ali Rafa for us. Thank you. All right, airline profits. They are soaring after huge losses brought on by travel restrictions during the pandemic. Look at this. Airline profit estimates for this year are at $4.7 billion. That is following 3 years of losses. Yes, profits are up, but at what expense to flyers, to you and me? Staffing shortages, weather. They have caused tens of thousands of last-minute flights cancellations, hours-long lines at airports, not to mention a slew of safety issues, which have caused a series of close calls on airport runways. Caleb Silver is here to break it all down for us. You take a look at these massive profits, Caleb, and I'm scratching my head because it is not fun to fly right now.
Yeah, much friendlier skies for the airlines, not so much for the passengers because of all the reasons you mentioned. Airlines are cutting routes. They're cutting staff. Obviously, they didn't staff up enough after the pandemic, and now they have a shortage of pilots. They have antiquated technology. All that has been super frustrating for flyers, but airlines are getting back to profitability after 3 terrible years. Remember, this is a very low-margin business, but when people want to travel, and we've been doing a lot of revenge traveling, they will fly and they will pay the cost.
Well, and that's the thing, and we'll bring this up for folks to see. I mean, we have to take into account what we've dealt with over the last 3 years, being inside this pandemic. A lot of folks not necessarily getting out there like they normally would. So now kind of the brakes are off. Everybody wants to get out there, see the world once again. They're flying at higher rates than they were last year. Airlines, though, have also subsequently raised prices as well. Is there any benefit, Caleb, at this point for passengers?
Not a lot. And airline prices, air travel is up 28% year over year. If you're looking at inflation, you're going to find it there in the airline industry as well for travelers. So not a lot of relief. And you can see they're cutting the peanuts, they're cutting the blankets, they're cutting the pillows unless you pay for them. Why? Because their margins are super tight, the airlines, and they have to return to profitability. And this is how they're doing it. They didn't staff up enough coming out of the pandemic. There's still a massive shortage of pilots, 8,000 pilots missing so far since the pandemic. We expect that number to triple in the next few years because there's not a lot of people coming into the industry.
I can't tell you the last time it was I got a pillow, by the way, Caleb. I don't know what you're talking about when it comes to pillows. Last time I saw a pillow was, I believe, 1989 or something. Last thing, and we're talking about some of these loans, right, that airlines have gotten during the pandemic. When you look at the benefits that they got this boost, are we seeing it on this side at all?
Not at all. And they got the boost because they're considered kind of utilities, even though they're publicly held corporations. But who owns their stock? Biggest mutual funds in the world. We do as shareholders, but they can't change their business model because the margins are so thin, but they operate as utilities and they know when we want to travel, we're going to pay no matter what. So it's not so great for airline travelers. And you see the restrictions even on the elite passengers right now, getting into some of those clubs, getting seats on airplanes. It's tougher and tougher for passengers to get a better experience out of these airlines, even though they're doing much better financially.
I mean, that's the thing. Airlines have no incentive to offer up passengers anything because we continue to fly and we continue to buy the tickets because we want to see our friends, we want to see our family, we want to see the world once again after being, you know, stuck in our houses for so long. Caleb Silver, as always, good to talk to you. Thank you. Coming up, everybody, more than 2 weeks after that toxic train wreck in Ohio, some people who live there are now reporting health problems. We're going to talk to one doctor on the ground near East Palestine about what he is watching for next. Plus, University of Idaho officials are revealing what they plan to do with the house where 4 students were murdered. That is coming up in 5 things. Stay with us. In Ohio, there is a new class action lawsuit against Norfolk Southern Railway, and this one seeks damages for every person and business in a 30-mile radius harmed by that toxic train derailment. And they're calling for Norfolk Southern to pay up, create testing and cleaning protocols, and then establish this medical fund for people there, with lawyers pulling inspiration from that 1998 suit against Big Tobacco, the largest ever in this country. Federal and state officials saying the air and water is safe right now in that Ohio community, but fears over health risks still linger, with some people reporting nausea, headaches, red eyes, rashes as well. Here to help us out with all of this and some potential risks in the pipeline, Dr. Nicholas Proya, a pulmonologist near East Palestine. Dr. Proya, thanks for joining us on this. We appreciate it. Just talk us through first what you're hearing from folks that you've been speaking with, along with other physicians that you've been coordinating with, as well as to some ailments that some people are feeling after this toxic spill.
I think most importantly, initially, when the accident first happened, we saw an influx of people that were having trouble. that was probably the first day or so. When the evacuation order took place and they evacuated everyone within a mile of the area of the explosion itself and of the overturned cars, we saw a significant decline once people were evacuated from that area. Now, as people are starting to go back, we're seeing things, a little bit of like rhinitis, sore throats, and things like that, indicating basically that there is some irritant present. In talking to one of the physicians at the clinic in East Liverpool, she mentioned that of all the people she saw yesterday, some 30 people, it was mostly sore throats, itchy eyes, and she said a lot of dermatologic problems, which I as a pulmonologist obviously can't speak to. She said of all the people she saw, maybe she would refer one out to a pulmonologist, and was curious if our practice or any other practice would be willing to see these people.
How worried are you about long-term effects? Because when we think about what took place in East Palestine, right, many of us harken back to 9/11, and we didn't see the effects of what took place for those first responders at 9/11 till years later. How worried are you about something similar or likened to 9/11 happening here?
9/11 is obviously a whole different thing, because there you were dealing with particulate silicates that were in the atmosphere and people were breathing in.
Right.
That would cause a lot of scarring and a completely different problem than what we would see here. Here, if we see anything long-term, we may get something called a reactive airways dysfunction syndrome. That's basically kind of an asthma picture in someone who's never had asthma, where their airways are exposed to an irritant, and that irritation and inflammation can persist. Not everybody, doesn't happen to everybody. It's unusual, but it can happen. And obviously, those patients with previous lung disease, asthma or COPD or what have it, are going to be particularly vulnerable to this.
What are you advising patients, especially folks that are more vulnerable in general? I know that there's, women that are pregnant, far along in their pregnancy, worried about that as well. What are you telling folks?
From a pulmonary perspective, what I do, I'm not really worried about what's down the road. We've had several really, really windy days ever since this happened, and that would have taken any toxins far away. If there are closed spaces, basements or attics or rooms that have not been ventilated through this whole thing, then I would tell people just ventilate your house, and I'd stay out of it until everything dissipates. But as far as the very oppressive black cloud that there was, that has to have gone away just given the weather we've had. It's not a hot summer. God forbid this has happened on a hot summer day where everything would have lingered. But you can see in the picture that's up there right now, you can see how everything was moving out.
Dr. Proya, as always, we thank you for sharing your expertise with us right now.
My pleasure.
All right, I want to get you over to the 5 things that our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the University of Idaho says the house where 4 students were killed back in November will be demolished. The university president called it a, quote, healing step. Scholarships in honor of 3 of the students have been established, and a 4th is in the works. There are also plans to create a memorial. Number 2, the World Health Organization is working with Cambodian authorities after 2 confirmed cases of the bird flu were found in one family. We told you about the 11-year-old girl who died. Now her father has tested positive. Health officials say the recent rise in cases is worrying, but at the moment, the risk to most people is in fact low. Number 3, the kitchen brand Kasari is voluntarily recalling 2 million air fryers after hundreds of reports of the machines catching fire. The Consumer Product Safety Commission says that consumers should stop using them immediately. They recalled units were sold in the U.S., Mexico, and Canada between June of 2018 and December of 2022. Number 4, if you are a Succession fan, here is some bittersweet news. The Emmy-winning show will be ending after the upcoming season. The show's creator told The New Yorker that he wanted fans to know the end was coming. The 4th and final season will premiere on March 26th. So mark your calendars, because I know I have. At number 5, we know Earth has an inner core, right? But in a new study released this week, we learned about what is inside the Earth's inner core. Seismologists at the Australian National University found new evidence of a 400-mile thick, solid, metallic ball. Basically, there's another core at the center of the Earth's core. The discovery could help scientists learn more about the evolution of Earth's magnetic field. All right, when we come back, we are getting the backstory on the long road to justice for a man who spent more than 20 years in prison for a murder that he says he didn't commit. We're going to talk to an investigative producer about his decades-long study of this case, plus how rescuers use technology to find a missing teen. We've got that story for you later in The Local. We'll be right back.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff, and let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You were
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
All right, it is time to get to the backstory, our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. This story is more than 2 decades in the making. It is about a man who spent more than nearly 24 years in prison for a murder that he insists he did not commit. And the NBC News investigative producer that he sent letters to in J.J. Velasquez's very first letter to producer Dan Slepian back in 2002, he told Slepian that he did not belong there and promised to get him all 2,000 pages of the transcripts of the trial that he says went wrong.
I understand that you have not made an actual commitment to my case, but the mere fact that you will actually read my transcripts and take my case into consideration requires my utmost appreciation.
So what happens next is all laid out in this new podcast from NBC News Studios, Letters from Sing Sing. The next episode is out on Monday, by the way, and Dan Slepian is joining us now. Walk me through this. So you get these letters.
All the time.
Back in 2002, though.
Yeah.
With this specific case,
yes,
you were skeptical.
I was skeptical.
And then?
Well, it's our job to be skeptical. And the reason that I really started focusing on JJ's case is because I really first couldn't believe he wrote the letter. It was as if it was written by a professor or a lawyer. I actually looked at the return address to make sure it had come from Sing Sing. But it was so meticulous and detailed and focused, and it just made me curious to know more about him, and it sucked me in. And what that did ultimately is led to a two-decade journey, and I didn't know that I would have a box of letters 20 years later in my office today.
There is this moment with this witness, right? That's coming out in the next episode.
It's coming out on Monday. Episode 3 comes out on Monday morning. And there's this moment with this witness. I was skeptical of this case. I mean, police and prosecutors had said that 5 eyewitnesses had picked out JJ. And so it took me a while to really wrap my brain about how they could be wrong until I actually went and spoke with the main eyewitness who picked him out of 1,800 mugshots picked him out, later ended up recanted, saying he basically picked him out at random to me. And that's what I learned, and that's what the audience will learn the rest of my investigation in episode 3 on Monday.
Let's play a little bit of a preview of episode 3, and then we'll talk after it.
I don't know if he's the right guy or not. If he's the wrong guy, why him?
Yeah. So basically what happened is that this guy was the key eyewitness. He had 10 bags of heroin in his underwear when police picked him up 2 days after the murder. He had witnessed the murder, and he sat in the precinct for hours and hours, looked at 1,800 mugshots, and then said, "This is your guy." He said the shooter was a light-skinned black man with braids, and he picked out a man who is not black, a light-skinned Hispanic man who has never had braids. And when I spoke with him all those years later, he said he picked him out at random, basically.
How is that a reliable witness? You look at 1,800 mugshots and you pick one out of 1,800?
Well, that's a good reason to listen to the podcast. But
listen to the podcast, folks. Listen to the podcast.
But not only that, he didn't want to testify when the trial came around, and prosecutors had him jailed on what's called the material witness order for a week prior to the trial. And the day he testified, he was released and he was given some.
What's it like for JJ now, 24 years?
JJ, the President of the United States a few months ago apologized to JJ on behalf of society, but today he remains a convicted killer in the eyes of the law. He's not yet exonerated here in New York. But the Manhattan DA's office is looking at the case again, and I think that they hopefully will make an announcement soon.
More than 2 decades behind bars, that has got to change a man for something that he did not do. Dan Slepian, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Scan the QR code, everybody, now to listen to Letters from Sing Sing, now available wherever you get your podcasts. And obviously, episode number 3 seems very fascinating, so you don't want to miss that as well. When we come back, there is a new bill in Jackson, Mississippi that could majorly change the city's court system. Why some lawmakers say it looks like a modern-day Jim Crow. Coming up in tonight's Original. We'll be right back. Welcome back. NBC covers hundreds of stories each day, and because you could not possibly read, watch, or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment that we call The Local. From our Northeast Bureau, a shooting near a school in Philadelphia injured at least 7 people, including a 2-year-old girl. Officials saying all 7 victims were taken to the hospital and are currently in stable condition. Police are searching for the suspects. Out of our South Bureau, a teenager who went missing in North Carolina is back home today. Thanks to a drone, the boy got lost in a heavily wooded area where ground crews could not find him. But a drone operator with thermal imaging spotted him, and rescuers were able to bring him home. And from our Midwest Bureau, a bear escaped his enclosure at the St. Louis Zoo. For the second time in a month, it prompted a lockdown that lasted about an hour. Zookeepers